with the Inteleon. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn, and the power fan is gonna join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
The Mindfield wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field, and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Welcome to day one of the Orlando Regionals. Urgency is growing in the championship series, and it's a perfect morning to play some Pokemon. I am 2-0 Butters, joined by Caleb Pang.
And this is one of our last regionals in North America and throughout the entire world. We got some people fighting for their championship points for that world's qualification, and some others that are already qualified, but they're in the race for that travel award.
We still have opportunities to come, so let's look at that roadmap, because of course we have Orlando today, but coming up we still have more competitions in North America. We have Indianapolis and Los Angeles, and then of course everyone is anticipating the NAIC in New Orleans.
Yeah, and I heard Little Bird told me a big caster in a big red suit is competing at Los Angeles for their debut. So I just gotta say, hopefully you bring your Bastion counters, Butters.
Maybe we'll face off on stage, and I'm trying to get those championship points, because remember, you need 500 championship points to qualify in the NA region, and of course you need 400 in Europe as well. You could still qualify though at a regional if you do take first place.
That's right. First place at a regional will give you that auto qualification at World Championships. Top 2 at an international will also net you that qualification. So we might have a person qualifying right off the bat here in Orlando this weekend.
And there's a person that's absolutely racking up those championship points. It's going to be your Vancouver regional champion.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Jim Lawson here to take you through a recap of the 2024 Pokemon Go Regional Championship in Vancouver, Canada. Trainers from all over North America flocked to the rainy Pacific Northwest, trying to capture the title of regional champion. The tournament featured top trainers from North America, including World's runner-up Rubik's Master, 2024 Charlotte Regional Champion Lyle Jeffs III, and 2022 Vancouver Regional Champion Cindy. Looking to repeat her Vancouver dominance, Cindy entered Championship Sunday on the winner's side of the bracket. However, she was quickly eliminated after consecutive losses to Motiques and Rubik's Master. Eager to elevate himself from multiple second-place finishes, Rubik's Master expertly navigated his way through the loser's bracket to lock in his place in the grand finals. There, he met one of the toughest trainers in North America, Lyle Jeffs III, fresh off a dominating performance in the winner's bracket. In the grand finals, Lyle Jeffs III proved that consistency and error-free gameplay separated him from the rest of the pack. Navigating around even the toughest lead matchups, Lyle Jeffs III leaned on his hard meta core of Lickitung and Shadow Gligar to clinch the series 3-1. With his win, Lyle Jeffs III became the 2024 Pokemon Go Vancouver Regional Champion and captured his second regional win of the 2024 season.
There it is. Game number 4 goes to Lyle Jeff. He is your 2024 Vancouver Regional Champion. This is his second win here in the 2024 season.
While the 2024 season is winding down, there's still plenty of time to get in on the action. Start your competitive Pokemon journey by checking out Pokemon.com/compete.
What an impressive performance from Lyle Jeffs III. You can see here our top 3 finishers: Lyle Jeffs, Rubik's Master, our runner-up from Worlds last season, and then Motiques as well. I believe his highest finish so far in a tournament yet. But yeah, really impressive stuff from Lyle Jeffs. Already 2-time regional champion, and that's only been done twice before this in the entire history of the championship series for Pokemon Go.
I love Lyle Jeffs' team because he completely protects that Registeel from the Shadow Gligar with the creative picks like the Shadow Sableye that's so good against the Shadow Gligar, and of course the normal Poliwrath. You usually always see Shadow Poliwrath, but the normal can win against that Shadow Gligar. As we move on, because look at this, 62% usage for Shadow Gligar. It is worlds above the field. I mean, Charjabug is up there now, but I don't expect it to stay at that 62%.
Yeah, this was the day 2 top 12, I believe, which is why these numbers are so high. You've seen Guzzlord even making the top 12, but sometimes these are the numbers you really want to look for, because high usage on day 1 doesn't mean high performance. Day 2 usage is what's really important there. And so we see Gligar pretty much unstoppable, even against some of his hardest counters, right? He has a lot of play, Butters.
And these are the trainers that have been unstoppable so far in the North America on the championship series. Let's look at our regional champions. Of course, we started out with Dodge. With Dodge ended last season absolutely on fire, and then he started this season unstoppable. We thought, who is ever gonna stop with Dodge? But then everything changed. King Alexander, Elite, and then recently it's been 2 trainers for the last 5 spots.
Yeah, I mean, Doonebug also coming off a hot streak at Europe International Championships just this past weekend, less than a week ago. And I heard that he's actually here in Orlando to make that potentially a third regional champion in one season, which would be absolutely historic.
Yeah, and actually, let's look back at the European International Championships at the top 3 winners. Of course, Doonebug was number 2, but in first place, Weedle, the second trainer to ever get that triple crown of the International Championship, a regional championship, and of course, a world championship as well.
Yeah, the only other person to have done that before that is our current reigning world champion. It's Axon. We have Sandudu in that 3rd place as well. And of course, we got Doonebug. Definitely want to keep an eye on that team because he might be bringing it again this weekend, or he might be spicing it up. Let's take a look at the top 12, though, at Europe International Championships to see if it differed from Vancouver. And we got, yet again, Shadow Gligar in that number 1 spot. Lantern, Annihilate, Cresselia hovering in that top 4 spot as well. I think there's pretty much just been a complete drop-off of Azumarill usage, and Cresselia has been really the new anti-fighter of choice outside of Gligar.
Yeah, it's been the swap of the electric types, and then Skarmory ended up in top 6 for day number 2, which was our top cut, our first ever top 32 in the championship series. And then Lickitung dropping all the way down to 21% because, of course, Cresselia seems to be the safer pick now. And that's why I feel trainers are bringing Skarmory, because if you're going to bring Cresselia, Skarmory can be so good in the back. We saw that with Doonebug the entire run at the Europe International Championships.
Yeah, Doonebug did have that Lickitung, though, as well. And here, let's take a look at some of our European trainers. No repeats here, which really goes to show the depth and diversity of the trainers here in the European region. We actually have Nighttime Clasher sneaking in there, too, to make a little cameo appearance in the European Champions.
Yeah, building
list.
A little rivalry between North America and Europe. But of course, Europe was able to hold on because of Weedle, calling a 2-time regional champion in the European regional as well. I mean, they are so creative over there. They always bring the spice, and the recent spice that did so well was Skeledirge, because at the European International Championship, Skeledirge was so strong.
Yeah, it just has such good coverage, and pretty much against the vast majority of the meta, there's nothing that walls off the Fairy, the Ghost, or the Fire damage from Skeledirge. It was actually Doonebug that won a whole tournament in San Antonio with Skeledirge, so there was already a little bit NA trainers using it, but I think Weedle made it look really good, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a few more Skeledirge teams than usual here in Orlando this weekend.
Yeah, Dirgebug, and a good Pokemon to counter it would actually be the Whiscash, but this Pokemon is dropping in usage because if you don't need to bring 2 ground types, Shadow Gligar is probably going to be your better ground type. And then, of course, I think it's because Cresselia is so heavily in the meta, it just feels hard to use it. You said you used that in London. How did it go for you with the Whiscash?
Yeah, it was hard to use, in my opinion, as someone that used it too. I think in a Cresselia meta, like you said, it's much harder to bring, whereas in a Azumarill meta, it's much easier to bring because you actually have win cons in that situation. Also, we have a lot more Altaria coming up around, so that's also a terrible matchup for Whiscash.
Well, a shadow Pokemon that hangs out in the marsh, it kind of reminds me of this. Another shadow fighting type arriving just like Annihilate. Maybe it will make similar waves, but maybe not in the Great League and Go Battle League. But of course, we do have the other leagues as well. Right now, we do have a Go Battle League event with Premier Master League available, so make sure to check that out. Maybe that Pokemon will make an appearance in the future.
Yeah, Annihilate is our ghost fighter of choice these days, and I think it probably will be sticking around for a little bit. But speaking of fighters, I know this weekend we actually have a fighter that's really making a spotlight in events, and that is Mega Heracross Raid Day. Heracross been a staple or been around in Pokemon for quite some time, but now it's making its Mega debut in Pokemon Go. So be sure to catch some Mega Heracross, because I gotta say, at least if you can play Master League the occasional times in Go Battle League when it can, its stats pretty much just double in the Mega form.
And I absolutely love the shiny Heracross. The pink shinies are top tier in my opinion. Another shiny I'm trying to get my hands on is going to be available in April, because this is the World of Wonder season, and in April we're going to have Kartana, Celesteela, and Tapu Bulu And of course, at the end of the month, we got that Registeel, which you said has dropped off, but our last regional champion in Vancouver did run that Registeel.
That's right. I mean, Registeel, even if it's lower in usage, it still has a very strong spot in both Great League and Ultra League Pokemon Go PP. So definitely go raid some Registeel, get the XLs you need for Ultra League, get some that you can potentially trade with some friends at events. But this is going to be a good one too, Butters. We got Bellsprout Community Day on April 20th, Triple Stardust, Magical Leaf. What do you think about it?
I mean, it's going to be awesome. Like you said, a week from today on April 20th, we have the Victory Bell with Magical Leaf. And I like that Magical Leaf does have more fast attack pressure than Vine Whip, because it's going to be similar to a Shadow Venusaur or a Venusaur, but now you have a lot more farm down capabilities with that Shadow Victory Bell. Plus, now you don't have to run Razor Leaf, so I'm quite happy with this community day.
I mean, I gotta say, I feel like there might still be some Razor Leaf users, but we'll have to wait and see on that. Now, we talked about a lot of big names, but there's actually quite a few people that have already qualified for World Championships. There's a whole list of players here too. A lot of these players from the LATAM region as well. We see Hard Jeff there too. I believe the first person in the entire world to actually hit 1,000 championship points in Pokemon Go. So a huge feat. And I heard that he's actually going to make an appearance at North America International Championships in a few months.
I can't wait, because there is, of course, time to join these qualifiers, because if you win a regional or get over that championship point barrier or get top 2 in an international championship, you can be on this list of heroes that will all face each other in Honolulu, Hawaii. And of course, on the upper end of championship points, we have these trainers battling it out for travel awards and travel stipends.
That's right. So with our first season of championship points, it's no longer feast or famine. You got to win it all or get second place or not qualify. A lot of players that just barely missed qualification now have a potential more easier shot at qualifying there. So we know a lot of trainers here in Orlando. Definitely look for that qualification this weekend as well.
Yeah, we have some trainers on the bubble, and they will be part of our players to watch, because Elam is going to be around 400 championship points. He is trying to get over that 500. This is actually going to be your top 3 from Baltimore, a previous regional. I believe actually Doonebug was the 3rd place finisher in that, but he is going to be our first player to watch, because of course he is the 2-time regional champion and then was just runner-up to in EUIC. An amazing season. He might be considered the best trainer in the world right now.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Really good call out there. They are our top 3 trainers. House Stark was taking that 1st place. Elam, 2nd place. He's already a 2-time finisher at regionals, 2-time grand finalist. He's looking for that 1st place finish. And of course, I know Doonebug remembers this very vividly. Losers finals. He's up 2-0 against Elam and then gets reverse swept by Elam. So he wants some revenge. He might have a lot of championship points, but he has some business to take care of as well.
And we have one more special trainer that has been having an awesome 2024 season. He was just in Europe, in London, and I felt like he was in his natural habitat, because he was with fellow Spice trainers. His teams are always insane, super creative, and he brought that to top 16, which of course that is going to be better than a normal top cut, because we had a top 32 in London.
That's right. I mean, some of the best trainers in the entire world, pretty much outside of World Championships. I feel like that was one of the most stacked tournaments. And it looks like Arrow's bringing a completely different team here in Orlando. I saw a shout out for Alligator, Grisella. I mean, very different from his Whimsicott and Shadow Charizard team at EUIC less than a week ago.
Yeah, he always brings something different. That's why we love Arrow. And what do we think trainers should bring? We all have a similar pick here in our casters predictions. 3 out of 4 of us brought the Shadow Magnezone, because Paul Asha was absolutely cooking in London with it.
I mean, Self is clearly a Shadow Magnezone hater here, but I gotta say, I feel like this is one of the situations where might be better driver than car, right? Shadow Magnezone, decent car, but Paul Asha just piloted it so well. I would love to see it make an appearance in Orlando, but we'll have to wait and see if someone is talented enough to make that work.
Yeah, she was must-see Twitch TV. She was absolutely amazing, and I, of course, think the Shadow for Alligator can be really good here as well. We saw that with Scafo at the European International Championships. Could be quite strong. And then I see at the bottom of yours, you think the Bastiodon has some play in this meta. That's surprising, Caleb.
It's always got play, in my opinion. But the question is anyone willing to bring it? It's a different story. I'm just glad that we don't see Shadow Gyarados on your predictions this time around.
Yeah, well, you know, it didn't do great. It's not the strongest Pokemon. I brought a different Dragon Breather, the Goodra. I think that has some potential here, but we want to hear from you. What do you think? Who is going to win the regional in Orlando? Is it going to be Doonebug getting a 3rd regional champion in one season, or is it going to be one of those trainers on the bubble that's going to make it over the hump to join the heroes in Honolulu?
And if you're tuning in for our Europe International Championships, you'll know that there was Twitch drops. But if you weren't, there's Twitch drops again for the Orlando Regional as well. Be sure to tune in to our live stream, twitch.tv/Pokemon Go. If you're already doing it, you're right in the right spot. And if you tune in for long enough, you can get LNDS Hard Jeff's team from Latin America International Championships. So you can get your own Lickitung, Gligar, Lantern, Metacham, Charjabug, and Umbreon. You get Stardust, Charge Gems on top of it. So a great way to benefit from watching the stream on top of some great action.
Yeah, 30 minutes of actively watching. You can get that entire package. And of course, Gligar, that is so strong right now. And the place where you can tell us your thoughts is going to be on X. Make sure to hashtag #PlayPokemon on X and @PlayPokemon. And of course, it's on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. It's going to be /Pokemon. And then, of course, follow the channels on YouTube and Twitch. It's going to be Pokemon Go. We can't wait to hear from you. We can't wait to get this started. Who is going to win the Orlando Regional? Tension is growing here in the championship series. Let's start it off right. Head on over to the casters.
Welcome in, everyone, to the Orlando Regional Championships. Over 130 trainers have traveled here this weekend in the hopes that Orlando truly is the city where the magic happens. I'm Speedy's Chief 2 here with the Softove. Sophia, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing today. It's going to be a great tournament. You know, this tournament was just at about 100 trainers registered, but we had a huge rush at the last second, so we did hit that 128 trainer kicker.
Absolutely. Speaking of kickers, this is an interesting tournament format. We've got a brief video to tell you in detail how things are going to play out this weekend.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon Go matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, with our trainers competing in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format in Pokemon Go. Matches are best of 3, except for the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which are each best of 5. All matches are played in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format. This means trainers will create a team of up to 6 Pokemon, but only 3 are brought into each game. Who is taking home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
We're in mid-April, but we are continuing our march towards the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. We've got a very busy month of May and a ton of other tournaments coming up, but this one's going to be really exciting because there's so many players that we pointed out in the pre-show that are very close to qualifying, right, Soph?
Yeah, there's a lot of players that are, you know, just over 400 championship points right now. Let's take a look at what's at stake this weekend. Of course, we have those championship points. We also have the prize money. And of course, there's also always some booster packs to look forward to too.
Gotta love the booster packs. You can see the prizing listed out there for 1st through 4th place, and then down the list towards tied for 9th. These trainers, of course, want to qualify for the World Championships, but getting a little bit of money to help cover those expenses or some booster packs to swap with their friends is always a nice bonus. But it's gonna be a really exciting event, so I'm looking forward to it because we've seen the meta kind of evolve as we've gone through this season. Speaking of the meta, top 12 Pokemon, let's dig in.
All right, well, we do have, well, not necessarily Shadow Gligar, but I think some of them are included in there in that top spot, similar to EUIC and a couple of tournaments before. We also have Annihilate there in that number 2 spot. It's kind of become the dominant fighter in the meta. We see Vigoroth kind of down there in the 2nd row there as well, in 22%.
I want to see chat get engaged because we talked about Whiscash kind of fading in terms of usage, but it's up here at 41% in our day 1 of Orlando. Is that accurate? Like, what's going on here? Is Shadow Whiscash the truth, or are we looking at regular Whiscash? What do you think?
I think Shadow Whiscash is definitely on the rise. I think at the beginning of the season, we saw a lot of regular Whiscash, but recently, especially, you know, after Doonebug and I think Yakobrovich each won that regional with their Shadow Whiscash. Shadow Whiscash has a lot of really good matchups that are better than regular Whiscash, for example, Azumarill and Skarmory, and I think we might even have a Shadow Whiscash going to be featured in our first matchup.
A lot of non-surprises, I should say. Pokemon like Cresselia, Annihilate. Trainers that have been watching the Championship Series all season, those are safe picks that you can invest in, you can build, you can bring those to your regional championship, maybe even try them out at a local Go Cup or challenge in order to get prepared for a regional event. But I think we're going to see a lot of those Pokemon. I think the counter user role is really kind of wide open. I think we saw double Vigoroth finals in Perth this weekend. We saw Poliwrath win a tournament. We've seen Annihilate win tournaments. It's kind of all over the place.
I actually had Shadow Poliwrath in my caster predictions. I think, it did really well for a little bit before Annihilate came in, but I think it still has a lot of potentials. I think Vancouver, both of our grand finalists, had Shadow Poliwrath. We saw an EUIC, I believe Sandodo did really well with it as well. So definitely still some potential there. Maybe at the moment has a tough matchup against Annihilate, but still a lot of play, I think.
But I like the Icy win for the Gligar, right? But I think our trainers are ready on stage. Let's get in some battles. I know that's what you're here to see. We've got Teddy GM on the left versus Neil Armstrong on the right. Let's talk about matchups though. So for some picks that we talked about, Shadow Gligar, Lantern, Lickitung for Teddy. On the opposing side, we also have the Shadow Gligar, Shadow Whiscash. But what are really the key components here for these players?
Well, I think Teddy has that Cresselia Skeledirge core, which I believe he brought to his last and only regional as well, where he placed 3rd. Neil as well, I think has some really strong picks here. The Mandibuzz is looking really good. Obviously, you have to watch out for the Lantern, but otherwise, neutral to positive matchups across the board. And I think Neil might be potentially looking to rely on a Mandibuzz Shadow Whiscash core, which is also looking pretty safe against Teddy's team there.
Speaking of Teddy's accomplishments, 3rd in Charlotte. He also ran Mandibuzz in that tournament. So seeing the Mandibuzz on his opponent's team, he's going to be prepared. He knows that Pokemon. He knows how to play it. He's going to be very familiar with the matchups, which is very important, right? You can't just specialize in the Pokemon you want to play. You have to be familiar with a wide range of things so that you know how to conduct yourself in a battle.
And playing a wide range of things yourself is a great way to learn those matchups on both ends, right? You get to know those counts a little bit better, kind of know how much damage a Pokemon can take, maybe when you want to switch out and kind of tag team a Pokemon with multiple of your own.
We've seen a lot of teams with either Cresselia or Lickitung, but Teddy's got both. So he's got some solid grass-type sub-coverage, which can be useful versus the Dugong, Shadow Whiscash, and also to an extent the Gligar. So I do think he might rely on those two Pokemon, maybe in tandem. Like you said, that Skeledirge Cresselia core is very, very strong, but maybe you can even back that up with the Lickitung, because those two Pokemon, Cresselia and Skeledirge, cover your counter weakness very, very well.
Right, you said we've seen Teddy bring Mandibuzz before, and I think we've really seen him rely on those bulkier picks, and now we see him kind of transitioning over to that Lickitung, but it looks like we have both of our trainers locked in here for our very first battle of the day.
Let's get hyped. We've got our Pokemon leads. We've got Cresselia on the left and Mandibuzz on the right.
And it's going to be interesting. This Cresselia does actually have that super effective Moonblast here, which has kind of been an increasing trend in the last couple of tournaments. So it is able to hit back with super effective damage. Firing off that first Moonblast right here, and Neil is going to take it.
Moonblast can be critical, especially against these Dark-type Pokemon, but Mandibuzz, bulkier than the rest, super effective. Mandibuzz just shrugs it off. Actually, hard switching in the Lantern, pulling out the Shadow Whiscash. So if you called the Mandibuzz Shadow Whiscash core, I think Teddy read that as well.
And this is kind of interesting because I think the Surf, of course, does a little bit more to Shadow Whiscash than regular Whiscash, but the Shadow Whiscash hits back pretty hard, going to probably need 2 Mud Bombs to take out, but I think is going to maybe be able to come out with a little bit of an advantage, but this is probably exactly what Teddy wanted, right? You see that Skeledirge in the back. He was probably expecting the Whiscash to come. It is pretty safe into that team, and, hoping that that Skeledirge can maybe pull things out in the end game.
Lantern going to get off a second Surf here. Like you said, going to hit a little bit harder than it would against a regular Whiscash, but Whiscash can withstand it because the Spark is so heavily resisted, right? Ground double resisting electric, but water weak to it, so it's only single resistant. Whiscash building a ton of energy, and Neil not leaving much HP at all for Teddy GM to farm down. That's actually a very clever play by him.
And this turned out really well for Neil. Comes out with, I think, an entire charge attack here. Yes, going to be able to get off a Scald on this Cresselia, maybe even debuff it for that next matchup. And like you said, minimizing the farm down for this Cresselia as well.
Cresselia's Psycho Cuts don't add up, but this Shadow Whiscash is weak. Scald connects. That is no debuff triggered on the Scald. Still 4 Protect Shields in play for these trainers. Comes back in with the Mandibuzz instead of Cresselia though, Soph.
Yeah, and that might actually end up costing him because remember, Teddy does have that Skeledirge in the back, but I think Neil probably didn't want to reveal his 3rd Pokemon quite yet, even though Registeel would have been able to take this energy a little bit better here.
I was going to say, I mean, your Mandibuzz is already a bit weak. Maybe you do bring in the Registeel here. Going for the Moonblast. Neil not going to Protect Shield. I don't think that this Mandibuzz will get KO'd, though. I think it will hang on, and it does. You see the instant switch into Registeel, and the Skeledirge comes out with the Incinerate damage.
And Mandibuzz does hang on, but it's not going to be able to help out very much here. and look at these Incinerates just chunking away. This Registeel trying to get off a Zap Cannon debuff here, maybe try to drop the damage of those Incinerates just a little bit, but they are adding up quite quickly here.
Does get the debuff. Skeletor's going straight for the Shadow Ball. Teddy has maximum stored energy on his Skeletor, so he's going to look to dump some of that here into the Registeel. Neil trying to maybe call it bait, actually throws it that protection at the last moment. Registeel stays in this matchup, but it is just cooking beneath the Incinerate damage.
And you have a shield left as Neil, but you can't shield these Incinerates. Zap Cannon gonna connect, but I think Skeletor is going to be able to take this no problem. It does get quite low, but you still have enough health to avoid getting locked on down here.
I was going to say, at this point, do you double Disarming Voice, but recognizing the charge tech intervals, actually going to throw the Disarming Voice on a weakened Registeel, but he banks a second one. I think that this Cresselia might have enough to tie up this matchup as well.
Yeah, and this is actually interesting because you do have enough energy, oh my goodness, to get this Disarming, so it actually faints with it, and now this Cresselia all of a sudden has to maybe Psycho Cut down.
Look at Neil. Neil's nodding. He says, yeah, I got this game in the bag. I've got the double Aerial Aces on his Mandibus. Throws the first one to the protection. Cresselia doesn't have the energy. Can't get there. Neil goes for the back-to-back Aerial Ace, and that's going to be a knockout.
And what a turn of events there. Teddy fainting with the charge attack on that Skeletor, but actually, you know, those Snarls really added up. They are super effective.
Yeah, that was incredible, right? Because you get off 2 Snarls within the length of that single Incinerate, and that super effective damage coming through twice was enough to get the knockout in Skeletor. It's really tough for Teddy. I feel like he was in control for most of that matchup, but it just really slipped away in the end.
I think maybe potentially lost count on the Registeel, probably had to go for the Incinerate down at the end there, but of course threw that Disarming Voice and then only had 1 charge attack coming out of it. And here's that Moonblast landing on the Mandibuzz, which I thought was the turning point in the game, because I thought that Mandibuzz wasn't going to be able to do anything, but you know, does resist those Psycho Cuts. And here is the Skeletor. The Shadow Ball getting shielded up here is really nice as well for Neil.
Yeah, the lock-ons are hard to count, so I like to think of them in terms of 2-turn fast attacks. It takes about 7 or 8 counters, for example, for the Registeel to load a charge attack, and if you throw 3 Incinerates, that's 15 turns, so it's been really close for Teddy, but unfortunately for Teddy, he does take that Game 1 loss to Neil Armstrong, but fortunately for Neil, I mean, he played his way out of a nearly impossible situation.
Yeah, that Mandibuzz had just enough energy, and you know, we talked a little bit about Teddy's accomplishments already, but Neil, by the way, is a former #1 leaderboarder in the Go Battle League, so certainly not an inexperienced trainer.
Heading right into game number 2. We got a familiar lead here from Teddy. He's going to lead that Cresselia in game number 2, but he's going to run into a steel wall. Here comes Registeel.
And this is the matchup that Neil could have had in the late game, but oh, Teddy again, hard swapping something that gets hard countered by a Whiz Cash here, and probably need to throw energy if you don't want to get taken out by a Scald.
I was going to say, throws another Incinerate, and the Scald's going to come through. He's forced to shield now. The question is, after this Scald shield, does he get the debuff? And the second question after that will be, does he bait with the Disarming Voice? Does get debuff, goes straight for the Shadow Ball here.
And the good news for Teddy here is, though, because it's that Shadow Whiscash, does not take the energy quite as well. I think you live this Shadow Ball, especially because of that debuff, but the Skeletor, I think, already has another Disarming Voice. Doesn't throw it right away, though, and now Neil has the opportunity to throw this Mud Bomb first. Oh, but actually gets a full Incinerate through, so Teddy's going to shield it up.
Yeah, massive Incinerate coming through. He knows that now he's going to deal that damage after the Mud Bomb comes through. Does use the final protection, but does get the Incinerate down of the Whiscash. Neil has 2 Protect Shields, though. I don't think he's out of it quite yet.
No, going down 2 shields to take switch advantage here, but Neil does still have this very bulky Mandibuzz. Of course, Disarming Voice, super effective, but you know, Mandibuzz is very, very bulky, can take these non-stab Disarming Voices, no problem.
Something poetic about opening our day 1 in Orlando with a Skeletor on screen.
The hard swap again!
Hard swap, and out comes the Registeel, but actually, does this work out? Because now you can kind of bring out your Gligar or your Skeletor against the Registeel.
But you don't have any shields for the Gligar, and I think 2 Dark Pulses chunks quite a bit. And this Registeel, if Neil plays this right, he's going to come out with a huge advantage, probably a lot of energy and a lot of health as well.
Cresselia hard wall by the steel typing here of Registeel. All of his charge attacks and fast attacks are resisted. Going to go for the Zap Cannon here against Cresselia. It's going to take 2 charge attacks regardless, but you're going to have to throw 2 Zap Cannons because the Focus Blast is resisted. Attack drop as well does not bode very well for Cresselia, but going to go for another Moonblast, hoping for a debuff, I guess?
And this matchup does go on for quite a bit of time, so potentially Teddy might eventually look to maybe save a Moonblast and get it on that Mandibuzz later, but Looks like that clock is still about 10 seconds away. Teddy gonna fire off another Moonblast.
Well, throwing the Moonblast here, I think that lines up exactly what you said. So if this lines up the switch timer for Teddy to maybe swap out of this matchup and rescue the Cresselia because it's just now expired. Goes for the Skeletor's combo play. Here comes the Shadow Ball. This could have gone really bad if it landed in his Mana Buzz, though.
Right, but the good news for Neil is that he still has 2 Protect Shields up. So even though there's this combo play, even if you're caught off guard, you still have time to, you know, react, get your shield up, get your Registeel out of there for later. Now throwing a Dark Pulse, of course, the Skeletor doesn't even have shields left. So now this Mana Buzz up a shield versus Gligar and Cresselia. It's looking pretty good for Neil.
Neil Armstrong's Mana Buzz rattles off the Dark Pulse, and Teddy GM is in a tough situation. He's got a healthy Gligar. He hasn't revealed in the back. He's got a Cresselia with basically no energy, so he is forced to bring in the Shadow Gligar here.
And of course, Shadow Gligar, you have to be throwing these neutral Aerial Aces instead of the more efficient dig, but here comes that first Dark Pulse from Mana Buzz. Gligar can take these reasonably well, but I don't think you can take 2 that well.
After the Snarl damage, right, it's going to add up. We see another Wing Attack, great timing by Teddy GM, throwing the Aerial Ace, neutral damage like you pointed out, so if it's not really going to hurt the Mana Buzz too much, so Neil Armstrong can actually save his Protect Shield and going to look for another charge attack. He goes all the way up for the Dark Pulse. Another swap by Teddy, trying to catch the Aerial Ace on Cresselia, but fails.
Nice patience from Neil, able to get off the Dark Pulse here. And remember, he does still have a little bit of that Registeel, but now this Mana Buzz is actually quite low. Have to be careful here. You want to, save a little bit of energy. Don't want to throw it all. And comes in with the Regi, probably going for a full lock on down to come out with a charge attack for that Gligar.
Not even going to Protect Shield up the Moonblast. I think that's the right call from Neil Armstrong. And we're going to see probably, like you said, a full lock on down of his Cresselia. It just gets eaten up by Registeel. And now Registeel is locked and loaded. Here comes the Shadow Gligar throwing the Zap Cannon immediately.
And this doesn't quite take out the Gligar, but this Gligar basically has to build up to 2 charge attacks. Actually, maybe there's still a chance. Can you double aerial? Builds up to double Aerial Ace here. 1 for the Registeel and 1 for the Mana Buzz.
Well,
oh no, but there's a shield,
so you need 3 Aerial Aces, and I think
goes for the farm down. No, can't.
Recognizing the charge attack interval there, great timing by Teddy to throw the Aerial Ace. The question is, can he muster 2 Aerial Aces against the Mana Buzz because it still has energy and a Protect Shield? Let's see what happens.
Close, yeah. Looks like the Mana Buzz is 2 snarls off. Oh, but I think this Gligar is still 2 wing attacks off.
Can he do it? It's going to be really close. First Aerial Ace does peel away that final protection from Neil Armstrong. Mana Buzz very weak. A little bit of energy away from the charge attack. Gets almost there.
The snarl down.
Snarl down gets the knockout, and Neil takes a 2-0 over the 3rd place Charlotte regional finisher.
Well, Teddy did make an incredible losers run in Charlotte, taking out people like Wadaj, Pocket, and Elam. So, you know, never don't want to count Teddy out, but really nice series there from Neil. Was really able to capitalize on those mid-game matchups, right? Wizcash versus Skeletor, Wizcash versus Lantern, and I think that was just a little bit too much for Teddy to come back from.
So many switches in that series as well. So many swaps, and like you called out, Teddy actually trying to pull out that Shadow Wizcash in both games. Didn't see it in the lead in either game, but knew it was lurking somewhere in the back. And I just want to credit you as well, so for your call. Mana Buzz Shadow Wizcash core in both games.
Well, I did see that both Pokemon are pretty safe. Of course, Mana Buzz had to watch out for that Lantern, but the Wizcash was pretty much safe across the board. Does cover the Lantern pretty well, so I think it made a lot of sense from Neil, and kudos to him for recognizing that as well.
Made a lot of sense. I think we learned something about Neil Armstrong. He stays calm under pressure, and even when the situation looks very, very dire, he plays towards the win conditions. That's a trainer that's going to be very hard to get inside of his head, to intimidate him, to try to convince him he's out of the game. He's going to try to find his way back in no matter what.
All right, well, let's take a look back at that series that Neil just played so well. I think this is that, of course, that lead matchup maybe from the first game, well, getting repeated later. And then, of course, the Skeletor getting locked on the Registeel. But this looks really bad for Neil, right? But he pulls it out at the end with that Mana Buzz.
And the critical moment is right here, right? We see the Shadow Ball get thrown. The Incinerate down doesn't come through, forced to throw the Disarming Voice. Double debuffed or not, I'm sure Teddy wishes he had that energy right there, because the Mana Buzz just picks apart the Skeletors there.
And Neil staying really cool. He actually, I don't think he's competed since NAIC of 2022, and you know, able to come back from these really difficult looking situations like in that game 1. And of course, this is that game 2 where somehow an Incinerate goes through there and Teddy ends up shielding for a switch advantage, but then unfortunately just gets these really tough matchups later in the game.
Yeah, Sneaky Skeletor gets Incinerate. Sneaky Skeletor swaps in for the Shadow Ball, but it's still not enough as the Dark Pulse takes it down. Teddy running out of options, forced to bring in his Shadow Gligar. Gligar actually brings it pretty close, almost gets the job done, but Cresselia tries to provide the assist.
Yeah, it actually came down to the wire there. I thought that game was not going to be close at all, right? But that Gligar was actually just maybe 1 wing attack, just a couple of HP and like a little bit of energy off of the double Aerial Ace at the the end.
Well, I thought game 1 wasn't going to be close the other way, right? I thought that Teddy had that one in the bag, but
yeah,
incredible plays there by Neil Armstrong. Registeel, a pick that's also been around the Go Battle League and the Championship Series for a very long time. It's a very powerful Pokemon, great for hard walling those flying types like Skarmory or Mandibuzz, but also Beagle Wall to Cresselia, the neutral picks like Lickitung as well. Great pick overall.
It is a great pick. I think it was really dominant, especially last season, but then with the rise of Shadow Gligar, like you said, its main job is to wall flyers, and then of course the ground flyer comes out and it's no longer quite as useful, but I think maybe it's making a little bit of a resurgence, right? We've seen Dune bring it a couple of times, and you know, maybe his signature Pokemon at this point, and of course we just saw it doing very well there against like the Cresselia.
Yeah, speaking of Dune and our trainers to watch, Skeledirge, a signature pick for him, but then actually getting defeated by Skeledirge at EUIC. My, how the turntables, right?
Right.
You never know in Pokemon Go. But that being said, these trainers are fighting for a lot this weekend. A lot of championship points on the line, some prize money on the line as well, and some booster packs. It's always fun to crack some packs, right, Soph?
Of course, you can get some nice holographic cards, but the prize money is really nice there. A lot of the prizing has increased from last year, and now it's almost as much as these in-region travel awards, so certainly a lot to fight for. We do have to remember, because it's going to be a top 16 with so many trainers, that not everyone who makes day 2 is actually already going to be in the money, so to speak, so still a lot to fight for there.
A lot of these trainers that are very talented and compete quite often look at this regional championship as a business trip, right? They think it's an investment. I'm going to go down to Florida, I'm going to compete, I'm going to sign up, but I'm going to get a return. I'm going to take home some of that prize money. That's what a lot of these trainers are gunning for. And our next trainer coming up, I don't think we're quite ready, but I do want to give a little teaser to everyone at home. This is a trainer that's competed quite often. He's been wearing, I think, the same jacket at every single regional this season.
The black?
All black, right? He's very serious. I think after the new year, he decided to really lock in, so I'm interested to see what happens.
Well, should we name him, or are we going to keep it?
I want chat to guess. I want to see some chat interaction.
Oh, you're so right.
Yeah, let's get chat to guess. But meanwhile, Soph, a lot of picks that we talked about. No Shadow Magnezone yet. I know we're only one match in, but you're a Shadow Magnezone hater. Can you tell us about that?
So I'm not a hater, but I think Caleb had it right? It was more of a driver, not car situation there, where Paula, of course, can pull it off. You know, get this Shadow Magnezone in the good matchups, get it when there's no Whiscash around. You wild charge everything in the lead, and you dip out, and everything's great. But I mean, there's a lot of Whiscash and Gligar at this tournament. I don't know if it's quite its time to shine. So we'll have to see. Maybe there's someone out there who registered a Shadow Magnezone, and they're going to get top 4 as well. Who knows?
Falasha is truly one of one, but our trainers are ready on stage. We've got Out of Pocket on the left side of your screen versus the Matt for real. No joke, he's on the right.
And I think the Matt for real might be from the Florida area, so trying to defend that local homeland like we saw some European trainers do last weekend. He is rocking that Wigglytuff there, which interesting pick. I think a lot of times we've seen it have a lot of neutral play across the board, and then for example here, I actually think it's quite safe, right? You resist Shadow Claw from Feraligatr, you're decent into Vigoroth and Charjabug, obviously very strong into Guzzlord too.
I want to point out that is a regular Feraligatr from Out of Pocket. That's not a Shadow Feraligatr, which is a bit interesting, right? It changes the matchups just a little bit. We saw Shadow Feraligatr with Crunch, actually played by Scoffo to EUIC, which was devastating, especially in the lieu of double debuffs. I'm so sorry, Zwilus. But that being said, Out of Pocket, a seasoned trainer. This is a competitor that when you see his name on the roster, you know he can take it all the way. Charjabug, Skeledirge, Guzzlord. I think that actually the Skeledirge Guzzlord core is pretty prominent, especially in the EU scene.
Right, of course, Guzzlord has to watch out for fairies and steels, and Skeledirge as a fire type is covering those very well. You mentioned that normal Feraligatr, it's also running Ice Beam, which I'm not sure if that's standard, but I think one of the matchups that the normal Feraligatr picks up over the Shadow is against Shadow Gligar, because if Shadow Gligar gets up like one wing attack against Shadow Feraligatr, then all of a sudden the wing attacks start adding up really quickly. You get outpaced to the Aerial Ace, disaster, but the regular Feraligatr has just a little bit more bulk to handle that matchup a little bit better.
It's so disappointing as a Shadow Feraligatr, right? Because you just want to Hydro Cannon everything, and you come up against Gligar and you say, yeah, I got this, but then suddenly Gligar's Aerial Aces just start raining down. We've got a Guzzlord mirror match, but the Wigglytuff, like you pointed out, is the wild card. We saw Inadequates win in Utrecht with the Wigglytuff, but there's no Giratina Origin form. Instead, you got a different ghost type. You've got Annihilate with a standard set of Night Slash and Shadow Ball.
Yeah, and I think there was a time when people thought Ice Punch was going to be standard on Annihilate for things like Gligar, but over time, Night Slash has kind of emerged as a dominant moveset, just a little bit faster, helps you with those baits, especially if you're trying to land those heavy-hitting Shadow Balls.
You know, the only trainer to win a regional championship with Ice Punch Annihilate was actually Nighttime Clasher.
Oh, wow.
The only one.
North America, let's go.
Absolutely. We're going to get our trainers ready on stage, though. Out of pocket on the left side of your screen versus the map for real. We've got Skeletors yet again, but it's got a tough matchup in the lead.
And there is that Lantern, of course, Fire into Water, never a great matchup. Expecting to see Pocket switch out relatively soon. Yes, there it is, right into the Vigoroth, probably trying to fire off this Body Slam right away. And this Vigoroth is, it's extremely safe into the Matt for Real's team, except for that Annihilate, which luckily for Pocket is not here because that would wall this Vigoroth extremely hard. Able to fire off the first Body Slam here. Looks like Matt for Real doesn't have a great answer, so maybe content to just stay in. This actually is a pretty decent matchup for the Lantern. You take the Body Slams pretty well.
I'm wondering how you play this, because if you're Matt for Real, you have the Wigglytuff on the right side, which has a pretty tough matchup against the Skeledirge. I'm wondering when the swap is going to come, and there it is, taking away the first Protect Shield, and now we're just going to Charm, Charm, Charm.
Right, well, the Vigoroth has a lot of energy here. Here's Pocket throwing the Body Slam on good timing. Already has another one banked, but this is a little bit interesting for the Matt for Real, because let's say you shield here, which he doesn't, and then Charm down. Your energy gets completely walled by the Skeledirge. So maybe going to be content to just get off some of this Charm damage and call it a day. No, but actually it throws out the Protect Shield here.
Matt for Real using his first protection of the game. Out of pocket, Body Slams raining down. Look for another one. Try to get this off. I think he will hang on through the Charm. Does get to the third Body Slam in this matchup. Matt for Real in a tough position, but is going to shield. I think that Matt for Real thinks that just Icy Winding that Skeledirge is going to be worth the investment, but we're going to have to find out.
This is tough now because all this energy is completely resisted by Skeledirge. Pocket probably just going to look for a huge farm down here, and then, you know, once you're at 100 energy, the Lantern isn't that threatening because Shadow Ball really chunks away, and remember that Lantern did take a Body Slam before it swapped out.
But debuff though, I think this Wigglytuff does hang on, but it can't quite get to another Icy Wind. Does get the Charm through at the very last moment. This is a debuffed half HP Skeledirge with a ton of energy and a single Protect Shield advantage. You've got the Guzzlord, you've got the Lantern. Coming with the Lantern here, out of pocket might be turning this matchup around.
Right, well, you can't bring the Guzzlord in to take a super effective Disarming Voice, but like you said, now Pocket's actually up a shield here. We see that Guzzlord mirror in the back, and he's going to be up energy as well, switching in a little bit early. And here comes that Guzzlord mirror. The Dragon Tails are really chunking away on both sides, but Pocket's able to throw first. Matt does get that Dragon Tail through it. Look at these camera angles.
I was going to say, on out of pocket screen, you can't even see his Guzzlord because the other Guzzlord is in the way. Dragon Tails, like you said, just piling on the damage and does get the knockout. The Matt for Real had a solid lead situation, but Lantern is all alone, and it gets Dragon Tail down as out of pocket takes game one.
Tough lead for Pocket, but like we said, a very seasoned battler, stays calm, actually made a pretty risky safe swap, which paid off there. Didn't have a good Vigoroth answer on Matt's side, and now you have to wonder, maybe he tries to bring that Annihilate, but actually, looking at Pocket's team now, he's pretty strong against Annihilate, right? You have Shadow Claw on the Feraligatr, Cresselia, of course Skeledirge is going to be resisting counters, Chargebug also, so I actually wonder if this is maybe part of the team building strategy. You have a safe swap Vigoroth and a lot of counters to Annihilate there.
I feel like the Feraligatr also kind of benefits because it's not Shadow, it doesn't take quite as much damage from the counters, and you match the pacing of the Night Slash and win the charge attack priority. So maybe that does make sense given his team composition. I always urge trainers when they ask about certain picks to look at their overall team composition and see how it fits. And like you said, the regular Feraligatr picking up the Gligar matchup, it protects the Skeledirge and the Chargebug from out of pocket.
Well, Pocket is no stranger to kind of being a trendsetter. I think maybe you or Butters was giving him credit for introducing Superior into the meta early in the season, and here he is bringing a non-Shadow Feraligatr. You know, we haven't seen a lot of, we've seen some trainers succeed with Shadow Feraligatr, for example, at EUIC, but no one's really broken through into an extremely top spot, like let's say, you know, winning or grand finals with Feraligatr. So maybe, you know, maybe Pocket is the pilot that was needed all along.
When World of Wonders rolled around, everybody was saying, oh, Shadow Feraligatr is the truth, it's the next thing, it's going to take over the meta, but it's really kind of fizzled out. So we're going to see what Pocket can do with it this weekend. Heading into game number 2, what do you want to see from the map for real in terms of rebound? Because he had a great lead, but the Wigglytuff didn't really back him up as well in the loop. Triple body slams from Vigoroth.
Yeah, I think this is what happens with Wigglytuff is it looks really safe, right? You know, you're resisting ghost type damage, you're dealing neutral charms everywhere, or maybe super effective, but I think it just didn't really it wasn't utilized all that well that game. He had to go down 2 shields only for its energy to get completely walled. So I either want to see him drop swap the Wigglytuff or kind of recognize when its energy is useful and when it's not.
Familiar matchup for trainers that watch the championship series. We've got Cresselia lead into Shadow Gligar in the backline for Matt For Real. He's got his Skarmory and a Lantern, a little bit of ADA Flyers on the left side pocket, bringing that Vigoroth back, but 2 Pokemon that can beat Annihilate in his Cresselia and Skeledirge.
Well, Matt For Real probably happy that the Lantern isn't on the Cresselia here, gets to avoid those grass knots, but actually throws an Aerialist there. I think that's a little bit less efficient, but maybe thinking that 2 digs won't quite be enough to take out this beautiful shiny Cresselia on pocket side.
I think a lot of trainers in this matchup, when they look at how bulky Cresselia is, they expect the dig to come through first. So maybe he was even trying to get inside Pocket's head and bait a Protect Shield. We see the Gligar go for the dig here. This won't be quite enough to knock out, but it's going to take this Cresselia dangerously low.
Right, the Cresselia is definitely going to be able to hang on and probably farm up even, yeah, able to farm up probably before throwing the move. Maybe even throw the grass knot here. Yeah, it does. And it's going to be really close whether this takes out, but if not, you know, you're going to come out with a decent amount of energy to hit whatever comes in. Oh, wow, actually shields though.
First Protect Shield, Matt For Real doubling down on the Gligar, getting to the Aerial Ace just 1 Psycho Cut early. Out of Pocket is happy to take that shield advantage.
And this is interesting. I think Matt is thinking that switch advantage is going to be important, which if you look at that Skarmory Lantern backline, it does have some pretty polarizing matchups like against the Skeledirge. So now he's probably thinking that shield actually made a lot of sense. I might be able to get his shield back here if I can make the dig. It actually does get it off there. Able to get off this dig, pulls the shield back, and now you have Lantern for the Skeledirge and your Skarmory avoids it.
That's true, but Skarmory's matchup against Vigoroth is not clean cut, so there's still a ton of play here for both players. Lantern coming in, like you pointed out, great matchup for Matt For Real. He wants Lantern to have a second chance at that lead situation in Song Game 1.
That's right, Shadow Ball coming through here. The Skeledirge isn't debuffed this time, so gonna hit quite hard. Does put that Lantern just below half health, and here comes the Vigoroth. Maybe, like you said, it's not that clean cut, so I think Matt For Real is recognizing that, wants to throw this Surf and maybe put the Vigoroth into Sky Attack range before he switches out.
This is something as well, you see the players glancing over. They're looking at the team sheets. Out of Pocket's trying to predict what that third Pokemon in the back is. For Matt For Real, in comes the Skarmory. Maybe trying to catch a Body Slam?
Yeah, maybe trying to catch a Body Slam. Did do that extra spark before he swapped, but oh, this is uncomfortable because he threw that Surf, right? The switch clocks are just a little bit misaligned. Might open up a window later for Pocket to incinerate down or something. Here comes that second Rock Slide. Doesn't really threaten the Skarmory here. I think you can let this go as Matt For Real, and maybe put it all on that Lantern.
In terms of pacing for Skarmory, you're looking at 8 Steel Wings to the first Sky Attack. Meanwhile, the Vigoroth does get to the Rock Slide at only 7, so the first pacing is a little bit faster. Actually going to whittle it down to very low HP and then throw the Sky Attack here. Out of Pocket, Protect Shield, wants to counter down, recognizes the second Sky Attack isn't ready, and does get the knockout.
Yeah, Pocket wasn't able to get to that Body Slam first, but instead chose to shield it up and save it for this Lantern. And you have energy here, I think. Oh, but he doesn't throw the Charge Attack.
Yeah, miscalculation, right? You need to peel away that Protect Shield. He banked the Body Slam on the Vigoroth. If you could have taken the Protect Shield with the Skeledirge here.
He only needed the Disarming Voice, really.
All you need is to threaten the shield. Now the Body Slam is just going to get Protect Shielded, and Spark Lantern's going to take the win.
Tough situation for Pocket there. I think maybe the Vigoroth versus a Skarmory got a little bit weird, had to shield a very low health Vigoroth at the end, and then, you know, maybe just miscalculated the Incinerate energy. And Matt For Real looking very happy and maybe a little bit surprised that he was able to pull that one out.
We take those, right? That's what Matt For Real said. Rare mistake there by Out of Pocket, unable to time his Incinerate damage. We saw that as well with Teddy GM, right? Throwing the Disarming Voice against a Registeel instead of going for the final Incinerate to get the Incinerate down. Tough situation to be in, but as a Skeledirge trainer, you have to have so much patience.
And that's one of the tough things with running Incinerate users or other very long turn duration fast attacks, right? It's kind of hard to judge exactly how much energy you have, whether you're going to get to those charge attacks at the exact same time, and unfortunately just wasn't able to get out that last charge attack that he needed.
Yeah, the instant swap, like you said.
And right here has the Disarming Voice. Maybe didn't realize he was going to get it, and then just a couple seconds too late with Incinerate.
Yeah, whenever you throw an Incinerate as Skeledirge, you just have to assume that the Lantern's going to get 3 sparks, right? Because a spark is 2 turns, so 2, 4, and 6 as the Skeledirge finishes the Incinerate, and then unable to get off his own charge attack. Out of Pocket ran out of options.
And all of a sudden, the series is tied up 1-1. And I think this is actually a rematch from a previous tournament, Charlotte Winners Round 3, where Pocket actually defeated Matt. Matt's doing a little bit better this time, has it tied up at 1-1. And looks like we're going to be getting into this decisive game number 3 right here.
Cresselia lead from Out of Pocket into the Lantern. He wants to trap the Spark Lantern and get rid of that thing because it's been so annoying for his Skeledirge. Gonna look for a charge attack here any moment, but both trainers building energy. Actually, the switch by Matt For Real. He wants to preserve the Lantern. He thinks Skeledirge is coming in game game 3-2.
And he's absolutely right about that. Goes for the catch here, but I think Pocket's probably happy to see the Moonblast land on the Gligar here. He doesn't really have a great answer, right? Skeleturge taking super effective, and of course, the hardest wall for Chargebug actually goes for the Grass Knot here. Gets shielded up by Matt for real, so great call by Pocket there to save a little bit of energy.
Cresselia versus Shadow Gligar is already a tough matchup for the Shadow Gligar, but when you give Cresselia tons of energy to start it, it gets even more difficult. And if you're out of pocket, why don't you just win this matchup and then try to align your Chargebug against Lantern?
I think that's probably what he's going for. This dig doesn't really threaten, so you can even still build up some energy here. Throwing the Moonblast, wants to be sure that it takes out the Gligar in case he doesn't shield. And there it is. Now Pocket has come out of this matchup with some health, some energy, and then Matt for real, you know, doesn't even have alignment now as well. Well, he might come in with a Skarmory though, and then that actually walls the energy.
If you come in with a Skarmory, you can get probably a full Stealing down, but it's going to be a bit taxing, right? You might actually end up absorbing.
Do you switch out his Pocket here though? Because you've seen, yeah, there it is. You've seen the whole line. You know Chargebug is safe, right?
Yeah.
And you know that if Matt switches out here, you're gonna get the Skeleturge on the Skarmory, and there it is, exactly.
Crunch X Scissor. Crunch X Scissor Chargebug, so no discharge. What's going on?
Well, you throw X-Scissor in most matchups, so I don't hate it. But, you know, like we said, Pocket's a trendsetter. But with open team sheets, the opponents know exactly what's happening. But I wonder if that crunch is for things like Skeleturge, right?
It could be, yeah. I mean, even though the Cresselia matchup is, I mean, you just use the X-Scissor, so that's a mystery to me. But right now, he's up against the Lantern, going to fire a second X-Scissor here. We've seen Skeleturge incinerate down water types before, so he might not even Protect Shield up his Chargebug here and just go for the incinerate down, right?
Yeah, I think that's right. The Surf, you still live, and then you're going to be able to get off a couple of Volt Switches as well. So I think Pocket's probably going to be able to take out this Lantern eventually with just fast attacks alone. Actually, this is kind of scary, though. Do you get Sparked down? Ooh.
Oh, he does. Lantern has a ton of energy, but Pocket still has 2 Protect Shields. He's going to soak energy on the Cresselia. No Protect Shield coming up. Going to bring in the Skeleturge with 2 Protect Shields and try to burn his way through the back line.
And Matt probably thinking, what's in the back? And of course, it is that Skeleturge. He knows it's over right here. Look at these Incinerates coming through. Not even tapping the screen, and Pocket just calmly firing off these Incinerates and going to be able to take game number 3 right here.
Yeah, we saw a miracle matchup earlier in the season, Jangles versus King Alexander, when he's able to Brave Bird the Skeleturge in that matchup, but we don't see any Brave Bird shenanigans from Matt for real. He knows that game is over. 2 Protect Shield advantage for out of pocket, and that's a win.
I wonder if Pocket is kicking himself a little bit for that game number 2 end right there, but able to come back in game number 3. And you know, that game looked a little bit straightforward for Pocket at the end, but it actually wasn't, right? When the Gligar came in, didn't have an answer, but, you know, stayed calm, stayed in with the Cresselia, pulled a shield with a bait, and then eventually, you know, switched out with a Chargebug, recognizing that it was very safe against that entire line.
Yeah, if I could point like one specific moment that stood out to me, it was no shielding the Moonblast into the Gligar. I think in that situation, some trainers would go for the Grass Knot and then try to Psycho Cut down, but Out of Pocket went for the aggressive play with the Moonblast, got the knockout, and then really, if you're Matt for real, what do, right? You got the Skarmory, and then Hot Pocket switches out of that.
Right.
Really took away his options to win.
I think at that point, you kind of just hope that your remaining 2 Pokemon beat Pocket's 2 remaining Pokemon, but it is tough because you're at a disadvantage because Pocket has seen most of your line, right?
Yeah.
And you've only seen 1 Pokemon, so you're kind of gambling there.
As we take a look back at the series, Out of Pocket brings that Skeleturge all 3 games, even though it got pummeled in games 1 and 2 by the Lantern.
Right, well, if excluding the Lantern, it looks pretty good against Matt for real's entire team, right? Of course, walls the energy from the Wigglytuff there, able to get a huge energy advantage, and then up a shield, right? Guzzlord is able to use that advantage from the Skeleturge farm down to kind of finish out this first game.
Yeah, massive Dragon Tails coming through, Protect Shield advantage for Out of Pocket, and then we see the KO. Going into game number 2, Cresselia versus the Gligar, peels away the Protect Shield with the Grass Knot. In comes the Vigoroth, and the Rock Slide pacing very well calculated by Out of Pocket to land the Rock Slide and then get the counter down before the second Sky Attack, and then the instant swap into Skeleturge. But things go wrong because he doesn't throw the Charge Attack and he gets surfed out of there.
I think he wasn't, maybe because the Incinerate damage hadn't landed, he might have been thinking, this Disarming Voice isn't enough, Matt's gonna call the bait, I need the Shadow Ball, but yeah, I think by the time, you know, you get to the end, you realize it's probably enough.
Exactly. Game number 3, series tied up. Chargebug online against Skarmory, something you never want to see, but we do get the unique moveset reveal of Crunch and X Scissor. Lantern does get the Spark down, which is a little bit interesting, but soaking the energy on the Cresselia, coming out with the Skeleturge with 2 Protect Shields. Matt for real packs it up. He says, I'm just gonna punt to the next round. This match is over.
Right, well, got to do some load management, you know, rest those Pokemon so that they can come into the next match going nice and fresh. But congrats to Pocket there, gets that first round win on stream there, and got to be feeling pretty good as he advances through the tournament.
Looking pretty locked in out of Pocket.
Yeah,
right?
except for game 2.
Except for game 2, need to get
he knows.
a better handle on the Skeletor's. Yeah, I'm sure that's all he's thinking about, right? He said, yeah, the win is nice, but I should have played more clean. And that's what a lot of these trainers do. They're such perfectionists, even in their wins, even in their victories. If you talk to them backstage, they say, yeah, well, I could have done this. I should have done that. I should have shielded this. They always very like high critiques of themselves.
Right, well, I think when you're playing on stage, it's really easy to have that like extra voice in your head. Like as soon as you tap the charge attack or you tap the extra fast attack, you're like, oh my goodness, it's all falling apart. But
yeah, right.
No, part of the challenge is staying cool in these big moments, especially when you're on camera.
We saw Skeletor kind of burst onto the scene in San Antonio with Doonebug, but then it kind of fell off, right? We saw Incinerate users in the EU region, mainly Talonflame, was very, very prominent, even a Talonflame double grand finals, but Skeletor seems to be back. We've seen it 2 rounds in a row. Teddy and Out of Pocket are running it. I mean, are you a believer?
Yeah, I think I had it in my caster picks. I hope.
Yeah. There you go.
I mean, it does well. Like, the thing is, there's some matchups like Lickitung and Eomero where you wall the energy, and that's really nice. But you have to be really careful to not swap into those matchups when the fast attacks are still threatening. So, like, for example, if you chip a Lickitung a little bit, then you bring the Skeletor in. That's a great play. You wall all the energy, you get some Incinerates, and, like, Shadow Ball hits pretty much everything in the meta for a lot of damage.
It's true. It's neutral against almost anything besides normal types, right? The one thing you don't want to throw it into. But Incinerate, Disarming Voice is a very, very powerful combination. I know a lot of these trainers, so we don't talk about this enough. A lot of these trainers know how many cycle cuts they can allow Cresselia to get before they switch a Pokemon in and try to win the matchup, right? They say, oh, I can allow about 3 cycle cuts worth of energy, but if I allow 5 cycle cuts, they're going to outpace me to this move, then this move. With the Skeletor pick, you have to be so mindful of that, right? You have to get the chip, come in with the Incinerate damage, and kind of play your margins very carefully because it's such a slow and laborious Pokemon to play with Incinerate. I mean, you have to know your matchups by heart.
You have to know your matchups. You have to know exactly when you can throw those charge attacks to make sure that the opponent doesn't get an extra window to throw. But let's hear from Out of Pocket. I think he's going to tell us maybe about those secret Skeletor strategies. Take it away, Butters.
Yeah. Wait. Yeah. Yeah.
Is it being like recorded and being played later?
No. Live. Oh, thank you so much. I'm here with Out of Pocket, who brought the double Gator to the Orlando Regional. Can you talk about that team composition you just brought?
Not gonna lie, I didn't realize that I was using double Gator in Florida until I was like checking my team last night, and I was like, wait, I have 2 Gators in Florida. It was actually a team I copied from Blob NA at Vancouver, and also Dinoski ran at EUIC. So I did make a few tweaks though. As you guys may have seen, I did use normal Gator. It has a few matchups that it wins a little bit cleaner over Shadow, and also there's a little bit better down energy if I were to like swap it into a Shadow Gligar or something like that.
Very interesting. And any influence, because the international champion in Europe did run the Skeletors plus Vigoroth and Dragon Core. Any influence there, or did you come up with this team all by your own?
Well, as I said, I did yoink it off of someone from the last regional. Though, of course, as I also said, Dinoski did use at UIC. I was prepared to fight a Meweedle type team, and I felt like this team did have enough tools to beat it, and that's why I did use it. But the team composition from Meweedle didn't really influence how I built my team.
And how is your team versus Skarmory? Because Skarmory has been rising in the meta. We even saw in the Perth regional that's going on this weekend, 6 out of 8 of the top cut trainers had Skarm. How is your team against Skarmory?
I think my team's pretty good. Of course, Vigoroth, not the greatest into Skarm, but I have good tools like my Charge-a-Bug for Alligator and Skeletor that have been able to like cover my Crest and Guzzlord, which aren't as good.
Last question. What would you say the percentage chance is that you will be the Orlando Regional Champion?
100%!
All right, you heard it here. Back to you, casters.
All right, Thanks so much, Butters and Pocket. And I love the confidence from Pocket there. Over 100 trainers here, but you know, now that he's won one round, it's a 100% chance that he's going to be that exact one person in first place.
It's basically locked in, right?
He's locked in,
But we can just call the stream now. Out of Pocket's a champ. No, but seriously, we're gonna find out. You need that kind of confidence, right? They say it takes just a slim margin of delusion to believe you can beat everybody, right?
Yeah.
You can beat the Doonbugs, you can beat the Arrows, you can beat everyone else that's here, but you have to have that confidence, right? If you don't have the confidence going to the matchup, you've kind of already lost. Because if you look at, oh, I'm matched up against Softove, there's no way I can win, you probably won't win.
You know, I'm going to quote one of our other top trainers from North America who isn't here this weekend because he was in EUIC. Rise to Occasion once told me that confident Doon is the best player in the world.
Oh.
But he specifies confident Doon because, you know, it's a huge difference from unconfident Doon to confident Doon. So just like you were saying, you do need that confidence, especially when you're in an arena like this with so many talented trainers.
Well, you remember confident Doon versus Bibalicious in Arlington last season, defended the NA turf.
Exactly.
That's true.
Yeah.
Our trainers are ready on stage. Let's take a look at who we have coming up next. If you've been following the championship series, you'll recognize Mama Climbs on the left. She's going to go up against Main of the Hour.
All right, well, like you said, we've seen Mama Climbs on stream a couple of times throughout the season, so certainly no stranger to the stage right here. Looks like she's rocking that regular Whiz Cash, even though we've seen a lot of shadows on the rise. And speaking of shadows, look at Main of the Hour's team right here.
Yeah, I gotta say, everyone in chat, tag Zionic. Tag him right now because there's a Shadow Alolan Marowak on the field here from Main of the Hour. He's bringing Shadow Alolan Marowak, as Zionic likes to say, the greatest of all time in terms of Pokemon. He's also got Shadow Feraligatr, keeping the Florida vibe strong, as well as Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and a Dragon type as well. It's a little bit unconventional.
Well, let's look at Mama Climbs a little bit more right here. She, I believe, top cut in San Antonio earlier this season and running a pretty conventional team. We've seen a lot of teams running the 5 besides Talonflame right here, right? Whiscash, Chargebug, Lickitung, Shadow Gligar, Azumarill. Those all appear on, you know, Abhinav and Lyle Jeff's championship teams, but she switches up that last pick. Instead of a Vigoroth there, she has the Talonflame with the Incinerate that we were just talking about.
I think that every team needs at least one flying type Pokemon, and it's typically Gligar, but a lot of trainers are doubling up. You might see Shadow Gligar Skarmory, you might see Altaria and Shadow Gligar, but now the Incinerate user, Talonflame, adds a whole nother dimension. The moveset's also important because this is a Flame Charge Fly Talonflame. You don't have that aggressive one-hit pressure of Brave Bird, but you can pile on the damage. On the opposing side, Main of the Hour with his own fire type, Shadow Alolan Marowak. Let's keep those tags going for Zionic in the chat. He's also got Shadow Feraligatr, another Ice Beam user.
Right, yeah, just like Pocket, I think. Even though a lot of trainers often opt for Crunch, looks like maybe Ice Beam here, maybe just a little bit better for like Mandibuzz, of course, maybe the occasional Grass type, who knows what you'll see out there.
Exactly, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, a prominent pick in a lot of tournaments, actually won EUIC on Emmy Weedle's team, but it does not want to see Talonflame.
Well, taking a look at the teams just a little bit more, I like that Lickitung a lot from Mama Climbs, has a lot of neutral play. Obviously, you want to watch out for those fighters, but here we go into that game 1. We do see that Lickitung from Mama Climbs. You're into the Feraligatr, and you do resist these Shadow Claws.
This is a full HP 2 Protect Shield matchup. These trainers know exactly how this is going to play out. Hydro Cannon coming through immediately from the Shadow Feraligatr into the Lickitung. You're going to see it actually pile on quite a bit of damage. We're not used to seeing Lickitung take this much damage from a non-fighting type attack, but it does. Shadow Feraligatr is almost going to put this Lickitung within range of knockout. So we see the switch into Cresselia.
Well, wants to switch before you have to shield a power, but now you have a non-future sight Cresselia locked into a Talonflame here, and this is kind of reminding me of some of Teddy's matches earlier, right? It's kind of locking yourself into maybe a terrible matchup, but potentially hoping for, you know, getting this Talonflame relatively low, maybe relatively low on energy, and then maybe you can farm down with the Feraligatr. Because look, he's looking to bait it out. He has a Sandslash in the back.
Exactly right, and this keeps it away from the Ice and Steel type in the back. We're going to see the first Flame Charge come through here. Knows it's not a Brave Bird. Probably not going to shield anyway, but doesn't do it regardless. We're going to see another Moonblast get fired up. Great timing by Main of the Hour to go for the 2 Cycle Cuts and then the Moonblast on the 5th turn.
And Mama Climbs knows she resists everything here. Instead of throwing that charge attack, which she had an opportunity to do, she goes for a little bit of extra farm, throws the Fly here just at the last second because the Cresselia actually was pretty close to another charge attack.
Great call by Mama Climbs. Gonna get the knockout here onto Cresselia. No protect shields were harmed in the making of this battle. We're gonna see Talonflame probably fire off another fly. She's gotta remember how much energy Shadow for Alligator has, because if she goes for the Incinerate, she might get lost in the sauce. Gator comes in. We're gonna see Shadow Claw come through, but the fly immediately safe play by Mama Climbs.
And she was keeping really good track there. Just like you said, that for Alligator was actually 2 off a Hydro Cannon. So she's making sure to pull back the Protect Shield here, gets the Shadow Claw down on the Frog, well, Man in the Outer does.
Wow.
And now she's probably gonna bring in the Lickitung. Still has some energy because she was really patient and didn't throw it on that Cresselia.
Actually throws 2 licks and then the body slam gonna land on the charge type priority tie. We're gonna see the Hydro Cannon come through. These Shadow Claws are double resistant, but Lickitung is so low. Locks in the Feraligatr on the charge type priority, which is great for Mama Climbs because now she's gonna force away that Protect Shield.
Exactly, because look, Man of the Hour has a Steel type in the back, which resists all those charge attacks. Gonna switch it in now, trying to wall the energy, but here comes the Eomero, and this matchup is really interesting because if you're the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, all of your charge attacks, your charge attack and your fast attack are all non-stop, so you're not doing that much damage. But on the other hand, you resist all the charge attacks from Eomero, so it can actually go on for quite a long time.
Yeah, in this matchup, I mean, the Ice Beam is resisted, the Play Rough is resisted, but the same type attack bonus.
With those bubbles.
And the bubbles are going to be the difference makers, right? Water and Fairy typing, so bubbles and Play Rough are the way to go in this matchup. First Protect Shield, or excuse me, last Protect Shield for Man of the Hour goes up there. Mama Climbs hanging on to her last Protect Shield on her side.
That's a great call for Man of the Hour because that Play Rough is the hardest hitting charge. As crazy as this sounds, a resisted Play Rough from an Eomero is the hardest hitting charge attack remaining because remember that Lickitung still has some energy. I think Mama Climbs is hoping to land it on the Feraligatr later.
Mama Climbs going for the clockwise spin on the counterclockwise Fairy type animation, but Man of the Hour actually not even baiting the Ice Punch either, I wanted to call out, because I mean that's a pretty safe bait in this situation if you know Mama Climbs is on the back heel here. We're gonna see the drill run connect into the Eomero. The fast swap into Feraligatr, throwing the Hydro Cannon. Is this a combo play he needed to win?
Well, you do get it off on this Eomero, but remember that Lickitung resists the Shadow Claws, and maybe, I think the Lickitung might be able to lick down here and come out with some energy for that Alolan Sandslash. Look at these Shadow Claws not doing anything. Licks are chunking away, and this Lickitung has a lot of energy right here.
Sandslash doesn't have a charge stack, so the Power Whip does come through. Cool, calm, and composed. Mama Climbs lands a Power Whip into the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. This is going to be a knockout onto the Shadow Pokemon and a Game 1 victory for her.
Really cleanly played there, patient on the lead, not throwing the energy right away when that Cresselia switched in. Got a huge advantage coming out of Talonflame versus Cresselia, right? Had a whole charge attack, got the shield back, maintained switch advantage, maintained her energy. Yeah, really calm, cool, and collected throughout the battle. I think at the end there, you mentioned, is that the combo play he needed? I think he needed some more Shadow Claws so he could get energy with the resisted bubbles coming through instead of the licks, right? But it was really tough because I think Mama Climbs maybe could have also just switched out herself.
No, you're exactly right. We saw him actually undercharged, but then the switch out from Mama Climbs kind of nullified that. As you look back here, the safe double fly from Mama Climbs, but does get Shadow Claw down by the Shadow Feraligatr. Doesn't even take that last Incinerate. Throwing the Drill Run, no Ice Punch baits from Man of the Hour, all business. Switches in the Feraligatr, throws a Hydro Cannon combo play in the midst of the bubble, but Feraligatr gets licked down. It actually gets 4 Shadow Claws. It was 1 Shadow Claw away from the final Hydro Cannon. So this matchup was very close.
Yeah, if it farmed up just a little bit more against the Eomero, right? Maybe he could have reached that last Hydro Cannon, but it's an uncomfortable situation because you're worried that the Eomero is going to switch out.
I like the call that you made out before game 1. Look at Mama Climbs' Lickitung in this matchup. You've got Ghost type Shadow Alolan Marowak, Ghost type Annihilate, Psychic type Cresselia, and Feraligatr throwing double resistant Shadow Claws. Lickitung has a massive amount of play. I predicted in all 3 games if this goes the distance.
Right, it's really safe against that whole line of 6, and it was really safe against that whole line just now, right? The Shadow Claw Feraligatr, the Shadow Claw Alolan Sandslash, where those licks are, you know, kind of the main source of damage there. So we'll have to see if Man of the Hour makes any adjustments, maybe brings one of the fighters, either the Annihilate or the Como-O, which can at least hit for super effective damage.
I mean, you saw Talonflame, you saw Lickitung in game number 1. I think Como-O is a solid play into that team composition if you're expecting Mama Climbs to do a similar thing here in game number 2. We're going to find out, though, because I really like the awareness, the situational kind of observations that Mama Climbs is making in this matchup. She doesn't really seem to be out of her element.
Right, I really like the way she played that first game.
Going into game, let's take a closer look here at Mama Climbs. Today, bringing Whiscash, Talonflame, Chargebug, Lickitung, Eomero, and Shadow Gligar, but finished top 16 in San Antonio.
All right, well, she's been competing a lot this season, so it's really great to see her kind of have a breakout performance earlier in San Antonio. But looks like we're getting into this game number 2, and Mama Climbs is sticking with the Talonflame, but this time it's it's in the lead, so now it sees the Feraligatr.
Goes straight for the Lickitung. That's safe Pokemon you can always reach for when you get a tough lead situation. Shadow Feraligatr going to fire up the first Hydro Cannon. We saw from game 1 how much damage this does. We know 2 Hydro Cannons are not enough, but it does take this Lickitung dangerously low. We see the switch into the Cresselia. What's going on here, Soph?
I thought he was going to go into Lowland Sandslash to wall the energy, but it makes sense he's bringing it here to avoid the Talonflame, right?
It does make sense, but at the same time, I mean, you need to lock down switch advantage for main of the hour regardless. So we're going to see the Cresselia go for the Moonblast right off the bat. Mama Climbs has 2 Protect Shields, but the switch timers are a little bit desync as well.
They are throwing the Moonblast here, but I wonder if maybe just 2 Grass Knots would have been enough, because look, now you need another charge attack, and Grass Knot is going to be overkill, I think.
It will. Lickitung going for another charge attack, goes for the Body Slam here. A little bit of rough timing, allows the Psycho Cut through, but it's really difficult to time those 2-turn fast attacks. Going to go for the Body Slam, connecting to the Cresselia. Does do a bit of chip damage, but already up to the Grass Knot. Throws up another Body Slam. Is this actually going to plan? Does he want the Cresselia to be low in HP?
Yeah, he probably wants to reduce farm for the Talonflame, so maybe you take a couple more licks here and then throw the Grass Knot.
Yeah, exactly right. Takes 2 more licks, throws the Grass Knot. Mama Climbs with 2 Protect Shields.
She can lick down if she wants to.
She might be able to, yeah, she might be able to shield and lick down, but opts to save her Protect Shields for the Talonflame. She's got Charge Bug as well. I like the Charge Bug matchups into the back line as well.
It is really safe, so maybe if she can maybe pull a shield. Oh, doesn't get the charge attack there, but it doesn't really matter. Oh, she actually hard swaps into Charge Bug here, and many of the others switches out into the Alolan Sandslash. This is an interesting matchup. The Shadow Claws add up more and more as those shields start getting pulled, but looks like going for the first drill run here.
If your Mama Climbs, do you let this through, throw a charge attack, try to take a shield, and then close the Talonflame? I don't know. We're going to see the first shield come up.
Problem is with Talonflame, you don't get a lot of farm because they do so much damage to the Sandslash, right? Looks like she's going for the discharge here. Probably could have baited, but yeah.
That's okay. Does take away the first Protect Shield for main of the hour. Gonna look for another discharge back-to-back. Wants to apply some pressure here to the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Throws the second discharge. Do we get the second Protect Shield? Yes! Double shielding the Shadow Alolan Sandslash and clearing the runway for Talonflame.
Well, I think he's hoping that the Feraligatr will be able to take care of the Talonflame without shields, right? You live a fly, and then you need to get to a Hydro Cannon. Looks like this Charge Bug does take the Ice Punch. It's getting very, very low here, but...
Wow, gets a full Shadow Claw down. That's the worst case situation for Mama Climbs, because now the Alolan Sandslash
she has to let this go, though.
Throw a couple of fast attacks and land the charge attack, and you're right, has to let it go. Does still get the Incinerate through, but I expect Man of the Hour to switch out into Feraligatr.
Well, he was forced to switch out because that KO'd, but here comes the first fly, but now no Protect Shields remaining. I think this fly does a lot of damage, maybe even takes it out.
I don't think Feraligatr can hang on.
Right.
Same type of attack bonus fly comes through. Feraligatr has not enough HP and does get KO'd by the fly, and Mama Climbs is as surprised as we are.
Right, really pulled that one out. I like the call that you made, right? Try to close the Talonflame once you get the shields, and I thought that Feraligatr was going to be able to hang on, but it did take, I think it took a Volt Switch when the Charge Bug switched in, right? And then it took a little bit of damage earlier on, so that was a really great comeback from a terrible lead from Mama Climbs.
I just want to point out a high-level play by Main of the Hour. Could have gone for the drill run to knock out that Charge Bug, but instead goes for the Ice Punch and then perfectly calculates the Shadow Claw down to avoid the second discharge. That's actually a sneaky good play by that trainer as well.
It is tough, though, because the damage from that Alolan Sandslash didn't really matter at the end, right? You needed to land a Hydro Cannon, and Mama Climbs knew that. She saved her shield, took the Ice Punch, even though it brought her very low, and was able to close out with that fly.
Shadow Feraligatr has a tough time against Gligar, has a tough time against Talonflame. What's going on?
Yeah, what is it supposed to be? A water type that loses to fire and ground? Come on, man.
Yeah, it has been a Lantern once, right? We saw that last weekend, but that was a tough series for Main of the Hour. They're going to look for a rebound in that loser side bracket, but Mama Climbs will continue on the winner side. Impressive Talonflame play, very calm and composed with their Charge Bug as well. And Lickitung, like you pointed out, Soph, was so incredibly safe. Led it game 1, safe switch at game 2.
All right, so she had a more positive matchup in game 1. Let's take a look at game 1 and game 2 highlights just really quickly here. And we actually have some audio here, so it looks like they're getting ready. Some well wishes before the game. And here's that game 1, of course, ending with that Azumarill and Alolan Sandslash matchup, which, of course, the Lickitung was pretty safe into this entire line and ended up closing it out.
I wonder if Feraligatr would have just not thrown against Azumarill and just gone for the Shadow Claws like you were talking about earlier, if that could have been a different outcome, but the Power Whip was enough. to secure the game 1 victory for Mama Climbs. And game number 2, safe switches the Lickitung is met by the Cresselia, but just holds on to those shields all game long, and it pays dividends in the end.
And it's actually a nice team read from Main of the Hour because the Lickitung ended up being the best place for the Cresselia that game. And I actually kind of like that team composition for Mama Climbs, right? Kind of trapping the Cresselia, obviously has play into Charge Bug and Lickitung, but kind of was able to get an advantage with Incinerate out of it, right?
Yeah, and if you lead Talonflame, you want insurance against Shadow for Alligator, so she picked 2 Pokemon that beat it pretty handedly in the Charge Bug and the Lickitung.
Yeah, really nice play. Again, she looks surprised. She's probably, I mean, when you lead Talonflame into Feraligatr, I think the whole game in the back of your mind, you're like, oh my gosh, like, this game is over. It's all downhill from here, but she pulled it out.
Not only lead, but also losing Switch, too.
Yeah.
You can't even control Switch.
Yeah.
So what do? Apparently win the game.
Apparently win the game. I mean, she recognized, right, Lickitung is very safe against this whole line, so I'm going to get something coming out of it. It ends up being taking the energy from Feraligatr, getting the Incinerate out, and that's actually pretty good, too, because the Feraligatr then didn't have energy for the Talonflame later.
Exactly. You do get the single Incinerate against the Shadow, Alolan Sand Slash, double super effective against the Shadow. It's just disgusting amounts of damage, but the Fly turned out to be enough, and like you said, switching in, taking that Volt Switch was just a little bit too much damage, excuse me, for the Shadow for Alligator. So things are tough for Shadow for Alligator. Let us know in the Twitch stream if you think that Pokemon still has a lot of play in the current meta. That being said, though, no Skeledirge, but another Incinerate user, 3 sets in a row, Soph.
Yeah, well, Incinerate is a very powerful fast attack, high damage, high energy, but let's hear from the trainer herself, Mama Climbs, who just played that fantastic series. Take it away, Caleb.
All right, thank you, Soph. I'm here with Mama Climbs right off her victory 2-0 in her first set of bouts on stage. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I was kind of surprised game 2. I thought he had me there with that lead, but yeah, it feels great.
Yeah, it was quite the spicy team. You also had a little bit of spice on your team. You're running Talonflame. What was your inspiration to bring Talonflame for this tournament in Orlando?
I mean, probably Valor-Ash. We're actually running the same team this tournament. But yeah, I've actually been using Talonflame a lot in GBL. And yeah, kind of liking it. It's a lot of fun.
All right, and yeah, we know Talonflame, a staple for Valor-Ash's team. Somehow you two are in the same bracket yet again, and there's a chance you all will meet down the road. How are you feeling about that potential prospect?
Well, that'll be interesting for sure. We'll see who gets to sleep on the couch tonight, I guess.
I love it. And before we go to our next set of battles, I know that before you meet potentially Valor-Ash down in a winners finals, you have to actually face off against Doonebug, one of our top trainers, not only in North America, but all around the world. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it'll be a challenge for sure, but yeah, we'll do our best for sure.
Right, well, if you keep playing like you did on stage, and I think you give Doonebug quite the run for his money. Speaking of Doonebug, let's take a quick break and take a look at Doonebug's run in San Antonio.
Doonebug has won 13 straight games to start this grand finals.
And back in 2016, Pokemon Go was the first ever Pokemon game I played. I'd never played a single Pokemon game before learning about Pokemon Go. When I was a freshman at college, there was a wild Dragonite that spawned, and the whole campus literally ran to the spawn. And it was such a frenzy. It was such a fun time. I've just gotten to love the game and love the Pokemon series. It's just been a really fun learning experience, and the community is great. It's just fun competition.
Doonebug, who's absolutely on fire.
I have a sports background. I'm a competitive person by heart, so it was pretty easy transition to competitive play. My favorite moment was probably winning Arlington last year. The tournament before that, I came off being reverse swept in the losers finals, which was very heartbreaking end to a tournament. And then I was able to come back and win Arlington. Felt like such a big step for me. I would look up to the previous world champion, Nate Saxon. He's a really good friend of mine. He's been very helpful in my journey with team building and practicing, and he's just a very nice person too.
What an epic end to that battle. It doesn't get closer than that.
My number one goal is to win Worlds, but I would just love to do well at Worlds because the last 2 World Championships I haven't done as well as I wanted. I've learned that I am really competitive. I am also one of the best players in the world. A lot of people say that about me too. And I like winning.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. This is Will Dunphy, and I'll be recapping the 2024 Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Knoxville. Over 120 trainers converged at the gateway to the Smoky Mountains for an exciting weekend of battles, proving that win conditions can be found anywhere, even in the deepest of valleys. The top performing team from the past two NA regionals fell short as Shadow Gligar and Shadow Whiscash made outsized impacts. On Championship Sunday, Rockhaven 703 was sent to the losers bracket by Doonebug and his double boosted Annihilate.
It is double boosted, Caleb! It is double boosted!
Magic Mason conjured victories against Awesome Ev and Rise to the Occasion before succumbing to Doonebug as well.
A boost again!
No way!
Look at
He
the counter
is
adding up! You can't even get to the power whip!
Rockhaven 703's focus never eroded as he persevered through the losers bracket where he would eventually meet Magic Mason. In a decisive Game 5, Magic Mason ended the seesaw of momentum in the losers finals and powered himself through with Charjabug.
I think it's gonna be enough, almost enough to pick up the knockout. Two mudshots go through and the X-Scissor knocks out the Whiscash.
This set the stage for a rematch between Doonebug 97 and Magic Mason in the grand finals. Doonebug proved unstoppable though, as he swept the finals, finishing 18-1 and making history as the first North American trainer to win 2 regional championships in the same season.
Doonebug becomes your back-to-back champion here in North America.
The road to Worlds is paved with thrilling victories and narrow defeats. Begin your own championship journey by visiting Pokemon.com/compete.
My friend Charlie, she got me into Pokemon and she doesn't play anymore. I'd been into Pokemon my whole life, but I'd never actually picked up Pokemon Go. I picked it up 2 years after everyone else.
And of course, we've got Abhinav at the top there, the regional champion.
First starter I picked in the first Pokemon game I played, Pokemon Platinum, Torterra. Such a cool Pokemon, great design, best grass type, and overlooked Pokemon. Yeah, I love Torterra. For a long time I was hesitant, like, should I take part in PvP? Am I good enough? Am I cool enough? Going to tournaments with like fellow Chicago locals, seeing them in person, battling in person, bonding, talking, having a good time. I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for those tournaments back then. And I will always remember that my first big tournament win, sitting in my dorm room in the middle of COVID, no one around me. I told myself, if I can win this tournament, I can surely do bigger and better things.
He competed in Indianapolis, the North American International Championships, then the Open India qualifier as well, getting 9th place in that. And then now in 2024, the year of Abhinav.
I'm in a transitional phase of my life, just graduated college. So I told myself, push hard this season, qualify for Worlds, and then one last hurrah. Now that I've done it, I have to kind of recalibrate my goals for the rest of the season, I guess. Portland definitely is maybe the biggest notch in my belt, but a lot of boxes ticked, you know. Wanted to do it for like India and for Chicago, wanted to qualify for Worlds. I feel like I proved not just to the world, but to myself that this is something that I'm really good at and that I should continue doing because I'm one of the world's best.
So it's really all on the line here. Whoever wins this series is going to go to the World Championships.
It's a very emotionally charged experience playing this game because, you know, things happen in the flash of a second, and in a completely non-Pokemon context, I've learned about who I am as a person, what makes me happy, what makes me sad.
And Abhinav will be your Portland Regional Grand Champion!
I'm on a faction or like a team. We're called the Chicago Stars. And our captain for the longest time was a trainer called Barnabas. He sadly passed away recently due to cancer, and I have so many great memories playing in-person tournaments with him for so many years, and one of the biggest reasons I've grown into who I am right now.
Welcome back to the Day 1 Regional in Orlando. That was such a beautiful Pokemon journey from Abhinav, and we have 2 more trainers trying to complete their Pokemon journey on stage. We have one, Bulk, who is on the bubble of that World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii, against a new trainer trying to prove himself. Rody Nana.
Yeah, and actually a little history from Bulk as well. It's, actually on the same team as Abhinav, same team as the Chicago Stars that he mentioned in his interview. So really great to see both competitors here. Actually, I believe Abhinav is also here in Orlando competing as well. So a lot of familiar faces, and Bulk was our winner of Milwaukee Regional last year and qualified for World Championships through that. So looking for another qualification this season as well, and so far doing pretty well, still on the winner side.
Yeah, he is on that winner's side. This season has been tougher for him than last season. The 2023 season was that qualification. I believe right before the World Championships, Bulk did qualify, got first place in a regional, and then made it to the World Championships in Yokohama. But this year, he's struggled a little bit, but he is coming off of his best performance yet. So can he keep up that momentum? Obviously, he is already going to be in round number 4 of Group B.
And I think Bulk typically runs fairly meta teams. You can see a very strong meta team from Bulk here. I believe this is actually the same exact team that Doonebug ran to win Knoxville. It was, as we saw in an earlier reel. So running that same exact team, and looks like a really strong team overall. We got Rody Nana running the Wigglytuff, which in some situations, fantastic. Other situations, a little bit more of a liability. So you really just want to mainly avoid that Skarmory on the side of Bulk. And you can pretty much just muscle through all the other matchups if you have enough shields. But we got the non-Shadow Whiscash, Cresselia with Moonblast, Wigglytuff, Talonflame, Shadow Gligar, and Charjabug.
Yeah, another Talonflame. We had Mama Climbs with the Talonflame. We thought that was more of an EU special, but a lot of Talonflame so far here in Orlando, even with the popularity of Skeletors. That's really interesting to choose that other Incinerate fast attacker. And then on Bulk side, I just want to key in on one Pokemon, that is the Skarmory. Skarmory has been shooting up the rankings. It is now number 6 in terms of usage at 40% here in Orlando. It was really strong day number 2 at EUIC. And then there is also another tournament going on this weekend in Perth. And actually 6 out of the top 8 trainers are running Skarmory in Top Cut of Perth.
Yeah, Skarmory just super strong, right? Completely walls off Gligar with the top meta pick, honestly, in every one of these tournaments, and top performing pick in a lot of these tournaments as well. And then also walling off that Cresselia has so much utility, and we saw a rise in Cresselia as well. I mean, we got Gligar and Cresselia on the team of Rody Nana. On top of that, you also have the Wigglytuff. So 3 completely dominating matchups for Skarmory. So obviously, it's got a lot of play. I remember Doonebug said it was his MVP at EUIC as well. So you can see a lot of trainers pivoting over to that Skarmory now that it has that Steel Wing. And here we go. Game number 1, Rody Nana versus Bulk, and it's going to be the Charjabug lead against Shadow Gligar, a completely disastrous lead for the Charjabug.
Instant pivot into Cresselia. This is the Moonblast Grass Knot, and then met by Lickitung, but Cresselia did get a slight energy advantage, and you can sometimes flip this matchup in the 0 Protect Shields. We're going to see if Rody Nana can do that.
Yeah, if you get a debuff right here on this first Moonblast, it could definitely change things quite a bit. Let's see if the debuff is going to come through. No debuff on this first Moonblast. If you have Future Sight on this Cresselia, it actually makes this matchup much better for the Cresselia, but it's kind of risky to run Future Sight in a meta where there's a lot of Skeledirge and Manabuzz.
Yeah, then it gets a little bit sketchy if you don't have the Future Sight. Some Cresselias can do it depending how you train them and how lucky you got with some mirror trades between friends, but it's not likely. So if Bulk does get the alignment here, that is just going to be so tough. You're going to have that Shadow Gligar matchup against the Charjabug. I feel like Rody Nana is going to have to try to do something here to try to flip that matchup from being a reality.
Yeah, and no debuff on the second one, too. I misspoke. Skeledirge, you definitely want the Future Sight, but I think just for the dark coverage, Moonblast is better. And unfortunately, not winning the charge attack priority, Bulk going to get this Bison off first, not messing around, doesn't want to tank another move, is going to finish off this Cresselia. And the thing is, the Charjabug can't really just Volt Switch this down. You're going to take a lot of damage. You're going to have to commit some energy or go for a very aggressive farm down. That might be what Rody Nana does, because really, what play do you have into the Gligar?
Well, there is one play in the back. What if you save all your Protect Shields for the Wigglytuff? There's a very aggressive strategy laying in the back, because if you get some chip damage, maybe you double X-Scissor here, swap into the Wigglytuff, 2-shield Wigglytuff. It's not over yet for Rody Nana.
It is not, and X-Scissor, yes, resisted, but also Discharge is resisted, so X-Scissor the better move to throw in this situation against Gligar. And you're absolutely right, Butters. If you chip this down enough, Bulk might be wishing he spent a shield somewhere, because there's not a lot of places to spend shields at this point in time. You have the charm damage coming through against the Shadow Whiscash. Bulk actually going for the Mud Bomb bait
really
instead.
Smart. That's really smart here because you know you're going to get the Protect Shield. Do you really need to go for that 50-50? You just want to try to get some damage off so you can still win the game with Gligar. You're just trying to get all the Protect Shields off, but you didn't throw. You didn't throw the Scald, so now you give up your own Protect Shield.
Yeah, and the tricky part is the Mud Bomb bait is nice because it's lower energy, but at the same time, you don't go for that debuff chance. And this charm damage is starting to add up. Going for a double bait and gets no shield call from Brody. A really great no shield because Scald would be almost enough to knock out. Mud Bomb not even close. And here we're going to continue to charm down. Ball going straight Mud Bomb at this point too. I think this one is probably worth shielding. And Brody is going to shield. But the thing is, Gligar is just still going to just completely wall off this Charge Bug in the back. And it has a decent amount of energy coming in. You see Bulk just not want to take any risk, going for the aerial ace right away. Doesn't want to take any more extra charm damage. And I believe Bulk might still have a shield remaining too. Yeah, still a shield remaining. This is a really tough situation for this Charge Bug.
Yeah, you definitely needed to get to that Icy Wind to at least get the Protect Shield down, and then maybe a Prayer with the double X Scissor could knock out that Shadow Gligar. But this is the exact reason you're seeing Lantern overtake Charge Bug in terms of usage in the meta because of this matchup. It is just so dominant for Gligar and so dominant here for Bulk as he takes a 1-0 victory in these winter semis.
Fantastically well played from Bulk there too, staying composed as well. I mean, Bulk has a lot of experience on the stage as well, a seasoned veteran trainer, and in the face of a 2-shield charmer, he's not phased.
Yeah, I think he has at least 10 competitions under his belt here versus Rody Nana. This is his second ever competition, but Rody Nana is already on the winners semis, which is quite hard too because we have seeding now. So this means that he has been upsetting trainers throughout his journey here. So can he upset one more trainer in Bulk and get a reverse sweep? He's gonna need better alignment in that situation than he got there.
Yeah, I believe this is Rody Nana's actually second ever tournament. First tournament was earlier this year in Charlotte, 65th place there, looking to extend that placement here in Orlando. And here we see not even baits, just Bulk just going straight Mud Bomb, which I think maybe just a matchup knowledge he's aware of, recognizing that, you know what, I just stripped the shields from this Wigglytuff and my Gligar can sweep, and Gligar sweep it is. Gligar just so strong in this meta, Butters.
It's unstoppable, really. You even see it being safe swapped all the time because there is not a ton of ice, and even against the most common waters like the Whiscash, it's great against Lantern as well. So there's nothing really to punish it. What even punishes a safe swap Shadow Gligar in the top meta? Now there's at least a Skarmory that is number 6 in the meta.
Yeah, Dewgong's another option too, but Dewgong not as popular in usage. I mean, there's just so many electric types. You got the Fighters, the Vigoroth, and a few Steels here or there, so it's not as great. Rody Nana says Wigglytuff is what makes his team special. Definitely does, because you don't see Wigglytuff as often. Once in a while you see 1 or 2 in the top cut, but you know, as much as the damage from Charm goes, it's actually not the easiest Pokemon to pilot in a lot of situations.
Yeah, I like its typing and how it functions that way, because now you can hard counter the Lickitung, and then you can also counter the counter users, which the fighting types. And there is that Lickitung, which you're trying to match up with, because it's your only answer really on your entire team versus that Lickitung, or else it's super safe. So you do see once again that Wigglytuff is in the back line, but if it gets matched up against Skarmory, that is going to be so tough. So once again, alignment matters.
Alignment does matter quite a bit, and the thing is, Charger Bug typically loses that 0'd in 1 shield scenario against Lickitung. You have to commit both shields if you're Rody Nana to even win this matchup. So the better position is definitely being on Bulk's side here with the Lickitung. Let's see if Rody Nana actually spends a shield or not, but like you said, if you don't win switch advantage, this could get ugly pretty quick. Whiscash does have a lot of play into both the Skarmory and the Gligar, so there might be some hope for Rody Nana in that Whiscash.
Yeah, and at least maybe if you could bait out the Skarmory with a Whiscash. So if you soft lose this matchup, if you're Rody Nana, the Lickitung wins, and you go for a really aggressive mud shot down, maybe then you bait out the Skarmory, because the Skarmory is not going to take super effective damage from the Scald like the Shadow Gligar would, and then the Wigglytuff could match up against the Shadow Gligar in the back. So that is a possibility here.
Oh, going for the aggressive Volt Switch down, not able to do it. Rody Nana spending both shields now. Bulk up 2 shields. Will not have switch advantage, but I think he's going to be pretty happy with that still.
Yeah, are you going to be able to get the Volt Switch down? You do get the Volt Switch down, but you're down 2 Protect Shields. Instant pivot, trying to bank that energy, expecting the Shadow Gligar to come in, and he was correct, but now this means that the Skarmory is waiting in the back, up 2 Protect Shields.
And the Scald is actually going to connect first. If you get a debuff on this first Scald, this this actually is going to help the Whiscash quite a bit. It's definitely not over for Rodinana yet. We get the debuff, which is huge. Shields are down, so Bulk's going to go straight for the harder hitting dig. But the thing is, this Whiscash is going to get to another skull before another dig is reached from Gligar. Can you potentially forego the dig and go air race? No, I don't think that's going to be the case. And here you see Rodinana going for another Scald. And Bulk going to spend both shields on this Gligar, maybe recognizing that there might be the Wigglytuff in the back.
A great move by that new trainer to wait a turn to see if it gets swapped on into the backline Pokemon. It didn't get swapped on, and you got the double debuff. Now this Gligar is sitting there with some energy, but double debuff, you expect to pivot, but remember, there is the double discharge. You have that energy in the back. That's not going to go anywhere into the Skarmory. Here it comes. So now, how do you position this? You need to throw super effective damage, and there it comes, the discharge. Can you hold on from one Steel Wing? I think you can.
I think you can. Rodinana wasn't as patient on the switch timer, so was locked into the Wigglytuff into the Skarmory for a little bit, but that might not be the end of the world because you got energy lead on the Wigglytuff. You just need to get to Icy Wind to take out this Gligar. Gligar doesn't have a lot of room to farm, but I think Gligar left with a little bit of extra energy. It might be enough. Let's see if Bulk can pull it off.
Almost an air race.
I don't think it's enough.
You only get one wing attack, and dig is not going to be enough. You're going to have to throw double aerial ace, maybe. That's what Bulk is going for the double aerial ace. Can you get there before the Icy Wind? How many charms are you away? 1 or 2?
I think it's going to be at least 2 charms, and I don't think it's going to be enough.
Oh,
yeah, here it is. It's going to be 2 charms. Double aerial ace is going to clean it up for Bulk. Bulk not winning the alignment, but then not having the alignment in the end. Still able to make some magic happen. I mean, it's a Shadow Gligar show, I gotta say, Butters.
That was super impressive from Bulk. Really impressive from Rodinana. It's not an accident that he's in these winter semis, even though he's a newer trainer. He waited a turn to make sure he didn't get swapped on. And then I love how he played it in the back because he banked that energy. He expected the Shadow Gligar to come in, so he pivoted with double discharge, knowing that could be better in the back. He did use it in the back. The only thing I think you could have done, maybe you do another charm or 2 into the Skarmory to get an energy lead, because it's just a balance. You can't let the Skarmory get to a Sky Attack, but you can let him get right at the Sky Attack, and then you can unleash all that energy.
Yeah, he was really just 1 charm away from taking out that Gligar, forcing game number 3. But Bulk playing well and composed in that first set of battles on stage, and now he will be waiting in the winners finals for his next opponent.
Bulk is one of those trainers that just gets really good by the end of the season. I don't know what it is. At the end of the 2023 season, then he was really strong. Now the end of the 2024 season, he's like one of those NBA players. They're just better in the playoffs. He's like Jimmy Butler here in the championship series, but Bulk just starts becoming unstoppable toward the inner stages, and once again he has advanced to the winners finals already early on in Orlando.
Yeah, and a 2-0 in the winners semifinals. Let's take a quick look at the replay here to see how Bulk got there. But here we go. We have a fantastic lead in game number 1 for Bulk, but just because you have a good lead doesn't mean you always win the matchup. You still have to play pretty clean in the back end, and here that 2 shield charm Wigglytuff strategy, just unfortunately not enough damage from this Wigglytuff to just muscle through both Pokemon by itself.
Yeah, and I like that decision from Bulk to just get those Protect Shields down. Don't even worry about that Scald debuff. Just try to go for the consistent play, and the consistent play is definitely Shadow Gligar because it is almost unstoppable in this meta, and it's unstoppable against Rodinana's team. There was literally no answer for it.
Yeah, and then, you know, you got the neutral matchup of Lickitung. Like I said, you could only really win this matchup if you commit both shields. You can actually, Rodinana was trying to catch on the Whiscash, but the timing from Bulk actually stopped that from happening, throwing the Body Slam in between during the Volt Switch animation. Here, we see the double debuff come out from Rodinana's Whiscash, but still just not enough to take out Bulk's
this is
Gligar.
where I think you could charm a couple more times. You wait until it's almost at Sky Attack, and then you throw. So I think you could have got at least 1 more charm, and like we said, look, he is 1 charm away from landing it. So if he did that charm, he would have got there and maybe secured that game number 2.
Yeah, Rodinana knew as well too. Super close game for him there, but Bulk is going to clean up with that 2-0 victory, awaiting his opponent in that winners finals for day number 2.
Yeah, well played by both the trainers. We're moving on. We're progressing here in Orlando already. Once again, we do have the seeding, of course, now. So so far, I'm looking at the next trainers, 2 upsets too, from looking at who was number 1 seeding coming into the battle. So it's awesome to see, even as the season progresses, a lot of new trainers are making their first appearances. So well done to Bulk, who of course was struggling a little bit this season, and then Rodinana, his second competition ever to get to that far, and he still has a chance to make day number 2.
Definitely. Well, Bulk is the #1 seed for this bracket. He's not looking to get upset. Let's hear a few words from him and Swedish Chief.
All right, everybody, I'm here with Balk88, who just won the round on stream. If you remember, he was our 2023 Milwaukee Regional Champion. Balk, how are you feeling after your win on stream?
Excited. It's been a while since I've been up in this place. Haven't done as well as I'd like at the last few events, so it's nice to finally be on the winner's side of this interview for once.
Absolutely. They said you were the top seed in your group. I think that's a really good place to start off, and a win also helps with that. I wanted to ask you about your team. Tell me about, you leaned on Shadow Gligar a lot, handled the Wigglytuff really well. Do you think your team can handle almost anything?
I think so. That's one of the reasons I picked it. I was struggling a lot in team building last night, and I went back to old reliable, the ones I'm comfortable with, the ones I think can do well against just about any team out there.
Awesome. Balk, why is your team not spicier?
I leave the spice to my teammates.
Fair enough, Balk. Best of luck in your future rounds. Is there anybody that you'd like to shout out to here in the venue?
All my teammates on the Chicago Stars, two of them right here, right now, Abhinav and Beach.
Much love to the Chicago Stars. All right, everybody, thank you so much. Back over to you.
All right, thank you, Swedish Chief, for that wonderful interview. You can see Bulk feeling a lot better sitting on that winner side. And that's the thing, right? If you're on that winner side, you don't have to play as many opponents, and you still have that, potential loss you can still balance out on day #2 and make it a little bit easier going to that grand finals.
Yeah, it's like home court advantage going into day #2 because you do have that room for error. It's so tough because then loser side, if you just lose one battle, you're out. But coming on that winner side, huge advantage. We often see our finalists, our champion, come from that winner side of the bracket.
That's right, and we have a set of battles coming up soon. It's going to be Stub Muffins versus DJ RG17. Two names that don't make it on stage nearly as often, so it means that potentially they had some upsets coming up to this point.
Yeah, and getting some spotlight here towards the end of the season. And I did look up DJ. I think this is his second ever competition, but he actually played one time in Orlando and he got 9th place. So only playing one time to get 9th place, and then now maybe he is an Orlando local coming back in Orlando trying to improve on it, and he's already going to be in the winners semifinals. Extremely impressive.
Yeah, this is our second ever Orlando tournament for Pokemon Go, and we've already increased, I believe, in participation from last season. So really love to see, love seeing that the game is growing, especially in PvP, and yeah, love to see DJ come back for another run.
Yeah, well, speaking of that increase in participation, on the other side we have Stud Muffins, who actually joined us for the first time this season. This is his first ever season, but he's competed 4 times already this season coming into Orlando, and he has already secured his best performance yet. And he, of course, has that Shadow Whiscash. And Caleb, another Talonflame and another Wigglytuff.
Yeah, this meta is interesting for sure. We even have the Altaria as well on the side of DJ. I think Altaria is a really smart pick in this current meta too, just because you have, I mean, you still have the Electrics, right? Lantern and Charge Bug going typically struggle a bit against the Altaria, but Whiscash, very prominent pick, as well as Gligar. That double ground Altaria has played into, Lickitung, Altaria has played into, Annihilate it has played into. It really is only countered by the Skarmory on the side of Stud Muffin. So I think DJ is going to bring this Altaria in pretty much every single game.
Well, let's look at Stud Muffin's team. I actually want to key in every time I look on that Lantern because I'm so used to seeing Spark Lantern, but Arrow in London surprised me. He was running that Water Gun Lantern, so I'm just making sure to check. This is going to be the Spark Lantern, and everything else is pretty normal. Everyone seems almost to be running Night Slash. Ice Punch is almost extinct at this point.
Yeah, this is actually the same exact team that Doonebug ran at EUIC. With the exception, I believe Doonebug probably ran the Shadow Whiscash, if I'm not mistaken, but outside of that, same exact team. I mean, it's a very strong meta team for a reason. So let's see if Stub Muffin can pilot that team well as well. And here we have DJ's team with the Wigglytuff, Lickitung, double normal right there, Talonflame, Altaria, some double flyers, and we got double water too. There's a lot of a triple double, I gotta say, Butters.
Yeah, great balance here in the team composition. And yes, you do have that hard answer in Wigglytuff to the Lickitung, but Keely, you have that hard answer to the Skarmory in the Talonflame, because otherwise I think your team is very weak to Skarmory, because the double normals are weak to Skarmory, and even the double waters, they're pretty good against Skarmory, but Skarmory can still hang in there, and of course Skarmory is great against Dragon. So I actually think we're probably going to see a lot of Talonflame, or you might just try to go neutrally against that Skarmory, but I'm pretty positive we're going to see Skarmory action out of Stud Muffins.
Yeah, Skarmory is a little bit interesting too for Stud Muffins. It is very, very strong into pretty much just an entire team of DJ outside of that Talonflame. But at the same time, it doesn't really hard beat a lot on the side of DJ as well outside that Wigglytuff, because Azumarill and Whiscash can definitely hang on, right? Resisting that Steel Wing damage. Well, resisting for the Whiscash, I should say, not for the Azumarill. That's neutral. But both can hit back quite a bit. And then Lickitung, having only resisted charge attacks against the Skarmory, actually still doesn't do too bad. It's not the most comfortable matchup for Skarmory in that situation. So let's see how Stub Muffins and DJ plays this out. Going into game number 1, we see the Skarmory as expected, and then we see actually the Lickitung as well. So we're going to see just how clean of a matchup this is. Actually, no, DJ is going to swap straight out to the Whiscash.
And say swapping the Shadow Whiscash because there is no good answer on the opposing team from Stub Muffins for the safe swap Whiscash. There's literally nothing. So staying in with Skarmory, trying to pull a Protect Shield here, successfully does pull a Protect Shield here. Now I assume you have to pivot because you're double debuffed on your defense. Pivot into your own Lickitung.
Goes for the big Brave Bird too. No base needed for Stub Muffins. And I like this play too because if you land the Brave Bird, obviously that's going to be a huge advantage. Now you already stripped one shield from DJ, so now you can go probably straight Power Whip and go and try to take this out. But DJ had a ton of energy on this Whiscash before the Lickitung was swapped in. So these Skulls are starting to really chunk this Whiscash. Now you're in Mud Bomb range.
Yeah, and if you Protect Shield this Power Whip, which here it comes, if you Protect Shield this, you can maybe even Mud Shot down before another Power Whip is available, but there might be a Body Slam available. You do Protect Shield on the Power Whip here, so you either do have to, oh look, actually DJ, his timer is coming back up. He can even bank this energy and come into his own Lickitung, instead decides to throw the Mud Bomb.
Yeah, I like this play from DJ. I mean, you could tell the backline alignment is pretty important here, and Stub Muffins is just going to let this go. Maybe just trying to bank everything on this Skarmory. I mean, Skarmory...
But how do you farm down?
Yeah, it's not going to be the easiest farm down. You can't Spark it down too, so you're probably going to Steel Wing down. You're going to take a lot of Skull damage in the process. However, Brave Bird against Talonflame is actually not that bad. It's going to do a decent amount of damage too, unless you get super debuffed in this situation. First Skull is going to come out. The shield is going to be drawn. Do we get the debuff? 50% chance.
No, I don't think it hit.
Yeah.
It didn't hit, and now the Sky Attack is going to be coming into no Protect Shields of DJ. At least you got one Protect Shield back, and the Skarmory is energy dry. I expect the Talonflame to come in here and start incinerating. If it's not the Talonflame, you're going to be in trouble versus that Lantern in the back. DJ is trying to wait out his timer. Think about his options here.
Yeah, timers are fresh on both sides now, and now you get the matchup you want with for DJ. You get the Lickitung on the Lantern. However, some of it still has a shield remaining, and this matchup is not that bad for Lantern, especially if it's shield advantage. You also have an energy advantage, right? The Lantern came in first.
Yeah, you can power through this matchup. You just need to make sure you Protect Shield the Power Whip. Do you go for the bait here? DJ is down a Protect Shield. Do you try to go for the big play? Because if you don't go for it, I don't know if you can get the double Power Whip here. Decide to go for the Power Whip. This is a huge call from Stub Muffin. Does he Protect Shield on it? Last second, Protect Shield.
That's a huge shield for Stub Muffin. Honestly, I think you even survived the Power Whip, so that wouldn't even be the worst no shield call. You see DJ just going for the buy sim. You need to just chip down this Lantern because this Lantern is going to be a problem for the Talonflame, and Talonflame only has one Incinerate worth of energy.
Yeah, I think you might have been able to get to the Power Whip, but now you can overfarm here, and that's even worse for DJ because DJ is going to have to take this Thunderbolt. Plus, there's at least 4 Sparks banked up to try to get to a Surf really soon against the Talonflame, and the Talonflame doesn't have that much energy and is already at the Surf, but at the Thunderbolt, it's going to throw the Thunderbolt.
Oh, Thunderbolt coming through here, super effective. You can't even incinerate this Lantern down even if you want to, but I don't think you even have the chance. Thunderbolt going to one-hit knock out the Talonflame, and a huge Game 1 victory for Stub Muffins.
Yeah, well done to keep that Lantern in the back end. That's why Lantern is so good, because instead of Charger Bug, where he struggles against the Lickitung a bit neutrally, that Lantern, if you Protect Shield the Power Whip, you just put so much more damage out there. You have more bulk. So well done by Stub Muffins to take that game number 1, of course, with that good alignment starting out the game as well.
I really like that play from Stub Muffins to just give up switch advantage because your hardest counter is that Whiscash. And you see DJ spending pretty much most of the Whiscash health, taking out this Lickitung, and then you eventually finish off the Whiscash with the Skarmory. So after that, what do you really have to worry about on DJ's side? The worst case scenario is Lickitung, and you're up a shield. You already know you can still win that matchup, and just Stub Muffins just played it out. Just great deductive reasoning and figuring out the win cons.
Yeah, absolutely. Able to just key in on what his win condition would be. And Skarmory is a great win condition because it has that Brave Bird available, even against counters like a Whiscash or like a Talonflame. If you have that Protect Shield advantage and you get an energy advantage somewhere by walling something like against a Lickitung or a Wigglytuff, you can close in the back with Skarmory. That's why I feel like Skarmory has the potential to win you alignment against, say, something like a Cresselia, but it also has the potential to win you games, and that is why it is jumping up the usage rate right now. Now DJ has to find some sort of answer to it. I mean, I feel like Talonflame definitely is going to be coming into this game. How do you protect it from Lantern? Because you're fine against pretty much everything except for Lantern. Well, the Whiscash as well.
Yeah, I think CJ needs to lean a little bit more into the Altari, right? Altari has a lot of play, like I said earlier, against pretty much the entire team of Stub Muffins. Even against Skarmory, it's not terrible. It's not a great matchup, it's a losing matchup for the Altari, but you have some play there. You're not going to be stuck like into it like a Wigglytuff would be. But I think you need to definitely lean into Altari to give you some more neutral matchups rather than go for heavier alignment matchups. So here we go into game number 2. It is going to be Shadow Gligar into Shadow Whiscash, one of the most uncomfortable matchups for both players.
Yeah, and the thing is, Stud Muffins and your Shadow Gligar, this is why Shadow Gligar is so good. You're kind of fine here because you do Protect Shield the Scald. You could even go for a bait on an Aerial Ace, and suddenly you're in this matchup. Let's see if the debuff happens, because then you're less worried about either charge attack from the Shadow Gligar.
And it looks like no debuff for Stub Muffin, so pretty good things starting things off. And the non-Shadow Whiscash, even the Aerial Ace starts to really chunk, so even if you don't get the shield here, it's not going to be bad. But you do get the shield from in that situation, and then now you throw on charge attack priority, and the Gligar's going to win it. This is actually a situation where both Pokemon have the chance to win charge attack priority. Their stats are very, very similar in that regard, and you land a huge dig against that Whiscash.
And this will pretty much knock out, and it gets Protect Shielded. It makes sense here because there is no, I mean, you have Shadow Gligar at pretty much 100% health, so there's no reason not to Protect Shield there. Talonflame swap, but then switch locking his Talonflame into the Lantern.
Yeah, this is one of the worst case scenarios for this Talonflame. It actually really is the worst case scenario, resisting all the charge attacks, the Incinerate, the Fly, and the Flame Charge. Lantern already looks really strong in this meta. It looks even better in this matchup.
Yeah, it looks fantastic. Going to be able to power through and not even use a Protect Shield there, and then knock out the Talonflame and then peek these backline matchups as well. I believe it is going to be Lickitung into Skarmory, so DJ is going to be down significantly in this series right now.
Yeah, this is looking super good for Stub Muffins. Right now, DJ has the shield advantage on Lickitung, so a little role reversal here, but the thing is, this Lickitung has to power through all 3 Pokemon on the side of Stub Muffins. You have the Whiscash for a potential catch opportunity, but this Lickitung has his work cut out for herself.
Yeah, looking tough for DJ's chances here, but remember, this is the winner's semis, so even if he loses this battle, he will drop down and still has a chance to get to losers finals and to day number 2, as he does land the Power Whip, but he's going to find out really soon as the Skarmory comes in, and now you just really don't have any play remaining.
Yeah, you don't love to see that, especially at the health range for this Lickitung. You could just go straight double Sky Attack at this point. You don't even need to debuff yourself with the Brave Bird. But Stub Muffin's feeling really good in this matchup. Like we said earlier, this is Stub Muffin's 5th tournament, I believe. 25th place in Sacramento, 65th in San Antonio, 65th in Portland, and then 97th in Charlotte. But already looking to make kind of personal best placement here in Orlando, but goes to the Brave Bird and he swaps out. Even better play here too, because he just clear the debuffs at this point.
Yeah, he's already secured it, his best performance ever. And of course DJ, who got 9th place, is still trying to get to that top cut in Orlando, and he still has a chance, but first he's gonna get Aerial Ace down. There is a Pokemon remaining, so I think Stub Muffins is just trying to play clean Pokemon Go the rest of the way, to try to bank up a little extra energy, knowing the Whiscash is in the back, so that he has energy for the Whiscash, and he has the energy right now, is gonna secure a 2-0 clean victory against DJ.
Yeah, just like how the game started, Gligar versus Whiscash, it's going to end in that matchup, but Gligar is going to take the advantage here, and good games to Stub Muffins. DJ Stub Muffins taking it 2-0 in this winner's semifinals and is heading to the winner's finals of Group A.
And once again, that Skarmory is looking really strong. That team built by Doonebug, except for the Shadow Whiscash, for normal Whiscash, is looking strong, consistent in the meta right now. It's going to be tough to stop, especially in day number 2, but we've seen a lot of spice so far, actually. We've seen the double Gator from out of pocket. We've seen a lot of Talonflame, Wigglytuff, Skeledirge, so there's going to be a lot of diversity going in the top cut.
Yeah, and if you don't want to go too spicy, just copy a top performing team of a previous tournament and it'll likely do pretty well, and it's going so well for Stub Muffin so far.
Yeah, remember that was the Abhinav team that he changed from Wadaj, changed one Pokemon to Vigoroth, and then Lyle Jeff won with it, and then one.
Yeah, I don't even know whose team it is to begin with at this point.
Yeah, it's just been changing hands so often. It's probably Stud Muffin's team at this point. It's probably just made one change tournament after tournament, but Vigoroth actually came back a little bit because it won the whole thing in the European International Championships, and we did see Vigoroth on Out of Pocket's team too. I'm curious to see how much Vigoroth we actually see here in Orlando.
That's right. Well, before we go anywhere, let's take a look at the replay from these sets of battles. We got Stub Muffins just going for, looks like Stub Muffins just doesn't bait much, right? Just going for the hard-hitting move every single time, and you either guarantee a shield or you guarantee a knockout.
Yeah, and you have to think, you know, maybe you just want to go for your safest play. You have made it further than you've ever made it before, so don't want to mess around trying to go for those baits here. And the water types from Stud Muffins, the Lantern, the Whizcatch, and then of course the double ground types as well. I mean, those Pokemon are just so strong, and then you just sprinkle Skarmory win conditions on top of that. It's just so consistent, and then it does have an ace up its sleeve as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Skarmory just looks so strong for Stub Muffins, especially when there's no electric on the side of DJ, right? You have the Talonflame, but Talonflame's not going to resist the flying attacks unlike the electric type, so just Skarmory looking super strong. And of course, we got Shadow Gligar, always a staple ever since it got that dig buff, and it's definitely looking to stay. And of course, this is one of the worst situations you could be in if you're a Talonflame user.
No, absolutely. And this is why I feel like some trainers do pick Skeledurs over Talonflame, because it does have so much coverage. It has the Shadow Ball, and you can be okay against a Lantern, because if you get a bunch of Incinerates through on a different Pokemon or even get an energy advantage, you can double Shadow Ball a Lantern and knock it out. Then you, of course, have that Disarming Voice for the Dragon types as well. So I feel like that is a key difference between the two. Talonflame maybe is just a little bit stronger of a fire attacker, but the fact that you have all that coverage on Skeledurs probably makes it a bit stronger.
Yeah, even just only taking neutral damage from that electric spark damage is kind of nice too for Skeledurs. So really well done from Stub Muffins in that set of battles. And like I said, we'll be facing off against the winner of either Doonebug or Mama Climbs in the winners finals of Group A in a little bit.
Yeah, congratulations, making your best performance yet. There's still time to have these awesome performances. Of course, we have Orlando, then Indianapolis, and then we have Los Angeles, plus the North American International Championships remaining. So there's still going to be a significant amount of trainers that can qualify for Hawaii this season.
Yeah, it's not too late for sure, especially with the international looming down the road, because internationally you get quite a bit of points depending on your placements. And you know, I gotta give a shout out to Stub Muffins as well, right? 5th tournaments already being better than all the previous performances he's done so far. You love to see that perseverance, right? And first season of competing on the official circuit as well.
Yeah, that is the Pokemon journey, right? He joined in the 2024 season, and then he just improved and improved and improved. Now he's on the winners finals. He is one match victory away from day number 2. Quite impressive from Stud Muffins, and then also impressive from DJ as well to get 9th place, your first ever tournament, and then come back a year later and still on that winner side. Yes, he is on the loser side, but if he wins 2 more matches, he will beat his last year's record.
All right, well, let's hear a word from Soph interviewing our winner, Stub Muffins.
All right, thanks, Caleb and Butters. I'm here in front of the stage with Stud Muffins. Stud Muffins, congratulations. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good right now. I was very nervous going on stream. It's my first time, but glad I pulled out and got the victory.
Well, you're doing very well this tournament. That was winner semi, so now you're going to be in winners finals, just 1 game away from day 2. Is there anything that you did to prepare for this tournament that you didn't do in tournaments in the past?
Yeah, so I really prepped for this tournament. Like, I stuck to a similar team for about 2 months now, and so I really know like the ins and out of the team. So yeah.
That's a long time, but how did you come up with this team?
So definitely shout out to Doonebug, you know, definitely inspired by him, you know, because he had like a great run with the team, and I decided to, you know, run a similar line.
All right, so you didn't prepare for this with this team for 2 months then, right?
Well, I played with it for like a really long time. Yeah, so
All right, cool. Well, are there any shout outs that you want to give for all the fans watching back home or supporting you here at the tournament maybe?
Yeah, shout out to all my friends back home in the Bay Area, and also my new friends in Texas.
All right, well, congratulations again. Hope to see you on stream for winners finals. And Caleb and Butters, take it away.
All right, thank you, Soph, and a fellow Bay Area native like you, Butters.
Yeah,
so,
let's go.
Know, definitely travel all the way to East Coast for Orlando. Maybe we'll see him in LA, but first time on stage, and maybe not the last.
Yeah, definitely not the last, because he is going to be in those winners finals and representing the Bay quite nicely. And up next, we have two more trainers that we haven't seen that much from yet. In one side, we have Sameep versus Septile. So a lot of new faces so far in Orlando.
Yeah, Sameep, also known as the Tharion, I believe this is their second ever tournament, first ever being Toronto earlier this season. So again, newer faces, but we love to see it, especially these newer trainers come onto stage and especially be on the winner side too.
Yeah, it's impressive because it guarantees that you have faced off against other trainers that have competed more than you, because if you are new, you'll have a lower seed, you'll play against a higher seed. So that means there were some upsets here so far in Orlando, which is really impressive. And on the other side, Septile, who has played about 6 competitions, but now he is pretty much 1 victory or 2 victories away from his best performance ever as well.
Yeah, that's right. I believe Septile actually played in the first ever North America International Championships back in 2022. So definitely been around the scene for a couple years and looking to make a splash here in Orlando.
Yeah, and we'll have those trainers up next. But Caleb, I just want to ask you, because I want to take a pause to see where we're at in this meta, because there has been some minor adjustments. What have you seen as a minor adjustment so far? I have a couple in mind that I feel like that are really important, but what have you seen so far?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely a few Wigglytuff we've seen, especially on stage, right? Whatever we see on stage might not be representative of the overall meta, but we've seen a lot of fire, right? There's a lot of Talonflame, a lot of Skeledirge. I feel like in every one of these series, there's almost at least 1 fire each here or there. Of course, you got Gligar, pretty much a staple, right? But I think maybe the fires making it more of a scene is pretty interesting for sure, right? They have a lot of play outside of Lantern. It has a lot of play into the waters too, right? Because, you know, Whiscash has to rely on that Scald to do a lot of damage into Talonflame, and that's actually not even the worst matchup for Talonflame in that situation. Talonflame actually, I believe, can win that zero shield scenario against Whiscash, because you could tank a Scald and just go double a fly right there.
And I feel like there's a ton of fire because of one Pokemon, and that is Skarmory that we see on the Tharion side. And then we do see that heat from Septile Ice's side. He has that Skeledirge. He also has that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, which Weedle. Is this Weedle's team?
That's what I think
this is Weedle's team.
Well, you were commentating that tournament, so I figured you would know, Butters, but this looks a lot like Weedle's team, the current champion from Europe International Championships. And, you know, like Stub Muffin said, I mean, you know, drew inspiration from Doonebug for his team, and we got Septile drawing inspiration from Weedle. But here we go. The Tharion on this side is running the Cresselia with Moonblast, Annihilate with Night Slash, Altaria, Shadow Gligar, Spark Lantern, and Skarmory.
Yeah, and on the other side, we have the Septiles team, and he is running, I believe, Weedle's exact team, because I know for sure Weedle had Shadow Alolan Sandslash, Altaria, Skeledirge, Vigoroth, and Cresselia, and I'm pretty positive he had the Lantern as well. So I know you looked at your phone. I'm pretty sure this is the exact same team.
Yeah, I think that's a right call there for sure. And it's a pretty interesting team for sure. It has a lot of play against various different matchups, and again, that Altaria looks actually pretty strong. There's not as much ice as you would expect in a Gligar meta, and there's just not a lot of steel types. I mean, the steel types you really see are pretty much just Skarmory, right? And Altaria has decent matchups there. It's not like Alolan Sandslash or Registeel or Bastion. It has a lot more play into that Skarmory matchup.
Here we are locked into game number 1 as we hear the trainers say good luck. It is going to be the Skeledirge into the Annihilate, and this is what you want to see as a Skeledirge. You have 2 answers to Skeledirge in the back, but they're in the back, so you're not even swapping out. You're just maybe going to try to get a shield with a Shadow Ball or Night Slash.
You're definitely happy to see this if you're Septile, because you do not want this Annihilate on that Alolan Sandslash, and that's pretty much your worst matchup by far. And now you can grab an early shield as well. You see the Tharion going for this Night Slash baits, and we do grab the shield. If you boost here, though, things can get really dicey for the Skeledirge.
Yeah, because then you can go straight Night Slash. You don't get the boost there, but you don't also get to the Shadow Ball before that Disarming Voice is available. So you have to throw, and knowing that it is just going to be a Night Slash, Septile just no Protect Shields and is already at energy. Now, actually gets a last-second boost, but these counters are double resistant, so it didn't do too much.
Yeah, the thing is, are you going to commit the double shield now at this point? The boost is not even that relevant because the Night Slash is enough, but go going for the extra damage here is going to be the TheTharion is going to throw on good timing. The thing is, I don't know if you want to throw on good timing because the Incinerating damage is now going to proc if Septile Ice does not shield. Septile Ice decides to shield though, going for the Incinerate down, and that's the power of Septile, actually not Septile, of Skeledirge. And here comes the Lantern. This is going to be fantastic for Septile Ice because now you can lock in the Cresselia into the Lantern.
And yes, you don't want to pivot here. You want to just get Spark down. There is the Spark down. And if you register, there it is. And now that guarantees you have the Shadow Alolan Sandslash versus the opposing Altaria in the back. I'm not sure how Samith can get out of this one.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for sure. I mean, even though there is no Moonblast on the Cresselia on the side of Septile Ice, this Altaria has nowhere to go. You're going to see on his face real quick here once the Alolan Sandslash comes out. Yeah, that's not a great sign. You do not love to see that. I mean, this is going to do a ton of damage. Double super effective. Same type attack bonus from the Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
And is it going to be a one-hit knockout? Not quite able to hold on, and the Shadow Claw is going to do it. But first, take in a little Moonblast, do a little science, see how much the Moonblast does into that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, get a visual, because maybe if you're going to be in a future matchup against it, you want to just know. And wait, did he just get the...
We get the debuff,
wait, you wasted your debuff. You probably should have gone for that Moonblast because now you don't have it for later.
Hey, Butters, I know that's not how statistics works, but either way, it's nice to see it that way. Septile Ice is going to clean up in this first game, and it really was that Skeledirge in the lead, right? Being able to counter that Annihilate, even though the Annihilate boosted on the Night Slash, it just was not enough, right? The Incinerate damage really wears down the Annihilate, and then you have to just commit shields to Disarming Voice. Super effective Disarming Voice, even with that same type attack bonus, does a lot of damage to the more frail Annihilate, and winning Septile the lead, and eventually the game.
Yeah, I feel like that Annihilate did kind of trick the TheTharion into Protect Shielding it, because if it doesn't boost there, I don't think there's any way he Protect Shields there. And even though it did boost, I don't think you want the Protect Shield in that situation, because you're gonna lose the alignment no matter what, because unless you double boost, then maybe you could get the counter down, but you didn't have enough damage there. As we do look at that replay right here, this is the boost I was talking about, but look how much health Skeledirge still has and is double resistant on the counters. You just can't counter down, you're not gonna outpace.
Yeah, I mean, if the TheTharion actually boosted on the first Night Slash, this might be a different story, because you're going to take a lot more counter damage, but unfortunately it was pretty much that second to last Night Slash at that point. So, and then of course you see the Alolan Sandslash come into Altaria, the worst possible matchup you can have against Septile Ice's team, unfortunately. Otherwise Altaria looks pretty good.
Yeah, and you know, it actually did, it got that attack drop, and it also did like 40–50% of the health of that Shadow Alolan Sandslash with the Dragon Breath plus the Moonblast. So yes, it doesn't want any part of those ice punches, but did actually fire back a decent amount of damage. And now, how do you adjust here for the TheTharion into this game number 2? This is a team that you're probably familiar with. Maybe you've even scrimmed against it because it was the EUIC winning team. I agree with you. I think the Altaria is looking very safe, so that kind of forces Septile into Shadow Alolan Sandslash maybe.
That's right. I think maybe potentially Altaria lead with a Safe Swap Annihilate and then something else to beat the Alolan Sandslash in the back might be the play for the TheTharion, because Safe Swap Annihilate is very, very strong into the team of Septile Ice. You really only have the Altaria that can really hard check it. Even the Skeledirge is not going to appreciate the Night Slash and Shadow Ball damage, and if you Safe Swap it, you're even up in energy, so that could change things for quite a bit for the TheTharion in that situation. Now I gotta say, the TheTharion actually been on quite the run, right? So start off round 1, only person without a bye, round 1 bye in the bracket, 2-0 against Venti, and then 2-1 against Arrow, 2-0 against Quimby 1, and then now facing off against the 4th seed Septile in the semifinals of winners. So I think if TheTharion can pull off an upset, it's going to be him.
These trainers are locking in to game number 2, and it is going to be the Skeledirge once again, and another Pokemon that loses the Skeledirge for the TheTharion. It is going to be a Skarmory, and just staying in, though, swapping, trying to catch, getting one Steel Wing, and then swapping in, catching the Incinerate on the Lantern.
I actually really like this play from the TheTharion. Yes, this is really your main counter for the Skeledirge, but the thing is, you draw out the Cresselia, and your Skarmory can hard farm down this Cresselia, right? You could get a lot of energy, and that energy is definitely going to go somewhere against the Skeletors. If you can strip a shield and get a shield advantage for Annihilate is really set up for a sweep in the back.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right here. You're going to take this first Grass Knot. Can you force a Protect Shield out of this Cresselia? You are up energy. You get the Thunderbolt on charge attack priority, but actually throw the Surf. It looks like Septile is shaking his head, deciding if he wants the Protect Shield. He's unsure. Does he go for it last second? No, actually lets the Surf through.
Honestly, landing the Surf is not that big of a deal for the Tharion. Oh, actually going for the switch advantage instead. So maybe that makes more sense, right? Why you're not going for Thunderbolt, because you just need 2 charge attacks at this point to take out the Cresselia. And here you're much closer to the Surf than the Grass Knot is on the Cresselia. Throwing out charge attack priority, really precision timing from the Tharion.
And if you get the Protect Shield, you could even Protect Shield back and Spark down. So Septile lets it go, knowing that he can't get alignment no matter what, so might as well take the shield advantage. But you're actually going to have a tough time trying to spark down this Lantern. This Lantern's definitely going to get to a Thunderbolt at the same time, actually before you get to the Surf.
Yeah, the problem is, though, unless Septile shields, okay, Septile is going to shield, but I was going to say this Skeletor's looking really strong. It still looks very strong in the back because you don't really have clear answers to this. Oh, hard swapping in the Skarmory into the Lantern. Very interesting play, but you actually get the counter swap from Septile Ice, so it's actually not that bad.
Yeah.
That could have been a disastrous position for the Tharion, but just kind of like tricking and playing some mind games.
The Bamboozle. The Sam Mead went for the Bamboozle, and it absolutely worked.
The Bamboozle was pretty clean from the Tharion, and now gonna let this go. Shields are completely down.
Undercharge, though. I don't think this knocks out. So how much energy do you have remaining? Can you get to attack? No. What a brilliant undercharge from Septile to get another Incinerate through.
Absolutely huge undercharge from Septile. And the thing is, you could potentially come in Lantern, try to get a move up, but there's pretty much no energy on this Lantern, so at most you could try to draw some of the energy. Unfortunately, switch timers are not up, so you can't even use the Lantern to catch, and this is looking really tough for the Tharion. You have a shield, but Septile Ice is 1 Incinerate away from another Disarming Voice. Has to shield it, unfortunately. Can you try to catch with the Lantern? Oh, actually going to throw the Night Slash instead. This is going to be pretty big if you can land him and maybe swap to your Lantern to catch the energy from the Skeletor.
And can he do it? He does endure, and then he swaps, but it's a counter swap, banking the energy, anticipating the attack from Septile. Just amazing Gator play here in Orlando, Florida.
Really great awareness from Septile, but I don't know if you noticed there, the Tharions Annihilate boosted at the very last second. And so the thing is, unfortunately, he cleared the buff. Otherwise, if you came into the Lantern, that Lantern would have really struggled into the boosted Annihilate, but Septile Ice pivoting away real quick to that Lantern is going to close out this series 2-0 against the Tharion.
That was clean from Septile to be able to anticipate that swap after the Night Slash didn't knockout, having the Shadow Ball banked, knowing the Tharion has that really low health Whiscash in the back, pivoting into your own Lantern to try to go for the spark down and secure the matchup. Really well done from Septile.
Yeah, I mean, that was looking pretty wild there too. Skarmory counter swapped into a Lantern. Could have really locked, Tharion could have really locked themselves in a really tough position, but playing some mind games and forcing the Septile to think that maybe there's a better check in the back for that Skeletor, brought in the Skeletors instead in that matchup. But either way, Septile still played a really great game there, and hey, Emmy Guido's team still looking pretty good here in North America as well.
Yeah, still looking pretty good, and it's not over for the Tharion yet either. He will be moving on to the loser side, but did he get 3 boosts? He got 2 boosts on Night Slash and then a drop on that Moonblast. So the last time I saw that many boosts, it was Boost Bug in a previous tournament when Doonebug just was going off. So that's actually a good sign for his future here in Orlando, I think, getting all those boosts early on.
Yeah, the RNG was definitely on Tharion side. Unfortunately, the alignment was not, but still really well played. The Tharion will be dropping down to the loser bracket. But like I said, a decent amount of upsets that the Tharion had coming up all the way to this winners finals and or winners semifinals, I should say. And also, this is their second ever tournament, so making it quite the run here.
Yeah, absolutely. You said that he took out Aero?
Yeah, Aero, and Aero's first match actually of the day. Yeah, round number 2.
Wow, super impressive to just come to a tournament like that, take out a trainer who's been so well practiced in this meta as well. Just came from London last week, take him down 2-1. So an impressive run. And I just looked on the side of my screen. We have a trainer that is going to be going for his 3rd regional champion. championship this season. We got Doonebug coming up next, Caleb.
Well, before we get to that match, let's take a look at the highlights from this series between the TheTharion and Septile Ice. We see the Annihilate coming through here. You get the boost, but unfortunately the counter damage just not enough damage resisted against Septile Ice's Skeledirge, and we see the alignment is going to go on the side of Septile Ice, and of course that alignment proved to be incredibly valuable in the back-end matchup.
Yeah, and Grassnot, of course, landing, almost knocking out the Lantern, but then you just have this backline matchup of the Shadow Alone Sandslash into the Altaria, and that Shadow Alone Sandslash, it just seems so risky, especially right now when I ask, like, what are you noticing about the meta? You're saying a lot of fire types. How about having that Shadow Alone Sandslash against all the fire here in Orlando? But if you position it properly, it's one of the few Pokemon that's actually that hard answer for Shadow Gligar. There isn't much ice in the meta, but Shadow Gligar is going to be everywhere. So if you can position that Shadow Alone Sandslash, it's going to be really strong throughout the tournament.
And I really like how Septile Ice played it, right? You know, positioning, tucking in the back. You have two counters essentially to that Annihilate. You got the Cresselia and you have the Skeledirge, just really freeing up a lot of space for that Alone Sandslash, which is pretty wild because you have a Vigoroth too, which hard loses to Annihilate as well. So two matchups that are really bad for the Annihilate, but able to avoid those matchups with the Skeledirge locking into that Annihilate in pretty much both games. And here you see the brilliant undercharge from Septile Ice, allowing him to get to almost two Disarming Voices here. And then, yeah, you see the boost, right? The boost off screen. Unfortunately, he was trying to swap over, afraid of that next Disarming Voice. But yeah, that cleaned it up for the Septile Ice.
Yeah, the composure there, just ice in his veins to know that's going to be happening and to hold on and to keep that energy on the Lantern. And I really like that team. Of course, it is EMEWeedle's team. It's because, yes, you are weak to the Annihilate, but then you kind of have three paths you can take in the way you want to build your team. You can build around the Cresselia path, you can build around the Skeledirge path, and you can build around the Altaria path. And that's why I feel like EMEWeedle was so dominant in his run, because he kept going in different lanes to win his matchups. He wasn't only relying on the Skeledirge, he was going with Altarias, going with Cresselia team compositions as well. So I feel like there is a lot of diversity to play possible with that team because of how well it's balanced.
Well, let's hear from Septile himself. I believe we'll be speaking with Speedish Chief on the floor.
All right, everybody, I'm here with Septile Ice, who just had an incredible win up on stage. I'm just going to crack this wide open, Septile. Are you the best Skeledirge player here in the venue today?
Maybe. I mean, Doonebug is here, and he had his San Antonio run with Skeledirge, so I doubt it, but, I mean, we can see.
All right, Septile, tell us about your team, because it looks very familiar.
So I just stole from EMEWeedle. He takes all the credit. I was trying to build a team with Mantine, and I couldn't think of something. So just after EMEWeedle swept EUIC, I was just like, yeah, it's mine now.
Really fair point. You demonstrated a ton of control in the matchups. I think in game number 2, when you switched out the Skeledirge and protected it from the Lantern, but you also undercharged a lot. Tell us about that.
It was just safe to undercharge. I knew Shadow Ball would KO, but he was 3 away, so I would be able to get one more Incinerate off. So if I could get him into 1 Incinerate range, I would just get free energy. And then I can threaten the Lantern if it comes back in, or just have more energy for whatever comes back.
Gotcha. You seem to undercharge a lot, though. Is that like part of your gameplay, something you pride yourself on?
I'd say I'm fairly good at it, probably better than most. So, yeah.
All right. Well, I wanted to ask you one more thing. You actually beat House Stark in a grassroots tournament a few weeks ago. He's here in the venue. Are you looking to match up against him again?
I mean, listen, day 2, it's going to happen.
Day 2, it's going to happen. All right, Septile, thank you so much. We're going to toss to the EUIC Pokemon Center. Let's take a look at some of the awesome merch you could have got last weekend in London.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokemon Center, EUIC London.
Playing Pokemon Blue, that was like a big part of like kind of growing up and getting introduced into the Pokemon world. I used to spend many hours playing that on long car rides. Who's my starting Pokemon? Most likely Blastoise. Squirtle.
One of the titans of North America, Lyle Jeffs III.
My brother introduced me to battling in Pokemon Go, and I sort of started from there doing some grassroots tournaments.
Pittsburgh regional finalist, NAIC top 8, which sent him to Worlds, where he got top 33.
I just really like the aspect of me versus another trainer, using my skills and abilities to sort of outwit them and outplay them. My favorite moment from competitive play Pokemon history was actually the very first EUIC. Pokemon Go on that big stage was just sort of like eye-opening to me and really inspired me to start my own play Pokemon journey. Last season I qualified for Worlds due to a trickle down at NAIC. I was actually able to win a regional this year and prove to myself that me making Worlds last year was in fact legit.
Lyle Jeffs has the opportunity to claim the championship.
Continuous top cuts, getting so close, and he's done it!
It feels amazing to win a regional, especially after Pittsburgh when I finished second place. What I've learned since I started competing is just how amazing the community is. This is one of my favorite parts of coming to these events and getting to hang out with everyone, the ups and downs of the tournament runs. The community that I'm a part of, they're motivating me to try to make them better and to try to make myself better.
And in these battles, a long-time dream has been achieved.
In terms of like people that I look up to, obviously it's Axon, the world champion. We all want to strive to be a world champion. My number one goal this season, I would say do well at Worlds. I was a little underwhelmed with my performance last year in Japan. Probably, I would say win Worlds, but maybe that's a little too ambitious. I will be winning the World Championship this year.
And the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test. But when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the goal, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home. We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Come on, travel from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win.
Welcome back, trainers. We are bringing you day one of the Orlando Regional Championships. I'm here, I'm Softoph, and I'm here with Speediest Chief. And we're already getting into some of these group winners finals.
Already progressing through the bracket. A lot of trainers making headway here early in the Orlando Regional Championship. As our co-casters mentioned, we've got Indianapolis and Los Angeles to look forward to, and then NAIC in New Orleans. So if you're watching the stream and you want to qualify for the World Championships, your chances are dwindling. You need to get out here to one of these regional championships and compete.
Harsh words, Speedy, but you're absolutely right. We're getting towards the end of the season. There is still one big opportunity to get those championship points at NAIC, but really only 2 more regionals after today. Some of these trainers are kind of running out of time, hoping to close in on that 500 CP mark.
Exactly. You want to get the points to qualify and then make the journey over to Hawaii for the ultimate competition of the season. But speaking of ultimate competitors, we have one trainer that's just been incredible this season and last season. We talked about him earlier. I want to make sure that everybody's been watching the stream, get some more chat engagement going. Let us know who we're talking about. They're at their best when they're a confident version of themselves. Let us know in the chat if you remember who it is.
Wise words from Rise to Occasion. Well, I think they've had enough time. I'm just going to go ahead and spoil it. And that trainer is Doonebug 97. He's had an amazing season, not only this season, but in the past, right?
Oh, yeah.
Won 2 regional championships this season, won, of course, Arlington last year, qualified for Worlds the year before as well. And even before the championship series was around, he was considered one of the best in the world. Also, by the way, I believe the first legend ever in the Go Battle League.
Exactly. That history of success goes way back to the grassroots formats, Go Battle League and beyond. And also, the first trainer to ever lose round 1 in a tournament and sweep the losers bracket all the way through the grand finals. I'm so sorry, Aero, but San Antonio was definitely Doonebug's day. But this might be a special weekend for him as well, as he gets queued up to go against Stud Muffins.
And Doonebug is really here, just a titan in the scene, not just in North America, but in the entire world. Stud Muffins, of course, we just heard from him. We saw him win on stream, and he said it was his first time playing on stream. It's also his first time in winners finals, and you have to imagine he's nervous going up against a giant like Doonebug.
Doonebug's Pokemon look pretty standard for one exception. He's got a Shadow Pidgeot on his team, which I think this is the first time we've seen this Pokemon in tournament play. It was just released into the Team Go Rocket pool recently, so I'm curious to see how it performs.
Yeah, he's made a couple of adjustments from EUIC, including that Shadow Pidgeot, and he's also dropped some things like Lantern. And looking against this matchup with Stud Muffins, I don't know, I think it looks decent for Stud Muffins, right? Doon doesn't really have a great answer, for example, for the Skarmory, where that Lantern that he had in the past would have been pretty nice.
We're going to see how this shakes out, because the team here from Stud Muffins is pretty standard, but in the standard DNA of that team, you get a lot of flexibility, right? You have a lot of opportunity to outplay your opponent. Doonebug, going to be a tough one to outplay, though. He's got his Annihilate, his trusty Night/Boost potential on that Pokemon, as well as Shadow Whiscash, which he won a regional championship with already this season. Shadow Gligar, which he leaned on heavily at EUIC, but I don't know, I've never seen him run Shadow Lull and Sandslash. It's kind of a curious pick for somebody like Doonebug.
All right, 4 Shadows on this team. I think it's a little bit unconventional, but maybe he's feeling good after EUIC, wants to experiment some, get more reps in with different Pokemon before Worlds. And of course, here's Stud Muffins. And remember, this is actually Doonebug's team from EUIC last weekend, so I'm sure Doon knows all of these matchups inside and out, knows what kinds of lines that Stud Muffins might be inclined to bring. For example, the Annihilate Skarmory core.
Yeah, talk about an interesting situation to be in. If you're Stud Muffin's first time on stream, going up against the Doonebug 97.
With the team that he just played.
Exactly. You try to borrow a tool from your opponent, but then they turn around and say, hey, that's mine. Let's see which trainer is going to walk out of here in our winners side bracket. This is the winners finals for Group A, and the leads are on the field.
All right, looks like we've got Shadow, Whiscash, and Skarmory, and this is actually a pretty good lead for Doon, right? I mentioned that he doesn't have a great answer for Skarmory, but you do resist these Steel Wings, and because you're that Shadow variant, 2 Scalds pretty much takes out Skarmory.
Gonna go for the Scald any second now. Actually gonna wait for the Skarmory to get to the charge check. This is a Brave Bird, I believe, coming through from Stud Muffins, and the first protection from Doonebug 97.
Right, gonna respect that nuke move.
Sorry,
it's actually a Sky Attack, but they do, Skarmory does reach both charge attacks at the same time, so it makes sense on Doon's end. Shields up the first move. Also, if you get a Scald debuff here, remember, it drops the attack. That next charge attack is going to do a little bit less damage.
I think it is. I think what it is I keep the Brave Bird on the left side on my Skarmory, and I thought that's what it was. But
the flying bubbles are the same.
It could be. Second Scald coming through here from Doonebug 97 into the Skarmory. No protection from Stud Muffins after he protectioned up the first one. That does a ton of damage, but no debuff.
Right, Doon kind of known for getting debuffs in these critical moments, but looks like he's actually just going to double shield this Shadow Whiscash in the lead here. And if you look at Stud Muffins' team, Shadow Whiscash is actually pretty safe into the whole team. Here comes Lickitung. I think Doon is probably going to go with the chip and dip strategy, get off the Scald here, hopefully, hoping for a debuff, and then maybe switch into his own Lickitung.
Yeah, I can definitely see that happening. Scald does connect. Third Scald of the game, and the first debuff for Doonebug 97. He knows the power whip takes a little bit longer to pace through, so he builds up the Scald and switches perfectly. He could have even caught the power whip, but Stud Muffins maintains his energy, throws a body slam instead.
This is nice for Doonebug because even though he banked a lot of energy on that Whiscash, right, and now this Lickitung might be in range of 2 charge attacks, whereas otherwise it would have been pretty annoying for Doon to take out.
Exactly right. Body slam getting thrown here by Stud Muffins. I will say that the switch timers are a little bit desynced as well due to the late swap from Doonebug 97. But in terms of options, I'm not sure what Stud Muffin can really do. I think he just wants to chip down this Lickitung. And if you're Doonebug, you want to maintain at least double body slams as this matchup nears its end.
Right, I think Dune wants to come out of here with some health and maybe with some energy, but I think health is actually a little bit more important because remember, Dune already saw the Skarmory. He knows that the body slam that comes out of this is not going to be very effective, so wants to throw maybe a little bit early, get off as much lick damage as he can.
Exactly right. Body slam getting thrown here by Doonebug as these two Lickitungs just throw their body weight around. Gonna look for another body slam. Stud Muffins knows he can't quite knock out Doonebug's Lickitung just yet, but he's going to try to play out the situation to the best of his ability. Going to look for another body slam just as soon as he can. But Doonebug, with double body slams, can throw whenever he wants. Actually gathers some more energy because those licks are double resistant.
Yeah, that's a really great place to overfarm, like you said, when the fast attacks aren't doing a lot of damage and they're still far away from charge attack. And here, finally gets the knockout on the Lickitung and now has some energy to bring into the Skarmory as well. Of course, it's going to be resisted, but if you can get off another body slam, I think you're pretty much threatening to knock out the Skarmory.
Stud Muffin's rocking the classic Skarmory and Whiscash core, soaks some energy on the Skarmory, brings in the Whiscash here. Gonna try to avoid the power up, but it will pace to it. Lickitung throws
doesn't
it.
throw the Mud Bomb.
Doesn't throw the Mud Bomb, force the shield. I think he's gonna do what he needs to. Yeah.
Right, does get the shield, but Doonebug doesn't have to get farms down here. He can just switch up. Actually, he's staying in. Maybe he wants to force Stud Muffins to throw energy. And remember, Doonebug did bank some energy on that Whiscash. This is actually a difficult matchup for Doonebug, right? He's pretty soft to Whiscash in his whole line of 6, including in this line here. But he actually brings in the Gligar. Remember, this is a normal Whiscash on Stud Muffin's end, so you can take the Scald.
Gonna go on charge attack priority there, throwing the aerial ace, trying to chip down the Shadow Whiscash. I gotta say, the Stud Muffins has played this really well into the late part of the matchup. We're gonna see the Scald come through here. Like you said, because these are not Shadow versus Shadow, this is not gonna be enough to knock out, but the Gligar will take a lot of damage and even potentially the debuff.
Right, and you can't knock out that Gligar with Mud Shot, so you have to either do Steel Wings or another charge attack, but actually switches out here, and Doonebug actually wins charge attack priority. The Whiscash on Stud Muffins' end had a charge attack, not able to get off, and I think you feint the Scald right here.
Yeah, absolutely surgical precision by Doonebug to switch in, throw the Mud Shot, and win the charge attack priority tie. In comes the Skarmory, and he's gonna tie up this game neatly with the bow. I believe this is like the 5th or 6th Scald he's thrown in this game.
Right, that Whiscash put in a lot of work, right? Got a Scald on the Lickitung, I believe, early on. And when you're not taking a lot of fast attacks and you have a spammy charge attack, fast attack kind of combination there, you can get off a lot of charge attacks.
As we take a closer look here at Stud Muffin's team, the Shadow Whiscash makes so much sense. You have got a Shadow Gligar, a Lantern, a Skarmory. The only grass coverage on the team is the Lickitung. There's no Cresselia to worry about. Definitely not a pure grass type. So I think the Shadow Whiscash comes all 3 games if this series goes the distance.
But I think it's pretty safe on both ends as well. Both trainers only pretty much have the Lickitung to hard counter, or to do a lot of damage to the opposing Whiscash, right?
Exactly
Doesn't
right.
even hard counter.
Doonebug rocking an 80% win rate in North America this season. He added another win to his notch here. We're going to see the Scald connect to Lickitung in game number 1 of our replay. Going to look for the swap here. Great timing as well, trying to catch the Power Whip, but great composure by Stud Muffins in return.
You're talking about surgically precise plays, and look at that nice play from Doonebug. Builds up as much energy as he can on the Whiscash before switching out before the Lickitung can reach a charge attack here, right?
Yeah, throwing the Scald, making the switch, and then on the charge attack priority tie, confident in how he trained his Shadow Whiscash to win the charge attack priority event there. And we see a big knockout. Doonebug is up 1-0 in this series. This is the winners finals for Group A, so a lot on the line. Stud Muffins needs to bounce back.
All right, one more win for Doonebug here, of course, means that he's done for the day, and he actually advances to day 2, that top 16 on the winner's side, actually, so I think he'd even be top 12. So a lot on the line here for both trainers, and looks like we're getting into game 2 here. We actually see some spice from Doonebug.
Yeah, Doonebug kind of playing a little loose here, leads the Shadow Pidgeot into the Skarmory, safe switches that Shadow Whiscash, and out comes the Lickitung. We talked about this matchup. Lickitung, the only grass-type pressure available for both these trainers to counter the water-ground type, but at this point, I mean, he switched it in instantly. This is pretty good in terms of pacing, but at this point, Scald does so much, it almost was like a Shadow for Alligator Hydro Cannon.
That's right. Well, you are Shadow, and if you get the debuff, this matchup just gets better and better. But looks like Stud Muffins actually baits Body Slam here, gets the shield successfully, and now Doonebug probably wants to... Well, actually, I don't know. You can farm up here, or you can just go for the Scald right away and hope for that debuff, right?
Doesn't throw the Scald right away. Instead, charging up some extra energy, going for the Scald. Sometimes you think you throw early to try to get the potential debuff and slow down the Lickitung, but Lick doesn't do that much damage. You're going to get that Protect Shield from Stud Muffins.
No debuff again.
No
Oh, but
debuff.
gets the Mud Shot there. That's nice.
Nice Mud Shot coming through, and the Body Slam. Does Doonebug call it? No, he's going to double shield the Shadow Whiscash here.
Well, I think, like you were saying, Whiscash is pretty important in this matchup for both sides, and Doonebug recognizing that, willing to invest both Protect Shields here. But now this is kind of interesting because Stud Muffins has a Skarmory, remember, and there's no Protect Shields left on either side. So Brave Bird is going to hit. Ooh, actually catches the Body Slam.
Yeah, preserving the Shadow Whiscash like you called out. So trying to keep that useful Pokemon in the back. Body Slam connects into Lickitung, but this opens up an avenue for the Skarmory to come back. This isn't all negative though, because it means that Doonebug's able to keep the Skarmory away from his Pidgeot and give him a chance in the back.
That's right, that Pidgeot is going to find some play against both the Lickitung and the Whiscash in the back, but this Lickitung's energy is walled by the Skarmory, and I think if Stud Muffin plays his cards right, you can farm up a lot here, maybe go all the way to 100 energy, then throw the Brave Bird and have a lot of energy for whatever comes in next.
Gonna throw another charge attack. Skarmory trying to whittle down the Lickitung, but the Licks are whittling down the Skarmory as well. That ghost type damage adds up. Brave Bird not enough. Lickitung hangs on and goes for the Body Slam against the Steel type. This won't deal too much damage, but I can tell Stud Muffins wanted that KO.
Right, after that defense drop, probably just needed one more Steel Wing before throwing. And here comes that Whiscash, very close to move, but great counting by Stud Muffins. Knows he needs to knock out this Whiscash right away. And then, you know, maybe just try with the little bit of health you have left to take out what's in the back.
Another Brave Bird looking for the switch out, but it's not available. Pidgeot comes in, and it's got a wing attack down the Skarmory, and now Shadow Pidgeot's got a ton of energy. It's got a Lickitung with that it double resists the licks from, and then it's got a healthy Whiscash that it can just Brave Bird. This is gonna be epic.
All right, well, here's the good news for Stud Muffins. This is Doonebug's last Pokemon, and when it's your last Pokemon, you don't want to Brave Bird necessarily right away, right? You can't switch out and clear that debuff. So it looks like Doon is just going for the Feather Dance here, maybe thinking he needs 2 charge attacks to take out this Whiscash. Oh, sorry, it's actually an Aerial Ace.
Oh, it is? What? I thought it was Feather Dance too. I was like, yeah, totally so. That's a Feather Dance. Going for the Scald, Whiscash trying to pile on some damage to the Pidgeot. I expect Doon to over-farm and maybe try to go for the back-to-back Brave Birds to close out this game.
Oh, nice switch from Stud Muffins there. Doon was at the charge attack, but now with these double resisted licks, Doon has an opportunity to farm up a ton of energy.
Does he have this? Can he Aerial Ace the Lickitung and then throw the Brave Bird? But there's a Mud Bomb on Whiscash, right?
But it lives.
Oh, it hangs on.
Oh, but
Doesn't get the Body Slam. One wing attack. Doonebug, Brave Bird, here it comes.
And I think this Brave Bird is debuffed from the Scald earlier, but Doonebug doesn't care. Shadow Pidgeot with this Brave Bird does connect and knocks out half health on a Whiscash there.
I'm telling you, the Body Slam. The one lick
He had the Body Slam, right?
Well, I think that he got the Body Slam, but then the wing attack damage applied, and he wasn't able to get it. It was really close. Maybe he did have the Body Slam, and maybe he added maybe 1 too many licks into that equation. But that was incredible to watch. We saw Shadow Pidgeot lead in his Skarmory, and I thought, okay, this is really rough. But then Shadow Pidgeot ends up beating the Skarmory after the double Brave Bird, and then Brave Bird's the Lickitung to win.
Yeah, that was great energy management from Doonebug there. And, you know, we talk about ABA teams sometimes, right? When you're weak in the lead and in the back to a Pokemon. Doonebug had Pidgeot Lickitung, which is kind of soft to Skarmory in the lead, which he did see. But luckily, he had that super flexible Shadow Whiscash there, double shields it in the mid-game, and, of course, able to manage the energy down the line.
I feel like Doonebug has all these matchups down to a science. He knows he can just throw straight Scalds in the 2-0 shield against Lickitung. Like, he just knows these things in such detail. Like you said, when he's up against even a team that he just ran, you can't outplay him. He knows the matchups too well.
Yeah, Doon is very experienced, not just with the teams that he's been successful with, but he's actually been successful with a huge number of Pokemon, right? Like, he ran Stud Muffins' team at EUIC last weekend. Now he has a completely different team. He's already into day 2 on the winner's side, and he's using new Pokemon that haven't even been really played in regionals.
Yeah.
Shadow Pidgeot, I think maybe his first time using Alolan Sandslash as well, so Doon, man, knows everything.
He does. Let's take a look back at that series. That was a 2-0 win for Doonebug 97 on the left, which punched his ticket to day 2 at the Orlando Regional Championships. Again, the 0-2 shield situation against the Lickitung switches on the Power Whip energy. Stud Muffin throws the Body Slam, great composure, but the Lickitung mirror match does eventually go in Doonebug's favor.
Right, and it's not just those kinds of things, but Doon really knows, like, in the grander scheme of things, which of these Pokemon is kind of more important for that whole lineup of 6, right? For example, you see him no-shield the Gligar there to take that energy. He knows he needs it, he knows he can take it. He knows how important the Whiscash is as well. Like you said, investing both Protect Shields, knowing how safe it is against Stud Muffins' team, and able to close out some of these games.
Something that Doonebug has done in this game and also earlier on in the tournament was he makes his opponent waste energy, right? He makes them throw energy into a Pokemon where you can clear the runway for something else. We saw Mama Climbs do that as well with her Talonflame against Feraligatr. These trainers just know the situation so well that they know exactly how to execute their win condition.
Exactly, and it really helps when you know matchups really well. You know exactly how much damage each individual fast attack and charge attack will do. You know how to combine those in the most efficient way possible.
Wow, right there, gets the body slam, but the wing attack damage applies, winning the charge attack priority tie against the Whiscash. Even though it's debuffed, Shadow Pidgeot hits hard, and it KOs the Whiscash with the Brave Bird.
And I feel like we didn't even see the whole potential of Brave Bird from Shadow Pidgeot. Maybe we'll get to see some tomorrow, but if it wasn't debuffed, I think a Brave Bird from a non-debuffed Shadow Pidgeot could do a ton of damage to pretty much everything in the meta right now.
I want to see it land on Lickitung, right? Because we talk about Lickitung taking a ton of damage from Shadow Feraligatr, Hydro Cannon, Shadow Whiscash, Scald. I think Brave Bird would probably do like 65% maybe?
Yeah.
It'd do a ton. Aerial Ace, Brave Bird, Pidgeot. I did not see that coming either.
Well, Pidgeot only has flying charge attack, so it can be hard to keep them all straight. But let's hear from Doonebug here, and maybe he'll talk about how he decided to bring the Shadow Pidgeot to this tournament.
All right, thank you, Soph and Speedy. I'm here with Doonebug, hot off his second place finish at EUIC, less than a week later, and here already in Orlando. And I gotta ask you, quadruple Shadow on your team, Shadow Pidgeot on top of that. You gotta talk me through this thought process. I'm sure everyone's wondering, is there some reason behind this, or you're just trying to play hard mode at this point?
So I was talking with a few of my locals, my Texas locals, and also the world champ himself, it's Axon, and I was like, Shadow Pidgeot has always seemed like a very interesting pick since it was released, and it can just put in so much work against the meta.
Yeah, I think you're the first person ever to run Shadow Pidgeot this far into a tournament so far. Congratulations on your day 2 qualification already. Looking like you're setting yourself up for a good day 2 run on the winner's side. You are coming in here already with 2 regional wins this season. What are you looking forward to this weekend?
Try to get my 3rd.
Right, I like it. You'd be the first person in the entire world for Pokemon Go to do that in a single season, so that's quite the accomplishment right there. Anything you're looking to change in your gameplay coming into this week compared to last week in EUIC?
I'm just trying to have a lot of fun this weekend and also do well, but we'll see what happens tomorrow. It should be a fun day. It's gonna be a lot of good competition.
Right, well, doing already really well, as usual, Doonebug. And I don't say this often, but if you're making a day 2, make sure you bring your Shadow Pidgeot counters. So that's going to do it right for us. You can rest up, get ready for day number 2, and I'll toss it back to Speedy and Soph.
I think it's very ironic, Soph, that Caleb pointed out the Shadow Pidgeot counters when he's known for running Bastiodon, right? I'm sure Caleb would love that matchup against Doonebug's Shadow Pidgeot, but he's not competing this weekend. We got to focus on the players at hand. Speaking of that, we have a trainer returning to the stage. Excuse me, I can't get my words out. 2 trainers returning to the stage. One of them a regional champion. One of them has defeated former regional champions. This next matchup is going to be really hype.
That's right, we've got Bulk and Septile Ice 25 waiting for us on the stage, and we're actually speeding through this tournament. We're already in group finals, right? We just saw June, of course, advance, and whoever wins this will be on the winner's side for Group B heading into day 2.
Day 2 seeding is important. You want to be as high up on that winner's side bracket as possible because it's a lot easier, right? It's a much easier road to stay on the winner's side bracket through day number 2. I mean, as they say, just win. It's easy. Just keep 2-0ing, right?
Yeah, just keep 2-0ing and you won't have to play twice as many matches on the loser side, right? But I think our superstar players are getting ready for us on the stage here. Like we said, we've got Bulk, a former regional champion, on the stage, and of course, Septile Ice 25 on the left.
Septile Ice, arguably the best Skeledirge player here at the Orlando Regional Championships, and I think by far the best undercharger as well. His last matchup on stream was incredible to watch because he's able to pinpoint just how much energy he needs to win. Let's talk about some cores though. What can Septile Ice pair with his Skeledirge? Maybe the Cresselia?
Yeah, Cresselia. I also like the Altaria for him. It's pretty safe into Bulk's entire team. Obviously, Skarmory is going to kind of wall the Altaria, but the Dragon Breaths do add up. And you know, you were just talking about Septile Ice being maybe the best Skeledirge trainer here, and I think it actually pairs really well with the Altaria there.
I do as well. I like Altaria as a pick because its neutral damage output is almost unmatched. But he's up against Bulk, and when I interviewed Bulk, he said he stuck to his old faithful Pokemon, the ones that were flexible, the ones that he could win matchups with. So this is kind of a clash of, you know, a spicier kind of core breaker approach by Septile Ice versus Bulk's steady and reliable picks.
Well, I'll tell you what, Bulk is going to need to rely on some of that flexibility and stability here because he doesn't really have anything that's extremely safe against Septile Ice's team, so he's going to have to probably play around with some of these more neutral matchups.
Good luck to you both.
Can't see.
Good luck, have fun.
Can't see the lock-in screen, but there's a regional champion t-shirt on Bulk's avatar. That's the Septile Ice is up against. We're going to see the leads on the field. We've got Vigoroth facing off against Shadow Whiscash.
Very common matchup if you're playing the Jungle Cup in the Go Battle League right now. And of course, Vigoroth does get to Body Slam just a little bit sooner, but if Whiscash can start getting some of these scalds off, then it does get a little dicey for Vigoroth.
And I think that's why Septile Ice throws the Body Slam just as soon as he possibly can, because the Vigoroth will outpace the first Scald from the Whiscash. Does get the Protect Shield in kind. We're going to see the Scald get fired off here by Bulk 88.
Right, a lot of these Whiscash users like to shield the first charge attack, knowing that they might get the debuff later, and does get that debuff there, so the next Body Slam is going to do just a little bit less. Looks like Septile Ice is happy to just kind of stay in here, throw the Body Slam, and this, of course, this doesn't take out the Whiscash, but maybe happy to just come out of this matchup with a shield and knowing the Skeleturge can avoid a Whiscash.
That's the thing, so 50% of the time, Scald debuffs every time. We're going to see another charge attack come through from the Shadow Whiscash. Mud Bomb will be enough to knock out the Vigoroth. I anticipate Septile Ice will no-shield this, come in with the Altaria, and farm down.
Very confident there. He actually picked up his paper, not even intending to tap the screen there. It looks like Bulk isn't allowing that farm down, actually brings in the Gligar. And Septile Ice doesn't have a great answer here, probably just wants to stay in and, you know, kind of hope that Skeleturge can clean up in the back.
As we saw with Emmy Weedle at EUIC, the Skeleturge Altaria core is incredibly strong and it puts so much pressure on these neutral picks. This is something that Doonebug ran into as well in that grand finals. The Altaria Dragon Breath pressure is just so much, and Shadow Gligar, a familiar matchup against the Altaria, can't really manage it, but we actually see the switch into Skeleturge. How do you feel about that?
Well, he gets a lot of, he actually gets the full Incinerate there too, but come out of this with a lot of energy, right? And I think this is, like you said, a very skilled Skeleturge user knows that when you see a Pokemon at low health, that is the prime time to bring in your Skeleturge and get some energy.
Exactly, Skeleturge just latches on and rolls through matchups. We're gonna see the Disarming Voice get fired off here into the Whiscash, taking away that final protection from Bulk. Like you pointed out, Shadow Whiscash really important in this matchup. He's gonna go ahead and throw the Mud Bomb here after 2 Mud Shots. Great timing. Still one protection. Septile Ice doing some quick mental math, trying to figure out if he can pace the next Disarming Voice.
And he thinks he can, but Bulk knows that the switch clocks are still a little bit misaligned. He knows that this Whiscash is still going to be able to get to a charge attack, and it looks like Septile Ice is going to have to take this Mud Bomb here, but it's not the heavier hitting Skull. You might barely hang on.
Might barely hang on. Skeleturge can't do it against the Shadow variant. Out comes Lickitung. Bulk is going to out-bulk and outplay Septile Ice in this game number 1 because Lickitung is so incredibly stout. Going to throw the Body Slam. No, it won't be enough, but I do think the licks will add up over time.
That's right. Of course, like you said, Body Slam doesn't hit the hardest, but it does hit everything for pretty much neutral damage, and unfortunately this Altaria is not going to be able to finish things off, and Bulk does take the first game of the series.
I really liked Septile Ice's position for the first half of that matchup. I think that he had a great handle on things. The Skeleturge extra Incinerate energy was really, really cool to see that kind of pile on. But against this massive backdrop of Lickitung on Bulk's team, he just couldn't chew his way through that matchup. Do you think he needs to bring Vigoroth again and try to line it up against the Lickitung, or can he beat that Lickitung in other ways?
I think he still bring the Vigoroth, maybe not necessarily just for the Lickitung, but it does pretty well in the other neutral matchups across the board. Obviously, you need to watch out for the Annihilate, but other than that, I think the Vigoroth is certainly worth bringing. And right here, like you were talking about, this switch in, has to spend a shield there. Maybe you could have stayed in just a little bit longer before switching in and hope that you can Incinerate down the Gligar when it has less energy, but pretty tough position. I think Bulk just brought really good Pokemon against Skeleturge, right? All of Gligar, Whiscash, and Lickitung hit were super effective in some way.
We saw Septile Ice going with that Skeleturge Altaria core that you called out, so for the Vigoroth lead in game number 1. Game number 2, we're going to see what he decides to do. Bulk bringing the Shadow Whiscash, Gligar, and Lickitung game number 1. You know what? Let's just run it back. We're going to switch the order.
Both trainers, right, yeah. I think Septile actually is switched up the order, right? He had Vigoroth lead the first game, but Bulk is very happy to also switch up the order, but stick with the same 3 Pokemon.
Going with the Aerial Ace here in the opening matchup. The Septile Ice call it. Oh no, he almost does when he throws out the protection at the last second.
And maybe that match with Emmy Weedle, right, very salient in his mind, lost a game by trying to call a dig on the Skeledirge, and looks like was trying to catch a dig there, but actually Bulk was able to hold the energy and bring in the Lickitung.
You know, this honestly isn't worst case scenario, right? If you're Septile Ice and you saw a Skarmory, I think that'd be worse, but the Lickitung matchup here is not too rough, and you do have a boatload of energy on your Skeledirge, which wins charge attack priority against almost everything on the team there from Bulk.
So the energy is going to be able to hit whatever. You probably want to start getting shields down as soon as possible so that the Skeledirge can hit back. But Septile doesn't look very happy with this position. Maybe knows that this Moonblast isn't going to be able to take out the Lickitung, and the Lickitung probably going to be able to farm up just a little bit more energy. Well, this Body Slam doesn't quite take out yet, though.
I think the Altaria might actually pace another Sky Attack, so it's going to come down to which trainer wants to maintain HP on their Pokemon and avoid a farm down. Because you already have max energy on the Skeledirge, I think that as Septile Ice, you just go for the knockout here against the Lickitung.
I think that's right, and you can farm down with anything. The Gligar's energy is going to hit anything, especially now that the Altaria is out of the way. The Gligar's energy is even more potent, but maybe you go for a very aggressive Mudshot down here.
Oh, we actually see Septile Ice pressing on the Skeledirge, switching it into the Whiscash, throwing the Disarming Voice immediately in this matchup. I mean, honestly, Soph, you need to get this energy out, right? The worst case is that Whiscash KOs you, so I don't mind this use of the Skeledirge by Septile Ice.
That's right, you are, he already pulled a shield. He's getting a Shadow Ball off here. It's going to do a lot of damage, but now you're locked in, and Bulk is kind of going to be free to over-farm maybe and come out with some energy.
Exactly, another Incinerate coming through. Whiscash gaining some extra energy. Bulk timing doesn't quite line up, and now he's going to be forced to Protect Shield if he wants to save all the stored energy on his Shadow Whiscash.
And this is scary now because the Incinerates are really adding up. Even if you do, let's say, 2 Mudshots and then throw your Charge Attack, just as 1, maybe hoping that if Septile lets this go, that Incinerate won't register.
Yeah, I really like the play by Bulk to only throw the 1 Mudshot before that Incinerate damage actually applies. Now he's got a loaded Whiscash. There's still a Protect Shield. Septile Ice has potential for the Peekaboo play.
That's right. The Altaria is going to just be a potential catch at this point, but the clock wasn't quite up for that Peekaboo play. Does have to take the Scald from the Whiscash here, and remember, Bulk also saved a lot of energy from that Gligar as well.
No Protect Shield on the Scald. Now this Vigoroth is within range of maybe a Mud Bomb plus Mud Shots, but the Gligar comes in for the combo play, throwing the Aerial Ace right away. Bulk is going to unload all the stored energy and just fire a flurry of charge attacks.
Go for the catch here.
Yeah.
Already at the double O and doesn't get it.
Throwing back-to-back, a lot of trainers don't predict that, right? Because it's such an old strategy, but it sometimes works. Septile Ice is going to be forced to take the Aerial Ace. Vigoroth very weak now. Paces to the Body Slam, going to get the knockout against the Gligar here. Is there still a chance?
Yeah, hang on. Is Bulk going to be punished for not throwing digs here? Because now you have a very low health Whiscash in the back, and I don't think you can Mudshot both Pokemon down.
Yeah, you can't. Counter's coming through. Septile Ice gets the simultaneous knockout, but his Altaria is in the back, so he wins game number 2. Like you said, should have thrown the dig, should have dealt the damage when you had the chance.
Well, it might have been scary. Of course, you do lose Charge Attack priority to Vigoroth, and there was still kind of the threat of the Altaria catch lurking in the back, right? So really difficult position for Bulk, and really nice play from Septile Ice. You know, I wasn't sure about that Skeledirge hard swap in the middle of the game, but like you said, avoids the farm down and has to get the energy out somewhere.
Yeah, trying to get ahead, right? In that sense, you want to get ahead of the Whiscash and not behind it in terms of energy. So the switch in, just like you called out, so if we see the swap of the Skeledirge, and I saw your reaction, you're like, wait, what is happening? Why are you doing this? But it kind of made sense retrospectively.
Right, and there's that 1 Mudshot and Mud Bomb from Bulk. Doesn't let that last Incinerate register, but unfortunately the Whiscash was still just a little bit too weak at the end. I wonder if maybe Bulk had thrown that Mud Bomb earlier and would have saved a shield. That would have been better.
Yeah, can't get the catch, but not all is lost because Body Slam comes through and Vigoroth just slaps down the Whiscash. 3 counters does it.
And there's kind of one of Whiscash's weaknesses, right? We talk about how spammy it is. You can get so many debuffs, but you don't have the fast attack pressure to really close out in those kinds of situations.
Definitely a charge attack oriented Pokemon. We talk about Whiscash, talk about Swampert, even Registeel are very charge attack oriented. They don't do a lot of damage to their fast attacks. So you want to pair them with something with a hard hitting fast attack like a Skeledirge. Going to game number 3, let's see what we get on the field. We've seen lots of Skeledirge Altaria. We've seen lots of Shadow Gligar Lickitung.
All right, both trainers went for the same 3 Pokemon that they did in Game 2 as Game 1, but looks like they switched it up a little bit here. Bulk has actually dropped to the Shadow Whiscash and now has a Skarmory in the back. But first, we have Lickitung versus Altari on the field.
It's funny because both trainers are trying to predict that the other trainer will do the same thing they've done in games number 1 and 2. I think Bulk expects the Skeletor's and Septile expects the Whiscash, but neither of them are going to get their wish. Body Slam does connect. Altaria going to look for a charge attack here any second. Maybe the Moonblast going to overcharge just a bit. Actually misses the charge attack priority tie. Septile Ice gonna let this one through too.
Notice he can live this Body Slam pretty nicely, and like you said, maybe just farming up a little bit more energy. It's nice to be flexible. For example, if the opponent were to swap out, you want to have as much energy as possible so you have more options.
Knows that the Moonblast is not enough. Gonna go for the double Sky attacks instead. Septile Ice lands the first one. Lickitung hangs on, gonna go for a second one just as soon as he can, and he's gonna get there. Does he throw it? Yes. Gonna get the knockout if this goes through.
And Bulk does have that double flyer backline, so it's going to be kind of interesting to see how he wants to play this out. Happy to let the Lickitung go down. Maybe you get some farm down on something like the Gligar. Oh, actually goes for the Skarmory here, kind of revealing the adjustment he made.
3 Steel Wing lead. We talked about energy pacing. Skarmory is 8 to the first charge attack. Vigoroth. Actually, never mind. Fast Simul Swap. Here we see the Shadow Gligar versus the Cresselia.
And this Cresselia actually has Future Sight instead of Moonblast, which we've seen more commonly recently. And that actually, I don't know if that's better. I think it might be a little bit worse for this matchup in particular. It does shield up that dig because now 2 Grass Knots doesn't really threaten the Gligar as well as 2 Moonblasts. But the good news is we're in the 2 shield protect situation. So these Psycho Cuts are going to add up eventually.
They're going to add up, and I think that this Cresselia also has more of a shield pressure threat, right? Because if you want to protect shield the Future Sight, it is a lot more damage than the Moonblast. Another dig coming through. Septile Ice shielding up the first one. Does not protect shield up the second dig as Bulk just empties the energy here from his Shadow Gligar.
And I don't expect to see more Protect Shields coming up for this Cresselia. Remember, Bulk still has a Skarmory in the back, and of course, Skarmory with Brave Bird, one of the hardest hitting charge attacks on this entire team. And has to save it. Actually, look at that. See that Grass Knot? Not enough there. This is where you need Moonblast.
I think this is okay. This is okay, right? Because the Skarmory from Bulk had 3 Steel Wing energy lead. The Vigoroth only had 1 counter. Vigoroth can come in here, get another counter, and Bulk interrupts that pattern, comes in with a Skarmory, and doesn't allow the Vigoroth to get energy.
Well, here's the problem, right? The Skarmory still has 2 shields. Well, sorry, problem for Septile. The Skarmory still has 2 shields and knows that. Actually throws the Body Slam, and Bulk does shield it up. I think the Vigoroth is going to be able to get to a couple more charge attacks, but the question is, are they going to be enough here?
Yeah, I don't think the Body Slam will be enough. You have to land at least a Rock Slide. There's still a Protect Shield to worry about. Gonna go for the charge attack. Septile Ice knows he needs to make a call. Does use Protect Shield. It's an early time to use Protect Shield, though. I don't think the Skarmory wants to debuff itself this early in the matchup. Charge attack priority tie on the Rock Slide.
And this Rock Slide certainly is going to do probably the most of any charge attack now. But now that you're Brave Birding, maybe if the Cresselia has some energy, you can do something. But I think Bulk has this one. Brave Bird is going to connect. Cresselia is very, very low here, and Skarmory still over half health.
Brave Bird scrapes the Vigoroth off the field. In comes the the Cresselia, but Skarmory doesn't even allow it to get to the Future Sight. That is a 2-1 victory for the 2023 Milwaukee Regional Champion, Bulk 88.
And Bulk making his way back to day 2. I think he's played a couple of tournaments since that dominant performance in Milwaukee. Hasn't quite found the sauce this season quite yet, but maybe he's found it now, right? Already on day 2 of this stacked tournament on the winner's side, and maybe gonna challenge Doon for that repeat regional champion success here.
Yeah, absolutely. Could definitely make a strong case for that, because Bulk is a trainer to watch out from, watch out for from the Midwest, right? We're gonna see what he does in the rest of the tournament. Septile Ice falls to the loser's side of the bracket, but to already make it to winners finals before falling to the loser's side is a really solid run. There's a good chance he could make it to day 2.
Right, I think just needs to win one more game, going to be in losers round 7, and will be in the top 16 as well. But let's take a look back at the series between Septile and Bulk.
Game number 1, Altaria versus the Shadow Gligar. That's the Skeletorch and Altaria core was really key there for Septile Ice, but I don't think it quite gets the job done because Bulk just made all the right plays.
Right, Septile, of course, a very skilled trainer with Skeletorch, but unfortunately just wasn't really able to show it off in this best of 3. The first 2 games ran into things like Gligar, Whiscash, Lickitung. Game 3 didn't bring it, and it didn't find the Skarmory when it needed to.
Altaria can't quite muster enough damage output to take down the Lickitung, and Bulk wins game number 1. Fast swapping in the Skeletorch, one of the most unconventional plays we've seen so far in Orlando, but emptying the energy, not being behind, actually was instrumental in Septile Ice's game 2 win.
and was able to tie up the series kind of because of that play, right? Imagine if the Whiscash were to farm down Altari with double resisted Mudshots, would have gotten a lot of energy here.
Yes.
And instead, and this game really came down to the wire, right? Vigoroth kind of hanging on by a thread to get to the final charge attack, and then of course countering down the Whiscash at the end.
Yeah, big body slam, big Vigoroth counters, gets the knockout, and that Altari with just a couple of HP secures the win in game number 2. Septile Ice going into game number 3. This is kind of like when you and somebody else are walking towards each other in a doorway and you both step the same direction. You're like, oh, this is really confusing now because you didn't bring Skeledirge and I didn't bring Whiscash.
I love that analogy.
Does not get the knockout into the Shadow Gligar, forced to throw the Aerial Ace, and instead of giving that Vigoroth the counter energy lead, fast switches in the Skarmory to maintain that 3 Steel Wing advantage.
And that was really unfortunate for the Cresselia, actually, because it ended up fainting with a Future Sight, right? Just a little bit unfortunate the way the energy worked out for Septile in that game.
Yeah, that was an early shield call on the Sky Attack from the Skarmory, and unfortunately the Brave Bird did come through, knocking out the Vigoroth, and like you pointed out, so Steel Wing KO the Cresselia in kind. Quality win from Bulk88 because he actually took down the trainer coming up next in a grassroots competition, so Septile Ice is very talented.
Very talented, certainly. I mean, we've seen a lot of trainers today, but right, we saw Doonebug in that Winners A final versus Stud Muffins, and then we just saw Bulk. We've seen a lot of kind of regional champions going up against trainers who haven't necessarily had that breakout success in the championship series so far, and I think we actually have that again in the Winners C finals.
A lot of fun trainers here in the venue, but let's see what you've been saying at home. We're gonna do a social media check-in. We've got some awesome tweets. Is that a perfect Mega Heracross?
I think it is. Happy Heracross Raid Day, by the way, everyone. And if you're lucky, you might get a perfect Heracross, just like this one.
Exactly, 100% score there for that awesome Heracross Mega Evolved. And we actually have a new champion to crown as well. Let's hear it in the chat for Rick Flareon winning the Perth Regionals. I heard that came down to Game 5 of the bracket reset, which is very sweaty.
It looks like he's saying he had a perfect run to Grand Finals, and then, like you said, very sweaty Grand Finals. And here's Elam, one of our competitors here today. Looks like he got a perfect shiny Palkia from one of our star judges, Kevin, who's here in the venue as well. Don't forget, guys, coming to regionals is a great opportunity to share and trade.
I'm so proud of him too for maxing it out, but you can also do watch parties at home if you're watching remotely. These trainers are actually watching the Perth grassroots stream, which is really fun as well. That was a late stream to watch, but you know, Pokemon Go trainers, we don't rest on regional weekend.
Well, they don't rest, but it's also good preparation for them, right? I mean, what better way to prepare the night before than talking about some open Great League matches with your friends?
You know, I heard as well in Perth that a Clodsire made top 4.
Oh,
that's like a very divisive pick these days. Just real quick before we go to the stage, what do you think about Clodsire? I'm curious.
I think it's a little underwhelming just because the charge attacks aren't that efficient, right? I mean, you have non-step Stone Edge, and then you have Earthquake, which like we don't even see on Swampert nowadays. So yeah, I think it has some nice play, but even against Vigoroth, for example, like I've countered down Clodsires with Vigoroth before, and they're resisted.
Well, you know, but you're Soph Toph, so just Soph things.
Of course.
Hashtag just Soph things, right? But that being said, I'm really excited to see this next pair of trainers on stage. Going to be a fun matchup because the Orlando regional roster is stacked. So many trainers trying to gather those vital championship points to qualify for Worlds, and so many on the cusp.
And House Stark is one of those trainers who's really, really successful last season. Doesn't play a lot of tournaments, right?
True.
But when he shows up, he does really well. Of course, Baltimore regional champion last season, 3rd at NAIC. I believe this season has gone far, but not quite gotten into that top 8. And, you know, here on the cusp of day 2 once again.
We're going to find out what happens here shortly, but I'm interested to dive into these teams, look at some of these key picks, because one of my favorite dragons is showing up. We've already seen it twice on stream at least. We're going to see it again. It's got to be the Guzzlord, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, Guzzlord, by the way, one of those Pokemon where it's great to trade with friends who you see in person. And we do see the Guzzlord on House Stark's team there on the right. And how do you think it looks against Cedric's team here, though?
I like the Sableye matchup. I like the Lickitung matchup. End of story. All the other matchups look really brutal for Guzzlord. You have counter Annihilate, you've got an Ice-type Sandslash, you've got a Fairy-type Azumarill, and Registeel. So when you look at this team, I think that the obvious thing is to not bring the Guzzlord, right? But if you're Cedric, you're probably not expecting it. Does that mean you make the wild card play and bring in the lead?
I think that's the kind of read that you might make in a kind of game 3 situation where you're kind of forced into making those riskier plays. But let's take a closer look at Cedric's team. A lot of kind of standard movesets, but some of these some of these picks kind of harken back to earlier days, right? We see things like Registeel and Sableye, which have kind of fallen off, but obviously still have a lot of play in the current meta.
I really like how strong his team is against Cresselia. You've got Registeel, you've got Sableye, you've got Lickitung, you even have your Alolan Sandslash and the Annihilate Shadow Ball and Night Slash moveset. So I think there's a lot of play against one of the top picks in the current meta. Meanwhile, House Stark running Cresselia, Shadow Whiscash, Shadow Gligar, Shadow Poliwrath, Triple Shadows, as well as Skarmory and his Guzzlord.
Triple Shadows, and those are some of the standard shadows we've seen. It's kind of like, do you remember when Wing Attack first came to Shadow Gligar, and of course it got Dig and it was doing really well? Nobody was using the Shadow.
That's
and
true.
Now Shadow is everywhere. It's kind of the same with Whiscash, right? Now Shadow Whiscash is everywhere, but before people were just sticking with the regular.
It's funny because if you like plot the usage on a graph, it's like we see like a medium level usage for regular Gligar and then just an immediate dip. And in that dip, Shadow Gligar rises. It's definitely the most used pick at EUIC in the top 32. We're going to see it here in Orlando quite a bit as well. I think our trainers are almost ready.
I think they are. I think Gligar is actually the most used pick today as well on day one in Orlando.
Jumping right into game number one, we've got Cedric on the left, House Stark 93 on the right, a very neutral lead here.
This isn't a matchup we've seen play out a lot because, like we were saying, Sableye has kind of fallen off. I believe you do pace to foul play at the same time as Scald, but you do win charge attack priority as a Sableye.
Doesn't go for the charge attack, instead going to let House Stark 93 fire up the Scald here. Does use the first Protect Shield because the Scald does sting quite a bit, and the debuff happens as well.
Yeah, potentially wishing that he could have thrown that foul play just a little bit sooner because now House Stark can comfortably take this if he wants to. Of course, might decide to just preserve a little bit of health, but no, because of that debuff, now the foul play only does just about 2/3 of what's left on the Whiscash, comfortably able to make it to the Scald, but now you have to shield if you want to get this off.
Yeah, House Stark wants to get the second Scald from his Shadow Whiscash. He knows he can outpace the Purified Sableye to a Mud Bomb as well, so he's going to go ahead and Protect Shield, fire up the Scald here, try to deal some damage to the Purified Sableye, and no Protect Shield from Cedric 801.
And this is kind of nice for Sableye because you do get to the foul play. But actually a hard swap from House Stark, potentially realizing the Whiscash was not going to outpace, but actually met by the Azumarill here. Not a bad matchup for the Skarmory.
Yeah, I think Cedric was just taking a couple extra seconds to think about what he wanted to bring in because Alolan Sandslash does not have the best matchup against Skarmory since it acquired the Steel Wing buff. So he decides to bring in the Azumarill as well, and I think that could end up working out for him.
Well, he could have had the Alolan Sandslash, which does resist all the charge attacks from Skarmory. So this is going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Looks like House Stark is firing off just a Sky attack here. Azumarill going to be able to take this no problem and probably wants to start using some of this energy pretty soon.
Throwing the Ice Beam here, no Hydro Pump and open team sheets means that House Stark 93 has no reason to Protect Shield up his Skarmory. Gonna see another Ice Beam any moment here. Firing it off back to back. I like this play a lot. You definitely don't want to leave energy on the field.
That's right, here comes the Ice Beam. Looks like House Stark is happy to just take it with the Skarmory. I don't know if these bubbles are chunking a lot,
yeah.
But maybe you bank this energy. Yeah, there it is. Goes into the Cresselia and banks that energy for a rainy day. Here's a Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash, and House Stark is shaking his head, but remember, this is at least not as bad as a Shadow Claw Alolan Sandslash.
I like this, though, for Cedric, because if you would have done the reverse, right? If you would have brought Alolan Sandslash into the Skarmory, it would have been Azumarill versus the Cresselia, which would have been devastating, but now he's put himself in a solid position. Even Protect Shields up the Moonblast. Gonna go for an Ice Punch, maybe bait? Now, I know he needs at least 2 charge attacks, so he's gonna throw this one first.
Cresselia, very bulky, able to take a lot of charge attacks, and yeah, all of these charge attacks are resisted, so actually I like what you said earlier about Cedric kind of having a heads-up play and bringing the Azumarill into Skarmory.
Another Ice Punch gets fired off here, just raining down the damage. I think now the Cresselia is almost within Drill Run range. No Protect Shields for Cedric, but he does resist the Fairy-type Moonblast. Non-same type attack bonus and low attack Cresselia means that Moonblast just kind of, tickles Alolan Sandslash.
Well, House Stark is probably unhappy in this matchup, but remember, he does still have 2 Pokemon in the back. A little bit of a Whiscash, a little bit of a Skarmory that can both still deal some damage. I think the Whiscash is going to be healthy enough to maybe get to another charge attack. Skarmory has move loaded, but first, here comes the last final Moonblast as a parting gift from Cresselia.
I like what you said about being healthy enough to get the charge attack, but Cedric is trying to build in an insurance plan for that by keeping energy on the Alolan Sandslash. The combo play negates that, though. Coming in with the Skarmory with barely any HP, fires off the Sky attack, resisted or not. This is going to be enough. Alolan Sandslash gets knocked out.
And Cedric, both of his Pokemon are very, very low here. Sableye able to take out with just a Shadow Claw, but look at this Whiscash, right? Remember how Stark made that hard swap earlier, and there it is, able to take that first, oh sorry, not quite yet.
Wow.
Now able to take that first game with the mud shots.
Yeah. That wasn't even a game of inches. That was a game of centimeters. That was absolutely
Metric
insane.
system.
And Stark just kind of like smiles to the crowd. He said, "Yeah, I didn't think I had it either, but that's what happens sometimes."
Well, those backline matchups looked pretty tough for Stark, right? Like the Alolan Sandslash was pretty safe into both flyers, but I think I really like what he did early on, hard swapping the Skarmory and basically negating the Sableye's ability to get to another charge attack.
Exactly, cutting off so much energy potential. You see the Skarmory coming in, no swap out, and this is, again, Cedric was thinking about what he wanted to do. He has two kind of semi-good answers to the Skarmory, so he had to make a team read and a switch in 2 seconds flat, and that's what he came out with.
Right, that Sableye took enough Steel Wings so that it wasn't really able to do much in the back end. Remember how Stark shaking his head there. Of course, terrible matchup for the Cresselia, but you know, it's okay. You have friends there. You have the Skarmory ready to clean up the mess, and of course the Whiscash as well.
I'm telling you, the decision-making in Pokemon Go is so fast, right? I compare it a lot to Pokemon Unite, where maybe you're in the center area and you need to decide which lane to go and support, and you only have a couple seconds, because if you walk one direction and then come back the other way, you're already too late to help in the team fight. So definitely a really, really high-pace, high-octane game that we have here in our hands.
Right, and it looks like they're starting to lock in, still thinking maybe about what they want to do in Game 2. And remember, there's a lot on the line here. This is winners finals. Winner is going to go to Day 2 in a pretty comfortable spot.
Going right into game number 2, our trainers are ready. We got a familiar lead on the field. Cedric chooses that purified Sableye again. How Stark switches things up with the Skarmory. Actually going an ABB water team here with his Shadow Whiscash and Poliwrath in the back.
Those waters both cover Registeel pretty well, which is Skarmory's biggest threat on Cedric's team. And remember last game, how Stark was able to hard swap the Skarmory unpunished, and here Cedric is, you know, maybe was thinking that Stark would try something similar, but not the case. Here comes the Skarmory's first charge attack.
I feel like I'm in 2020, so seeing Sableye versus Skarmory, I mean, this is a throwback matchup, but it did change quite a bit with the Steel Wing energy increase in a recent Go Battle League season. Sableye gonna go for another foul play here, trying to get the knockout. How Stark needs to decide, does he want switch advantage? He says, oh yeah, sure, I'll take it.
Yeah, actually goes for the shield there. Doesn't want to rely on the water Pokemon so much, but I think the Poliwrath is going to be able to put in work. Of course, these players don't quite know what's in the back yet, but when you're running these ABB lines, sometimes it's really critical to maintain health on your A.
Wins, switch, and then switches out anyway in order to pull out the Lickitung in the back. I like this play a lot. House Stark telegraphing the future. He says, if I can land a couple Scalds here, even when Whiscash goes down, I can just Brave Bird the Lickitung and then ride the Shadow Poliwrath like you pointed out, Soph.
Right, and I don't expect to see him invest any Protect Shields in this Whiscash. Probably just going to do what he can. Here comes the first power-up. Cedric thinks that as well. Just going straight for the power-up, not playing around with any baits here, but I think this Poliwrath is going to be able to put in a lot of work for House Stark.
House Stark waiting down the switch timer. Those extra 10 seconds can be so critical when you want to make a switch out. He's going to try to refresh his switch timer clock, brings in the Poliwrath right away, and saves that Skarmory for a rainy day. You can see Cedric, that is not the Pokemon he wanted to see in the back.
Right, and of course, House Stark had seen the entire line, but Cedric hadn't, so that's kind of an advantage you can get sometimes too. Looks like Cedric is still hoping, all right, maybe I can land a power up here or get a shield, and Registeel can kind of clean up with his Zap Cannon in the back, but actually just throws the Body Slam. House Stark, no shields, knows he has to save a shield for the Registeel anyways, but now it's just a Body Slam, and you're fine.
He knows it's about 6 counters to Body Slam and about 8 to the Power Whip, so he has no fear of the Grass-type charge attack. Gonna go for the Icy Wind on charge attack priority to try to chip down the Registeel. Cedric gonna use a Protect Shield. Maybe he thinks it's Scald.
Right, I don't know how necessary this Icy Wind is because Zap Cannon would pretty much take you out regardless, but it is the cheaper charge attack, and I think all House Stark needs here is just some counters. I believe he banked some energy on the Skarmory as well. Remember, there is still a Lickitung on Cedric's end, so it's not completely over, but that switch clock is pretty far away. Poliwrath very close to him. It actually comes in with the Brave Bird right here.
Yeah, this Brave Bird is going to devastate the Registeel, resisted or not. This is a lot of damage and a lot of energy. Registeel wobbles and falls. In comes Lickitung, and 3 Steel Wings will tie up this match nicely.
House Stark with a dominant 2-0 victory there, kind of walking in the footsteps of Bulk and Dune, right? These more experienced trainers moving on to Day 2. But remember, Cedric has gone really, really far, only has to win 1 game in losers finals to to join Stark on day 2.
I'm telling you, the pressure is increasing, right? A lot of these former regional champions, these trainers that have a lot of success this season, they want those championship points. They know that they only have this tournament, Indianapolis, Los Angeles, and then NAIC. Those are the only 3 opportunities after Orlando weekend, and they're pushing. I think we're going to see an incredibly stacked day 2, Soph. Lots of former regional champions and lots of challengers.
Absolutely, and let's take a look back at some of those nice plays from House Stark. I think this is some really exemplary Skarmory gameplay as well, but that was a really great series between Stark and Cedric. And here is that Sableye versus Whiscash matchup from the first game. And here's that critical switch in from the Skarmory. Remember, kind of negating any health, any useful health, that the Sableye had remaining.
Great read by Cedric. I want to give him full credit for sending in a Zoomerl into this matchup and trying to predict the Cresselia in the back. It's a really safe call, a really heads-up call by him in a clutch situation. But House Stark just played it better. Combo play, Skarmory Sky Attack, like you said, so that Steel Flying type was the key.
That's right, and of course, House Stark in game 2 again brought the Skarmory, made great use of it, of course winning the lead and then combo playing the Registeel down the line. But remember, the end of game 1 was pretty scary there with the Whiscash kind of taking things out.
Close game, man.
And we heard him say close one, right?
Close game, yeah, close game indeed. Calls the body slam as well. Great awareness mid-game of the Lickitung's energy. Throws the Brave Bird. Another alley-oop to the Skarmory, and the slam dunk gets the knockout. That is a great 2-0 win by House Stark 93.
Yeah, and really great team reads. I think a lot of things that maybe they go by so fast, right? You don't quite recognize how great they are, but the Skarmory switch in game 1, and of course, game 2, a couple switches, recognizing that the Poliwrath could kind of take things home. A lot of really great plays there from House Stark.
I want to point out as well, the Skarmory switch in was very risky, but it was his only chance to win that game, because if you switch into the Powder Snow and absorb the damage, then Skarmory gets KO'd. So you have to wait in the middle of a Powder Snow, then make your switch before the second Powder Snow has started, and throw your Sky Attack when the damage is applying, and take priority and get your energy off on Skarmory. Just fantastic plays. I think as the matchups go on as well, these trainers kind of whittle down their win conditions, and maybe there's only 1 or 2 paths they can take. And House Stark said, yeah, it's risky, but it's my only shot.
That's right. Reading that there was no Registeel in that game 1 also, kind of helped a lot.
It helped a ton, right? But then the Registeel showing up at game 2, House Stark was ready for it. And also the great no shield by the Lickitung. I think mid-game awareness is something that Doonebug 97 does really well. House Stark also showing why he's your Baltimore 2023 regional champion, why he was 3rd place at NAIC last season as well. I think he wants to win the crown here in Florida.
Well, like you said, chances are running out with time in the season to get championship points. But you know how you can skip that championship point struggle? It's just by winning a regional.
Yeah,
easy.
Just do it. Just easy. Do it. Yeah. Just 2-0, like House Stark, right? But that being said, these trainers are fighting for that day 2 bid. We're going to have a top 16 here in the Sunshine State, which is going to be really fun to watch. If you've been enjoying the stream so far, make sure to follow the channels, follow us on social as well. Keep posting those messages on X. We want to feature your social media posts, and stay tuned for all the action we have coming up.
Well, there's a lot of action still left. We've already gone through winners A through C, but we're still going to see, there's 8 groups here today, so there's still going to be winners finals and losers finals for all of those, and that'll determine tomorrow's games. But before we get into tomorrow's games and who's going to be filling out that bracket, let's hear from our winner just now, House Stark.
Thank you so much, Soph. You had an awesome in-game there with some interesting decisions. You no-shielded a body slam, and then you went straight for the icy win instead of Scald. Can you talk us through that in-game that secured the 2-0 victory?
Absolutely, yeah. I think the biggest thing was just trying to get the shields down as soon as possible. I knew the counter damage was going to add up with Poliwrath at the end there, and no shielding the potential power whip there was honestly just knowing that the Registeel had energy in the back, and knowing that that's a bigger threat than anything that Lickitun's going to do, especially after being hit with the icy win first. So yeah, it was just in the moment.
Speaking of threats, you have a really interesting team. Can you talk us through how you built this team?
Yeah, I think initially I really wanted to have Shadow Poliwrath on the team because it's one of the core breakers for the Shadow Whiscash and the Skarmory core. So that's such a difficult core to break otherwise. But it also helps with Lickitung, it helps with Registeel, it helps with a lot of different other options. And then having Guzzlord there to kind of clean up all of Poliwrath's weaknesses, other than of course Charm, which Skarmory can cover, which is why the team works, I think, really, really well as a congruent function. And I'm very excited to see how far it could take me.
Yeah, and you have been far in the past because last season you were the first ever trainer to qualify for the World Championships. It's obviously getting towards the end of the season here. Are you still hoping to qualify for Honolulu this year?
Absolutely. I'm going to give it my all. This is obviously one of the tournaments that I have been to, and I'm going to do my best, and I've been doing well so far, and I'm just hoping to continue that ride and continue the path towards the end.
All right, well, best of luck on the rest of that journey, and back to you, casters.
Wise words from a very successful competitor over the length of the championship series. We're going to see what happens because we keep talking about that, right? We're trying to drill it into the competitors, everyone watching at home. We're approaching the end of the season. Did you know that?
I had no idea. I mean, it's April, but maybe Worlds is really far away. There's still tons of tournaments, so many opportunities to earn championship points. I mean, in reality, like a lot of these trainers haven't necessarily maxed their locals yet, for example, right? So
True.
Up until NAIC, they still have opportunities, even if there aren't regionals that they're still planning to attend. They can get 50 points at cups, for example. So it's not necessarily over.
I also want to emphasize that if you didn't have your best finish in a cup or challenge, you can actually do another one and try to improve your performance and take the highest point total that you acquired. So there's still kind of ways to refine your game. So keep on going to those cups and challenges, keep on competing in your local communities and training up for the bigger competitions like regionals, ICs, and even Worlds.
And of course, there's still a lot of championship points to be earned at NAIC, for example. I think even if you're, top 64, you're still getting as many points as you would for a much better finish at a regional. So definitely still a lot of opportunities there.
Exactly. Well, we just gave you a little preview, a little teaser of the trainers that were coming up on stage. So if you recognize them, let us know in the chat. But I think so. That's all from us for right now. We're going to toss to a quick break, but don't go anywhere because we're coming right back.
All right, trainers, get ready to take some notes. It's time to study Pokemon types. In Pokemon Go, there are 18 total types. Some Pokemon have a single type, while others are dual type. You can identify a Pokemon's type in the inventory menu or on the top right of the battle screen, similar to the Pokemon TCG. Every attack in Pokemon Go has one type property. Similar to VGC, the type property of a Pokemon's charge attacks are displayed on screen during battle. We can use this scale to see how damage applies in Pokemon Go PvP. Neutral, resisted and super effective, double resisted and double super effective, and triple resisted. In VGC, flying-type Pokemon are immune to ground-type attacks. However, in Pokemon Go, no types are immune to other types. The closest comparison to immunity in Pokemon Go is triple resistance. More on that later. Unlike TCG, no Pokemon in Pokemon Go can use a special ability to remove their type's weaknesses. Therefore, every fast and charge attack will deal at least a tiny bit of damage, leading to improbable, unexpected, and exciting win conditions. Let's begin with the interactions between fire, grass, and water. Fire is super effective to grass, grass is super effective to water, and water is super effective to fire. When two single-type Pokemon battle, their attacks are usually neutral, resisted, or super effective. However, dual-type Pokemon are much more complex. To determine effectiveness for dual-type Pokemon, consider each type individually. For example, a Psychic-type Confusion from Bronzong will deal super effective damage to Poison and Fighting-type opponents. When Bronzong battles Toxicroak, that damage becomes double super effective, because Toxicroak is both a Fighting and Poison type. Some Pokemon single resist, double resist, or even triple resist attacks from other types. For example, Steel-type Pokemon single resist Dragon-type attacks, while Fairy-type Pokemon double resist Dragon. A Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon like Mawile will actually triple resist Dragon-type attacks. These are all of the double resistances in Pokemon Go. If you combine one of these double resistance interactions with another single resistance, you get triple resistance. Let's deep dive into a complex dual-type matchup, Beedrill versus Skeledirge. Beedrill's fast attack Poison Jab is neutral to fire, but resisted by Skeledirge's Ghost type. Skeledirge's Incinerate is neutral to Beedrill's Poison type, but super effective against its Bug type. Beedrill's X-Scissor, a Bug-type attack, is resisted by both Fire and Ghost, making it double resisted. Skeledirge's Disarming Voice is a Fairy-type attack, which is neutral versus Bug, but resisted by Beedrill's Poison type. Skeledirge's Shadow Ball is neutral to both Bug and Poison. Beedrill's drill run is neutral versus ghost, but super effective versus fire, resulting in super effective damage. Always keep a close eye on the screen while battling. Super effective or not very effective appear when Pokemon use their fast attacks. Protect shields turn red when shielding super effective damage, purple when shielding neutral damage, and blue when shielding resistant damage. Lastly, make sure to check the type icons at the top right corner of your screen. The power of a charge attack depends on the Pokemon using it, so an Earthquake from Swampert likely hits harder than one from Clodsire. A Pokemon that uses an attack that aligns with its type will receive a slight damage bonus, called Same Type Attack Bonus or Stab. Finally, buffs and debuffs can swing the momentum of an entire battle. An Icy Wind debuff will lower all of a Pokemon's attacks, and a Night Slash boost will raise them. That's all for me. Best of luck in your future battles, trainers.
Welcome back, trainers. We are here in the Orlando Regional for Pokemon Go. Day number 1. We have a few trainers already made to day number 2 so far. We have a few more. I'm Caleb Payne. I'm joined by 2 Butters, and we got some exciting battles for you all.
Yeah, we started off Orlando with some new faces, but then recently, of course, we had Doonebug and House Stark moving it on the winner's side to day number 2. And then up next, we have some more trainers that have kind of been on the bubble, just right on the edge of those day 2, sometimes getting into day 2, but both of these trainers coming in on this winner's side, winner's finals, which means if they win, they secure Top Cut and Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and on the winner's side too, so they still have a series that they can still give up and still continue making it forward to that grand finals. Bulk was actually the 3rd trainer to make it in our top cut for tomorrow, and so that means 3 of our 3 trainers are all previous regional champions. That streak's going to change though in this upcoming matchup. We have Beach versus J Mills coming up right here on stage. Beach, definitely a frequent flyer for these tournaments and has been a frequent flyer in those top cuts as well, multiple top cuts. And J Mills, I believe this is only his 2nd tournament this season. Last year in Orlando, he got 3rd place, his highest finish ever. So looking to try to repeat that success here and maybe go a little further.
And Beach keeps getting to this moment. In Charlotte, he got number 9. And in previous tournament, Fresno, he got number 9. Milwaukee, number 9. He keeps getting to the edge of Top Cut, but not getting over that hump. Is today in Orlando going to be that opportunity? His team does include the regular Poliwrath, which we saw from Lyle Jeff in Vancouver. Obviously, it's much better against Gligar because once you get the first debuff, then you can endure that Aerial Ace, and then the Skarmory has really been the choice recently. It's kind of the flavor of the month.
And that non-Shadow Poliwrath just does a lot better into Shadow Whiscash as well, and just Whiscash in general. You can just tank the Mud Bombs quite well there. Speaking of Shadow Whiscash, we got the Shadow Whiscash, Shadow Gligar, Lickitung, Skarmory, Vigoroth, and Chargebug on side of J Mills. This is the exact same team that Doonebug ran in Knoxville to win it all. Only a slight variation from his EUIC team, and definitely a very meta and strong team.
Yeah, the only difference is Annihilate was at the European International Championships instead of Vigoroth. So this time J Mills going back to that Vigoroth because it is quite safe, especially if you are battling against a team.
Good luck to both of you.
with 3 trainers as these trainers say good luck going into this match. It is going to be Beach versus J-Mills. It's the Poliwrath, the shiny, versus that Shadow Gligar. And this is the matchup you kind of want as the regular Poliwrath, because you can just win the alignment here if you want. It actually swaps out.
We say instant swap out to the Skarmory. I like this play from Beach a lot because if you look at J-Mills' team, there's not really any strong checks for this Altaria outside of Skarmory. Even that matchup is not the cleanest, especially if you start spending shields. But J-Mills going for a little chip and dip action, going to throw the Aerial Ace, then come in Lickitung. I like this play a lot because now if you look at the health on this Altaria, it's closing in on Body Slam plus Lick Range.
Yeah, and that would be perfect for J-Mills there to be able to get that extra energy as well. You are switch locked into this Lickitung now, and you do probably get the Body Slam, but you won't get the Lick down before the next Sky Attack. I think you're going to be able to endure this Body Slam. It's going to be really close to see if Beach does get to that Sky Attack, which it's not going to knock out the Lickitung though.
And honestly, if you could tank the Sky Attack, it's actually not the worst case scenario. Ooh, cutting it really close, almost getting licked down, but the Sky Attack is going to come through. Now, this is actually not a bad situation for J-Mills because he doesn't have a lot of health on Lickitung, which means the Poliwrath on Beach's side can't really farm too much. And if you can't farm that much, that means you won't get to Icy Wind before the Aerial Ace.
And no Protect Shield. This means you will get knocked out by 1 Aerial Ace. Yes, you're going to get a 2 counter advantage into that Gligar here, so you're going to get that counter. But J-Mills did have a little bit of energy remaining on that Shadow Gligar before he swapped out, so this is actually quite tough. Maybe you're going to instant swap again, but the thing is, the backline matchup, you can't counter swap because you have Charger Bag in the back for J-Mills.
Yeah, this Poliwrath has nowhere to go, but it is not over yet because Beach has a great opportunity to debuff the Gligar and come in with his own Gligar. What do? Bring in Charger Bug into the opposing Gligar for J-Mills? That's going to be a really awkward situation for your own matchup as well.
You can't. You have to stay, and J-Mills is going to be throwing this energy and actually throwing the Aerial Ace. He kind of grimaced a little bit. I thought maybe he pressed the dig, but it was the Aerial Ace here. And like you mentioned, that is the reason he's grimacing, because he can't bring that Charger Bug in. He has to stay in this matchup. He only has 1 Protect Shield remaining, but Charger Bug's going to have to win the entire backline against 2 Protect Shield Gligar. Does he give him 1? No, no shields.
That's a huge no shield because that means that this Gligar's coming into Volt Switch range. It is resisted, but even resisted damage with 2 shields up. This is actually looking really good for J-Mills all of a sudden. Beach may be predicting that it is not the Charger Bug in the back, maybe thinking it's like a Whiscash or a Vigoroth, but unfortunately, it's going to be the resistive Volt Switch that's really starting to chunk down the very little remaining health of the Shadow Gligar.
But you got the Protect Shield here, so now you just have to get this in range of a Scald or an Icy Wind. But can you hang on? You have the 2 Protect Shields. Can you hang on from the Volt Switch damage to get enough energy to knock out with either an Icy Wind or a Scald? Do you need to commit to the Scald? I feel like you might have to.
I think you do, but I don't think this Poliwrath has any energy. Yeah, very little energy. Can you get to the Volt Switch down? You might have to just throw the Icy Wind.
And
it goes for the Scald. Barely getting there, but really great time from Beach. Precision, patience there too. I think Icy Wind would have cut it really close, so Scald is definitely enough to knock out the Charger Bug.
The advantage of the non-shadow there, being able to hold on from those Volt Switches. I saw the same thing as you at that moment. That Poliwrath was about 30% health and no energy. I'm like, how is it going to hang on with enough Volt Switches to get to at least 7 counters to get to the Scald? But he was able to get to that 7th counter right before that Volt Switch went through, able to endure, and seems like a good choice to have the shiny Poliwrath instead of the shadow one.
Yeah, exactly. I think the non-shadow definitely helped out Beach there, having a little bit more bulk to endure all the Volt Switch. I mean, yeah, look at this. Beach leads a Poliwrath into a Gligar, right? So terrible lead matchup. He can't maintain switch. He can't win switch advantage in the mid matchup, and he doesn't spend either of his shields and still wins it. It's pretty nutty how it played out for Beach in the end there.
Yeah, how risky was that no shield right there? Because if even against like any Pokemon with any fast attack pressure, and you literally had a Pokemon with fast attack pressure, with super effective fast attack pressure, you just had to time that literally perfectly and endure enough Volt Switches to get there and hang on. And Beach feeling confident, feeling this is going to be his day to move on to the top side of that bracket. He's been stuck so many times at 9th place. He is just 1 win away from securing top cut.
And I think that was actually a really good calculation from Beach, right? Recognizing that it's either Charger Bug in the back where I could potentially grab both shields with a shield was already down for J-Mills, so grab the final shield with the Gligar and do some chip damage, or anything else in the back now that the Gligar's taken out is going to lose the Poliwrath. So he's just setting up his Poliwrath for success there in the end, and really great call, because if he spent a shield at any point in time, J-Mills potentially could just baited with the X-Scissor, landed discharge, and won the game. So here we go. Game number 2. It's going to be the Poliwrath yet again. Same exact team composition for Beach, but now catching the Skarmory in the lead. And yes, typically Flyer into Fighting type, you're thinking is a good matchup for the Flyer, but this matchup is actually not that great for Skarmory. Poliwrath actually does quite well into this matchup, especially shields up.
Yeah, the difference between the Shadow and non-Shadow, though, you can hang on to the Scald if you are Skarmory, so no Protect Shield, so you'll at least get the Protect Shield advantage here. You did lose that 50-50, but still get the Protect Shield on this Brave Bird or Sky Attack. I'm not sure which one he registered there. It was the Sky Attack bait, but he pivots out into his own Gligar, and you do have that Altaria in the back to try to counter it.
Yeah, and we see Beach trying to catch J-Mills patient there too, choosing not to throw, pausing a little bit, expecting potential catch. Either way, Aerial Ace is definitely the move of choice, but you definitely didn't want to throw that Aerial Ace against a potential Lantern or Skarmory. So good patience from J-Mills, but great alignment for Beach so far. This is looking a little tough for J-Mills.
Yeah, it gets a little dicey though for the Altaria here though, because once you start getting that energy advantage like you did for J-Mills, even against the Altaria, Shadow Gligar does fight back because you'll get to the triple Aerial Ace before the next Sky Attack is available. So you will take alignment even if Beach does give up a Protect Shield.
And Shadow Gligar is just way too strong these days. And trying to go for the aggressive wing attack down. Can you get it? Yes, wow. J-Mills does. Coming out with back-to-back Aerial Ace. This is not good for Beach. You have to show the Gligar. Once you show the Gligar, though, this is going to get a lot dicier because now J-Mills knows to save the Charge Bug. Oh, actually comes in with the Poliwrath. This is interesting.
And
absorbing the energy.
And just sacking the Poliwrath here, thinking that Gligar in the back is going to be his win condition, expecting that Charger Bug in the back, and what a call it's going to be because it is the Charger Bug in the back. There's only one protection remaining, so you're not going to use that on an Aerial Ace, but it's going to be Charger Bug. But the key thing is there's some health on this Skarmory.
Yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting play. I mean, yeah, Poliwrath's not great into Charge Bug, but he can still do something. Maybe just Beach is content on just absorbing some of that energy so the Gligar go for a sweep, but this is, yeah, J-Mills thinking, okay, well, this is definitely not a dig, and still allows him to get to that Sky Attack / Brave Bird. Either way, either move would knock out this Gligar at this point in time, but maybe just throwing the Sky Attack for good measure. And then now it comes to Charge Bug. Yes, not a great matchup, but at this health disadvantage for the Gligar, it's going to struggle even against Charge Bug.
And the fact that you're able to hang on.
Going for the discharge,
yeah, going for the discharge here to try to tie up this series, and J-Mills secures that knockout and ties it 1-1 there. How about Beach? I love the backline call, thinking that the Charge Bug is going to be in the back, but you just didn't have enough resources left because you only have one protection remaining, and even that Skarmory at such low health was able to soak an Aerial Ace of your energy plus get a Protect Shield.
I'm telling you, Butters, Shadow Gligar is too strong, man. It's so strong in this meta. That's why you have Skarmory as kind of like a mandatory pick for a lot of these teams, because that's the one thing that can really shut it down, but Beach didn't bring the Skarmory into that game, and so that safe swap Gligar was able to beat everything on the side of Beach, especially when shields were up.
And how about that safe swap? You safe swap the Shadow Gligar, and then Beach brings in the Altaria to counter it, and then just gets wing attack down. It's absolutely ridiculous. And to your point, that is why people are finally bringing the Skarmory to counter the strength of that Shadow Gligar, because if you bring the Ice types, then you are weak to fighting. Maybe you're neutrally weak to something like Lickitung or a Cresselia. I mean, Dugong is just going to probably lose to that Cresselia, Lickitung, and fighting type. So I feel like Skarmory is so safe right now. If you avoid it from the electric types, you have so much maneuverability, and J-Mills utilized that in that game number 2 to tie it up, and looks like we are about to lock in to the decisive game number 3. Remember, these two trainers have really been on the bubble. Last season, this season, J-Mills has gone 3rd place in Orlando. Beach has top cut it before, but a lot of 9th place finishes. Both these trainers really want to get the top cut tomorrow.
That's right. You definitely get a lot more points making it into that top cut for sure. So definitely something you want to do, and on the winner side on top of it too. Because if you're coming on the winner side, you just don't have to play as many opponents, right? So there's a lot less room for error, essentially.
Yeah, and J-Mills looks like he's making his last decisions here, thinking there's so much on the line. He already tied up the series, and what does he bring here? Remember, this is a team that has been seen a lot. It is pretty much Doonebug's team from a previous tournament. As we get the lock-in, game number 3 for who makes it on the championship Sunday. And there it is, that Skarmory lead against the Altaria.
There's a fantastic lead for J-Mills too. One of the few things that actually shuts down this Altaria on his squad, and he finds the perfect lead here. Backline matchups look kind of weird for both sides. So honestly, this entire matchup looks fairly neutral for both trainers.
Yeah, the only thing you have to worry about in the back is your own Shadow Gligar if you are J-Mills against the Skarmory of Beach. But you're likely gonna get the alignment here. You're kind of ABB weak to Skarmory in the back, but it's not terrible because Lickitung, it's not an awful matchup.
Yeah, and you know, the real worst matchup is really that Gligar versus Skarmory, so Beach just pretty content on not getting the Gligar on top of the Skarmory. There's still a lot of health on the Skarmory left, so Beach couldn't commit the shields. I can see where he's getting at here, because if he doesn't shield this, he still has to build up to entire moves on the Skarmory and the Gligar to even have a chance against the remaining health of J-Mills to Skarmory. J-Mills contemplating, maybe I just let this go. I like to play a lot there from J-Mills, because now, actually hard pivoting over to the Gligar. However, he does have a shield advantage.
Yeah, and I was really expecting the pivot, because it's an ABB type team, a pivot to Lickitung, right?
Yeah.
To try to bait out that Skarmory, but decided to pivot into the Shadow Gligar instead. And maybe because he saw a flying type in the lead, it's not going to be double flyer, but it is double flyer because some of these flying types protect each other's weaknesses that you can easily bring them on the same team.
That's right. Altaria is going to protect that Charge Bug weakness, and then Altaria is going to protect a lot of the weaknesses for the Skarmory, mainly like against the water types for sure. But J-Mills still has a shield, so it's not over either. J-Mills probably feeling comfortable with the Gligar face-off just like last game, not expecting the Skarmory to even be in the back, but Skarmory is going to be met here. Let's see if Lickitung could do most of the heavy lifting by itself in the end here. Beach going for the hard-hitting Brave Bird, maybe just trying to debuff the Skarmory, give less farm to the opposing Lickitung.
I mean, Lickitung is so good, but this is a situation it's not used to. It's going to have to completely close the entire battle for J-Mills, securing one knockout there, and now it's kind of an advantage situation against this Shadow Gligar, but remember that there is that Altaria in the back. You can pivot and try to get some Dragon Breath damage with it, or swap on a Body Slam.
Yeah, that's definitely one potential option too. Catching that Body Slam would be nice because Body Slam still definitely chunks against the Gligar. Beach going for the bait with the aerial. It's a less hard-hitting move. Does J-Mill call? Oh, a huge call from J-Mills. Nodding his head saying, all right, I'm feeling this, right? I think that there's a chance here. There's a win con for sure. Now Beach actually done the aerials before the dig is even reached, but I think at this point, that makes sense because if J-Mills doesn't shield this, he's just in wing attack / Dragon Breath range.
Both timers are available. It's easier to swap as the Lickitung. It's harder to swap as the Shadow Gligar in Beach because the Lickitung is on that one-turn fast attack. So can you get a miracle? Can you swap on a Body Slam here, or will J-Mills time it perfectly? He paused to try to time it perfectly to secure this Body Slam on the Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, fantastic mechanics from J-Mills, able to knock out the Gligar. Altaria is still there, but no energy on the Altaria. It's going to be a fast attack off. It looks like Lickitung is going to win that. J-Mills finds himself a spot in top cut for tomorrow. Day 2 in Orlando, trying to repeat his performance, or maybe even go for that second or first place finish in Orlando.
Congratulations to J-Mills, feeling comfortable in Florida, able to take that victory, reverse sweep Beach, who started off really strong, and then you saw J-Mills was composed. He took a long time to lock in that third matchup, and then also game number 2, just able to properly call what was in the back and win the game. Well done by J-Mills.
Yeah, that was a really fun series because I feel like both trainers were in really weird situations, right? Gligar versus Skarmory, Charge Bug versus Gligar, Poliwrath versus Gligar, and it seemed like a lot of times the person that was in the disadvantageous position was actually the one that ended up winning the game.
Yeah, specifically in that situation where in the lead happened, you protect shield on your Altaria, but then you pivot in the Shadow Gligar, then you bring out the Skarmory, but yet every time like you got behind, it was actually silver lining because you were getting some fast attack down, getting some momentum somewhere else, and then J-Mill was able to sweep the entire lineup with Lickitung, which you don't see Lickitung getting full sweeps that often.
Not often at all. Let's take a look at the highlights and see how J-Mills won it all here in this series. Here we go, Lickitung against Altaria. Not a terrible matchup by any means, but the Poliwrath looked just super strong for Beach in this backhand matchup. Gligar was actually really probably Beach's MVP in this specific situation, grabbing all the shields from J-Mills, taking out J-Mills' Gligar and just putting that Charge Bug in that Scald range.
Yeah, and this was so tough because you got so low on that Shadow Gligar, you weren't able to do enough against that Charge Bug, but you had the double protect shield and you're not running the the Shadow Poliwrath, so you're able to get to 7 counters even while taking super effective fast attacks to reach that Scald.
Yeah, and after that, though, J-Mills locked it in. Safe swap Gligar in both games 2 and 3. And look at this Gligar matchup against Skarmory. Just land the airways and just be able to wing attack down. Coming away with such an advantage at that point in time. And at that point, J-Mills able to get to this crucial Sky attack to force that final shield. Chargebug being Gligar on the back. Not something you see very often.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, that Gligar was in the back, so he had that little bit of the Skarmory to do something. And Skarmory has just been so strong here because the electric types are really strong. Lantern, Chargebug are heavily in usage, but Skarmory against the rest of the top meta just seems so safe, and you just have so much flexibility with it, especially if you pair it up with your Shadow Gligar. I feel like that's been a very common core here in Orlando. You bring the Shadow Gligar and you bring the Skarmory. A lot of times it's been working out.
Definitely, and you can see Lickitung, we said, you know, dropped a little bit in usage at EUIC, but Lickitung still one of the best Pokemon in Great League and in PvP, and you can see it close it out for J-Mills. A little sigh of relief there too, saying, you know, GG's to his opponent there, Beach.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great series, and once again, Beach is not eliminated. He has had multiple 9th places, but he still has a chance in that losers finals to be able to get over that hump into day number 2, which he has been before. So congratulations once again to J-Mills, and Beach, you still got one more shot.
That's right, and either way, Beach will be walking away with some championship points. I can't remember if he's actually qualified for World Championships or not, but if he isn't, I'm pretty sure he's very, very close after a lot of top finishes at these tournaments and participating in his local scene as well.
Yeah, it's awesome. It just adds up over time, right? You just keep being consistent, do the locals, and then come down to some tournaments, do well. I mean, 9th place is nothing to scoff at. That's a really good performance. It's tough to get that far, so I think you're right. I think he is on that edge, and what might put him over the edge is getting to Top Cut tomorrow.
Yeah, so we wish him the best of luck, but congratulations to J-Mills for an incredible performance. He can rest up and get ready for day number 2.
Yeah, and J-Mills just moved on, and of course, I think we staggered our bracket here. We had a couple groups going through it at the start, and then we started another group later. So I think we're getting towards the end of our winners on this side of the bracket, and we got Group G coming up next with some trainers that we've known before. We got Frostfire 14, Ivy Pips as well. I remember Frostfire, one thing that's been so impressive about his Pokemon journey is he said that he kind of struggled in-game matchups. He was being a little bit off at exactly where the energy was from his opponent, and it's hard to do because it's a fluid game. People swap in, they swap out. You have to know exactly where they are. And then the next turn after that, he got the Top Cut, and he was one of the best in-game players there. It was so impressive to see a trainer think that they have a flaw somewhere, address it, and then make such improvement. So he is one of my favorite trainers on the championship series because of that.
Definitely. And still on the winner's side, last season he got 7th place in Orlando, which was his highest finish until this season where he got 4th place in Sacramento. So definitely racking up the championship points on his end as well. So we'll have that Frostfire versus Ivy Pips matchup shortly for you all. But until then, let's take a look at the April content we have here too, because this is good, important stuff to keep in mind. We saw Registeel earlier on stream, I believe against House Arc. Cedric was running it. Registeel, one of the staples for PvP, both in Great League and Ultra League. You're feeling really spicy Master League, but I personally would not recommend it. It's coming to raids on April 25th to May 2nd. You definitely want to catch one of these. It'll be great to use for PvP right when you catch it, or you could trade with someone too to try to re-roll some of the stats and get an even better one.
Yeah, sometimes you get much better against the Lickitung matchup if you do re-roll that. And then we have Community Day. We have Bellsprout that if you evolve into Victory Bell, you get Magical Leaf. So now you have another option besides Razor Leaf to try to do some different pressure against your opponent. It's going to be able to get the Leaf Blades really quickly, but I really love the triple catch Stardust as well, especially I live in California, so you know it's going to be weather boosted too. You're just going to get so much Stardust.
That's right. Our grass types definitely need some love, especially in the championship series, because it's pretty much like grass is extinct at this point too. I don't know. Do you think we'll see any Shadow Victory Bell with Magical Leaf in a future tournament, Butters?
Yeah, I think we definitely will at some point. Maybe some things need to swap around in the meta because Shadow Gligar is obviously dominant. And then what's moving up to try to face that Shadow Gligar. It's the Skarmory. So I don't think it's really healthy for grass types right now. That's why you see Pokemon like Lickitung and Cresselia with that grass subtyping being much stronger, because the actual grass typing is kind of a disadvantage right now, but that's not always going to be the case. As things move around, maybe Shadow Gligar is not going to be as strong in the future, then suddenly it's going to be much stronger, and that's a Pokemon that with that fast attack of Magical Leaf, you can start fast attacking down, and then you're going to put a lot of pressure on your opponents in the back line.
Yeah, it's excellent typing with that poison subtyping as well, to resisting fighting damage, so may even have a lot of play against Annihilate. Poliwrath definitely for sure, and the fighters, even Vigoroth. So we'll see. We'll see if anyone dares to do it. You know, I have a person in mind that loves to run Spice that's going to LA Regional down the road, so I'm hoping that they run that Magical Leaf victory build themselves.
Well, I'm going to play that community day, so you never know. I'm going to be practicing everything, so I'm definitely, if you want to practice, let me know. But
yeah, bring your Skarmories.
Yeah, you definitely, I'm going to bring the Spice, but a trainer that usually brings a specific Spice is actually Frostfire. He usually has the Shadow Charizard, which I believe there is no Shadow Charizard on his entire team. You actually just faced a Shadow Charizard at the European International Championships and did quite well against it.
That's right. Yeah, I think Shadow Charizard, it's still really strong, especially in certain matchups, but I think Talonflame is just a better fire flying of choice these days. Skelders might be just the best fire in general, but Shadow Charizard definitely had its day, and I think some trainers are still going to continue to use it and use it pretty well. I know Arrow got 9th place in it, Axon top cut with it as well at EUIC, so definitely still has a lot of play. But Frostfire, known for Shadow Charizard in both the Sacramento and Orlando top cuts that he's had in the past, not running it this time. Instead, he is running the Shadow Gligar, Skarmory, Shadow Whiscash, Charjabug, Azumarill, and Lickitung. I feel like the core of double ground, right, with the Gligar, Whiscash, and then Skarmory, plus your electric of choice, either Charjabug or Lantern, definitely no Ampharos Butters, and then just bulkier Pokemon to round it out, usually a Lickitung, and then usually a fighter or a counter user. This time it's going to be Azumarill. It's kind of like the meta we're seeing here today.
It's exactly Doonebug's team. You just swap the Annihilate for the Azumarill, which is actually a team that Bulk ran in a previous tournament too. So I wonder if there's any talk between those two trainers. And here on Ivy Pip's side, you do have the Shadow Whiscash, Shadow Gligar, double Shadow Ground type users. You have the Charjabug, the Lickitung, the Annihilate. So this is actually 5 out of 6 of Doonebug's team as well. And instead of the Skarmory, you have the Dugong. So seems like a lot of these trainers are bringing that previous meta, but just making a little twist here and there to try to swap out a Pokemon to get an advantage. And I love the Dugong pick, especially against this team. It's going to be really strong against Frostfire's team. Really only has to worry about the Charjabug.
Yeah, Dugong's difference really with Skarmory, both hard checks to that Gligar, is that Dugong's just going to be weaker to fighting types. But the thing is, there's no fighting types, no counter uses on Frostfire's team, so this is actually looking really good for Ivy Pips.
Yeah, as these two trainers talk it out real quick before they're going to be getting into the battle, exchanging some team sheets, things of that nature. But yeah, I have to agree, because it's so much safer into that Skarmory matchup. I mean, it just feels so safe against everything. And then, of course, there was a key difference between Frostfire's team and Doonebug's team. There's no counter user. There's the Azumarill instead. So now you're just safe against literally everything against that, except for that Charjabug. And then when you're looking at the other side, once again, now suddenly that Shadow Gligar that's been so safe for almost every trainer, there is a hard counter in Dugong on Ivy Pip's side.
Yo, check out that Marshall that Ivy Pips brought as well. This is Ivy Pips' 3rd regional tournament. First one was Baltimore last season and Hartford last season as well. 25th place in Baltimore, 33rd in Hartford. Definitely looking for a personal best here in Orlando. I got a fun fact for you, Butters. Ivy Pips' username is actually not Ivy Pips. It's actually, that I is actually a lowercase L.
Oh.
But he likes to go by Ivy Pips because he was going for the I. Unfortunately, I think the name was taken or something, so he couldn't go Ivy Pips. So he goes by Ivy Pips, but that's actually LV Pips.
Sometimes it could be a blessing in disguise. I relate to that, because I was going for 20 Butters, but the 0 was taken, so I became O. And now he is known for Ivy Pips, and like you mentioned, a 2-time competitor, but also
Thanks.
Also really consistent for just a 2-time competitor. Always ranging in between 25 and 33 as we get into game number 1. It is going to be that Dugong into Shadow Whiscash here. Shadow Whiscash does not love this matchup, but Frostfire is going to stay in for the meantime. Yeah,
this is actually a pretty good matchup for Dugong overall. If Whiscash has a mud-shot lead, it could get a little weird for the Dugong. The weird thing is Frostfire does have 2 checks to this Dugong in the back with the Charge Bug and the Lickitung. So I think we're probably going to see him swap out eventually. Maybe going to take an Icy Wind first and then dip out after the debuff.
Yeah, I agree with you. And because Lickitung, there is no hard answer. There's a Dugong instead of a Skarmory on Ivy Pip's team. You can say swap the Dugong, and there it is, that pivot into Dugong once you got debuffed. But now you are going to get debuffed on this Dugong, so you can chip and dip and maybe go into your own Lickitung and just maintain that alignment.
Yeah, that's a beautiful play from LV Pips. That's what he's going for. Is going to throw. Oh, and it gets even an extra Ice Shard. I like that play a lot. Knowing that Frostfire is not at the power whip yet, just going to get a little bit extra energy, then come in here. And this is the weird part for Frostfire because, of course, there's no fighting type for Frostfire, so actually there's not a lot of checks to Lickitung to begin with. But on top of that, you don't really want to come in Whiscash into Lickitung loaded with energy either, because the power whip is going to one-shot you.
Yeah, and if you look at the back lines here, you have Charge Bug. Both trainers haven't revealed their back Pokemon, but it's Charge Bug versus Shadow Whiscash. So this is actually really tough for Frostfire here. So he's going to have to find some way to get an advantage with the other 2 Pokemon, either getting some energy on the Lickitung and maybe swapping out, or getting some energy on that Shadow Whiscash to try to get a debuff or something, because if you just play this out as it's going right now, it's going to be really good for Ivy Pips.
Yeah, every single body slam that Frostfire is throwing is better and better for Ivy Pips, because these are just debuff body slams, so the energy is not as valuable that's being thrown from Frostfire. I think Frostfire might be content on just letting this Lickitung go. I'm not really sure, because at this point in time, he could definitely swap out to the Whiscash. But again, do you really want to come in Whiscash here? Oh, actually decides to come in Charge Bug. I like this play a lot too. Charge Bug with energy is pretty strong. Outside of Gligar, it has a lot of play even into Whiscash. So those Xers really hurt.
And you get a full Volt Switch through before you take that Body Slam, but the Body Slam doesn't really matter because you're pretty much already in Scald range. So now you are going to throw the Xers in. No Protect Shield from Ivy Pips here. Just going to let the first one go. And now here's the call. Do you start going for a lower energy? Do you go for the Mud Bomb because it's going to be almost enough, or do you commit all the way to the Scald? And here comes the Scald.
Goes for the Scald. Typically, Scald is not enough to knock out, but with that chip damage from the Lickitung, this Scald is going to be way more threatening. And through 2 shields! It gets it through, and now the debuff comes out as well, so Ivy Pips knows you survive. And here's the thing, there's not a lot of fast attack pressure, right? You got Mudshot on the Whiscash in the back and Lick on the Lickitung, so I actually really like this play because Frostfire still has to commit energy to take out the Whiscash from Ivy Pips' side.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard to Mudshot down before another Mud Bomb is available for Ivy Pips. You have your timer if you're Frostfire. Ivy Pips doesn't have it quite yet. You can't get there, so you actually have to commit a Mud Bomb. That's actually huge, wasting all that energy on such a low health Shadow Whiscash. Ivy Pips also has a little bit of energy remaining on his Dugong.
It's not over yet, but it is looking rough for Frostfire, right? There's still 2 to 1 shield advantage for Ivy Pips. Dugong has a little bit of energy, but
coming
not
in
much.
Lickitung.
Yeah, and the thing is, Lickitung, no energy on the side for Ivy Pips either, so just trying to draw some of this energy, but I think the thing is...
Fast attacks. How are you going to even endure fast attacks? Because as soon as you're taking some more licks, and you have the double body slam here, and it's deciding to go for the licks over the Ice Shards, letting this Mud Bomb go, but now there is a Protect Shield remaining. How much energy? Do you have a body slam banked, or can you get to a Power Whip? And you have a body slam banked. If you can get a Protect Shield, thing is, you actually get to the Power Whip. If Ivy Pips tries to call a body slam, no, he Protect Shields. So now, if you get to a Mud Bomb, it's not over.
It's definitely not over. So now the real question is, you're going to be able to get the debuff on the Whiscash. There's still a shield on Frostfire's side. You have to be able to hang on and survive the ensuing Mudshot and Mud Bomb. I think this might be enough. I don't even know if Frostfire can get to this Mud Bomb or not. It's coming in down to the wire.
He needs 2 more, and he gets there. He's able to get to the Mud Bomb, but remember, it is debuffed. Can the Shadow Whiscash do enough damage to knock out Ivy Pips? And yes, it's a knockout with 9 seconds left on the clock. Out of nowhere, Frostfire makes a comeback.
I need a magnifying glass for that one. I wasn't even sure. It looked like there might have been potentially 1 HP on the Dugong, but Frostfire finding a way to win that matchup. It looked so bad for him down the road, right? down a shield, and he still had 2 Pokemon with a decent amount of health left, both in the yellow. But the thing is, there wasn't any shield energy on the Lickitung Ivy Pit side, and there was only 1 Ice Shard advantage on the side of that Dugong. And here, I mean, you know, Scald going through a 2-shield Charger Bug landing, but this X-Scissor was pivotal because that allowed Frostfire to take out the Whiscash with just a Mud Bomb, and then here, you know, Ipit spends 1 shield on the Lickitung first, but the second one comes out, not able to spend it.
And you're going to be able to get to this Power Whip here. I want to look at the next thing. So do you throw the Icy Wind here? Like, should you throw it, or should you just try to go for that Ice Shard? Maybe the Ice Shard was the play because this Ice Shard doesn't register, but if you didn't throw a charge attack, that means a previous Ice Shard would have, and that Ice Shard would have been enough to knock out.
I think you're right there, Butters. But, you know, it is tough from a competitor standpoint. At that point in time, that was that Whiscash's what? 5th, 6th, maybe 7th Mud Bomb at that point. So it's hard to keep track of the energy, especially with Pokemon weaving in and out. I think Ipits thought that no matter what, Frostfire's getting to a Mud Bomb, I need to debuff the Whiscash in order to have a chance there. But I think if he just went for the Ice Shard straight away, could have been good. But yeah, Frostfire's got to be feeling great about that match. I mean, honestly, I'm watching. I think everyone watching at home is like, this is looking pretty rough for Frostfire, right? Pretty much hard counter throughout, or just had no way to win alignment, but just chipping away, slowly chipping away at all the Pokemon Ivy Pips, just getting energy where he could. Really allowed him to find a win condition there.
I think if you do the math, Frostfire needed 3 Mud Shots to knock out there. You give him 1 Mud Shot by throwing the charge attack, or sorry, by throwing the Icy Wind. But if you just go for the double Ice Shard, that you get knocked out on that 3rd Mud Shot. So I think that would have been the win condition, but can Ivy Pips bounce back in this game number 2? And that's not a great way to start because you have the Shadow Gligar versus the Skarmory. You're imagining it's probably gonna be a pivot into Lickitung, and there is that pivot into Lickitung. It's not the end of the world here if you play out this matchup versus Skarmory because, but there's a Zoomer on the back. ABA strong against Shadow Gligar.
ABA strong into Shadow Gligar, and also ABA strong, or strong into, ABA weak into the Skarmory, I should say, from Ivy Pip's side. So definitely not the best spot you want to be in. I think Frostfire is very content with this matchup because, like you said, strong the Gligar on the back, so you don't really need switch advantage. I mean, you're going to get switch advantage, but you don't need to swap out. You just maintain this matchup, and you're in a good spot.
Yeah, and a lot of trainers don't have an answer for Shadow Gligar. Almost no trainers have 2 really good answers to Shadow Gligar, which Frostfire does have with that Skarmory, with that Azumarill. So you're just really comfortable here. You can go for the Brave Bird. There it is, because if you throw the Sky Attack, sometimes you can still get to that Body Slam if you are the Lickitung. So Ivy Pips has this decision to make, does not shield the Brave Bird.
Chooses not to shield Brave Bird. This is interesting for sure. Now, Azumarill is definitely a counter for Gligar, but with Gligar, it has a shield advantage or energy advantage. It actually is not the most comfortable for that Azumarill, but it looks like Ivy Pips actually going to come in with the Whiscash instead, throws the Mud Bomb on Charge Attack priority. Frostfire feeling really content with having seen all 3 Pokemon from Ivy Pips at this point and knows how to play it out, and is going to save the shields for the remaining back Pokemon.
So the only way this could get dangerous for Frostfire, in my opinion, is because he knows the backline Pokemon is Shadow Gligar. So he knows his best Pokemon. Oh, there's the Protect Shield. He knows his best Pokemon is going to be the Azumarill. If you don't Protect Shield this Whiscash, it could get dicey, but he instantly Protect Shields. But he does lose that coin flip.
Yeah, it loses the coin flip and also loses charge attack priority. Ivy Pips also 1 Mud Shot ahead, I believe, at this point in time too. So it's going to pace faster to the Scald as well. It's going to put Frostfire in a weird position potentially. Let's see how Frostfire plays out. Do you spend 2 shields on the Whiscash? Yes, it's going to spend both shields. I think Frostfire's feeling pretty content. If I get all the shields from Ivy Pips, I'm in the clear. 1 Ice Beam should be enough to take out the Gligar. Ivy Pips got to be thinking what could be in the back that is not afraid. Chooses not to shield the Whiscash right here. Honestly, that's probably the better call because you don't really have a lot of room for this Gligar to go if you don't have any shields at all. It's going to throw again on Charge Attack priority, throwing the Scald. I don't think it's good enough to knock out the Whiscash. No, not even close, actually.
And it's interesting, Frostfire does know that he loses Charge Attack priority, but he threw once he got the Scald energy instead of Mud Bomb, because Scald is a little bit too much there, as the Mud Bomb is going to be knocking out the Whiscash. Here comes the Shadow Gligar. You are down a Protect Shield, but you have that Azumarill. Oh, but so now you're you're up a Protect Shield against Eomero in the back, but all Eomero needs to do is, and he's looking at what's in the back there.
He's not gonna like this.
Yeah. It is the Eomero, but all this Eomero needs to do is get to double Ice Beam. Can you dig plus dig and win this matchup?
It's going to be close. Like I said, like, you know, Gligar, getting an extra wing attack is huge. Yeah, I mean, sometimes the timing is a little bit tricky there, but Ivy Pips has a chance to optimize perfectly here, throw the wing attack, gets a double dig. I think the best play for Ivy Pips is throw on charge attack priority on the next Ice Beam, because you want all the extra wing attack damage to come through as well and not get hit by the Ice Beam. So can he do it? Actually going for the aerial ace here.
He thought that the double dig wasn't enough, so he's going to go for the dig plus double aerial ace, but I believe the Eomero's one bubble away, if I'm not mistaken, and it is one bubble away, so it looks like Frostfire is going to be able to get to that Ice Beam, and Ivy Pips is a little confused, thinking maybe he had a little more time there, but he didn't, and he gets knocked out by Frostfire's Ice Beam.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Ivy Pips in the end. Unclear if that dig would have been enough. It would have been super close at that point in time, but Frostfire is able to close that out. Close game 1, and then game 2, just Frostfire had a strong hold on that matchup throughout.
Yeah, to your point though, because the Eomero was 2 bubbles away from that Ice Beam, and you were thinking the best thing to do is do 3 wing attacks and then throw exactly on charge attack priority. So would 3 wing attacks plus the dig be enough to knock out the Eomero? We don't know, but it would have been really, really close.
Yeah, it would have been. It's okay though. Ivy Pips is still in this. We'll be moving on to the losers bracket. Frostfire, meanwhile, will be moving forward in this winners bracket. I think that will put him close to winners finals, if not winners finals. He's either going to be in winners semifinals or winners finals right now. So we'll have to see.
Winners semis, I believe. That was winners round 3. So now he's going to be winners round 4, which should be winners semis. But congratulations to him once again, showing off his in-game prowess, because he was in that situation that game number 1. There were so many Pokemon remaining. All he had was a lonely Whiscash, and he was just getting through the rest of the team, and out of nowhere, he just wins the entire thing.
Yeah, it could be a tough spot, especially when you have your back against the wall in that situation. But Frostfire not letting him face himself and, you know, staying strong and persevering through the really tough matchups and finding win cons there. Very impressive stuff, and earning himself another spot in this winners bracket. So we'll have the replays for you all very shortly. But yeah, definitely want to take a look at that first game.
We got them right now. Let's actually look at those win conditions at the end of game number 1, because this is going to be that charge bug. Remember, holding on to get to this X-Scissor. This was huge because it got low enough to get knocked out by the Mud Bomb, or maybe even force a Mud Shot down. But that was the first knockout from the Whiscash. There's that second knockout from the Whiscash. And then the third Whiscash knockout's going to happen as well.
Yeah, the third one's coming in pretty soon here too. I mean, he even went for the Power Whip, not even baiting. Recognized that, you know what, I'm going to get to one move anyway. I'm going to go for the harder hitting move and see what I can do. And then here, Whiscash, you know, I said that Whiscash was harder play. It's kind of trending downward a little bit, but it looks like Shadow Whiscash is still looking quite strong.
Yeah, it is pretty good here, and able to just barely hold on to get to that Mud Bomb. And you saw the timer too. There was almost no time left on the clock because of how spammy this Shadow Whiscash is. It's just throwing charge attack after charge attack and able to win that game number 1. And in game number 2, the call to bring the ABA Strong versus that Shadow Gligar. The Skarmory in the lead and the Eomero in the back.
Yeah, and a really tough matchup for Ivy Pips in that second game, but coming super close in the end, they're almost able to win it, but just one wing attack really off from that final move there. So well played from both trainers, and I gotta say, the meta's looking pretty strong, Butters. Yeah, these are very meta teams, and they're looking very strong.
Yeah, it's a change of pace definitely from the European International Championships, but I would say some of our top trainers have brought the craziest teams. You look at Out of Pocket, who is a former regional champion. He brought the Double Gator to Florida. He brought the Skeledirge and the normal for Alligator. Then you have Doonebug, the 2-time regional champion this season. He brought Shadow Pidgeot and fully swept the team with it.
Quadruple Shadow team too.
Quadruple Shadow, and then even House Stark having an interesting team with a Guzzlord, a Shadow Poliwrath. So I feel like there's a lot of people bringing the meta, but I would say at some of our number 1 seeds, they're bringing some crazy stuff.
That's true. Sometimes if you're really good at the game, you could just run whatever you want. But let's hear a word from Frostfire, who's also very good at game with Speedy Chief.
I'm here with Frostfire, who is no stranger to the stage. Welcome again to another interview, Frostfire. How are you feeling after that series?
A little shaky. That was a really close set, but I'm glad to be here.
Absolutely. No, you played really well. A very close matchup. I wanted to ask about your team, right? Because you're known for bringing Shadow Charizard. Not on your team this weekend. Tell us why.
So I was looking at the meta, especially EUIC, and there was just so much Lantern, and I just was not comfortable with it at all. So I started team building with a few buddies. Originally, we were on the Shadow Swampert wave, but at the end of last night, I ultimately decided to go Shadow Wishcash, thanks to Bosox Guy's suggestion. And I just want to thank my team building partners like Quarb, J Mills, Kaiser, and 8 the Great, and Jason. Sorry.
It's all right. Like, once you start naming people, it's so hard to get everybody right.
No. We had a little group chat, so I'm like going through the list in my head of the group chat, but we spent so much time team building for this meta because it's like so much is going on, and it's like there's Skarmory at one end, and then there's like Shadow Glide, and it's just so much to handle all at once. So it was really nice to have people help me team build.
Yeah, really diverse and a lot of different ways to get to your end solution, right? Which is winning games. Speaking of winning games, I think you're 2 rounds away from qualifying for day number 2. But what's your mindset as you get further into the bracket? Are you trying to like stay calm? Are you a little bit nervous? Like, what are you feeling?
After that game, I'm definitely like woken up, I guess. So a little nervous right now, but I think once I can take a second break, and then I'll have hopefully some time before I play my next match. So hopefully I'll be a little more settled down, and I'm feeling pretty comfortable with my team now, so I'm happy about that.
Awesome, Frostfire. We're looking forward to seeing you succeed. I'm sure all your teammates are as well. Best of luck in your future rounds, and casters, back over to you.
Thank you so much, Speedy, and well said from Frostfire. Just trying to say there's a lot of things going on in this meta, so sometimes you want to be a little more consistent. I love that he has some teammates that he's able to team build with as well, and it paid off there in the end. That Shadow Wishcash that he chose, as he said, over Shadow Swampert was definitely the right choice for him in that matchup.
Yeah, we had Rick Flareon win the Perth Regional earlier today with that Shadow Swampert, but definitely a harder Mud Boy to pilot in today's meta, in my opinion. That Scald debuff, it's such a hard-hitting move, too. It just does so much, and that 50% chance of debuff just helps you win so many matchups. So relying on the reliable double ground strategy, Frostfire is continuing on in the winner's bracket. Coming up next, though, we have 2 trainers that we had earlier on stage now in the loser semifinals, and both of them are not seeded very high, so both of them are upsetting quite a few matchups.
Yeah, we've seen some trainers that we've known recently. Let's get back to those underdog stories. Remember, you still have a chance to qualify, so there's so much to play for these trainers. If you win the regional championship in Orlando, you will automatically qualify for Honolulu, Hawaii this season. One of 3 regionals remaining in North America. It's really getting towards the end of the season. All these trainers are trying to make a last-ditch effort to get to that coveted spot of the World Championships.
That's right. So a lot on the line still. And of course, even if you don't make it as far all the way to the end, you can still get a lot of championship points at these regionals and especially at the internationals. We have one, of course, at the end of, actually early June, I should say. Yeah.
Well, I believe the trainers are ready on stage, so let's head on over. Once again, we have Rody Nana on the left side versus TheTharion on the right side. And of course, we saw that Talonflame, Wigglytuff, that dynamic duo earlier on, but Wigglytuff, I feel like, didn't have as much strength in his particular matchups. How is it going to match up versus the opposing team? I feel like it's pretty good because you are facing a team with a dragon and a fighting type. You only really have to worry about that Skarmory, and that's why you bring the Talonflame.
Exactly, and you know, I think the thing with Wigglytuff is it's very strong in certain matchups, especially because it's typing, right? It has better matchups against any ghost users like Lickitung with that ghost lick damage. But at the same time, it doesn't hit nearly as hard as something like a Shadow Gramble or Shadow Alolan Ninetales, right? So that's kind of the trade-off you have there. However, if you're matched up against the Annihilate or the Altaria, you're in a really great spot, especially given pretty much most Annihilate these days are running Night Slash and Shadow Ball, both resisted. So you only have neutral counter damage, which is, you know, not a great spot to be in against a Charmer as well. But I think both the trainers are getting ready to get locked in. They both went 0-2 in this semifinals against Septile. Ice and Bulk, respectively. But I think they're looking for a rematch in the losers finals eventually. So they got to get through each other first. Here we go. It is going to be the Charge Bug into the Altaria. Altaria does have advantage in this matchup. You see the instant swap from Rodinana.
Well, this is really good for the Tharion because Altaria is so strong against Rodinana's team, except for against that Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff is really the biggest threat and almost the only threat that besides the Cresselia here. So now you can maybe dodge against 2 threats. You can dodge this matchup versus the Cresselia as he swaps into Gligar, and maybe you can dodge the Wigglytuff matchup, but you're really behind on energy here, Caleb.
Yeah, I thought the Tharion maybe was going to shield potentially a Moonblast and then swap, but tanking the Grass Knot is no problem at all either. And now you see Rodinana actually going for the Moonblast instead. Do we see a shield from the Tharion here? I think it's a really great shield. Is going to throw up the shield. That's fantastic because here's the thing, Charge Bug is not great into Altaria. It's even worse than the Gligar, so it might force Rodinana to show that third Pokemon, and the Tharion throwing the Aerial Ace. Perfect timing on Charge Attack priority against the Cresselia.
And look at this, Rodinana not using a Protect Shield. Maybe he wants to use those Protect Shields for a certain someone in the back line, that Wigglytuff, but you can't come in a Charge Bug. This is actually so clunky. Yes, you saved your Protect Shield, but there's a half-health Gligar. What are you going to do? You have to charm it all the way down and then give up those Protect Shields. Oh, here's a huge bait here. It's an Aerial Ace coming from the Tharion. If Rodinana, no Protect Shield, does give up Protect Shield.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually not too bad because the Charge Bug has a decent amount of play into both the Lantern and the Altaria. Wow, so the swap is going to come through instead now, and this is going to be interesting. Do you go for the Charge Bug? Oh, actually going to leave with the energy, leave with a full Icy Wind and a Disarming Voice, and now coming in with the Charge Bug, resisting the Spark damage. We're still going to take neutral Surf damage from this Lantern.
I like that play, to bank up that energy, get an Icy Wind that you can throw later. Also, Rodinana threw exactly when the Thunderbolt was available, which would have been resisted on the Charge Bug, so well played here. And now I feel like you're just trying to chip everything low enough that you can maybe charm everything down and go off. But how much energy does that Altaria have? It's energy dried, right? Because it threw it all into the Cresselia.
It is energy dry, so it's not going to really want to match up against the Wigglytuff. And at this point in time, you can see Rodinana choosing not to throw. He's actually pretty content with this, right? Because saying, okay, you know what? I'm going to draw all this energy. That's not bad, right? Because the worst case scenario is you take out the Lantern and then the Gligar comes and just farms a ton here. Instead, you take, what, maybe 3 Sparks worth of energy, but worth of damage, but you get a lot more energy for this Wigglytuff. Oh, and coming in with the Altaria. This is an interesting strategy for sure. And, you know, I think Rodinana is feeling pretty content.
And Protect Shields. Protection, I thought he was trying to bring this in to sack it so that then he could double charge attack on the Gligar without having to worry about the double Icy Wind, but actually is going to get to a Protect Shield. The Altaria actually got a Protect Shield, and how much energy does the Tharion have? Is this going to be a combo play?
Is there energy on the Gligar? There is the Aerial Ace, but throws the Aerial Ace in between the charm, able to get it off. And unfortunately, Rodinana has energy banked, not able to get it off in time against the Wigglytuff and Tharion, finding a way to come out that precarious matchup in the end.
A Flying type Frenzy to end that game with the Sky Attack, which I didn't see where he was going with that Altaria. I thought maybe he was just going to sack it and then try to win the game with Gligar, but he was thinking he didn't have enough time to get to multiple charge attacks on his Shadow Gligar because of how low it was and how much damage Charm does, that he decided to come in with the Altaria and then get the protection with the Sky Attack.
The Wigglytuff strats are tough to execute sometimes, because especially with that 3-turn charm, right? You know, if you swap in the middle of the charm, you just can't get the move off in time. And here we get the replay here, right? So we get the Lantern pivoting over into the Wigglytuff, and then now the Altaria into the Wigglytuff. You don't see this very often, but recognizing that there's still a shield in the end, if the Tharion could get that final shield with a Sky Attack, he's definitely in a good spot with that Gligar.
So what if you would double Icy Wind on that Altaria before it got to the Sky Attack?
Yep.
I feel like that could have been a win condition there, because if you did knock out the Altaria, then you have,
charm down.
You have 1 Protect Shield remaining, but there was a chance that the Gligar gets to double Aerial Ace, because it did have about 25% health, and it was 1 Wing Attack over an Aerial Ace, so maybe it could have got there in the end, but it would have been much closer, I think.
It would have been close, especially because that Charm's going to come through when you throw that first Aerial Ace, so even getting to double Aerial Ace, it's going to be tough to get both attacks off in time. So yeah, I think Rodinana maybe underestimating how much energy was on that Gligar in the end, or maybe expecting just being able to charm down, not seeing the combo play. But that's why the combo play is so deadly sometimes. It just can take you off guard and just throw the move in the middle of your fast attack. You just can't do anything to stop it.
Especially when you have that 3-turn fast attack like the Charm, you just get stuck there. But I don't think Rodinana is going to sit the Charmer. He said it's his favorite Pokemon. He is going to try to win this with the Wigglytuff, in my opinion, going to try to bust it out for that game number 2. See if he can hold those Protect Shields and close in the back line. We're about to get a lock in here. I'm really curious to see if he brings it.
I mean, I think you pretty much need it for the Altaria. Yes, Cresselia is not too bad with Moonblast, but if shields are up, that Altaria really starts chewing through even the health of the bulky Cresselia. And outside of that, you don't really have any really strong checks to Altaria. You could go a little bit more neutral with the Charjabug and the Gligar as options, but typically speaking, that's still going to favor Altaria more.
Yeah, I mean, Altaria is just so safe against literally everything except for that Wigglytuff. Yes, you have the Cresselia, so maybe you are going to bring a Wigglytuff Cresselia. So then what looks kind of strong for the Tharion is that Skarmory, and looks like we got a lock in this game number 2. Semifinals of the losers rounds. It's the Altaria versus the Charjabug.
All right, and I believe this is the same exact matchup from last time. It's actually the same exact team composition from both players, actually. Yeah, same exact team composition from both players, same order as well. Rodinana wants to run it back and see if he could change things around. The TheTharion definitely feeling great about this team composition.
Yeah, it's very neutral, but now you swap into Cresselia. It's very neutral as long as you avoid that Charjabug into Shadow Gligar, which you have so far. And now you're going to be at the energy of the Moonblast, and you're going to be the one throwing the Moonblast into Cresselia. And then do you try to swap once again? You said last time you thought you would throw the Moonblast to try to get a Protection or get this Cresselia lower.
Yeah, and now the Cresselia is quite low at this point in time. We're seeing the same exact matchup play out. Rodinana actually doing the Moonblast this time first instead of the Grass Knot. I like this adjustment, recognizing that the TheTharion probably not going to shield his first attack either way. No debuff is going to come through. That is a low odd chance of getting a debuff either way. And throwing the Aerial Ace on Charge Attack priority, I don't think this is enough to knock out though.
It's not enough, and this Cresselia is probably going to endure and throw the Grass Knot right back, and the Tharion feels it. That might be a slight mistake there to try to go for that lower energy attack, and now you have 2 Protect Shields remaining, and you keep them because you're going to endure that Grass Knot and get that wing attack down, but this Shadow Gligar is almost out of there now.
Here's the thing, Butters. I know the Charm strats didn't work as well for last game, but it is a different story now, because if you look at the health on the TheTharion's Pokemon, Altaria almost out of health.
Oh, but he uses the shield on the Aerial Ace, which is a bit surprising there, because I thought the same as you. I thought you would save both the Protect Shields for that Wigglytuff.
Well, honestly, that shield is actually not too bad, because the Altaria lower on health now, you have a full discharge, right? And if you come in Lantern, you really get chipped down from this Charjabug, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So now, this is actually not too bad. This is actually looking much better for Rodinana. I mean, Tharion has to shield something eventually, and if he doesn't, then that's when the Charm really adds up.
Yeah, you really have to, because you can't let yourself get too low of health, because then you'll just get fast attack down, and you're already at this next X-Scissor. Do you just commit the no Protect Shield here? And now, suddenly, as soon as you soak the energy from this Lantern, I feel like the Tharion wants to keep banking up energy. You don't, actually doesn't. He throws the Surf soon after he gets it, so this might be an opportune time for the Wigglytuff.
All right, let's see if Rodinana can execute this strategy well or not. Oh, Simul swap, but that's not what you want to swap into. Can you get to the Sky Attack, though, is the real question. You do get to the Sky Attack, that Tharion does, and really great timing there to throw the Sky Attack, get extra Dragon Breath damage through, and actually not shielding the Sky Attack, maybe trying to save the shield for a potential Thunderbolt. But at this point, Tharion might just be able to go straight Surf.
But if you land the Icy Wind, do you get out of range of Surf? It's going to be close, because these sparks are adding up, so I don't even know if you go for it. I think you get that Charm through. You definitely have to Protect Shield here, but the next Surf is going to be available after 2 Sparks, I believe. So can you just endure one more Charm plus a Volt Switch? There comes the Icy Wind now to get the last Protect Shield, and now this Lantern's really low, but the thing is, the Charjabug's even lower.
Yeah, I think maybe throwing the Icy Wind to try to stall the timer, but no, the timer does not come up just yet, and so not able to make a catch there. However, the TheTharion doesn't have a lot of energy on this Lantern. In fact, it has none. Can the Charjabug get to move? Charjabug is almost at it. No, gets sparked down, and the TheTharion able to take the win here in the final seconds.
Oh, so close. Rody Nana almost made it with his favorite Pokemon. That Wigglytuff had so many win conditions down the stretch, but just wasn't able to get to enough damage to knock out the TheTharion. And congratulations to Samip. The TheTharion is now going to be moving on to the losers finals, I believe, of Group B.
Yeah, and I believe it will be a rematch against Septile Ice is the opponent that he'll be facing. So definitely looking forward to some redemption for the TheTharion. Either way, though, a fantastic run from him so far because, like I said, started out round 1 and then beat Arrow and then a number of trainers leading up to this. I believe the TheTharion is, what, the 16th seed in this bracket. So quite a few upsets getting to this point.
Yeah, and then to be able to bounce back and get back to the losers finals, an incredible run from the TheTharion with, of course, that Skarmory and that Altaria that looked really strong for him. But congratulations to Rody Nana as well. Able to use that Wigglytuff pretty well. Just wasn't enough in the end, but I loved his strategy of keeping that in the back. That's something we used to see in Season 1. We used to see that back pocket Charmer, specifically with Alolan Ninetales. Even the world champion, Dancing Rob, used to use that strategy.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, even in this season of the Championship Series, Pokémon used it as well a couple months ago to win a tournament. I forgot which one it was. It was one of the European regionals, but able to just charm through a lot with that Shadow Charm Ninetales. Unfortunately, Wigglytuff doesn't hit nearly as hard, but let's take a look at the highlights and see how close Wigglytuff got in those matches, because I think they were definitely quite close. Rody Nana definitely had a chance to win here and won the games, but a lot of weaving in and out between the Electrics and the Wigglytuff.
You know, he had a chance. I think if you double Icy Wind here before the Sky Attack is available, you had a chance, because I believe the TheTharion was maybe, we're gonna see how much energy he had. No, he was only at 1 aerial ace, so he would have needed to get to 4 wing attacks to get to the next aerial ace before he got charmed down. So I don't know if he would have been able to get there. He might have got knocked out on that 4th one, or I guess the 3rd charm from Rody Nana's Wigglytuff.
Yeah, and honestly, both games are super close because both games are the same exact lineups in the same order. So I'm thinking back on it, I was like, wait, why are they so close? But this makes a lot of sense. And both games, the TheTharion had the Altaria locked in against the Wigglytuff, but the bulk on the Altaria, able to survive the fairy, super effective fairy damage to get off Sky attacks, really made a difference in both games.
Yeah, and I thought the TheTharion was really creative in the way that he tried to defeat that Wigglytuff strategy, especially that game number 1, bringing the Altaria to pull that Protect Shield, knowing that Rody Nana wanted to save that energy to try to throw in debuff that Gligar in the back, and he just brought in his literal worst Pokemon against the fearsome Wigglytuff and was able to still get a Protect Shield. So well deserved from the TheTharion, moving on to the losers finals.
Yeah, definitely. So going to get that rematch against Septile Ice, and that's going to be an exciting one to see.
Yeah, and we do have some more trainers on the loser side coming up next. I believe we're going to have a losers finals incoming, which is pretty exciting. I see Valor Ash there. I believe Valor Ash and Mama Climbs just faced off in what would have been, I guess, losers round 6. So
semifinals.
Looks like Valor Ash won and is also sleeping on the couch.
Yeah, it seems like that might be the case, but he is running the same team as Mama Climbs that we saw earlier on stream. So a familiar team, of course. The Talonflame man's got to bring the Talonflame.
No, absolutely. And a lot of trainers have been bringing Talonflame so far. You mentioned one of the standouts has been the Talonflame or the Fire types. We've also seen the Skeletors from Out of Pocket. We've seen Skeletors from other trainers as well. I think with the rise of Skarmory, Fire has been better. And then maybe other trainers were also anticipating what you thought we were anticipating, which was the drop of Whiscash. But Whiscash still seems pretty good here.
It does. And you know who else seems pretty good here? The TheTharion. So let's take it to the floor and see what Soph can get out of him.
All right, thanks so much, Caleb and Butters. I'm on the floor here with the TheTharion, who just won Losers Round 6 and is going to be advancing to the Losers Finals. How does it feel?
It feels great. I actually lost to Septile Ice before, and now redeeming myself back on the stage does feel nice.
Yeah, now you have some nice footage to look back on as a little memento, if nothing else. And I think this is the farthest you've ever gotten, right?
Yes, that is true. Like, I went to Vancouver and Toronto, and never been since I've been this close to day 2. Hopefully I make it this time.
All right, fingers crossed for you. Is there anything that you did to prepare that was different from what you did in your previous tournaments?
I feel like I've been scrimming a lot more Flash tournaments, but then shout out to my faction. They'll help me a lot. Shout out to Vroom. Everybody knows Vroom, so Beelzebub, Broom, Master Mihir, they've been through with me. And then there was Indian qualifiers just before this week, and I helped them and they helped me. So yeah, it goes hand in hand. Feels nice though.
Yeah, that's a really good crew of people to prepare with. Did they help you like build a team at all, or where were you drawing inspiration from?
Let's say I put in like 4 mons together, and the rest 2 it was their inputs. Like, let's go this, run a couple of simulations, couple of scrims, and then we figure out the team, right? So feels nice.
And if you had to say one Pokemon from your team which has kind of been the superstar for you today, what would you say?
I mean, everybody loves Shadow Gligar, right? So that's my answer for today. Maybe if I build a different team. I feel Altaria has been really kind to me as well. I've played Altaria in every game I've played today, so let's go Altaria today.
All right, well, Altaria is great, and it's certainly on the rise recently. Before we let you go, I know you already shouted out some of your teammates and friends who helped you scrim, but is there anyone else who's maybe been watching or supporting you that you want to shout out?
I'll say shout out to Abhinav. Abhinav is actually going to leave soon, so he's here with me, and then he forced me to be here, and I'm happy about it. So shout out to Abhinav too.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations again. I think we'll be seeing you on the stage pretty soon. And, you know, speaking of Abhinav, very strong regional champion, but let's take a break and look at another one of our regional champions, Doonebug.
Doonebug has climbed all the way back to the grand finals, reset the grand finals, and won a best of 5 versus Arrow to become your grand champion.
It feels amazing to win this regional. This one was circled on my calendar ever since it was announced because I'm the reigning Texas regional champion from last year. So I knew I had a lot of pressure on me, and it just feels amazing just to win again. My strategy was pretty consistent throughout the whole tournament. I made a couple adjustments with some of my team comps that I brought. I used Registeel way more than I did in day 1, and Whiscash was really good for me today. The most difficult matchup from day 1 was the rematch against Pokemon Go, because he was the one who knocked me down to loser's bracket in round 2 of the winner's side. The Clodsire was definitely a pick that threw me off a little bit because it put in some good work against my team. So I had a chip on my shoulder. I wanted to get my revenge against him. My plan to counter Clodsire was to chip it down with some of my more neutral picks, and then hopefully my things that are weak to it could maybe get some advantage for the other 2 Pokemon he brought. When I was able to get past him, it just felt amazing.
What an epic end to that battle.
That's what gave me the momentum to go to the end. After losing in round 1, I was not feeling great about how I was doing in this tournament, but I used the words from my father, who's no longer with me. He always told me, you're gonna fail, but if you keep putting in the effort, you'll eventually work your way back up and make it to the end. And those words have stuck with me ever since he left me. So this win means everything to me.
Doonebug, who's absolutely on fire.
People should consider me as a threat because I'm not a quitter. If you knock me down to the loser's bracket, I'm gonna keep fighting. And if you see me again, I'm gonna beat you because I don't quit. Being knocked down from winner's side in round 2 to win 14 games in a row, I don't think that's ever happened at a Play Pokemon regional. It's just a storybook ending to this regional for sure.
This was Doonebug's event.
When it comes to team building, I like to build something on my own that I think will beat the meta, and I think it's a couple steps ahead of where the meta is at right now.
With the team ability, I am definitely trying to stick with the meta. There are a couple in my team that aren't meta, just so that way I can have that block ability. But I am definitely trying to stay with the meta and learning from the greats, hopefully.
When I'm building a deck, I would like to make it spicy, but I definitely consider the meta. So now I was making my Mew deck. I was debating on if I should do like a hybrid between Fusion Strike and Double Turbo. Then I just picked to go with Double Turbo. It's still spicy list though.
When I'm building my team, I like to not go by the meta because it makes it harder for people to counter you.
I tend to go somewhere on the fun side of the decks.
Cloth Electro just happens to be semi-meta, so it's just super exciting, but I go for the fun decks more so the meta decks.
The way that I prefer to approach it is to look at the more meta options. In the beginning, when regionals and these types of events started, I wanted to aim towards building a spice team, but I ended up not being as successful as I would have liked to have preferred. So as I've gotten more and more experience, I've learned kind of sticking to the core meta mons until I feel like I've improved my abilities enough where I can try to run some unique options. That is my best bet in finding success in these events.
My friend Charlie, she got me into Pokemon and she doesn't play anymore. I'd been into Pokemon my whole life, but I'd never actually picked up Pokemon Go. I picked it up 2 years after everyone else.
And of course, we've got Abhinav at the top there, the regional champion.
First starter I picked in the first Pokemon game I played, Pokemon Platinum, Torterra. Such a cool Pokemon, great design, best grass type, and overlooked Pokemon. Yeah, I love Torterra. For a long time I was hesitant, like, should I take part in PvP? Am I good enough? Am I cool enough? Going to tournaments with like fellow Chicago locals, seeing them in person, battling in person, bonding, talking, having a good time. I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for those tournaments back then. And I will always remember that my first big tournament win, sitting in my dorm room in the middle of COVID, no one around me. I told myself, if I can win this tournament, I can surely do bigger and better things.
He competed in Indianapolis, the North American International Championships, and then the Open India qualifier as well, getting 9th place in that. And then now in 2024, the year of Abhinav.
I'm in a transitional phase of my life, just graduated college. So I told myself, push hard this season, qualify for Worlds, and then one last hurrah. Now that I've done it, I have to kind of recalibrate my goals for the rest of the season, I guess. Portland definitely is maybe the biggest notch in my belt, but a lot of boxes tick, you know. Wanted to do it for like India and for Chicago, wanted to qualify for Worlds. I feel like I proved not just to the world, but to myself that this is something that I'm really good at and that I should continue doing because I'm one of the world's best.
So it's really all on the line here. Whoever wins this series is going to go to the World Championships.
It's a very emotionally charged experience playing this game because, you know, things happen in the flash of a second, and in a completely non-Pokemon context, I've learned about who I am as a person, what makes me happy, what makes me sad.
And Abhinav will be your Portland Regional Grand Champion.
I'm on a faction or like a team. We're called the Chicago Stars. And our captain for the longest time was a trainer called Barnabas. He sadly passed away recently due to cancer, and I have so many great memories playing in-person tournaments with him for so many years, and one of the biggest reasons I've grown into who I am right now.
Push hard, qualify for Worlds, and prove to yourself that you can do it. Wise words from Abhinav. We are returning with our live coverage of the Orlando Regional Championships. I'm Speedy's Chief 2 here with the Septile.
I am the Septile. Thank you very much. It's been a great tournament so far, and you know, Abhinav has qualified to Worlds. A lot of these trainers are still looking to do so with championship points or maybe even with a win here in Orlando this weekend.
That's what everybody wants, right? But there can only be one Orlando Regional Champion, so we're going to kind of whittle down the competition as we move through these other pods in the bracket. It's been an exciting day so far. We've gotten to see a lot of trainers you might recognize on stage. I really feel like I've got a good feeling, so I feel like this top cut is going to be incredibly decorated and very, very, very high quality.
And we already have 3 regional champions going to day 2 on the winner's side, but I think right now we're going to kind of circle back through that loser side of the bracket, going to be taking a look at some of these losers finals for the earlier groups A through D, and whoever wins these matches will go on to day 2, but on the loser side.
Losers bracket is the worst bracket to be in as a player.
Out of 2, yeah.
But out of 2, but it's the most fun to watch and commentate, in my opinion, because the matches are so high stakes and there's so much on the line. These trainers really need to pull out every trick out of their bag of tricks in order to win some of these close matchups. So I always love watching the losers bracket. I know for the players it's tough, right? They don't want to be there. They just want to win and move on. But for us watching at home, it's definitely very exciting.
All right, well, I think we're ready on this stage with these two players. We've seen Stud Muffins already today. Valarash, I don't know if we've seen today, but we've certainly seen him at past tournaments. He has top cut in the past, made a couple top 16s, but I think he has yet to have kind of a breakout success at a tournament. And here he is in losers finals. Again, just kind of one step away from that day 2.
Well, it's hard to name a more iconic duo than Valarash and Talonflame. He brings up Pokemon relentlessly at every single tournament he competes in. He's got it here again today. If you remember, has the same exact team as Mama Climbs brought to the tournament this weekend. Stud Muffins was knocked down to this losers bracket by Doonebug, so he has faced stiff competition, but he's also using Doonebug's team from EUIC.
Well, it was a really successful team piloted by a fantastic trainer, and it looks like it's working here for Stud Muffins. Again, I think this is his best performance ever in a regional to date. So, you know, take a little bit of the recipe from a champion and, you know, you'll be there yourself one day.
Exactly. A lot of standard picks that we've identified a few times already in the stream. Shadow Gligar, Spark Lantern. He's actually got Annihilate with Night Slash and Shadow Ball. Skarmory, Whiscash, and Lickitung are a bulky backdrop and some safe swaps if you need to reach for them. Meanwhile, Valarash running Whiscash, Chargebug, Azumarill, Shadow Gligar, Lickitung, and Talonflame. We saw Mama Climbs playing this team earlier, was able to take down a regular Feraligatr with Fly, which proves that with Talonflame, anything is possible.
Right, with that energy cost on Fly being relatively low compared to something like Brave Bird, Talonflame can get to a lot of charge attacks pretty quickly, and in particular, the pacing is really important for that third charge attack, right? Before, if you are Flame Charge, Brave Bird, that takes way longer than, you know, something like Flame Charge, Fly.
Exactly right. I think that pacing matters a lot, right? Because your Incinerate is so slow. 5 turns of fire-type damage. But let's go ahead and head down to the field because our trainers are ready. We've got a Lickitung mirror match. This is actually Wholesome, our co-caster. This is his favorite matchup to watch.
Oh, that is a pretty long one, so I hope he gets lots of content to enjoy. But I think, you know, it makes sense. Lickitung, always a very safe Pokemon, and it's actually pretty safe into both of these trainers' teams as well, so not really a surprise that we see them both opting to bring it.
Again, trying to like look under the hood of the matchup here. We can see Valarash looking to his left, glancing at the team sheet. He sees a Lickitung in the lead. He's thinking, what could support Lickitung, right? It's got a weakness to counter, but there's not a counter user on my team. So how is Stud Muffins going to prepare this Pokemon to face off against a tough matchup? We actually see the switch in of the Shadow Gligar by Stud Muffins into the Glikitung. And now that the Shadow Gligar is so far ahead on energy, it doesn't feel like Valarash can switch in his Whiscash unless the switch occurs after the throw from the Gligar here.
Right, gets that wing attack, and I think Valarash doesn't have a great answer to Shadow Gligar, so kind of content to just stay in, dump this energy. You know, one of the things about that Lickitung mirror match is your Body Slam doesn't go quite as far in that match as it might do in other places. So once you see your opponent switch something in, you can kind of fire off these charge attacks and be happy knowing that your energy was well used.
Lickitung gearing up for the Body Slam, but the dig is going to cut off that energy. Valarash tries to call the Aerial Ace, but it's a dig from Stud Muffins, and when this attack goes through, it's going to deal a ton of damage. Lickitung, very weak, trying to get to the Body Slam, but doesn't quite get there.
Barely not able to get there, and Stud Muffins is still locked in, but Valarash still kind of taking a second to think about what he wants to bring in, maybe thinking about what's in the back. Opts to bring in that Talonflame, and you are going to have to take an Aerial Ace here, I think, but getting off maybe 1 or 2 Incinerates. The problem is, though, that Stud Muffin still has a Whiscash in the back that hasn't seen the battlefield yet, and still looking very healthy down there.
Moveset matters a lot when it comes to Talonflame. Sometimes you'll go for the Fly for that consistent flying type damage, or the Brave Bird. This is a Fly Flame Charge Talonflame, just like we saw earlier on in the stream. Gonna go straight for the Fly as well. I noticed that Valarash really prefers to throw this charge attack in most situations just because it's faster and deals consistent damage.
Right, it does do a little bit more damage than Fly. Even though you're not boosting your attack, it is still nice to get that damage guaranteed. And here, actually, it switches in the Whiscash. Doesn't want to take the Scald or shield it on his Talonflame, maybe kind of banking it for later. And Stud Muffins actually is able to bring in the Lickitung here and goes for the bait.
Goes for the bait of the Body Slam. Valarash doesn't make the call. He's going to use his first Protect Shield of the matchup on the Lickitung Body Slam. Recognizes that, nods his head a little bit. We're going to look for a charge attack from the Whiscash any moment now. Trying to cut off some of this energy from the Lickitung. Goes for the Scald, hoping for the debuff, but in lieu of a Power Whip, the debuff is not going to save this Whiscash, so Valarash still has a lot of work to do.
Well, it's not just the debuff, but Scald does do just a little bit more damage as well. Here comes that power up from Stud Muffins, pulls the final Protect Shield, I think, from Valarash. And now, I think Stud Muffins is probably hoping that his Whiscash can close things out.
Now, if you're Valarash, I think that now that you recognize the power whip got fired, you can throw the Mud Bomb after a bit of an overcharge. Maybe could have overcharged even a bit more if he decided to, but he's going to go ahead and get the knockout here. What's really surprising, though, is that Stud Muffins has 2 Protect Shields and Valarash has 0, so all these charge attacks are just going to rain down.
Has a lot of energy here, but like you said, 0 Protect Shields up on Valarash's side, and he's going to have to take a Scald at some point with that Talonflame, right?
Let's talk win conditions. Maybe he can switch in the Talonflame, catch a Mud Bomb on the Fire, Flying type, keep it in the matchup, get an Incinerate with the damage. Stud Muffin's trying to protect against the catch, makes a call as well on the Mud Bomb, knowing that it's not the Scald.
And that could have been really scary if he took a Scald and got Incinerated down, but look here, Talonflame comes in, Stud Muffins with the patience, able to get the Scald off, and I think still has a shield up, probably going to be able to reach a charge attack against Valarash's Whiscash.
The key word is what you said, patience, right? Recognizes the Talonflame switch in, doesn't fall for the Mud Bomb bait, lands the Scald, doesn't let the Incinerate apply, and then Mud Bombs to get the back-to-back knockouts here against Valarash and take game number 1.
Yeah, great play from Stud Muffins. Again, like we said, maybe the less experienced trainer of these two, but pulled out that win really nicely. I think Valarash in the mid-game just didn't quite have the answer that he needed to that hard swap of Gligar.
Yeah, let's talk about Valarash running Talonflame in game 1 when his opponent not only has Whiscash, also has Lantern, and he still brought his Talonflame in game number 1. What do you see in terms of compositions? Why would he do that, and what kind of cores do you expect these trainers to play in game number 2?
Well, Talonflame has a lot of good play against things like Gligar, Skarmory, and if you can start getting the flame charges going, you know, you ramp up against something like the Lickitung, then your Fly can even do a lot to a Whiscash. So I think, though, it just didn't really have the support it needed that game. So you really need to cover that Whiscash, which is pretty safe against Valarash's entire team. So I think you could stick with a Lickitung probably, and then it's kind of tough. I mean, maybe the Eomero is maybe your best answer to that opposing Whiscash.
Yeah, it could be. As we look at the replay here from game number 1, the Whiscash on Stud Muffin's side came out on top. Valarash looking to bounce back here as we head into game number 2. A couple smiles on stage, but it's all business in the losers finals.
That's right. Well, you have to smile a bit to keep those nerves out of the way, right? But it looks like they are getting ready to go into this game to remember. Stud Muffins wins this, he goes to day 2, and Valarash goes home.
Shadow Gligar in the lead for Valarash versus the Lickitung by Stud Muffins. He actually has double water types in the back, probably predicting the Talonflame, but it's not there. Valarash going with Whiscash and Lickitung in his back line.
Yeah, nice adjustment from Valarash and kind of just dodging the water types at just the right time. Gligar firing off the first stick here. It is the more efficient charge attack, but Lickitung does get to, oh, actually shields it up.
That's a great early call, right? Because you expect in the Shadow Gligar versus Cresselia matchup, Shadow Gligar versus Lickitung matchup, you expect the dig to come through first. So the great read by Stud Muffins early on in the series, and a shield by Mason on the body slam.
Yeah, last game we saw neither of these trainers using any shields until pretty late in the game, and now all of a sudden in a lead matchup, both trainers have already used 1 shield.
Dig does connect into the Lickitung. Lickitung going to gear up for another body slam, but is at the Power Whip energy. This time Valarash does not want to invest the second Protect Shield. He's already spent a lot of resources on the Gligar. Takes a body slam, going to look for an Aerial Ace. It might be enough to knock out.
I think it will be. This Lickitung has taken a lot of damage. That's actually charge attack priority too, so really nice timing on this Aerial Ace to deny all that energy. And I think if you're Stud Muffins, that's right. He's letting this go, doesn't want to invest any more shields, but now this Gligar is actually a little bit of a pain. You have to go for the Spark down, but I don't know if you can get it before this Gligar reaches another dig. It's going to be close.
Valarash thinks he can do it, and then he changes his mind. Goes for the Aerial Ace here. We're going to see if Stud Muffins was counting correctly.
He was.
And he was.
Very nice.
Absolutely insane counts by Stud Muffins to get the full Spark down. And now Valarash is at an energy disadvantage, but he's got a Whiscash here.
Yeah, that's really nice. Of course, like you said, wasn't able to get that last charge attack, but has switch advantage and able to get this very favorable matchup. Whiscash can take 2 surfs, no problem, maybe even 3 at that range. And here comes that mirror Whiscash match, and I think Valarash is maybe going to go for a Scald debuff before he gets out into his own Lickitung.
Valarash might throw the Scald and then make the instant switch into Lickitung. We want to see how he's going to play this out. Does throw the Scald, no debuff coming through, and out comes the Lickitung. At this range, though, so can you just go for Licks and Body Slams, or do you still want to bait Power Whip?
Might depend on whether this debuff comes through. If it doesn't, then I think Body Slams are fine. Oh, and he does get the debuff, so I think if you're Valarash, you might still want to go for the power up, but I think pretty comfortable position here. You don't even have to fully take out this Whiscash. All you have to do is get it low enough that your own Whiscash can close out the game.
The challenge here for Valarash is keeping the charge attack intervals in mind. He doesn't want to take a third Scald, but he wants to overcharge just a bit so he can carry some energy over into the Lantern matchup. But he's going to be forced to take a Mud Bomb here if he doesn't use his final shield.
Right, and it's not the end of the world. You do survive this. Actually chooses to shield it up, recognizing maybe that this Lickitung is pretty valuable. You know, even if Stud Muffins were to catch or something, your energy is going to go a long way for both of these water Pokemon.
Valarash going for the Body Slam. Protection comes up from Stud Muffins. He still has the Whiscash, but the Switch Timer is not available yet. Switches into the Lantern, catches a debuff Power Whip, thinking it's another Body Slam, but it's not. It's a super effective Grass-type attack, and meanwhile, Valarash's Switch Timer is expired. He combo plays into the Whiscash, looking for the Mud Bomb just as soon as he can.
And that's actually a nice catch because this Lantern was pretty much dead weight in the past, and now what you've done is you've absorbed energy. You're getting the Surf off on the Whiscash, and you know, maybe starting to inch your way back into this game just a little bit. It's going to come down to energy management on his own Whiscash. Valarash farming up just a little bit and going to KO with this Mud Bomb right here.
Beautiful overcharge by Valarash to get just within one Mud Shot of the second Mud Bomb. He knocks out the Lantern, and just like in game number 1, the Whiscash took out 2 Pokemon for Stud Muffins. Now Valarash is turning it around, takes out the Lantern and the opposing Whiscash to tie up this series 1-1.
Fantastic Whiscash Lickitung gameplay from both trainers there. And like you said, Whiscash kind of a great closer here. It's so spammy, you know, it can kind of start pulling down shields if they're still there, get those debuffs, and really nice play overall from Valarash.
Something that you pointed out, Soph, that I thought was really brilliant is when we look at the Scald debuff on the Lickitung, it kind of changes the dimensions of the matchup, right? We talk about the Scald debuff being kind of a bummer when it happens to a trainer. It's kind of a boost when it happens for you. But when you change the inherent matchup itself, it can definitely like turn the tide of a game. I think keeping that situational awareness in mind is super important as we move through these higher level matchups.
Right, that is an interesting thing. If there's kind of, well, let's say that you have a Pokemon and it's taking a charge attack, right? You have to prepare for multiple situations because of the debuff, right? So I think that does create some interesting things to think about if you're training.
Yeah, I mean, that's the difference, right? Either the Whiscash is within Body Slam range, or you need to go all the way to the super effective Power Whip, which takes multiple licks more energy, which in the meantime, the Whiscash can muster another attack. Right there, you see Stud Muffins thinking he caught a Body Slam, made a slide play, but it was the Power Whip from Valarash, and then the double Mud Bomb to tie this matchup up.
Great energy management from Valarash there. I think, you know, if you had thrown right away, for example, then Stud Muffins could have outpaced both Pokemon with his own Whiscash. But great awareness there from Valarash. Kept the win conditions in mind. Got the game.
Going to game number 3, we did see on Stud Muffin's side both the Lickitung and the Lantern, so I highly doubt we're going to see a Eomero from Valarash, but maybe he could opt for something like Charge Bug. You know, it's very neutral. We haven't seen too much Shadow Gligar in this series. If I'm not mistaken, maybe 1 per trainer, but I think there's a lot of flex play, and maybe it's time to bring the Talonflame back.
Could be. I mean, you mentioned that the Eomero probably won't come, but I will say one thing Eomero does have going for is it's the best answer to Stud Muffins' Whiscash, which he has been bringing a lot.
That's true. Going into game number 3, let's see what our trainers decide to do. Stud Muffins on the left, Valarash on the right. We've got a Whiscash mirror. We got a full mirror, so we got Gligars and Lickitungs in the back.
All right, well, these Scald debuffs, just like you said, are going to start turning the tides of these games. And also, charge attack priority is really important in this matchup, and it looks like Valarash has that. So starting to look like an uphill battle for Stud Muffins, but if he can get these coin flips on his side, he might still be in an okay, but he didn't.
It's so funny. There's like a common joke in the community, right? You'll fight a Team Go Rocket Grunt, you'll get a Shadow Barboach, and it's got a really lopsided, you know, attack stat, and you'll say, oh, this is great because I win every charge attack priority, but it gives up a lot of other matchups, so it's always kind of a give and take.
Ooh,
great switch and catch by Stud Muffins.
This is so tough because look, now if you get debuffed, you're going to be locked in and debuffed, so you better hope that this one goes your way.
Exactly. Scald does connect. No debuff for Valarash, but he does have the switch available. I almost anticipate that he's going to try to catch. Yeah, he goes for his own Lickitung.
And make sure to get out before he has to throw up a shield on his own Whiscash. And you know, now that he's landed a Scald on Stud Muffins as Lickitung, this is a really comfortable matchup for his own.
Now, at what point do these players recognize that they brought the exact same teams? I'm gonna watch their faces to see if there's a reaction when they both see Gligar in the back. Well, we'll find out.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. But we've talked about, you know, some cores developing throughout the season. And Whiscash, Gligar core, obviously they're both ground types, so I feel like we've seen it a lot this entire season, maybe starting all the way back in like October.
Yeah, exactly. And although they're both ground types, they might be susceptible to maybe the grass or the ice type fast attack or charge attack pressure. Pokemon like Skarmory really keep them at bay, Talonflame as well. And as you look at the team compositions, you have exactly that. There's a Skarmory to protect that double ground core for Stud Muffins, and a fire flying type Talonflame to protect the double ground core on Valor Ash's side.
All right, well, looks like we're getting towards the end of this Lickitung mirror match. Switch clocks are starting to come up. You know, maybe we see some trainers going for over farm on these licks in the switching end. We do see Stud Muffins trying to get out of there, maybe preserve some energy for later, but Valor Ash is happy to just stay in, maybe get off this body slam, and Wing Attack does come through, so Stud Muffin's gonna have a little bit of energy for whatever comes in.
Valor Ash has seen the full team here for Stud Muffins, which does give him a slight advantage, but he's gonna do the same thing he did in Lickitung mirror match. He's actually gonna chip and then switch in to his own Shadow Gligar in the mirror.
And that's really nice because you do typically need 2 aerial aces to land and take it out, but because Valor Ash chipped with that body slam, now even though he's behind on energy, he's kind of still in the fight for the pacing.
Gonna go for the aerial ace here. Valor Ash trying to peel away that first Protect Shield by Stud Muffins, and he finally gets it this late into the matchup. Stud Muffins returns fire with the aerial ace into the opposing Gligar. Valor Ash spins a shield in kind. This is like, I'm telling you, this is like a dance. It's back and forth, back and forth.
It really is, but remember, Valor Ash has been chipping and dipping, so maybe a dance that's slightly desynchronized. And here comes that final aerial ace just before Stud Muffins is getting off his own. Looks like he's choosing to let it go, and gonna have to find out a way to kind of finish off the rest of this Gligar.
Yeah, kind of lower in HP overall, right? We see the Whiscash switch in here for Stud Muffins. Gonna go ahead and throw the Scald. If this lands, it will be more than enough to knock out the Shadow Gligar. Valor Ash lets it through.
Does let it go, and Stud Muffins still has a little bit of residual energy on this Whiscash thanks to that overfarm. So now, Valor Ash also has a lot of energy. Oh, but the catch!
Yeah, catching the Scald here on the Lickitung. This is a lot of wasted energy. A Mud Bomb would have been more than enough, so the Scald is way too much. He's trying to put Valor Ash a little bit behind. Stud Muffins is behind the HP, but he's trying to put his opponent behind the energy.
Oh boy!
Does get to the Mud Bomb here, and gonna draw away that final Protect Shield.
All right, well, if you're Stud Muffins, you have to overfarm a lot here, because remember, you have to take out this Whiscash and the Lickitung in the back end. There's still a shield at play, so it goes all the way up to 100 energy pretty much. Throws off this first Mud Bomb. Shield's coming out from Valor Ash, and we're getting down to the wire here, Speedy.
Yeah, Valor Ash might need to catch on the Lickitung just like Stud Muffins did. Oh, we got to see the Mud Bomb back to back. Valor Ash strikes faster than Stud Muffins is ready for, and this is definitely going to pick up the knockout. Stud Muffins trying to make a crafty play there, but Valor Ash just goes right for the finish.
And just like games 1 and 2, that game ended with Whiscash kind of putting in a lot of work, but Valor Ash does take that series 2-1 and advances to day 2 on the loser side.
I have a very serious question for yourself.
Okay.
Is the meta solved? I mean, we've seen mirror matches, we've seen similar teams, the same 5 Pokemon that are kind of hovering near the top in usage. Are there any more secrets left in this meta?
Well, it sounds like you think the answer is yes, that the meta is solved. But let me ask you a follow-up question.
Sure.
Is that a bad thing?
Oh. Well, I mean, if you remember the interview with Frostfire, he said there's so much still to figure out in the meta. Like how you want to position your counter user, how it's very hostile to Shadow Charizard and the like, and how basically like managing your shields and energy is probably more important than ever. So maybe there's an argument that it's not.
Right. I mean, I think when you see these mirror matches like Lickitung and Whiscash, you know, you might think that gets a little bit stale, but I actually really love to see a lot of clean play, and I think a meta that's quote-unquote solved kind of allows you to do that, right? You don't have these trainers struggling with, you know, knowing the counts, knowing how much damage things do.
Sure.
Now it's really just about how can I position all my Pokemon, how can I kind of tag team this Pokemon in the most efficient way possible. So I kind of like seeing these games where, you know, we're getting to the higher level decision making at this point in the meta.
I like it. It's a valid point. Speaking of clean plays, let's take a look back at this series. This was game number 1. Valor Ash taking on Stud Muffins. Stud Muffins falling to that loser's bracket after losing to Doonebug. It's going to be knocked out of the tournament by Valor Ash, but it all started here.
That's right, and here comes a Scald landing on the Lickitung, Power Whip coming through, and Valor Ash choosing to shield it up. And I think this is towards the end of that game where the Whiscashes just started popping off.
Yeah, Whiscash Mud Bomb after Mud Bomb after Mud Bomb, and Stud Muffins comes out on top. You're gonna see the Gligar here. Great call by Stud Muffins to recognize it wasn't quite dig energy, gets a full spark down, but the beefy Whiscash comes back and it can soak so many surfs, and it ends up being a real thorn in the side here for Stud Muffins.
next, right? And this is the start of Valorash's comeback. Remember, he was down 0-1, ended up taking both games 2 and 3 to take the series.
Stub Muffin's thinking he made the catch, but it was the Power Whip which provided the Whiscash the closing power to finally win the mirror match against the opposing Whiscash. We started with Whiscash, we ended with Whiscash almost every single game.
All right, well, we did say Whiscash was on the decline at the start of the broadcast, but I feel like we've seen a Whiscash in like every game here, Speedy. What's up with that?
I know, right? Some of our co-casters maybe need to check the usage charts. We're gonna see the Scald hit the Lickitung here. Great catch, but it does kind of set up Valorous for a catch of his own, reaching for his Lickitung in our Game 3 complete mirror match.
That's really good understanding of the matchup by Valorous, really patient as well throughout. You know, we saw Stub Muffins kind of taking initiative early on to switch out of that mirror, but Valorous kind of was able to make the most of his energy in each of these matchups and, you know, make sure that he's using all of that energy efficiently.
Yeah, we talk about clean plays and we talk about being patient a lot. I mean, this is not dissimilar from other sports, right? Like basketball or American football. You can't just get 100 yards on every play, right? Sometimes you just take a small gain over and over and over. In Valorash's case, a small chip, right? A mud bomb here, a Scald there, an aerial ace there. Just kind of work your way towards that victory instead of saying, oh, I've got Skeletors lined up against Registeel. This game is over. I'm just going to win it. It's not always that easy.
It's not, but let's hear from Valorous, the man himself who just made all of those super clean plays. I think he's on the floor. Take it away.
All right, thank you, Soph and Speedy. I'm here with Valorous right off his win there. Down the first game, but able to come back. How are you feeling going now that you made top cut for day 2?
I feel great. I got nothing to lose in day 2. Just going to try my best and see what happens.
Yeah, I was talking to you earlier. I saw you walk by. I was like, oh, how you doing? You're still in winner's bracket. And you're like, no, it was a Charmer that took me out. But you fall all the way through here. A lot of battles left to go. How are you feeling about your team so far coming into this?
I feel great about my team composition. It's done very well for me so far. I don't feel like I have any critical weaknesses. Yeah, I feel pretty good about it.
Of course, got the Talonflame as usual. I got to ask you, too, because I don't know if there's ever been asked on air. When did Talonflame become like your favorite Pokemon to bring to these tournaments? Because now it's become just like a thing where you have Talonflame every single time.
Yes, I caught the rank 1 shiny a while back, and I kind of started using it ever since then. To be honest, I really hadn't had the heart to put it on the bench. And I used it so much, people kind of branded it onto me. I mean, it takes away all the annoying picks, like Dugong, a lot of the fighters, has great coverage. I've really wanted a strong fire type in the meta, and so I've really taken it as my own, keep it on my team.
Awesome here. I know when Talonflame got that buff with the Fly and Incinerate doing more damage, I was like, somewhere in the world, Valorous is celebrating. So really great to see that. You know, you told me just before we went on air that you're almost qualified for Worlds, not yet, but coming close to, you already booked all the travel plans, so it's got to happen, right?
All booked. I've got 3 more tournaments to make it happen between Orlando, Indy, and NAIC, and it's already booked, so I'm hoping I can make it there with the points.
Nice, nice. Well, you've been PvPing since the very beginning, so always great to see an old face still kicking it and beating a lot of competitors. So best of luck for you tomorrow, but we got more battles, so let's head back to the casters.
Thanks so much, Caleb, and great to hear from Valorous, and thanks for asking when Talonflame became the signature Pokemon. Sometimes you just run into a good Pokemon and, you know, you're like, I have to use this now.
Exactly, right? Sometimes it just happens to you, right? He said the community branded him as using it. He didn't even realize he was bringing Talonflame to literally every single tournament, but we noticed, Valorous. We all noticed.
All right. Well, Valorous is going to day 2, but we still have a lot of that loser's side of the bracket to fill out, and I think we're going to be jumping over to Group B now for the losers finals, and I think it's actually a rematch of a game from earlier today.
This is going to be interesting, right? Because the trainer on the left side knocked the trainer on the right side down to the losers bracket, but the trainer on the left side was actually knocked to the losers bracket by Bulk88, the 2023 Milwaukee Regional Champion. So we're in a losers round high stakes matchup that's also a grudge match. So a lot is on the line here for these 2 players.
Yeah, and the way that the group stage kind of works out in these tournaments, a lot of the times the losers finals matches are actually rematches, right?
Yeah.
So it's always kind of interesting. It's kind of like a longer series, right? You get like new strategies coming in. I was actually talking to Pocket. I think he's also going to have a rematch coming up, and he's like, I got to cook up something new.
Of course he would say that. Of course that's the exact phrasing. I can hear Pocket in my head saying it exactly that way. But let's see what these 2 trainers are cooking as they get ready on stage, because it's going to be a really fun one to watch. These are 2 high caliber trainers, and we always point out our trainers to watch, right? The Doonbugs, the Axons, the Arceus Aureliuses in EU, but pointing out the trainers that are up and coming and I think are on the verge of being successful, I think is super important as well.
Right, well, we talked about being on the verge of being successful. So that is true at these Play Pokemon tournaments, but I remember Septile in particular, I think has had a lot of success in the Go Battle League, right? I've seen him pretty high up on the leaderboards, even going back a few years. So kind of finally getting out to some of these Championship Series official tournaments in the Show 6 format and showing us what he's made of all the way in Losers Finals here.
Do you think he ever plays Septile in Go Battle League?
I have not personally seen him running.
It's a tough Pokemon to play. It's very,
yeah,
very tough.
I feel like it did get it got some kind of buff recently though, so maybe I've seen Mega Septile used sometimes in some interesting formats, let's say.
Interesting. Well, speaking of interesting, I want to challenge everybody watching at home. We can actually see Septile Ice's screen right now. I want you to type in the chat. I want you to guess how many total battles he played in Go Battle League last season. We can see the number, right?
All right.
But I want everyone watching at home to guess how many total games, and then maybe even type how many games you've played so far this season.
All right, well, we'll have to go back in the chat logs later and verify who the closest was.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But get your guesses in. This is going to be a really fun one to watch. We have Septile Ice 25 versus the TheTharion 22. And a familiar Pokemon on both sides, actually going to be bringing Altaria, both trainers opting for the Dragon and Flying type.
Yeah, both trainers have the Altaria. They also both have the Cresselia there, and I think everything else is a pretty unique pick. We do see the Skeledirge Cresselia core from Septile Ice, which I think we've seen from a couple of trainers at this tournament, maybe including Pocket. And taking a look at how these matchups are going to turn out, I do kind of like, I don't know, I like the Skeledirge for Septile Ice, but also there's like a Lantern and Altaria, but you can hit the Altaria, I don't know. It's kind of this weird thing with Skeledirge and the way its typings work, where it's like, resisted and super effective damage to like, right? It's like Azumarill, Lickitung. It's like a really weird matchup where you have to get like the energy and the fast attacks like just right.
Exactly, right? It's not very like clean cut. You look at the potential of Skeledirge and it's off the charts, right? You have fire type damage, which is very, very rare in the meta, but it's so powerful against grass, ice, steel, and other typings. And then you look at fairy type charge attack pressure with just disarming voice. You think about the Guzzlords, the Mandibuzzes, even the Annihilates and the Polyrats. Then you think about Shadow Ball, and you say, oh my gosh, I can hit Cresselia as well. I can do so much damage across the board, but it's just such a tricky Pokemon to use because each of those individual situations don't apply to everything. Like you said, Resisted Incinerate on the Altaria. Maybe you have Disarming Voice, which is your only way to hit Lickitung, right? You can't even use a Shadow Ball. You should not use a Shadow Ball. Exactly. Incinerates too. So it really depends on how you play the Pokemon and also how you position it. So I'm really excited to see how these trainers square up here in this matchup. I will say the TheTharion 22, clue for everyone in chat, has slightly more battles than Septile Ice, but they're both a little
bit more. But this is just last season, right?
Last season, but they're both under 1,000. That's the last clue you get. So let's see those guesses in chat.
Too easy for chat now.
Exactly. Septile Ice on the left side of your screen. He's got a Shuckle and a Sewaddle on his table there. Some of his plushy buddies. But you know what, Soap? In the time we've been talking, he's already locked in.
He's confident. I think the TheTharion is still taking just a little bit more time to lock in, still figure out, maybe thinking about what Septile has locked in with, trying to get that second degree of guessing there.
Exactly. Our trainers are locked in, ready to go. Good luck. Have fun. Let's jump right into game number one. Again, Septile Ice on the left side of your screen, the TheTharion 22 on the right. Tough lead for TheTharion 22.
That's right. Shadow Gligar into Alolan Sandslash. And we typically talk about how safe of a Pokemon it is, but it certainly isn't here. Looks like he's actually choosing to stay in for just a little bit, though. Here comes the Ice Punch from Septile Ice, trying to throw it and get a shield before anything else happens.
Exactly right. Wants to apply a bit of pressure here against the Shadow Gligar, but in this position, I mean, the Shadow Gligar is going to try to bait a dig and does go for the Aerial Ace, which is going to peel away that first Protect Shield.
Yeah, successful bait there from the TheTharion. The dig, of course, is super effective. Just super effective. It would do a lot of damage, but switching out into the Lantern before he has to spend another shield on Ice Punch. And Septile, actually, I like this, building up some energy before coming into the Cresselia, which is a pretty good answer for Lantern.
Exactly right. You can see Septile doing some mental math as well, trying to get the counts just right. These little 10-second gaps during the Charge Attack minigame can be a great time to kind of re-gauge where you are, estimate your energy, and try to recalculate where your opponent is, because it can be so critical, especially in the late game.
There's so much to think about in these fast-paced games, but like you said, those charge attacks, and I think those longer matchups like Lickitung Mirrors are a great time to be thinking about the backline, making sure you have all the counts, and this is a nice position for Septile too, because look, you're already almost at double grass now. You have some energy on the Alolan Sandslash. And the best part is, you know that the Skeletor is not going to see the Lantern.
Exactly right. Trying to play keep away in a sense of your Pokemon that don't want to see those negative matchups. Another Grass not getting fired off here by Septile Ice. Will pick up the knockout into Tharion's Lantern, and he does let it through. That's a big KO there. First Pokemon knocked out of the matchup so far, but I don't think Cresselia is going to be far behind.
Yeah, comes out with some energy, and actually able to reach this feature site at the last possible second. The Tharion is choosing to let it go. This is going to do a lot of damage, but hoping to hold on with just enough health to maybe get off a dig, a super effective dig, actually, on whatever comes in.
Oh, actually goes for the dig, but Septile Ice throwing the Ice Punch, trying to get this charge attack off first against the Shadow Gligar. This is tough because now the Septile Ice's Alolan Sandslash is basically useless against the counter user Annihilate. How's this matchup going to go, Soph?
All of a sudden have lost all that energy, but look at this. I mean, if you can land a Shadow Ball, obviously the Annihilate Ball, that will pretty much one-shot the Skeletor. But the problem is Septile still has a shield up. It takes so long to get to that Shadow Ball that at this point, I think even if you bait, the Skeletor is going to outpace you.
This is a big call. Tournament life on the line. Septile Ice has one moment to make the decision. Actually throws out the Protect Shield on the Night Slash bait. And Annihilate gets the boost!
And he has the Shadow Ball. Oh my goodness, I was mistaken. Actually gets it off here, and I think that's actually going to be taking the game for the Tharion, right? You just counter down the Alolan Sandslash.
It absolutely takes the game because Skeletor gets annihilated by the Shadow Ball, and Annihilate crushes that Alolan Sandslash as well.
Wow, what a comeback. I thought the Tharion was in a terrible position there. Lost all the energy on that Gligar, behind on the Annihilate as well, but there it is. And that is why baiting is important. You can save so much energy.
It's so important, right? A lot of new trainers maybe watching this stream for the first time might say, why not just throw Shadow Ball? It KOs. That's why, because it costs more energy and you need every single second worth of energy that you can possibly get to win clutch matchups like that.
Some of these matchups are so bait dependent. We saw Tharion start the game with a successful bait of the Aerial Ace there, ends the game with a successful Night Slash bait there. Here's that critical moment, gets the boost, and only 2 counters off the Shadow Ball means you get there before the Disarming Voice. And Septile is wondering what just happened.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a bead of sweat there. He's thinking, oh my gosh, how did this happen this way? But Shadow Alolan Sandslash stands basically no chance against an Annihilate in its regular state, but boosted is even more dangerous.
Well, those Shadow Claws were starting to chunk the Annihilate.
They were.
A little bit too late.
Yeah, exactly. I think maybe if it weren't for the boost, maybe that Shadow Alolan Sandslash could have gotten to the Ice Punch. It was a close call. He was just one Shadow Claw away. Going into game number 2, though, Soph, what do you want to see from Septile Ice as he looks to rebound? Does he need to reach for that Altaria? It was so good for him earlier on in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I do like Altaria. You have to watch out for Skarmory, and then I believe the Tharion is running Moonblast on the Cresselia, but it's pretty safe into the rest of the Pokemon, right? Annihilate doesn't have Ice Punch. It's decent into Gligar, decent into Lantern as well, so I wouldn't mind seeing an adjustment to the Altaria.
We're going to see what happens here. I think there's a little bit of pressure on the Tharion as well. Got to figure out how to answer basically anything that Septile Ice can throw at him. Maybe he needs a Skarmory, maybe he needs his own Altaria. Maybe bringing the Cresselia, like you pointed out, could be a good option for both players.
I cannot believe how that last game turned out. It looked so good for Septile. He had the lead. He had the perfect energy management on the mid-game, but, you know, the Annihilate was just too much at the end.
Sometimes, right? Sometimes it just happens that way. Annihilate can be such a momentum shifter. I always feel like when you play against an Annihilate team, it's almost like playing against a Frostlass team or a Charizard team. It's so tough to go down Protect Shields against that Pokemon because its closing power is undeniable.
Absolutely. Shadow Ball hits pretty much everything in the meta for at least neutral damage, and that's what makes Skeletor so great. And here we have Cresselia into Lantern. Septile is happy with this. He had this matchup last game in the mid-game, but here it is in the lead.
Throwing a wrench into those plans, out comes Shadow Gligar, and typically when you have a really good lead situation, you look for a really good switch to answer this, but Septile Ice does not have an answer for the Shadow Gligar. I think his Shadow Ball and Sandslash got scared off by the Annihilate in game 1.
All right, well, here's good news number 1 for Septile. He successfully no-shielded an Aerial Ace, and he's actually able to land the Future Sight here. It's going to do a lot of damage. I don't know if it's quite enough to allow you to switch out into something, so it looks like Septile Ice is still choosing to just stay in here.
Gonna stay in here for a little while longer. Actually doesn't throw the Grass Knot right on Charge Attack priority. Gonna look for a dig. The Tharion wants to knock out onto the Cresselia to take back switch advantage. Does land the dig, but it's not enough. And here comes Cresselia.
Yeah, doesn't go for the overfarm, and actually, TheTharion is shielding up the Gligar here. I wonder if this is potentially a window for you to switch out, maybe get an energy advantage on one of your back two Pokemon, but looks like just choosing to stand. Oh no, actually does come into the Skeledirge.
Oh, and the Aerial Ace bait! The nerves to throw an Aerial Ace right now are actually crazy, as Septile Ice doesn't buy it. He thinks it's the dig, but it's just an Aerial Ace, but the question is, can he get to another one? No, he's going to fast swap into the Lantern versus the Skeledirge.
And the TheTharion is just pulling these shields with weak charge attacks. But I really like that he got the shield and then came into this dominant matchup, because now, of course, Surf plus the Sparks are going to do a lot of damage to the Skeledirge. And Skeledirge still not quite at another charge attack, so 2 Sparks and throw here, and this Surf is going to be super effective.
It's going to be super effective, but I don't know if it's quite enough to knock out.
Undercharges.
A slight undercharge by the TheTharion. He wants the full Spark down. He wants this Lantern to walk out or swim out of this matchup loaded with energy, so he's going to absorb the Disarming Voice here and trust in his Pokemon. Can he get there, though?
This Disarming Voice doesn't take out. If he lives this, oh my goodness, that was one of the best undercharges I've ever seen. Look at that. With 1 HP, now has a charge attack for whatever comes in. Minimal farm as well. Here's the Cresselia, actually, and Septile's just going to have to put it all on his own Lantern.
Yeah, going to have to soak the energy here from the opposing Lantern. Does not protect shield up his Cresselia. Last Pokemon coming out, it's Lantern versus the Annihilate. This was the bane of his existence in game number 1. Can Septile Ice take down the Annihilate in game number 2?
Well, it might come down to a bait yet again. Looks like Septile actually goes for the Surf here. It's not going to do quite enough to knock out, so it is going to have to land a 2 more charge attacks, right? 1 to get the shield and 1 to knock out. Looks like Septile was hoping for the shield here, but look at these Sparks. They're adding up very quickly, Speedy.
We saw the bait, game number 1. It was Night Slash. Septile Ice puts his phone down. He says, no way, this is a bait. Here comes a Shadow Ball, and the Lantern can barely hang on. Another counter will do it. The TheTharion 22 takes a commanding 2-0 victory in the losers finals for Group B.
Well, it was a commanding 2-0 victory, but those games were nowhere near not being close, right? It all came down to baits, and you know, TheTharion was baiting the entire series, and then when it came right down to it in that last matchup, just went straight for the Shadow Ball.
Just full send, right? Full send the hard-hitting charge attack. Your opponent's already on the ropes. Just when they think you're going to jab, you hit him with the uppercut. TheTharion, very impressive against Septile Ice there. I felt like the Skeledirge just really didn't have that much room to maneuver. Again, like we saw earlier in the stream, Septile Ice kind of hard switching it in, trying to get that valuable energy. But like you pointed out, so the baits were insane by the TheTharion to pull away those shields.
Yeah, the Aerial Ace game 1 against the Sand Slash, of course the Night Slash at the end of game 1, and then just now I think there was also a bait shielded in the second game.
That's something too, like how do you plan for that? How do you plan for a trainer that's gonna bait your Alolan Sand Slash and your Skeledirge with a Shadow Gligar?
Oh, it is tough. I mean, I will also say for Septile, like the Shadow Gligar swap-in was pretty annoying. He didn't really have a strong answer, so even though he had that very good lead, Cresselia into Lantern, you have the super effective Grass Knot, it's just the perfect amount of damage, right? When you don't have an answer for the swap-in, it's like your whole advantage is gone.
Exactly right. Let's take a look back at that series. Septile Ice's tournament run has come to an end at the hands of the TheTharion 22. The Night Slash bait, the boost, the formula, he's cooking. The TheTharion coming in with the Shadow Ball, and this is a massive knockout.
Yeah, and things just go from slightly bad to disastrous in just the span of a couple of seconds there. But, you know, this is great for the TheTharion, right? First time making it this far, already making it to day 2 off the back of his Annihilate, actually closing out both games.
Exactly. Disarming Voice lands into the Lantern. The most beautiful undercharge we have seen so far against a trainer that loves to undercharge himself. The TheTharion proving to be the better trainer on a Saturday in Orlando.
And there's that Annihilate closing out again. Little celebration there. And now he has a full night to prepare for tomorrow. And hopefully, you know, gonna go back, get in voice call with those friends and kind of see what he can do.
I'm curious though, so if you're in a tournament situation, are you the kind of trainer that if you're headed to day 2, right, you have your spot locked in, are you scrimming all night? Are you reviewing matchups? Are you taking notes? Are you watching back the VOD to kind of pick up on player tendencies? Or you just kind of relax, you know, just kind of cut loose a little bit and just try to get into the zone and trust yourself when it comes to Championship Sunday?
Well, if it were me personally, I would definitely not be the relaxed type.
Okay.
I think when trainers I know, Top Cut, we're always like going back in the VODs, writing down every team of the players that they've played against, the team, like the lines of 3 that they've brought, you know, doing this for like the first couple of trainers that they're going to play in the bracket, right? So I think I would personally err more on the side of the meticulous prep, getting all the facts, and then afterwards you can kind of take a step back and be like, all right, what strategies does this person like to go for? What can I do?
Yeah. I feel the same way. Like I feel like if I was in that position, I would message all my friends and say, hey, can you run Out of Pocket's team? Can you run Septile Ice's team? Like I need to see what you would do in that situation, what the matchups are like. I need to kind of drill down a bit more deeply so that I feel prepared going into the championship Sunday, because a lot of trainers have so much knowledge that they're able to just kind of hold. For example, Doonebug, right? He doesn't really scrim or practice before championship Sunday because he thinks it's all up here. He's already got it, so why would he just kind of go through the motions when he knows he just needs to perform when the lights are the brightest?
Well, Doonebug is very experienced at this point, so maybe it really is all in his head. But you know what you can do in that time off? You can raid some Heracross.
That's true. That's true. This is the Mega Heracross Raid Day, a brand new addition to Pokemon Go. And it's so cool to be here in Orlando, Florida, where Heracross is spawning. And you can do the Mega Raids as well.
Yeah, the one time that I'm in the region that it's already spawning, and of course now is the time when I get the raids, which I could have done at home, right? But it is great. I think this is the debut of Mega Heracross, so that's really exciting. Flying bug type, so it does take double super effective damage from rock type, so it makes it a little bit easier to defeat when you're raiding with your friends.
Exactly. That double weakness can be really instrumental in raid battles. Pokemon like Kartana, right, that are also grass and steel, double weak to fire types. Make sure to pick those raid counters. I think that Rayquaza is really good. Pidgeot is a very standard counter as well. Maybe, you know, play other flying types. Shadow Moltres, Yveltal, also good picks.
Right, a lot of good picks. It is kind of hard to find flying counters sometimes, but let's take a look at Twitter. Maybe some trainers have already gotten their shiny, perfect Heracross and want to share them. Looks like this is a tweet from Perth. I think we saw earlier today. This is Avrip, placed 7th in the Perth Regionals today. I believe Avrip has been pretty successful at some regionals in the past. But did qualify for Worlds, got 294 championship points. So that's going to be 3x Worlds competitor for Avrip, which not a lot of trainers can claim that.
If we look at our Oceania region, trainers like Jakobrovich, like Valiant Fish, those really stand out to us. But Avrip is definitely up there. If I'm not mistaken, there are also trainers like Rob Drago that run Bastiodon. So a lot of interesting teams coming from the Oceania region.
There it is.
Wow, look at that. First raid? Are you kidding me?
Well, that's insane luck.
Insane luck, right? It's beautiful though, so pink.
It is beautiful. Just imagine that as a Mega. Maxed out Mega.
Exactly.
Perfect,
Why is it not already level 50?
That's a great question. I mean, we saw Elam get that shiny perfect Palkia. It was already maxed when it was on Twitter.
I'm so proud of Elam.
Exactly.
Right? Such a good job. But you know, honestly, it's a perfect shiny, but
it's gonna be maxed eventually.
If you don't max it, just transfer it, right?
Oh,
I mean, that's what you do, right? But looking forward to seeing all of your Heracross Raid Day catches. Make sure to keep sharing those posts. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon so that we can feature your posts on the stream. We'd love to get you more engaged in the broadcast this weekend. But I'm excited. So if we have more battles, trainer wearing familiar garments that we talked about before. I'm going to keep saying this.
Well, the trainer does have garments in his name, so maybe important to him.
Could be a good luck charm.
All right, well, I think they're ready. Let's take a look on stage. I think I mentioned a little bit earlier, this is actually a rematch, I believe. Cedric is the one who knocked Pocket down to the loser's bracket, so you know, Pocket was saying has to cook something new here, and we'll just have to see what he comes up with. We saw Cedric playing, I believe, House Stark it was earlier, running that normal Patterson Alolan Sandslash, pretty unconventional. And then, of course, some kind of older throwback picks. We have that Sableye Registeel core.
Exactly right. Some standard picks that have, I guess, kind of stood the test of time is what I'm trying to say in terms of the Go Battle League. But on the other side, a lot of disruptive choices. Guzzlord, Skeledirge, Feraligatr as well, trying to let the Gator loose in Orlando, Florida. Let's see what Out of Pocket can cook up here. But I really want to see everybody get engaged as well. What do you think the common Pokemon will be, the cores that stand out to you? What do you think these trainers are going to bring?
Well, I do like the Feraligatr for Pocket. You can deal a lot of neutral damage to pretty much everything on Cedric's team. Obviously, you have to save shields for something like the Zap Cannon or the Power Whip from Lickitung. But other than that, I feel like Feraligatr has some play here, so let's see.
I do as well. Let's see what happens. Cedric on the left side of your screen versus Out of Pocket and his Vigoroth on the right. So if I can see that you're not loving the situation for Cedric, what do you think?
Well, actually, I'm not loving it for Pocket because this is the worst quote-unquote fighter against Registeel. I think the Registeel can make 2 Focus Blasts without even needing to shield. So I expect to see Pocket switch out pretty soon.
Yeah, that normal typing really betrays the Vigoroth here. It's not a fighting type, but it's a counter user, and Out of Pocket has a plan. He switches in his Charge Bug to absorb the Focus Blast from the Registeel.
Gets the full Volt switch through as well, so going to be ahead on energy if Cedric chooses to switch out. Looks like he's choosing to stay, maybe build back up the energy that he just lost. Actually brings in the Eomero, because remember, look, Pocket has Crunch, X-Scissor, right? You wall this.
Actually, a ludicrous catch here by Cedric to catch a Dark-type Crunch on his Fairy-type Eomero against an Electric type. What is going on in Orlando?
All right, X-Scissor coming through here from Pocket. Of course, also resisted just like the Crunch, but a little bit more efficient in terms of damage. But really, the main damage from this matchup is coming from the super effective Volt switches.
I'm sorry, so you're right. It is a little more damage, but it's so underwhelming as the...
But the Eomero's very low. Look at it.
It's true, it's true. Eomero's got a lot of energy, so I expect Cedric to strike back at any moment. Throws the 1-3-turn bubble within the 4-turn Volt switch and fires off the Ice Beam. Great timing by Cedric.
Very nice timing. And now this Eomero is a little bit healthy. I wonder if Pocket's going to go for a farm down. Maybe he can Shadow Claw. Yeah, there it is. Wait, this is a beautiful Shadow Claw down. I mean, maybe you want to... I don't even know if you want to shield the play rough, but...
Yeah, I don't know.
You're going to come out with a lot of energy.
You know that there's a lock-on user in Registeel, but you don't know the third Pokemon yet. If it's Lickitung or Annihilate, you're in trouble, but he knows shields. The play rough. In comes the Registeel to try to answer it, and he fast switches in the Vigoroth, trying to catch, what, a Zap Cannon?
I don't know if he was trying to catch or maybe just trying to sacrifice. No. He's shielding up the Focus Blast. He knows he can get a lot more mileage out of these counters, and I think this is good because like the Registeel is pretty much dry, right? You can throw if you're concerned that it's going to get to a Focus Blast, but ooh, they really feints with it. Really nice counter down for Pocket.
7.5 counters. That's the duration, right? And he's able to land that 8th counter before the Focus Blast is ready. That awareness by Out of Pocket to recognize Registeel was a 0 energy is absolutely fantastic. Gonna go for the Rock Slide here against a Purified Sableye.
Well, Pocket is down in shield, but I expect that shield deficit to kind of be going even pretty soon. He has a lot of energy on both Pokemon at this point. And second Rock Slide coming through here is going to put the Sableye very low if Cedric doesn't start shielding.
Going for the Rock Slide does peel away the Protect Shield from Cedric. 801. Purified Sableye wants to stay in the matchup. He's thrown a lot of foul play so far in his tournament performance. Does he go for the return? And he does.
And I like this, recognizing that the foul play wouldn't do enough, but the return would. And now Pocket has a difficult decision, does choose to shield it up correctly, and this is huge. I think this game is going all in Pocket's favor. Oh, waits a turn too.
Yeah, out of the pocket, more like out of the oven, because how Pocket is cooking. We're gonna see a Rock Slide get fired off here and take away the final protection from Cedric. He has the Feraligatr in the back with a bit of energy. Does he switch it in? No, throw the Body Slam. This is double resisted, but the foul play comes through first.
I think he's recognizing that even if this Vigoroth goes down, it's because the Sableye will have thrown energy, and if that's the case, the Feraligatr can close things out.
Looks for the switch, but Sableye is trapped. Gonna throw the Body Slam into the Purified Sableye. This won't quite get the knockout, but it does put this Purified Sableye incredibly low. Instant simultaneous swap going for the Hydrokin against the Water type, and Feraligatr will win this matchup.
Great maneuvering with the Feraligatr here. Remember, got all the energy off of this Eomero in the first place, was able to save it, and then got that huge farm down on the Vigoroth there, which was really helpful in closing out the game versus Sableye.
Something poetic about a Feraligatr shadow clawing down a Ghost and Dark type, but Out of Pocket takes that game #1 away from Cedric. Like you pointed out, this is a rematch situation. Cedric dispatching of Out of Pocket with a 2-0 victory earlier on in the bracket before falling to House Stark 93 in a similar 2-0 fashion.
And that was a nice game plan from Pocket, because remember, he had this kind of uncomfortable Vigoroth into Registeel lead, but was able to make this catch. And then, of course, we end up with this weird matchup of Crunch Charge-Bug versus Eomero. But I think so Pocket weird. Kind of made the most, and here's that huge farm down. I think this is really the turning point in the game.
It absolutely savage, right? Vigoroth going bananas here in Orlando, just absolutely smashing through the Registeel's HP and then delivering so much stored energy into the Purified Sableye. These are the kind of plays that we expect from Out of Pocket. I mean, even as far back as Peoria in previous seasons, he's shown that he's capable of doing these things. I'm really excited to see what he does in Game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. He's very seasoned. I mean, you said going back to Peoria, but even before that, he was competing at Senior Worlds, right? Finished very highly there as well. And you know, he's kind of continued on into that Masters division, wreaking havoc wherever he goes.
Exactly. Going into Game 2, what do you want to see from Cedric as he looks to bounce back here against the previous Charge-Bug, Vigoroth, and Feraligatr team from Out of Pocket?
That's tough. I actually think that the team he just brought with Registeel, Eomero, and Sableye, which, by the way, is a very old-looking team,
yeah.
But I actually think it was pretty solid. Just kind of got unlucky with, you know, that catch in the beginning of the game, and then again, I'm saying unlucky, but like really barely fainting with with that focus blast at the end there, which would have been huge.
Exactly. If you take away that final Protect Shield out of pockets, mission gets a lot more murky. We're going to see our game number 2 here. Cedric on the left side of your screen, out of pocket on the right. He's got a great lead. This is Septile into Cresselia.
Yeah, and this is great because Septile can take a Moonblast comfortably, and you're dealing super effective damage the whole way. Pocket's actually staying in here, though. He is ABA weak to Septile, has that Skeleturge in the back, so gonna hope to kind of weaken this Septile with the Moonblast.
This is tricky, right? Because Cedric brought back the Eomero. The 2 Pokemon that he brought from game number 1 are back here in game number 2, and Eomero's gonna be really tricky for the back line out of pocket, but with the matchup right now on the screen, the foul play will be almost enough to knock out, and Cresselia might pace another Moonblast.
Yeah, might barely get there. Cresselia is very bulky. Looks like it does hang on, so Cedric is going to throw this foul play to prevent that from happening. But I think this is exactly what Pocket wanted out of this matchup, right? He knows he can't win, so he has to soft lose, get as much damage as he can on the Septile, and he got it.
This is the trouble, though. You bring in the Vigoroth, and these counters are going to do a lot. I think the Purified Septile will get to another charge attack, is going to reach the foul play. But the Vigoroth energy was so good for out of pocket in game number 1. Where's it going to go in game number 2? Because you see what's coming, right, Soph?
Yeah, it's going to go straight into the Annihilate. Well, I expect Pocket to bank the energy and come into Skeleturge, but the problem is, with 2 shields up, these bubbles are really just going to start chunking away. It looks like Cedric is actually staying in here, maybe wants to get a shield, or if he lands this Night Slash, either way, it's going to be pretty nice chip damage to make the Eomero's job just a little bit easier.
I couldn't have said it better. I think that is a lot of damage in order to set up the Eomero for a full bubble down, but the Skeleturge is going to fight back. Goes for the Disarming Voice, but has enough energy for the Shadow Ball, so Cedric needs to be wary of it. Does get baited by the Disarming Voice.
Does get baited, but look at each bubble is chunking away here. You can comfortably no shield the next move. I mean, I think Cedric can do so many things in this game and still win.
Yeah, Cedric seemingly in full control of the situation. Skeleturge not really pulling its weight in the face of such a tough team composition from Cedric. ABA goes with a Eomero sandwich in the middle. That's like Skeleturge's nightmare.
That's right. I think Cedric kind of just had Pocket's number with this line, right? Had that nice lead with Septile into Cresselia, and then of course the backline actually, you know, Eomero really safe against both of these Pokemon from Pocket.
Vigoroth looking to chew its way through the Eomero, but it's going to fight back. The Fairy typing means that it's going to actively resist these counters, allowing it to get to yet another Ice Beam. And then Annihilate came out briefly, maybe took 1 or 2 Incinerates earlier on in the series, but is still very healthy. Ice Beam connects into Vigoroth, and you can tell out of pocket recognizes this game is over.
And Annihilate needs absolutely no help in taking out Vigoroth. And you know, we did see Vigoroth kind of have a heyday earlier in this season, and it's still around, but one of the reasons that it dropped off a little bit, of course, was the introduction of Annihilate. When you have such a hard counter like that on a huge percentage of teams, it does become a little bit harder to bring Vigoroth.
That's the give and take, right? Because Vigoroth is a counter user that beats a lot of neutral Pokemon in multiple different ways, but it also loses to all the other counter users because a lot of them do have that true fighting typing.
Absolutely. Well, here's the replays from that game, and I think this is just the end game where Cedric kind of has it locked up, right? This is the one thing I don't like about Skeleturge is when it comes onto the field when there's still 2 shields up, like, I don't know, you take so long to get to your charge attacks, and then if the fast moves are doing so much like Bubble or Lick or even, you know, Wing Attack,
yeah,
it just becomes very uncomfortable.
Is that the same reason why you loathe Shadow Magnezone? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I know you actually don't hate that Pokemon, but going into game number 3, this is a decisive match point. Cedric 801 on the left, out of pocket on the right. We're gonna see what they decide to bring. What do you think, Soph? Do they need to kind of pivot, change things up?
I mean, I think Cedric is really happy with Septile. It's really safe into Pocket's entire team. He hasn't been bringing the Guzzlord, and just now in that last game, we saw it kind of come out of that lead matchup with a big enough advantage that even without his backline advantage, he would have been okay. So I expect Cedric to stick with the Septile. I expect Pocket to maybe stick with the Vigoroth, even though, of course, it did have that tough backline. Maybe brings back the Feraligatr, which was really good for him in game 1.
I honestly think Cedric's going to stick with the Eomero. I think if there's one Pokemon that really stands out as you look at Hot Pocket's team, you've got the Guzzlord, the Skeleturge, you also have the non-discharge Chargebug, the Feraligatr with no hard-hitting charge attack that can really hurt a Water-type Pokemon, and then you got Vigoroth and Cresselia as the only 2 answers. So if you're Cedric, you just need to lock down the Vigoroth, Cresselia, and then your Eomero can wreak havoc on the rest.
That's a great point. That's actually one of those matchups that the regular Feraligatr doesn't do as well in. I think the Shadow Feraligatr because you have that extra damage from the Shadow Claw fast attack, which is the main source of your damage against Eomero. I think Shadow Feraligatr can actually beat Eomero, but the regular Feraligatr is kind of struggling.
It definitely has a tougher matchup, but I think that Out of Pocket's going to work his way around that situation as we head into game number 3. One of our trainers is already locked in and ready to go. The other one just did the same. This is game 3.
All right, winner goes to day 2, loser goes home.
Leads on the field. We've got Purified Sableye on the left versus the Charjabug on the right. Committed to the Skeledirge. Out of Pocket brings it again.
All right, well, it's really going to come down to switch advantage here. Look at these back lines. Pocket really needs this Charjabug to put in work, and it does outpace the Sableye.
Gonna go for the X-Scissor. This is same type attack bonus, and while your Crunch and your X-Scissor are neutral, going for the lower energy, same type attack bonus charge attack makes the most sense.
All right, it looks like Pocket is recognizing maybe there's that ABA Ghost again. This is actually the same line, I believe, from Cedric as game 2. And Pocket's realizing, if it's that line, I need switch advantage here. And maybe Cedric's thinking the same.
We see Protect Shields getting burned early on in this series as both trainers are picking up on exactly what you said, Soph, that the switch advantage is going to be critical. Sableye going for another foul play, but Out of Pocket knows if he lets this through, he's likely going to get Shadow Claw down, but he's going to let it through anyway and try to bet on his Charjabug.
Oh, this is tough. The Charjabug doesn't make the last X-Scissor. Now has to come in with the Vigoroth, otherwise you would be taking foul play on Skeledirge. And here comes that foul play. It's going to do about half of Vigoroth's health, but I think you have to let it go. Yeah.
You have to, right? Because you're running out of options. And then we see, just like in game number 2, Annihilate hits the field. Out comes the Skeledirge. You remember game number 2, Cedric threw the Night Slash before switching. Lets it Incinerate through.
And that could actually be huge because Pocket really needs that advantage. Unfortunately, it is a Night Slash that he's shielding up. But the good thing is that actually does more damage than anything from the Eomero. So I think actually it was looking terrible. I think there might be a glimmer of hope in the distance for Pocket now.
We're going to see what Skeledirge can do because it's going to fire off the Disarming Voice just like in game number 2, trying to take that Protect Shield. Doesn't get the job done in game number 3. Going to look for 1 Incinerate and then the Disarming Voice. Incinerate is 5 turns, Bubble is 3 turns. You only seed 1 extra turn of energy, so it's ideal to throw 1 Incinerate and then the Charge Attack.
And Cedric isn't falling for any of this. No shielding both of those Disarming Voices, now being able to fire off the Play Rough. And of course this is resisted, but those bubbles have really started to add up here.
Takes about 10 seconds for each of these Charge Attack minigames to play out. Vigoroth is almost available, not throwing the fast attacks. He wants to wait the switch timer, but Out of Pocket can't get there, so he's forced to throw at the last second.
This is tough because now you have no way to take out the Annihilate. I think Pocket was committing to the win condition, but it just wasn't really in the cards there, right? He needed to switch and save the energy.
Just like 4 or 5 seconds difference could have been a game changer for Out of Pocket, but he's going to get hit with the Play Rough, and guess what? Annihilate comes out. It's angry. It punches down that Vigoroth. It's going to win this matchup for Cedric in game 3.
All right, well, this is a little bit of an upset, but congratulations to Cedric for making day number 2 here, going to advance to that top 16 as the loser from Group C.
Impressive plays. I mean, getting knocked down by Pocket, and excuse me, he knocked down Pocket first, right? Yeah. Knocking down Pocket and then having Pocket win a game 1, but then winning the series 2-1. Very impressive plays by Cedric to keep himself in the tournament. We've seen anything. We've seen almost any different situation play out. For example, we keep on mentioning Doonebug all day, right? His 14-1 run in San Antonio. After that, I just believe any loser's bracket run is possible.
Yeah, I think Doonebug made losers runs pretty trendy. We've seen people make really deep runs. For example, Caleb in Portland went really far. Like you said, anything is possible, especially if you're as good as Doonebug.
Exactly right. Well, let's see what happens as these trainers progress through the bracket. Out of Pocket is out of the tournament, unfortunately, but Cedric will continue. I'm excited to see some more group finals. Honestly, though, Soph, no meta picks have really stood out to me. No big surprises. A lot more Skeledirge than I probably anticipated.
Right, on the rise.
On the rise, on the rise. And a little less Guzzlord as well, but we'll see what the rest of the tournament has in store for us.
All right, well, you mentioned a lot of Skeledirge. Let's take a look at those replays because there was a lot of Skeledirge used in this matchup. I think this is that first game where, of course, we do have this weird charge of
Boom!
Yeah, boom. And here's the end of that with that critical farm down by the Vigoroth. And this is ends up being Pocket's only victory of the series, actually. But really dominant here, right? Huge farm down and then has so much energy for the end.
Pocket bet on the Vigoroth safe switch in game number 1, and it did pay dividends, but he tries to double down in games 2 and 3. Doesn't quite work out for Alligator. Ties up game number 1 here. You can see Cedric a little bit annoyed. He said, I could have played better. I could have done this. I could have shifted something around and won the game, but he makes that correction as the series goes on.
Right, and Cedric really committed to the Sableye, Eomero, Annihilate line that he ran in games 2 and 3. And he kind of found the sauce, the adjustment in game 2, and continued to bring it in game number 3.
ABA, an interesting team composition that we've seen a lot of high-level trainers do. Cedric recognized that the formula was working in game number 2, so he doubles down in game number 3. Ice Beam into the Vigoroth. Vigoroth pretty much had a tough matchup, but the Annihilate just makes sure that it doesn't get back up.
Yeah, this is one of those things about Vigoroth. It's so safe in general, of course, besides against things like the Annihilate, but then it just doesn't do well against things like a Eomero either.
Well played.
He says well played.
Yeah, well played. Team composition and the plays, all the pieces are there. I'm definitely really impressed with Cedric, and I wanted to kind of go back to something you said, a bit of an upset, right? Because we expect trainers like House Stark, like Rise to the Occasion, like Out of Pocket to succeed at a high level consistently, and when they have kind of these early non-day 2 tournament exits,
it's not that early, man.
I know it's not that early.
Losers finals.
But it's not day 2, right? So we kind of turn our heads and we're like, wait, Out of Pocket didn't make top cut?
That's true, that's true.
Who's Cedric, right? Who is this trainer, right?
Well,
we need to keep an eye on that.
Now Cedric is going to be the guy who beat Pocket. No, I'm just kidding. Cedric is making a name for himself. He'll have a great run day 2, I'm sure, and we'll be able to see that tomorrow.
Well, let's hear more from the trainer who took down Out of Pocket. This is Cedric with 2-0 Butters.
Thank you, Speedy. I'm here with Cedric, 801, and after multiple times of getting so close to top cut, how does it feel to achieve your first ever top cut?
It feels amazing. I've been to 4 regionals now, and it's my first top cut, so it feels great. I'm just happy to be here, though, enjoying the community. So, yeah, it's great.
Awesome, and I noticed your team has a unique Pokemon. It has the Alolan Sandslash. Usually we see the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Any reason to bring the non-Shadow?
I like the non-Shadow because it's a little bit more bulky, and mainly that it survives a Mud Bomb from Wish Cache. So it forces them to either throw the second Mud Bomb in the 1 shield, or you can win the 2-to-1 shield.
Oh, that makes a ton of sense. And one thing it probably is stronger against too is Gligar, because Shadow Gligar is everywhere. And I feel like out of all the teams we've seen today, your team might be the most prepared for Shadow Gligar. Was that a choice?
Yeah, definitely. Shadow Gligar is a top pick at EUIC, so I picked a team that was strong against it. In addition to running the non-Shadow Sandslash, I also run the Powder Snow instead of Shadow Claw, which makes it definitely better against Gligar, just like that farm down potential. So yeah, definitely Gligar was a big, heavy consideration when I picked my team.
As it should be. Congratulations once again, and don't go anywhere. We have some interesting facts from our 2-time regional champion.
With this squad, it's actually only broken by a couple of Pokemon.
I was just trying to play as clean as possible.
Lyle Jeff's running mostly standard movesets here. Of course, Eomero, there is that decision between Ice Beam, Play Rough, or Hydro Pump.
My thought process going in was that I'm just going to run this because I know it well and hope that I'm making the right meta choices. Going into Charlotte, I was actually very concerned about the release of Annihilate early, and because I was planning on running a Vigoroth team. I wouldn't say I had to change much because there was less of the Annihilate than I expected.
It is up to this big monkey to finish off a rabbit and a fish.
Pokemon that I was worried about going into the event, other than Annihilate, was probably Skarmory.
So Lyle Jeffs makes an immediate pivot into the Lickitung.
I was mainly relying on Lickitung to sort of just soak up damage and just kind of out-bulk it.
Lickitung definitely doing its job.
For Skarmory, I did have a Charjabug on my team, so I did have some solid bench pressure with the Charjabug and the Wish Cache. My toughest matches actually were my first, which was technically round 2, and round 3. I didn't quite have the best alignment in those matches.
Lyle Jeffs tried to claw that game back.
I think I
kind of got away with one there. Like I was able to make a really good catch to win.
Decision time for Loudjeffs. Is he able to be? He does. He waits the turn and catches perfectly onto the Lickitung.
And then from that point, it sort of just snowballed.
See him just breathing a sigh of relief.
In the top cut, I would say my most difficult matchup was against Tommy W. He did have an Annihilate, and he had a Mandibuzz. I really wanted to use the Charger Bug versus him, but he did have the really good pressure of the Clodsire.
For it, and now Lyles has great alignment with the Whiscash onto the Clodsire.
I wasn't able to play as neutrally as I wanted to versus him. I kind of had to take a little bit of risk.
And Lyle Jeffs moves to the winners finals.
If Lyle wins this one, he's on to the grand finals already.
Lyle Jeffs understands how the Charger Bug and Frost last matchup works.
But I knew going into that grand finals that I was going to try to be aggressive, and I was able to get like a very good alignment game one. After I took game one, I felt very confident that I was going to be able to just seal the deal, but it was just sort of translating the mental aspects of the game to the in-person tournaments and the long grinds that these regionals are.
And he's done it! Lyle Jeffs with a 3-0 victory is your regional champion!
Hello trainers, my name is Caleb Pang. As Pokemon Go entered its second official season in the Championship Series, trainers from around the world were looking for their opportunity to rise to the top. While some trainers were looking to expand on their performance in the first season, others were preparing to make their debut. With the former Seniors Division combined with the Masters Division, top-tier trainers like 2022 third-place Worlds finisher Wadaj asserted their dominance against all age divisions. With 6 top 8 finishes in the regular season prior to Worlds and first-place finishes at the Hartford Regional and NAIC, Wadaj's prowess transcended age divisions and was a clear favorite going into World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. Joining Wadaj in the exclusive back-to-back Worlds qualified trainers was Isaacson, the 2022 NAIC champion and highest finishing North American trainer at Worlds 2022 in 7th place. Although Axon had quite the extensive competitive resume, he was hungry for that world champion title, finishing the regular season with 4 top 8 finishes and qualifying for Yokohama, Japan with a first place finish at the Portland Regional. At Portland, Axon encountered a trainer who would change the balance of Championship Series competition, Rubik's Master. Despite being completely unknown, Rubik's Master in his first and only regular season tournament fought his way to the grand finals to face off against Axon. He lost in a grueling series, but his real victory was earning a World Championship invite. Axon mentioned in his winner's interview that of all the trainers he didn't want to face in Yokohama, Japan, Rubik's Master was at the top of his list. At the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan, Wadaj and Axon sat comfortably on the winner's side of the bracket going into day 2 of competition, and Rubik's Master surprised many with his own place by their side as all 3 started the day undefeated. In the winner's semifinals, Axon and Rubik's Master got their fated rematch. Going into a decisive Game 3, Axon pulled off a game-changing Stone Edge catch on his Lantern, followed by a massive no-shield call on Rubik's Master's Mud Bomb bait attempt, solidifying his winner's finals matchup against Wadaj. The winners finals of Axon and Wadaj was highly anticipated, featuring a matchup between the 2022 NAIC champion and the 2023 NAIC champion. The best of 5 series seesawed back and forth between the trainers, culminating to a decisive Game 5.
Knockout Lantern and give Wadaj the first game win. Up and catch from Wadaj, taking the Thunderbolt on the Medicham with a great catch from its Axon there, sending in his Lantern to take the surf from Wadaj's own Lantern. The Altaria is so close, the Medicham just can't quite get there in time.
Game 5 saw both trainers weave in and out between catches and switches with their Pokemon, before Axon finally took the game with a single fast attack. Meanwhile, Rubik's Master stormed through the losers bracket until he finally earned himself a spot against Wadaj in the losers finals. He came to prove to the world that he could stand up against the likes of Wadaj, and in 5 close games, Rubik's Master and his signature Deoxys defense closed out the series. Championship Sunday featured the grand finals between Axon and Rubik's Master, a rivalry that seemed unavoidable. In Rubik's Master's incredible Portland and Worlds runs, he had only lost to one person, it's Axon. And of all the trainers Axon didn't want to face, his final opponent was that player, Rubik's Master. Relying on his signature Pokemon Deoxys Defense, Rubik's Master tried to core break Axon's team, but Axon was one of the few trainers to bring Sableye, one of the hardest counters to Deoxys Defense. Foiling Rubik's Master's plans, Axon headed into Game 4 on match point with the bold strategy of leading Shadow Alone Sandslash, doubly weak to Deoxys Defense. Axon's gambit paid off, catching Rubik's Master's Altaria in the perfect lead scenario for Axon. Rubik's Master utilized his Umbreon as a safe swap, but Axon countered him with his Medicham. Rubik's Master responded with a resisted Ice Punch catch onto his Eomero, but Axon kept the pressure up, and with some final Shadow Claws from Axon's Sableye, he solidified himself as the world champion of Pokemon Go. With the world champion title, its Axon proved that consistency and hard work are the keys to success. However, Rubik's Master's second place performance opens the door for newer trainers to enter the scene and show the world how an underdog can compete with the very best. Thank you for watching the story of a champion and the rivals he met along the way. Be sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete to learn more about how you can join in on the action.
Welcome back to day number 1 here in Orlando, Florida, and we are also joining in back on the action. If you missed it, Cedric just beat the most Florida team possible, because you beat the Feraligatr, that's a Gator, you beat the Skeledurge, double Gator, and then there was a Guzzlord, that packs a big bite, and then the Crunch Charjabug as well. It doesn't get any more Florida than that.
That's a Florida man team if I've ever seen one, but we are continuing on in some losers finals battles. Coming up next, we have Beach versus Rainbow Man, and it's about to get rocky here, Butters.
It might just get rocky. I know you have peeked at it. I know you're aware of it, but there is a Bastiodon coming up, which, of course, Bastiodon is the Pokemon that you bring to most tournaments. You brought it at the European International Championship. You beat the world champion with it.
Well,
how is it right now? Well, not with
necessarily
it.
with it, but with it on my team.
With it,
yeah.
you know, with it around.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think it depends, right? Some trainers are gonna be a little risky and be super weak to it because it's not a very common pick, which I think is a fairly smart strategy overall because it's not something you see very often. A lot of teams are pretty strong into a lot of double ground teams plus a fighter. That's just not really a great situation to go into. But let's take a look at the teams that our players have on stage and see just how weak the team Beach is running is into Bastiodon. We got Beach with the shades on too, trying to make it block out some of the incoming rocks. We got Poliwrath, Skarmory, Altaria, Shadow Gligar, Lickitung, and Lantern on his squad.
Yeah, it looks fairly safe into that Bastiodon. You got the Poliwrath, you got the, sharing the shades there, sharing the love. I love it from these two competitors here. And you have the Lantern, which is this neutrally pretty strong against the Bastiodon as well. At least in Bastiodon's favor, there's two targets that you can really hard wall, which is the Altaria and the Skarmory.
Well, the Lickitung as well too. So 3 really solid matchups. 2 semi kind of neutral-ish matchups against the Lantern Gligar. If you have shields up, it's not too bad for the Bastion in those situations. But let's get into Beach's team first. Non-Shadow Poliwrath, Scald Icy Wind is the moveset of choice. Skarmory, Altaria, Shadow Gligar, Lickitung, and Spark Lantern. We saw Beach on stage earlier in, I believe, a close 3 games against J Mills. But now, moving on to the losers finals with another chance to make day number 2.
Yeah, and he has that triple fly, right? And you often use both of those flying types together. Maybe it's a Shadow Gligar, it's a Skarmory. Maybe it's even an Altaria in the Skarmory, but they do complement each other quite well. And then, of course, on Rambling Man's side, you have the Bastiodon, but to fill that out, let's be honest, the other 5 Pokemon are the more important Pokemon here, and Mandibuzz is looking kind of strong against Beach's team, but then, of course, the Cresselia is looking quite safe as well. You just kind of have to worry about that Skarmory.
Exactly, and that's the thing, right? I mean, Skarmory, yeah, has a fantastic matchup against the Cresselia. Against everything else on the side of Rainbow Man's team, it's actually not amazing, right? Annihilate with shields definitely can muscle through that matchup. Whiscash is going to resist that Steel Wing damage. Scald hits quite a bit. Looks like these 2 trainers are starting to get locked in low. Let's let's see what the action's going to play out and how it's going to look. Rainbow Man actually just came straight from Europe, was competing at EUIC with the Bastion too, so he's very familiar with this rock Pokemon.
Yeah, and he's coming out strong here with the Cresselia lead into the Poliwrath, and regular Poliwrath just has no shot. Your ABA weak to Cresselia, so you actually swap into the Lantern, but there's an even better Lantern action answer in the back, which is that Shadow Whiscash.
Yeah, so this is going to be interesting. Hard counter in the lead, and then hard counter on the counter swap. However, the Skarmory in the back definitely has play into definitely the Cresselia and also the Dewgong. So we're going to see if Beach tries to fight for Switch or not. It's not a great matchup, especially against the Shadow Whiscash. 2 Mud Bombs will be able to knock out the Lantern.
Yeah, it's really tough to flip this, especially because you just get outpaced so quickly. You're already at the double Mud Bomb. You just let this go, and this Whiscash is still at about 40-45% health here. It's going to be tough to even finish it off for the Poliwrath because you're going to definitely have to take double Mud Bomb unless you're going to commit an Icy Wind or a Scald.
The Mud Bombs start to really add up. Luckily, this is not a, it is not a Shadow Poliwrath, so the Mud Bomb damage won't be as severe. Actually going for the Scald instead, fishing for potentially a debuff. I don't know about this one, but either way, Rainbow Man's still in a pretty commanding position.
You need to put the shades back on for a move like that, but able to get that counter down. As you see, it wasn't exactly what he was going for. Didn't get that debuff, as you could hear the audio of him not getting it. And now you actually leave this Poliwrath healthier, but the problem is you just hard wall it. I mean, you don't wall it, you take all this damage, but it really doesn't do that much if you are the Cresselia into a non-Shadow Poliwrath.
I like this play from Beach, right?
So
chip it down, weaken the attack, and then maybe swap. Oh, okay, I thought Beach was potentially going to try to catch a Grass Knot. Instead, going to just stay in here. Now goes down a shield, which puts him in a much tougher position for the back-end matchup.
Yeah, you did get that debuff, but you probably need to swap on some energy somewhere. You need to get some type of advantage. Skarmory equal against Dewgong in the back isn't going to do it for you because you're so far down in this matchup, but that's actually adding up now. Are you going to try to swap with the Grass Knot, reaching for a swap? No, does not swap on it. So now suddenly, are you going to double? Yes, double protection. Just going to try to counter your way through it. And if it can counter through, it's going to be hard to Ice Shard down this Poliwrath.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting play from Beach. Is going to go for the Ice Wind. Ramblin finally going to put up this first shield. I think Beach looked like he was even trying to swap over to the Skarmory. Let's see if he does make for the catch this time. No, just completely lets the Poliwrath go. And Grass Knot is going to connect here. And you see a little banter between the two players, try to see, oh, what's that final Pokemon? We're going to both find out at the same time. And it's going to be the Dewgong versus Skarmory. Now, typically, this is not a terrible matchup for Skarmory, but because Skarmory doesn't have any shields remaining, this is a much more difficult position to be in.
Yeah, it's so tough. I actually don't know if Skarmory down a shield can beat any Pokemon on Rambling Man's team that was available, because Cresselia is not an option. All the other ones are going to be fine up a Protect Shield versus a Skarmory in the back. So that's just such a tough position for Beach here as you land that first Icy Wind, and you're going to be able to use your Protect Shield here and then get to that second Icy Wind, and it looks like Rambling Man's going to be able to take a comfortable 1-0 advantage.
Yeah, I really like that play from Rambling Man, just letting that first attack go. Unlikely that first attack was going to be a Brave Bird. It could have been, but going for that gamble, and I like it. It definitely paid off. Now, Beach has to go to 2 back-to-back moves. I mean, he just goes in on it, so let's see if his Skarmory can survive the ensuing Ice Shard damage before getting to it, but you still have the Cresselia in the back, too.
Oh, that was actually really close to get to that second Sky Attack there that would have secured the knockout into the Dewgong, but well played by Rambling Man there, able to call that back line, and Beach just really had no shot as soon as he had the Poliwrath led into the Cresselia. And how about Rambling Man to have the Shadow Whiscash for the State Swap Lantern as well, because Lantern does look really strong against most of Rambling Man's team. So I feel like that's why he definitely brought the Cresselia and the Shadow Whiscash together in that game number 1.
I think you made a really great point there too, Butters. You said, you know, Skarmory, unless it's against a Cresselia, anything else with the shield advantage in the back end matchup was going to be able to potentially beat Skarmory, right? And if you look at the rest of the Rainbow Man's team, that makes a lot of sense. So I think if this ever situation repeats itself, I would love to see Beach potentially try to pivot out to the Skarmory, save the shields for it, or at least just get out of the Cresselia matchup, right? I mean, that's like your worst matchup against is really your Poliwrath versus the Cresselia.
Yeah, because you need to shake it up a little bit. As you see, this is going to knock out the Poliwrath, and the Poliwrath gave up 2 Protect Shields before that. But imagine if that Poliwrath was able to bank up a bunch of energy by countering down the Dugong. So I agree with you. If you were to have pivoted and try to catch a Grass Knot, and Rambling Man was throwing Grass Knot when it was available, so if you did swap on that pivot and then get the reverse farm down onto the Dugong after Skarmory loses that matchup, then maybe you had a slight chance, but Beach has another opportunity right here, game number 2, and it's going to be Shadow Gligar led into ManInTheBuzz, and ManInTheBuzz is a pretty decent answer in neutral situations.
Oh, this is a very great line for Rambling Man, because not only is the ManInTheBuzz in a positive matchup versus Gligar in the lead, it beats the Lickitung in the back. And you can't really easily swap to anything, right? If you swap to Poliwrath, that's your only ManInTheBuzz counter, which even then is not even the best counter because you're still taking super effective aerial. So this ManInTheBuzz is really well positioned throughout pretty much this entire battle.
And how about this team composition call for Rambling Man? He brought ABA strong to Lantern in game number 1 because his team is kind of soft to Lantern without the Whiscash and the Cresselia, and then he scared it off. Game number 2, he's ABA weak to Lantern. Now he has the ManInTheBuzz in the lead and the Dugong in the back.
And he's also ABA strong into the Gligar too. Oh, okay, swapping into the Lickitung. You can see, saying, some nice catches, but, maybe not the best move you want to catch because Dark Pulse is still the move of choice here too.
Yeah, and you can bank up some energy that you just lost on that catch before you swap out, but deciding to stay in, throw the Dark Pulse because you're still out of body slam range because ManInTheBuzz is just so thick here. You can keep snarling up. You don't have a great answer to bring in, so I feel like you're just trying to get it as close as you can to Moonblast range. So when you eventually want to knock it out with your Cresselia in the back.
Yeah, so this is going to be interesting because Rambling actually shoots the shield here. I think he really wants to just keep the Dugong for the Lickitung, right? Because the thing is, if you bring in Cresselia into the Lickitung, that Poliwrath's just going to go to town, right?
Yeah.
Then the Cresselia's out of the way, and that's your only counter.
And if you lose alignment here, that's going to be really tough because if you let this go, you're going to match up the Poliwrath into the Dugong here. So suddenly, Beach has some momentum in this battle. And now what do you bring in? Do you show the Dugong here to try to Icy Wind or Ice Shard down? Yes, you are showing the Dugong here, but you're going to have to take a little body slam, and now you're going to have to match up against Poliwrath.
I think this is still the better option for Rambling, just getting some value out of Dugong, expecting potentially a Poliwrath in the back. Yes, Poliwrath's going to come in here, but Rambling Man still has a lot of health on this Cresselia. It could definitely put a fight up even against the Gligar. Actually going for the Icy Wind here. Interesting play. I don't know if it's the best play, but let's see how it plays out. Because the thing is, this debuff is nice, but the thing is, once you come in Cresselia, Beach is just going to clear this debuff and swap over to Gligar. Beach actually building up to the Scald and then swapping over.
I believe he got just the Icy Wind. Maybe he's one counter away from that Scald here and uses the Protect Shield into the Gligar. Now, this is super risky because if you give up both your Protect Shields, your Poliwrath can just get one hit knocked out by a Moonblast in the back. So you're going to try to get as much damage off as you can, but Rambling Man and his Cresselia is going to be tough to get through, and you actually Protect Shield an Aerial Ace.
Yeah, unfortunate shield for Rambling Man, but the thing is, Beach came in to the Cresselia with a lot of energy. This Cresselia had a decent amount of energy to throw at the Gligar, making this matchup a little bit uncomfortable. Switch timers are also super misaligned here. Let's see if Beach is going to shield this Grass Knot or not. I think if he does, you could potentially even swap into the Dugong if you're Rambling Man.
I think you can't. You have to save it for the Poliwrath, and there is the save here, and you try to swap on the Scald, but no, he's already at the Scald. The timer is not available. This is not enough for a knockout, so you're definitely going to get a Protect Shield from this Cresselia. Do you throw it now or do you bank it? It's a decision of Rambling Man, and he decides to actually farm up a little more. It looks like he's going to try to get the double Grass Knot. If he gets a double Grass Knot, that could win him the game.
I think that definitely should be the play. If you leave with the Grass Knot banked, you just potentially could lose Charge Attack priority later. Let's see what happens. Oh no! Throws on Charge Attack priority, but now Poliwrath just doesn't have any energy, so you don't really have super effective attacks on the Poliwrath. It's not a great matchup, but the counters are really going to add up. Let's see if you can get to the Drill Run before the next move is being thrown. Drill Run is going to be reached.
This is non-shadow, and I feel like you wish you threw a Drill Run earlier.
That's how I'm thinking the same thing. Let's see what happens.
It's not enough, and it looks like Poliwrath is going to be able to reach the Scald, so that risky bait early on by Rambling Man to throw the Icy Wind. If that Icy Wind was the Drill Run, that second Drill Run would have knocked out, but instead, Beach ties it up 1-1.
All right. Well, Rambling Man, I think, just wanted to give us some extra content, forcing this game number 3 there. But yeah, a very close game. Again, typically, I think if you throw the Icy Wind, it makes sense if you expect Beach to stay in that matchup. But having seen the Gligar already earlier, it's safe to assume that Beach will want to swap out that matchup with Cresselia. However, you know, it still came down to the wire in that situation. A really great team alignment initially, but that safe swap Lickitung was very, very strong for Beach. Even safe swapping into a Mandibuzz, essentially, a thing that beats it.
Yeah, and that's why Shadow Gligar is so good, because even though you're disadvantaged with the Shadow Gligar into Mandibuzz, you are able to do just enough damage to get that Mandibuzz low enough. As you see on the screen here, it was low enough to get knocked out eventually by that Lickitung. And once it got knocked out by the Lickitung, that meant that the Poliwrath had the alignment. And when Poliwrath has the alignment in these battles, he has been winning. So the aerial ace bait was also huge there. Because if you no shield that, then you could definitely have that shield for a Scald later on as well.
Yeah, or even a dig, right? But unfortunately not able to get that to happen. And, you know, really great charge attack priority from Beast, just narrowly avoiding that Grass Knot, and this final Scald is going to connect. The non-Shadow Poliwrath has been definitely working for Beach, I gotta say, in today's tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's much better against Shadow Gligar, but its bulk can pay off at times. And in these situations, especially against that Drill Run, when it was able to hold on, you do favor the non-Shadow, but I think Rambling Man would have favored throwing the double Drill Run there, but it was a great no shield by Beach. But it makes sense because you know you're going to be facing Cresselia. You would much rather shield a Grass Knot or a Moonblast than a Drill Run. I'm really curious on how Rambling Man plays this game number 3, because he's played ABA strong versus Lantern and then ABA weak to Lantern. How does he balance that team, or that game number 3 team composition?
It's going to be interesting to see for sure. I think Cresselia is definitely going to come out because it just looks so strong into the side of Beach, right? Poliwrath you kind of have to bring in a lot of situations, and it just like beats the Lantern as well very consistently. Very neutral matchup into the Lickitung and the Gligar, and pretty solid into Altari with that Moonblast. So I think if you bring Cresselia with Skarmory counters, you should be in a pretty good spot if you're Rambling Man.
And this is the Cresselia, as trainers wish each other good luck here. And it's met up by the Poliwrath. That is the best case scenario for Rambling Man. Instant pivot to Lantern, but you're A-B-B weak to Lantern. This is your Lantern answer, so you actually have to stay in this matchup. But this is what you wanted. You wanted to find Lantern with your Cresselia.
You did, for sure, because the back-end matchup is not that great in any regard. And look at Beach's team. There's no Cresselia counter. The best counter is a Gligar, which is a neutral matchup. There's no Skarmory to be found, no Lickitung even. And so this is looking really good for Rambling so far. I mean, I think Rambling could just maintain the alignment here, and that Gligar really has nowhere to go in the back-end matchups.
Yeah, and especially against that Dugong. If you do maintain the alignment here and have Dugong versus Gligar, I don't know how Beach is going to come out of this matchup, but Beach has the opportunity to try to use your Protect Shields and then try to get the alignment here. I feel like you need to go for it in this situation. Is he going to Protect Shield the Lantern? No, he actually lets the Lantern go. The Lantern is knocked out now, so that means your Gligar is probably going to be facing against that Dugong, but looks like you're sacking the Gligar, so can Poliwrath have a chance versus a Dugong Mandibuzz backline?
It really can, because Poliwrath actually can beat that Mandibuzz, especially up shields. The thing is, can Poliwrath do everything by itself? I expected Rambling maybe to potentially pivot out, but instead just going to sacrifice the Cresselia completely, going for the Grass.
Wow.
Oh, we get the shield though. This is huge for Rambling Man. You know, Mandibuzz typically will lose against Poliwrath, but of a shield, that might be a different story. Dugong does come through. You don't really want to be in this matchup too long. I think Rambling might just let this go. You've already seen all 3 Pokemon at this point, too, so you already know where your win conditions are. Really great call to not shield and end up not even shielding the bait there. Here comes the Poliwrath, but here comes the Mandibuzz, the bulky flying Dark-type Pokemon. Beach is probably going to go straight for the Icy and start debuffing.
Throwing on charge attack priority right when the Aerial Ace was available there to try to debuff beforehand. No Protect Shield on that Icy Wind. It's super effective, but it just really doesn't do that much damage. And here comes the Protect Shield from Beach, trying to throw it and maybe get to a second Icy Wind, but Mandibuzz might outpace the next Aerial Ace.
Yeah, I believe Mandibuzz will. Icy Wind does take a little bit more time to get to, so the second Aerial Ace is going to come through. I mean, it's still a good shield from Beach because that Aerial Ace is going to do the most amount of damage out of the remaining moves to that Poliwrath. The question is, can the Poliwrath, yeah, nothing. I mean, it's debuffed, and it's also non-Shadow Poliwrath. At this point, I think Rambling Man is just going to commit all the shields on this Mana Bus. I wonder if Beach might go for a combo play later. Switch timers are coming up soon. Rambling Man just going to reach for the aerial. He's not even going to throw on optimized time. He just wants to get this energy off and do this damage.
Well, this is huge because it puts Poliwrath in range of Drill Run, because you're probably going to try to swap at some point into the Gligar after you get this shield, because if you don't swap, you're going to get knocked out by Aerial Ace, and that means the Dugong is going to be able to reverse farm down the Gligar, and the Poliwrath is in range of Drill Run. This is looking great for Rambling Man.
Yeah, I think he's...
but he let it go.
He's letting it go. I think he needs to try to catch a Drill Run, and actually Rambling Man throwing the Icy Wind. I actually like this play, because he's...
But does it knock out, Caleb?
I don't know.
It might not knock out, and then you're at the Icy Wind, but no! It actually does knock out.
I was expecting maybe he's throwing it so that in case Beach does swap on the potential Drill Run, it still knocks out, right? So a potential calculate play, but
it's not over.
It's not over.
You can still get to an Aerial Ace. You can get the Aerial Ace.
He does get the Aerial Ace. Wait, hold on.
Is this enough? Aerial Ace.
I don't think it does.
He doesn't think it does. Rambling Man doesn't think it does. The Aerial Ace. It does. It does.
Beach able to come down to the wire and take out that Dugong with Aerial Ace.
Good game.
You can hear Beach saying, you know, that was a game. That sure was a game for sure. Great games by both competitors there.
I agree. That was a good game. That was intense. There were so many options in the in-game there of what you could do. You could have protect shielded the Mandibuzz. You went for the Icy Wind, which I didn't know if that was enough. Imagine if the Poliwrath hung on and threw its own Icy Wind. It just gets so dicey, and then probably at the end, it was just literally a game of inches. Any one health more you might have endured. Rambling Man said himself, he didn't think it was enough, but it was.
Yeah, I think Poliwrath is definitely the MVP for Beach there. In that third game, I think if Rambling Man pivoted out, saved the Cresselia for the Poliwrath later, it would have been put Rambling Man in a maybe better situation, because you have two counters for Gligar in the back, right? The Mandibuzz and the Dugong. So at that point in time, you can just swap over the Mandibuzz, draw the Poliwrath back out, chip it down, and then just lock in the Dugong for the Gligar. But, you know, sometimes that's hard to see in the moment in time, especially if you don't see all Pokemon on the side from your opponents. But yeah,
that
really
was an amazing series. Let's look at it again. Let's check out the highlights, because I have to agree with you. Poliwrath was so strong, and Rambling Man was often throwing the not very effective, the Scald into the Poliwrath, two Icy Winds into that Poliwrath as well. The Poliwrath is just feeling kind of good right now.
Yeah, he should probably change his name to Debuff Man, really going for the debuffs in a lot of these situations. But here in that first game too, able to get that Dugong here. I mean, yeah, pretty much all his Pokemon are going for debuffs at this point. But Dugong able to lock it in to the Skarmory for that early game Game 1 win for Rainbow Man.
And look how close Skarmory actually got. Down a shield to almost get to that next Sky Attack there. And then, of course, game number 2, able to hold on to alignment between two Pokemon that should lose the Mandibuzz. Shadow Gligar and Lickitung somehow teamed up, held hands, and took down that Mandibuzz.
Yeah, this Cresselia was definitely really strong from Rainbow Man. I mean, even in a game where Beach didn't really have a counter for Cresselia, was still able to find a way around it, though.
And if he threw that Drill Run earlier in that match, that second Drill Run would have definitely knocked out, and he might have 2-0'd Beach to move on to day number 2. But it was tied 1-1, and running a team ABB weak to Lantern, but forced the Safe Swap Lantern and was able to comfortably take the alignment.
Yeah, able to come. So this is the point where, you know, the pivot potentially could have been better in that situation. No shielding all the aerial ace baits, though, which really worked out quite well for Rainbow Man. And then we got the Mandibuzz doing his best to try to take out this Poliwrath. And here we go, the Icy Wind, just enough to take it out. And you can see trying to go for the Ice Shard down. You're just 2 Ice Shards away. Could he have done it? And unfortunately, no, the next aerial comes through. And he was saying, you know, this is not enough, but it turned out it was.
Yeah, it does, because that Dugong barely got knocked out in the end. What an epic series from both of those trainers. Of course, congratulations to Beach for moving on to Championship Sunday, but Rambling Man, straight off his performance in Europe, back here, strong performance once again, brought the Bastion on, almost brought it home in game number 2 and game number 3, but unfortunately is eliminated in Orlando.
Well, Beach will finally make that top cut. Let's hear a few words from him and Soph on the floor.
Welcome in, everybody. I'm here with Beach, who just had one of the closest series I've ever seen in a championship series event against Ramblin' Man. Beach, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling so hyped, so energetic. That was very nerve-wracking. I don't know how I won, but we pulled through, so I'm just happy to advance and not be knocked out yet.
Absolutely. You had a lot of close plays, a lot of close 1 HP survivals, and your team... Sorry, take it.
The IVs matter.
Okay. I would say your team is really, really well constructed. Tell us about how you made your team coming into the Orlando Regional.
So I have a team with Abhinav, Bulk, SpandDelio, and we were all thinking like, oh, what should we use? What should we play? And they all made their team like a week ago. Last night I was playing SpandDelio, and I played a Venusaur team just to like spite him and beat him and try to convince him to switch teams, and I was getting wrecked. So then I was like, you know what? Let's look online. Let's see what I can copy. I saw Status Stand use Triple Fire, and I was like, I'm gonna use that, put a Poliwrath in there, and call it a day.
That's what I wanted to ask you about as well, the Poliwrath. Tell us about the shiny regular Poliwrath.
I think it's shiny. That should sell you a lot, but no, I'm kidding. I think the shiny did have a lot to do with why I'm using it, and it has been carrying me today, so I love it.
Awesome, Beach. Well, I can tell that you're vibing here in Orlando, Florida. Keep on vibing. Good luck in your future rounds, and we'll look forward to hearing from you soon. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much. Welcome back from the beach, where we win close games and wear shades, and the king of the beach is Poliwrath.
That's right. I mean, that water type is here to stay. It was a staple, really, for a few months until Annihilate came back. But Beach saying, you know what? Poliwrath still has a lot of play and really carried him in a lot of matchups, even against Corselia. But we have another series, very exciting one coming up. It is going to be a winners finals against two former regional champions, Eomero versus Abhinav.
Yeah, and Abhinav, of course, Beach just mentioned he was in a group with Abhinav practicing for this tournament. I actually can't wait to see what Abhinav's team is. And of course, Eomero, which was a grand finalist in the first ever regional in the championship series versus King IV. He has been a staple of the championship series for so long, and now he's coming in on that winner's side, trying to advance the championship Sunday.
Yeah, sorry, I misspoke. I forgot that Eomero actually got second place, but he played so well. It seemed like he got first place in that tournament too. But looking for his tournament title here in Orlando. I know Abhinav has qualified already for World Championships through Portland. I believe Eomero has qualified through championship points as well. A lot of really solid performances and top cuts throughout his career, and looking for another one here in Orlando.
Yeah, one of the best trainers out there, really, and here we are on the stage. They are ready. They have their teams. I'm actually just peeking at Abhinav's because that's the one I'm most curious about, because, of course, he was the trainer that kind of set the tone with the team that has been making changes throughout the championship series, but he was the first one to win with it, with that iteration of the team. And so far, I'm telling you, Caleb, he threw that out the window. This team is completely different. I don't even know how many similar Pokemon are on this team compared to the other team. But first, let's look at Eomero's team, because this team actually looks very familiar. This actually looks like your team that you ran in Europe, but just take out Bastion. He's not doing anything. Put in Lickitung.
That's right. Trade one bulky Pokemon for another one, and you got to respect that. You got Chargebug, Dewgong, Shadow Whiscash, Lickitung, Amandabuzz, and Annihilate. This Annihilate, though, has Ice Punch, not Night Slash.
Yes, I thought those were extinct, but Annihilate bringing it back to life as a ghost type, of course, and has on this side Abhinav. Has the Shadow Gligar, has the Skeledirge, has the Shadow Abomasnow, which of course you have the Weather Ball Ice instead of the Icy Wind because you're not bulky enough to probably get to those Icy Winds. And then you have the Shadow Poliwrath as well. We saw how good regular Poliwrath is, and then we saw Shadow Poliwrath do really well at EUIC with Sandudu as well.
Exactly. So this is, yeah, Abhinav went from meta to just, I'm just going to run whatever I want to run and win with it. And he's been winning today, too. They're both in the winners final, so both undefeated on the day coming into this matchup. Going to be a very exciting one. And the one thing I want to know is, how strong are you to Annihilate, right? Because you got Poliwrath, which is going to lose that head-to-head matchup in the fighters. And you got Abomasnow that definitely doesn't want to take counter damage and fighting damage. However, you got Ice Punch on the Annihilate, so even the Gligar and Altaria have to watch out for this Annihilate. On the flip side, though, you don't have a Night Slash that baits against a Skeledirge to reduce your effective damage. And then against Lantern, it's not great throwing nice Ice Punch either, so you have to go for a Shadow Ball or bait perfectly.
Yeah, and I feel like Skeledirge Skeleturge does have a lot of play, but we don't see that in game number 1. It's going to be Lickitung versus the Shadow Gligar here in the back. Annihilate Chargebug versus Shadow Poliwrath and the Abomasnow. What a crazy backline matchup. You don't really have an answer to Annihilate. To your point, you're kind of ABB weak to it, but Shadow Poliwrath isn't terrible.
It's not, but the thing is this Chargebug's also going to be a problem. And here we go, trying to bait out the Annihilate, but unfortunately baiting out the Chargebug instead. You see Eomero going straight for actually the X-Scissor bait instead of Discharge. Let's see if Abhinav is going to shield or not.
Oh,
and
no shield! No shield, he calls it. Abhinav, a trainer with nothing to lose, running this crazy spicy team, just making these calls, and now you're going to be able to land the Scald. The Scald is not enough, but it's going to do so much damage. You could decide to counter down if you protect shield this Discharge, or he tries to go for it. He doesn't go for the X-Scissor, just simultaneous knockout.
All right, this is going to be really funky depending on which trainers brings in what. Obviously, both of them waiting out this timer. You don't want to show your cards too soon. Let's see what happens. It's going to be the Gligar coming back in into the Lickitung. It's going to be fantastic for Eomero.
Yes, and now you're going to be able to throw this dig here. You're going to need some sort of energy advantage. You can get to Weather Balls really quickly, and the Annihilate doesn't have Night Slash to match your pacing, so it's not over for the Shadow Abomasnow in the back, but you got to get out of here quick. You use a Protect Shield. You need to start getting some kind of energy lead before Eomero unleashes the Annihilate.
Yeah, this is a tough part for Abhinav because if you swap out here, it's kind of over as well. Building up to double Aerial Ace, though, against Eomero. Eomero's going to have to shield twice. Recognizing the entry. I like this play. Knowing that he's got to shield twice if he wants to make something out of this. Instead, he's just going to go for the counter down. He has a shield advantage, so he can easily shield here and just continue counter, and you need to get to another Aerial Ace.
You have to. If you don't get the Aerial Ace, which I don't know if you, and you don't have the Icy Wind to try to debuff your opponent to get to it, or you need to get the double Weather Ball. Wait, Caleb, can you get the double Weather Ball here? And possibly maybe get enough damage on the Gligar? You're going to have to Protect Shield. No Protect Shield. You're putting all your hopes in the fact that you can get to an Aerial Ace, but you don't need to shield this if you're Eomero.
Yeah, I don't think you do either. And a great call, right? Eomero recognizing that he's going to win Charge Deck priority in this situation. Yes, Shadow Weather Ball is going to do a lot, but I think the Annihilate should be the counter. Actually, no, it's going to be super close.
Is it going to be simultaneous wing attack?
No! Oh, no! Gligar surviving with a sliver health left. Wow. What a game one.
That was amazing. I think even Eomero was surprised at how much damage that Shadow Weather Ball did. I was surprised by it. I was thinking, yeah, you don't shield it. You save that shield for the backline Aerial Ace, but it just did so much damage. You're able to get, what, 3 or 4 wing attacks through and just win at 1 health, 1 HP in a dream for Abhinav.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Gligar too strong in this meta. But I think the thing is, if Eomero shielded that Weather Ball, he would have just won, because I don't think Abhinav had the Aerial Ace when at the very end. We'll see in the replay there how close it got. But I think Abhinav would have just reached the Aerial Ace right when he was getting countered down. Yeah. But here we go, like the huge no-shield from Abhinav, absolutely crucial call to just simultaneously knock out in this matchup and really not give Eomero much of an advantage.
Yeah, and here comes that Weather Ball, and you're not anywhere near, you counter down, you're not anywhere near the Ice Punch here, and there is that wing attack down, just barely holding on and winning it for Shadow Gligar. But you're right. I think you might have had a shot there. Did you see, was the Aerial Ace available for that Gligar?
It just got available, so I think potentially Abhinav could have got it off. It would have been super close. Either way, though, the absolutely crazy no-shield on the Poliwrath without even getting any energy off really made a difference. Because if you land the Discharge in that situation, then the Gligar's going to take a lot more Volt Switch and X-Scissor damage, or Abhinav's going to have to dump that energy against the Chargebug, making that Lickitung into Gligar matchup easier, and then just, you know, you have a fantastic match in the back end.
Well, it's just crazy. That back end was a Shadow Abomasnow versus an Annihilate, and you thought it was absolutely over, but Abhinav able to bank up extra energy to have a double Aerial Ace for that backline matchup, able to hold on, and now is 1 victory away from moving on to day number 2. He has the Abomasnow into the Chargebug, a fantastic lead, but Chargebug does have super effective X-Scissor to throw back.
Yeah, I don't really know how fantastic of a lead it is for who, but the super effective X-Scissor is definitely something you don't want to take if you are Abhinav. you are going to get to the Weather Ball before the Exorcist is going to come through. Eomero smartly choosing not to shield, knowing that this is not enough knockouts. The problem is Eomero has the Mana Buzz in the back, so you can't really swap into anything at this point in time. Maybe just trying to get a shield advantage, you're going to sacrifice the Charge Bug in this situation.
Yeah, and the problem is, are you going to be able to get that double X-Scissor at the exact same time? No, the Weather Ball does get there first, so you're so healthy coming out of this. So Eomero is forced to Protect Shield, and suddenly I feel like the Abomasnow does have the momentum, because even if you Protect Shield, 2 Protect Shields here, if you throw up the Protect Shield, you can get close to Powder Snowing down, and you're just going to be so healthy, and there it is. 2 Protect Shields from Abhinav's Abomasnow.
I like this play, though, from Eomero, because look at this. Yes, you come in now with Poliwrath, but the thing is,
advantage.
And not only that, there's no shields on Abhinav's side, so now you can land a Power Whip. Originally, this is going to be really annoying for Eomero to take out, but now that shields are completely down, this looking that has a lot more play in the back.
And he got there before the Icy Wind was even available, so you're going to land without a debuff, and now you're going to be able to take all these counters and force a Scald, and suddenly you almost won this matchup. Yes, you soft lose it to Poliwrath, but this is as good as you can get in this matchup. So because the shields are down now, what are the backline matchups, though, Caleb? The backline matchup is terrible for Eomero. It's Amanda Buzz versus Lantern.
Yeah, but the thing is, Eomero came away with a Volt Switch energy, and don't count out Mandibuzz yet, Butters. Mandibuzz is one of the bulkiest Pokemon, and with the shield advantage, it actually could do quite well, even against the Lantern and the Abomasnow.
And he gets to the X-Scissor here. This is absolutely huge, because now you can definitely knock out with Dark Pulse plus another charge attack. So maybe you can double Dark Pulse and knock out. You have to Protect Shield this Thunderbolt, but then there's so much health on that Abomasnow in the back as well. And this
He's
is
going for the bait.
No! He calls, no, he Protect Shields on the surf.
Oh, this is huge for Abhinav. Going for the risky bait, but definitely paying off. However, swapping in the Aerials is going to come in. I don't think this is enough to knock out, though. It's going to be close. I think Abhinav might be able to get this Weather Ball off in time. Yes, plenty of health to get this Weather Ball off. He's going to get a full Snarl through, unfortunately, but definitely doing quite a bit of damage to bring this Lantern a little bit closer to victory.
And can this Mandibuzz get to double Dark Pulse before a Surf is available? It doesn't even, it does. So now all you have to do is get the 3 more Snarls and you win. You have to get to before Surf might not knock out. That's the thing. It's not a guaranteed Surf will knock out, but maybe with Spark Damage, Eomero needs to get to 1 more Dark Pulse to stay alive here.
Can he do it? 2 Snarls away, and you see Abhinav reaching for the Surf instead. Is this enough knockout? I don't know, but I feel like the Spark afterward might be. Can the Mandibuzz hangs on? No, it does not. Abhinav knocks out Eomero's Mandibuzz and knocks Eomero to the loser's bracket.
Wow, what an epic game from that Abomasnow of Abhinav. And in the end, if he called that Surf bait, maybe he would have been able to win in the end, but was such an epic matchup with some unique Pokemon, played at a super high level from both trainers. They're actually both talking about it on the stage right here, but we haven't heard any word. No, now they're getting up, shaking hands. So GG, Abhinav takes it 2-0 against Eomero.
Yeah, that was an interesting backline matchup for sure, right? Unfortunately, running into that Shadow Abomasnow in the lead, so being able to be pretty strong to the Charge Bug in the lead and the Mana Buzz in the back. I wonder if things would have been different if Eomero farmed down the Poliwrath with the Mana Buzz instead, right? Resistant Snarl damage to get a lot more energy. However, Abhinav making a great call to just bait the Thunderbolt with the Surf instead, forcing Eomero's final shield to shield a neutral move and then taking Super Effective Weather Ball later.
And how about that unique strategy from Abhinav, just double shielding the Shadow Abomasnow in the back. The Shadow Abomasnow in the back almost, I mean, it lost to that Mandibuzz in a way. It did get knocked out by the Aerial Ace, even at that much health, and the Snarl down as well. But it was so strong in that matchup, able to get through that Charge Bug and then have enough health to be a threat in the back. It was amazing that Eomero was able to swap in and bait out the Poliwrath to have a chance in that matchup, but I really love the unique strategy from Abhinav.
Definitely. Well, let's take a look at the highlights and see how Abhinav got that 2-0 victory against Eomero in this series. All right, and here we go. That first game to the no shield call on the Poliwrath was absolutely huge. Cold as ice Abhinav was, and then you get the Simon knockout that put both trainers in a really, interesting position.
Yeah, and here comes that weather ball. I don't know if we can slow down the last highlight of this to see if that Gligar would have gone into the aerial ace in the end there. And there is the aerial ace available. So I think you're right. I think either way, that probably would have been a win for Abhinav there, which is crazy because Shadow Abomasnow was lined up against Annihilate in the back. To be able to come out and be able to win in 2 in-game scenarios is pretty nuts.
Actually, I think the one win condition there for Eomero is to counter down the Abomasnow, shield the weather ball, and throw an ice punch at the very end to go for the shield KO. Oh. That would be the only way. But hindsight 2020, that's very easy for us to see after seeing the replay twice and the game is live in front of us.
That would have been big brain from Eomero there, and almost hanging on, and was just one snarl away from that Dark Pulse that would have knocked out the Lantern, kept him around on this winner's side. But it's not over for Eomero yet. He is going to be moving on to the losers finals and still has a chance for day number 2. Congrats once again to Abhinav, who of course is a regional champion. Completely threw that team out the window, is now just playing spicy, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, I want to hear about that team from Abhinav himself. Hopefully Soph can figure it out for us. She's on the floor with Abhinav, so let's take it over there.
All right, thanks so much, Caleb. I'm here with Abhinav, who has once again advanced to day 2 on the winner's side. Abhinav, how are you feeling?
Feels good. I didn't play the end of game 2 great, I think. But other than that, I feel very proud to not be one and done. Did well in Portland, but didn't do well after that. It's good to be in day 2 winner's side again. And yeah, I feel like this victory means just as much to me as Portland day 1, because I feel like I get to prove myself again. So, yeah.
Yeah, I know you talked about in that video, you've proved to the world and also yourself. Is there anything left that you're looking to prove? Any players you want to play who you haven't played or anything?
So I'll answer the second question first. I have a lot of respect for LATAM players. I think the LATAM community is awesome. They're so passionate about the game. So it was really fun, really good for me and really exciting for me to play someone from Latin America. And Eomero is a great guy, so that was fun. In terms of goals, obviously focus is Worlds. I want to do well at Worlds, but I don't want to lose on stream 2 times tomorrow. If I at least win 1 out of the 2 times on stream tomorrow, I'll go home feeling happy. That's my goal.
All right, I like it. Don't go 0-2. That's always good. I know you played a couple tournaments since Portland. You were running some similar Pokemon to what you ran in your regional win, and I think we've seen a lot of other trainers kind of running a similar structure. Why did you kind of move away from that?
Yeah, I completely changed my team. I had a very strong core of 4 Pokemon since Portland. It was Gligar, Whiscash, Skarmory, Licky. I removed my entire structure. It's just Gligar is the only one left standing. I went with so my old playstyle and highlighted my Portland win is very grindy games, very flexible, and I think this is not the meta for that. The core of that entire playstyle was Vigoroth, and I don't think Vigoroth is as good anymore. So I've had to switch to in my opinion, a more explosive, dynamic team that is also a riskier team, a Skeledirge, Abomasnow. But I think I'm 8-0 today. But yeah, I think it's going well. I think Abomasnow has been great. Skeledirge has been good. So yeah, it's not maybe suited to my traditional playstyle, but I've been liking the team a lot. So.
All right, well, you talked about Gligar being the last one standing. Let's talk about that game 1 ending. Did you know that you had that game? Or, because I don't think anyone knew. I think we all thought it was over with the Annihilate in the back.
So my whole plan was lead Gligar, use Poliwrath to bait out Annihilate, and then Abomasnow would be free because that was his only answer. And it was so unfortunate that he had Charjabug and Annihilate, and it perfectly lined up for him. So I was like, okay, this is pretty bad. I don't know if I would have lived the discharge if he had discharged me. I think if I die to the discharge, I lose the game. I can't believe Poliwrath simul-KO'd, but at the end, I was like, wow, what if it is still Annihilate? What if he just ran the perfect team? I knew I had to no-shield the Ice Sponge, and I wasn't sure myself if I would live the counters. I was thinking it'd be simul-KO, but yeah, living on 1 HP was amazing.
Yeah, I think Butters and I and everyone watching thought it'd be simul at least, but really good game there. And before we let you go, is there anyone you want to shout out who's supporting you?
I mean, I say the same thing always. Shout out to my Chicago teammates, Chicago Stars. Shout out to the Chicago locals. Shout out to Team India, a lot of Indians, especially the people I'm on Indian faction with, and yeah, just shout out to friends, family, loved ones, and
yeah, it's been really good time here. So shout out to all the battlers here who've like interacted with me and given me like something to remember.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. I hope you continue to have a great rest of your time here and prepare for tomorrow, of course. And I think there's still a lot of great battles to see, so let's take it back to the casters.
All right, thank you, Soph, and a fantastic interview with Abhinav, who giving a lot of shout outs to his teammates. Two of his teammates have also made top cut, which is Bulk and Beach. So, you know, these Chicago Stars players looking pretty good here in Orlando. And that was one winners finals. We got another winners finals coming up for you all right here on stage. Winners finals of Group F. We have Cash the Ninja versus Shadow Brady. And I don't know about you, Butters, but I think this is Cash's first tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe you are correct. So
his look at this team.
Tournament ever. And look at that, bringing Bastion on to enter into the championship series, and also running a Crunch Charger Bug. So Florida's back. We got the Crunch Charger Bug on the other side. We'll get into it in a second, but we have some Gators too. We have the Eomero as well. This team is super spicy, super interesting, and to be your first time competitor to make the winners finals with this team, incredible.
I mean, not only the Gator, we got the Gator Trap, Glaring Stumpus. I can't believe you're saying Glaring Stumpus is spice these days, right? It used to be the top meta of Steel pick, but these days you almost never see. You see more Bastion than Glaring Stumpus. We got both on the same team. We got Shadow Brady on the right-hand side with the Shadow for Alligator, Lantern, Skarmory, Shadow Glideguard, Cresselia with Future Sight, and Guzzlord. Sludge Bomb Guzzlord. This is absolutely wild. I believe Shadow Brady last season of the championship series ran actually foul play Trevenant. So always going for these off-meta kind of moveset combinations. I mean, and then we got Crunch Charge Bug. So Cash doing something similar here. Shadow Brady played in a lot of tournaments, but last season top cut in Orlando here at this tournament was his highest finish, and looking to repeat that here in the 2024 season. You see both trainers wish them go like, I don't know what's in store here, Butters, but let's get into it.
And this is what's in store for Shadow Brady, because this is a fantastic lead. Look at that. You got the Galarian Stunfisk in the back, but swapping out the Charger Bug met by the Shadow Glideguard. That is a tough break, but you got coverage. You got coverage. You're okay. You can do some crunches. Does double crunch knock out? There's no way.
I don't even know this matchup. I don't see it very often. I don't think anyone really sees it often.
Oh,
we get a debuff on the first crunch.
Look at this. You're suddenly in the game, but you're doing these resisted Volt switches. I think you hang on to one dig, but actually uses the Protect Shield on the dig. Now, wait, Caleb, you can bait the crunch and you can go for the X-Scissor. You're already at the next deck. There it is. It's the X-Scissor. He doesn't know. He thinks it's the crunch.
And we're one Volt switch away from another X-Scissor. This Charger Bug is the Glideguard counter, it seems, in this situation. Going for another dig. Now, if Cash shields the second dig, this gets really interesting, and it's going to make the right call and shield another dig.
Florida Charger Bug, new meta, because you're able to beat your hardest counter in the twos. What is happening right now? He gets another shield. Charger Bug is beating Shadow Glideguard. This is ridiculous, but I think the Glideguard will get to the aerial ace first, but gets the dig, swaps on the dig, but swaps into the Galarian Stunfisk, so this will be super effective. You'll find out shortly. It's not great for Cash here.
It's not, but the thing is, the Charger Bug is now free, and it has a lot of leeway to do a lot of damage, not only to the Lantern, but also to the Cresselia. Oh, and then catching the Rock Slide on the Cresselia. A great catch from Shadow Brady, because both attacks are neutral, Earthquake and Rock Slide, but this is definitely the move you want to catch if you're the Cresselia.
Yeah, and remember, Earthquake does less damage than it did the last time you saw Galarian Stunfisk, so it's not going to do too much into this Cresselia. Actually throwing the Rock Slide, which is smart, because you would probably get Grass Knotted before you got to the Earthquake, so you might as well try to get some chip damage so you have a shot with the Eomero, but this Eomero is going to have a tough time finishing out this game. And another Rock Slide.
Oh, and throwing on Charge Attack priority too, so this extra chip damage is actually quite nice for Cash. I mean, Cash and Eomero really has nowhere to go if it doesn't get into that Glideguard, right? ABA strong into that Eomero with the Lantern in the lead, Cresselia in the back. But at least now, Cash has some place to place the Eomero, right? Get a little value out of this matchup against Cresselia. It's closing in. Oh, actually, no, coming in.
But this is resisted.
Coming in with the Charger Bug instead. This is interesting.
You could bank this because this is resisted. You hold on. You're not going to be able to Volt Switch down, but you can bank that, swap out, and then throw a Crunch later or an X-Scissor. Probably you want to throw an X-Scissor into the Lantern. But the thing is, Cresselia banks a Grass Knot as well, and now you're going to have to face Lantern.
Yeah, this is a tough matchup too, right? I can see where Cash is going with this, but the problem is anytime you get this Azumarill into this matchup with Lantern, it is not a good time for the Azumarill, especially because shields are completely down too. This Thunderbolt's going to do a lot of super effective damage, and it's going to put the Azumarill in spark range.
And the Thunderbolt is landing here. Shadow Brady was able to get really good alignment with that Lantern and Azumarill, and it's really credit to Cash. Cash was doing miracles with that safe swap Charjabug to have a shot, and can he do one more miracle, get a knockout with an Azumarill, but Play Rough is just not enough. So Shadow Brady, like you said, could just spark down.
Yeah, having a ton of energy. I mean, you have a move on the Lantern, a move on the Cresselia, so yes, you're going to charge attack priority. Good call from Cash here, but the problem is, yeah, it's going to be a little too much work to take out the Gligar and the Cresselia with the Grass Knot loaded.
If only you had one more swap to try to swap. Oh, he actually brings in the Gligar because the Gligar had an attacks too. So literally Shadow Brady had 3 Pokemon with attacks remaining. Cash gets knocked out here. Shadow Brady takes the game 1-0, but what an effort from Cash, because we thought it was all over at the very beginning, and to bring in that Florida Charjabug with the crunch and do so much damage against that Shadow Gligar, I was stunned.
Yeah, I think Cash really could benefit from bringing Altaria into one of these games, because if you look at the team of Shadow Brady, there's not really a lot of Altaria checks. The Cresselia doesn't even have Moonblast, right? So you're throwing just neutral Future Sight, and then you do have the Skarmory, but Skarmory didn't even come into the first game. Here we go into that, revisiting this. We get the Crunch debuff right off the bat. Really, really exciting stuff. But the problem is, Shadow Gligar is still Shadow Gligar, right? It's still going to beat pretty much all the electric types, even if you have Crunch from Charjabug.
Yeah, but at least to Charjabug's favor, it was able to bring that Gligar so low. If you weren't so dependent on alignment in the back, or have to swap out a dig into a Galarian Stunfisk, you would have had a shot here, but because you had that Azumarill matched up against that backline Lantern, it just was not enough, and both these trainers just catching everything, but Shadow Brady caught the lead, and that's where we ended up at the end.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Cash makes the adjustment. You know, looking at this Altaria, right, you really want to avoid the Skarmory. How realistic is it for Shadow Brady to even bring Skarmory into the team? You got Annihilate that could beat it with shields up. You got Galarian Stunfisk that beats it in all shielding situations. You got Bastion that beats it even harder. You got Charjabug that beats it. And you got Azumarill that's kind of neutral. I think Altaria is super safe for Cash in this situation, because Shadow Brady's got to be out of his mind to bring Skarmory into this team.
I agree, and you even showed the Galarian Stunfisk in that game #1 to try to scare off the Guzzlord, because Guzzlord doesn't have any coverage for Galarian Stunfisk.
That's
because
true, you're a Sludge Bomb. Yeah,
it's running Sludge Bomb.
It's terrible into Bastion and Galarian Stunfisk because it has literally no coverage with no dark moves.
It has no coverage, and he's facing the one team that's running Galarian Stunfisk Bastion on, so I don't think you're ever going to run the Guzzlord, so I agree with you. Altaria is really safe, so maybe you then protect it with some good answers against that Skarmory.
Yeah, I think so. And the thing is, Annihilate is also fairly strong for Cash, because with Future Sight on Cresselia, you had to bait perfectly to get that matchup win. You need to land that Future Sight, which is a little bit more energy than Moonblast. But here we go. We get Charjabug into the Lantern. The Crunch X-Scissor combination is not going to hurt the Charjabug in any way here, because you're going to throw the X-Scissor. But no, actually doing the Crunch instead. Maybe Vision for a debuff. I feel like you just go straight X-Scissor in this situation, though.
Yeah, because you get the same type attack bonus. Can he double down with that Crunch debuff? No, he doesn't get it there, and now suddenly this is a pretty decent neutral win for Cash and his Charjabug. He's having to give a Protect Shield against the opposing electric type of Lantern.
Maybe reading that it might be a Cresselia in the back. Let's see if Cash goes for it. Goes for another Crunch here, too, doubling down, trying to get the debuff so you can go for the Volt Switch down. At this point, too, I mean, Lantern's quite low, so the Crunch is going to do a decent amount of damage as well.
And at this point, I'm not questioning Cash, because he has gone all the way to the Winners Finals, throwing crunches on this Charjabug, and he's gonna no-shield this Surf. If you could get a Volt Switch down here, that would be huge, but I think this Lantern's definitely gonna get to a Surf first, so you have to throw energy, and then now suddenly a really good matchup for Charjabug. You had to give up 2 Protect Shields against the Lantern.
Yeah, this is going to be a little dicey for Cash, unfortunately, because shields down, this backline for Shadow Brady is pretty strong, right? You don't really want to pivot out here, because then you could potentially get the Annihilate on the Gligar. Instead, you're just going to try to do as much damage as you can with the Crunch, and probably try to finish it off with Altaria. But shields down, that Cresselia looks scary for Cash's backline.
Yeah, I mean, at least you don't have the Future Sight, like you mentioned. Now throwing on Charge Attack priority, that's pretty good for the Crunch Charjabug. Once again, can you get a Protect Shield? No Protect Shield, so it's going to be Cresselia versus the world here. They're There is no Moonblast to be able to throw against that Altaria, but one Future Sight is going to one-hit knock out and annihilate, and then you're just going to have to battle against that Altaria.
Yeah, and the thing is, if Cash comes in Altaria, or comes in Annihilate into the Cresselia when the Cresselia doesn't have a lot of energy, you can at least get to Night Slash. I can't remember, is this Ice Punch or this Night Slash? I don't think about another one. Yeah, okay. So now coming in with the Annihilate, you just want to chip this out because you're not going to get to the Shadow Ball before the Future Sight comes out. I like this play from Cash, right? Just get some chip damage. You just want to help the Altaria as much as possible. No shield from Shadow Brady. I don't know if you can go for a Dragon Breath down, though. This might be a little tough.
Yeah, you're going to try to have to, and now the Future Sight's going to be coming in. This is going to do a lot of damage. Cresselia isn't used to doing that much damage. Undercharge or not, that's a knockout into the Annihilate, but now suddenly you have 2 Protect Shields, and yes, Dragon Breath is weighing on this Cresselia, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, it's going to throw this Sky Attack to start chipping down, but the thing is, you need to get to 3 Sky Attacks to wear down the shields and do enough. Now, like I said, this is not a Moonblast Cresselia, so the Altaria has a slightly better matchup, but Future Sight still hurts for neutral damage.
Yeah, and does double Future Sight knock out? It looks like it will. So as long as you get to 1 more Future Sight before there is a double Sky Attack, and it looks like Cresselia and Shadow Brady is going to get there, getting there before the first Sky Attack, and Shadow Brady is moving on to day number 2 in Orlando, Florida.
Shadow Brady closing it out here, and you know Shadow Brady loves making top cuts in Orlando. He's going to do it in back-to-back years here, back-to-back seasons, closing out with the Future Sight Cresselia. A really spicy team, though, from Cash, and we'll definitely see Cash again in a loser's finals down the road.
Yeah, that was an epic series. It was tough alignment for Cash throughout the series, but he really put on a show. He's a first-time trainer, we believe, so congratulations on the winners finals, but you're dropping now to the losers finals. You still have a chance for day number 2, and of course, Shadow Brady trying to get even better than he was last year. He got 5th place in Orlando last year. I believe his first is only top cut, so congratulations to Shadow Brady.
Yeah, another top cut for Shadow Brady, so really good stuff. I mean, yeah, that team was pretty wild. I mean, if you're Shadow Brady, you're probably sweating a little bit because if you get that Cresselia locked into that Bastion, it could be a rough time, and you know, really not easy to bring Skarmory into that team as well. So the Altaria was pretty free. Unfortunately, Altaria down 2 shields is a really tough matchup. We'll have some highlights for you all soon on this specific matchup, but yeah, I mean, interesting stuff too. We didn't see the Gator yet, but we might see Gator tomorrow.
Y'all want to see some Charger Bug do some crunches? Let's take a look, because we don't see that often. We saw Out of Pocket with that crunch Charger Bug, and now we got Cash with that crunch Charger Bug. And although it didn't do as well as against Lantern going straight crunch, I was shocked at how well Cash did at throwing the crunch and then X-Scissor-Baits.
Yeah, unfortunately, catching a dig here in this specific scenario, but you know, Crunch giving a little bit better coverage into Gligar, but Gligar just seems inevitable in this specific meta, and you see the fantastic catch from Shadow Brady as well, staying nice and composed, getting the matchups he wants, and coming in with 3 Pokemon with a ton of energy in game number 1.
Yeah, and how about that Galarian Sunfist making an appearance in the championship series for a first time in a long time? Unfortunately, didn't get to do that much, but throw a lot of rock slides. Charger Bug did get to do a lot. It got to throw a lot of crunches in this matchup, but in the end, of course, Shadow Gligar always comes out on top against Charger Bug.
It does, and unfortunately, down 2 shields. This was a mountainous task for Cash to overcome. Coming in with the Annihilate, I like the play here, going for that chip damage to wear down the Cresselia. But you know, Cresselia, even with Future Sight, is going to be pretty strong into Altaria with the 2-0 shield advantage.
Yeah, only a great Future Sight was enough to knock out, of course, same type attack mode as Future Sight does a lot of damage, and it did enough damage to knock out that Altaria. So Shadow Brady, who is actually a trainer that brings a lot of spice himself, he didn't show that Sludge Bomb Guzzlord or the Shadow Feraligatr in that matchup, but you have to imagine he's been using it all tournament, and I can't wait to see his spice in day number 2.
Yeah, I mean, even with open team sheets, you can't really cheese your opponents with a surprise moveset, but Guzzlord with energy, you gotta think twice if you're bringing a Zumaro or like a Fairy into it in general. So really cool to see that, and hopefully we'll see some Guzzlord Sludge Bomb action in day number 2. But congratulations, Shadow Brady, entering day number 2 on that winner's side. Yet again, another top cut in Orlando for him.
Yeah, the meta has been crazy. I think trainers have been saying it throughout the interviews. There's so many things to prepare for in this meta. The rise of Skarmory, of course, the core meta. Even Abhinav was saying that his team that he built that became so popular, Lyle Jeff took it and won a championship series tournament with it. it's not good anymore. The meta shifts so much that now we're in kind of a new place. I feel like we're seeing the foundation of the new meta, the Shadow Whiscash, the Shadow Gligar, the Lickitung, the Vigoroth, all those Pokemon that seem good. Now it just gets crazy again, and I don't even know what's good anymore.
I don't know either, but I want to hear what Shadow Brady's thoughts are on that. So let's take it to the floor with Speedish Chief and Shadow Brady. All right, well, I can't really read lips very well. Hopefully you can at home, but I think Speed Chief's going to collect some of Shadow Brady's thoughts. We'll see Shadow Brady again tomorrow if we don't get an interview with him today. So, you know, maybe he just wants to keep his strats a little bit more secret, right?
Looks like Speedy lost his voice at the beach last time when he was with the Shades. That he'll get his voice back for the next interview. Don't worry. But yeah, we'll have to hear from Shadow Brady another time. The good news is he's on the winner's side of the bracket going to day number 2. So there is going to be more Shadow Brady action. Don't worry. And up next, we have another amazing matchup. 2 trainers that I really enjoy. Frostfire, who is one of my favorite trainers on the championship series, and against Jangles, who is a native here to Florida. On the winner's side, this is going to be winners Group G finals.
That's right. So we're going through the brackets here all the way to Group G, right? This is we had what, I think 130 plus trainers here in Orlando. So definitely a lot of players here. We're looking like we're gonna have a top 16 for day number 2.
Yeah, it's awesome to see the championship series. It keeps growing, and we see all these new faces. Like last time, we just saw Cash, his first ever tournament, making the winners finals. So it's just awesome to see. Even towards the end of the season, there's still so much to play for. There's qualifications on the line. There are going to be, of course, the travel awards and the travel stipends on the line. So it really, the tension is getting greater and greater as this season goes along. And specifically for a trainer coming up next, Jangles, who has never came on the winner's side of a top cut bracket. I'm not sure if he's gone top 8 yet, but he has gone top 16. So if he comes in on this winner's side of the bracket, he has a really good chance to get his best performance yet here in Orlando, Florida.
That's absolutely right. And I think our co-caster, Speed Chief, has found his voice again. So let's take it back to the floor and see what him and Shadow Brady have to say.
Now, what actually happened is our charger bug fainted, so we got a fresh one. We're running our mic now. I'm here with Shadow Brady. You just had an incredibly exciting win on stream. How are you feeling?
Really good. So excited to top cut again after I haven't since last year's Orlando. So it seems like Florida is a good place for me to play.
I was going to ask you, you've only top cut a couple of times. How are you making the most out of a big opportunity like this?
I think it's just to, now that I have a day of rest and can come in tomorrow fresh, and I do better, I think, when I have an idea of what my opponent is running beforehand, so I can practice and look at things and think things over. So I think I'm going to be in my best game tomorrow.
Yeah, Soph and I talked about that as well. Like, some trainers will scrimmage a lot, they'll practice, they'll ask their teammates to run certain teams, and some will just take it easy. So you're more of the former, right?
Yeah, I like to have everything mapped out in a game 1 plan, a game 2 option, game 3. Okay, this is what we're doing if we're struggling.
Fair enough. I wanted to ask you as well, speaking of preparation, you've got a lot of awesome teammates here in Orlando. Tell us about them.
So I got a ton of friends and teammates here. I stayed with Arrow for the weekend, and he was great. House Dark, Jangles, so many other people that, you know, I have so much fun with being here at these tournaments.
Absolutely, Brady. One more question. A lot of trainers are wondering about your Hydro Pump for Alligator. What happened there?
So last night I was doing a ton of scrimmages and preps and ideas, and after everything, it was really late. I decided that Hydro Pump looked a lot like Hydro Cannon, and so when I woke up, that's what I had.
Sometimes that happens, right? We get team lock-ins very late into the night, maybe even early in the morning, right? Trying to get everything just down perfectly. Well, Brady, it's been awesome talking with you. Best of luck in your future rounds. In day 2, it's super exciting. And actually, we're going to toss to a quick break. These are some tips for trainers that are just getting started in competitive Pokemon Go.
One thing I would tell a new player before they do their first tournament is to watch previous tournaments. You have access to high-level players competing with one another, and you get to see a whole lot of cool ideas to build your team around. Like, for example, the team that I'm running today was based off of Loyalty's team that I used at EUIC.
A piece of advice I would give is definitely to sit down and talk to the person across the table from you. They're not always going to talk back, but more often than not, someone sitting across from you is just as nervous potentially as you. And every time I strike up a conversation, it eases a lot of nerves and it helps you play a little bit better because you're less in your head and you're more so having a good time playing Pokemon.
So something I would tell a new player for their first tournament is definitely reach out to the community. There's so many awesome people in this community. I definitely wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the awesome community. So I definitely say to talk to some friends, make some friends, you know, kind of enjoy yourself, learn from them. A lot of people in the community love to help. So that would be my top advice.
What I would tell a new player at their first regional is just try your best to have fun, stay as positive as you possibly can. Even if you lose your first match, first 2 matches, feel like you want to drop, there's side events, but you practice for this, just do your best to have fun.
One thing I would tell a new player who's coming to their first tournament is to bring a team that they're comfortable with. Knowing your Pokemon, how all the matchups play out, goes a long way.
The first thing I would tell someone who is, getting ready for their first tournament is to not be so nervous. I get it's a big event, you don't know how many people are going to be playing. You're going to meet new people, a million deck options out there, but just lock into whatever deck you're practicing with. Bring some extra sleeves in case you break a sleeve, whatnot, and maybe a water, some snacks. Other than that, just have some fun.
If you're able to get that energy advantage, a shield advantage, that can potentially flip these negative matchups. And Abhinav, just an absolute mastery of that kind of play style here.
I like playing flexible Pokemon. I don't like playing like a rock, paper, scissors format.
Mr. I don't care about switch advantage again, opting for shield advantage.
I went to San Antonio, the regional before this, and I ran a team that many people would consider like a really good team, which is like most of the main meta mons of like Shadow Poliwrath and Registeel. It was a team that didn't suit my playstyle.
I think this Poliwrath doesn't stand a chance.
What I used in Portland was probably developed 2-3 weeks earlier in the Chicago locals that I did, and that I think was the biggest key to my success. I fear Pokemon that are dynamic and flexible, just like my Pokemon are.
This is super effective damage onto that Cresselia.
I fear Pokemon that have incredible power when they have an energy lead.
Chargebug is 4-turn fast attacks. It makes catching really hard, but he does it anyways.
I was surprised to see Accent's triple flyer.
The triple flying types. He has the Skarmory, Shadow Gligar, and Altaria.
I thought the San Antonio meta was like not very friendly to flyers. Cresselia, I realized in Portland actually. I had never faced one outside Portland.
In comes Cresselia, and this is actually so good for Abhinav. He got switch advantage anyways.
Abhinav will be the winner of the winners finals in a 3-2 series. He has not lost a best of series this entire tournament.
The only time I think nerves got to me was against Caleb in the grand finals. That was the one time in the tournament I think I got lost. Like I'm sure Caleb will tell you that in game 1 of the first set, he thought he had won that game. And I thought he had won the game too, but I played to my win condition and was able to pull off a miraculous win.
And Bastiodon is an incredibly tanky Pokemon, but actually does faint to that dig. And Abhinav, out of nowhere, taking that first game.
Yes, I think all my lines were weak to Azumarill. But I told myself, Azumarill is only one Pokemon. It can't take out my entire team. And once the Azumarill is gone, how is he going to deal with the other Pokemon I have left, right?
He tries to call the body slam, and it's almost a knockout in Azumarill, so it comes down to fast attacks, and Lickitung wins with the 1-turn fast attack.
So I stuck to my playstyle, and the moment I saw the Poliwrath come in game 3, I was like, okay, now the game is over. I think you can see relief on my face at that time.
And Abhinav will be your Portland Regional Grand Champion.
Welcome back, trainers. We're getting towards the end of day 1 of the Orlando Regional Championships here. We just have a few more matches left to fill out that top 16 for day 2.
It's going to be really exciting to see how the dust settles in the Sunshine State because these trainers have been going at it neck to neck. It's going to be really, really impressive to see how they close it out because a few of these trainers that we expected to make top cut have done so, right? Doonebug, House Stark, they've had some success. Some upsets as well, Out of Pocket being knocked out of the tournament, Arrow as well. Now we've got a few wild cards in our hands.
We do. I mean, the next matchup we have on stage for you is Jangles versus Frostfire. I believe Frostfire actually top cut last year in Orlando, so maybe kind of a lucky venue for him. Jangles, of course, a Florida kind of local. I know he's been really excited for this regional for a while, and he's, you know, finally on the winner's side, which is pretty nice for him.
Yeah, for Jangles 21, he definitely wants to defend his home turf here in Orlando. Feels like this is his tournament to win, but he's got to get through Frostfire first. Let's take a look at these teams. We've got Vigoroth, Cresselia, Skarmory, as well as Shadow Sableye, Shadow Gligar, and Shadow Whiscash for Jangles.
Wow, a lot of shadows there at the end for Jangles. The Shadow Sableye, kind of an unconventional pick, but I actually kind of like it into Frostfire's team, right? It's pretty safe, and I believe, depending on how he's changed the attack stat on that Sableye, might be able to do pretty well, even against that Lickitung.
If you remember, the only Shadow Sableye champion this season was actually Lyle Jeffs just a few short weeks ago, so maybe Jangles is taking a page out of his book. Frostfire's no pushover, though, definitely a very talented trainer in his own right, opting for less Shadow Charizard this tournament and more of those strong meta staples that we've come very accustomed to seeing: Shadow Gligar, Shadow Whiscash, Skarmory, and the like.
Right, his name does have fire in it, but instead here we do see 2 waters, so no fire from him today. But like you said, a lot of really top meta picks. For example, the Shadow Whiscash, which we've seen making such an impact here. But let's take a closer look at Jangles' team here. We do see kind of standard movesets across the board, like a lot of trainers opting for Moonblast on that Cresselia.
A little bit of Jangles 21 lore. That water type cast form on his desk there is actually a throwback to his #1 placement in the world Go Battle League team that he had some seasons ago. He brought Alola Ninetales and Cast Form and another Pokemon that is escaping my memory right now. But that being said, Frostfire on the opposing side, a little bit of a deeper look, like you said. Standard moveset across most of these Pokemon. The Eomero with Ice Beam and Play Rough, but no surprises. There's no Crunch X's or Charge-Bugs on this side.
Right, and this team has a lot of those core elements of that Abhinav Portland team that we've seen time and time again, right? The Charge-Bug, Gligar, Whiscash, Eomero, Lickitung kind of core, and then he's got this Skarmory there to round it out.
We're going to see what these trainers decide to do. In terms of cores, it's hard to escape Skarmory and Whiscash. We've seen that core since the early seasons of the Go Battle League. Let's see if these 2 trainers bring back that staple set.
Well, here's the Skarmory from Jangles, and here's the Whiscash on Frostfires, and usually such great friends, and now on opposing sides of the field.
Skarmory versus the Shadow Whiscash. Instant pivot out into the Vigoroth. Jangles trying to shake things up early here against Frostfire. Doesn't want to use the Skarmory in that matchup, but he throws the Body Slam into the switch in Eomero. Bubble does come through for Frostfire, though.
And this is a nice matchup for Eomero. You do resist the counters, but you know, Jangles potentially hoping that his Whiscash is going to be able to put in some work in the back. And this matchup does take quite some time, but it is generally Eomero favored.
Exactly right. Trying to get the timing just right. Jangles gathering as much energy as possible, but we see Frostfire firing off the Ice Beam into the Vigoroth. The Play Rough is not enough to knock out. The Ice Beam is not enough to knock out, but if you couple the double Ice Beams, it's slightly more efficient than Play Rough plus Ice Beam.
When we talk about efficiency, Body Slam, a very efficient and cheap charge attack. Jangles already at 2 here. I think I have seen a couple of Vigoroths kind of shield through Eomero. Looks like Jangles is farming up just a little bit more. First the Body Slam, perfect timing just before Frostfire reaches that next Ice Beam.
I'm almost wondering if he's going to switch into the Skarmory to soak this energy from the Eomero, because the Switch Timer is almost available, just a couple more seconds, and I think that Frostfire recognizes that, throwing the Ice Beam and not giving Jangles that option.
Right, I think if that Switch Timer was up, that would have been a great play, but looks like Jangles is going to be forced to just let this Vigoroth go. And remember, he did swap out of Skarmory versus Whiscash, but it's not a bad matchup if the Skarmory is up energy, and that's exactly what Jangles is going for here.
Trying to get the farm down within the 5 bubbles, but can't pull it off. Eomero hangs on to deliver one parting Ice Beam, but this isn't all bad because Jangles gets to leave with a ton of energy on his Skarmory.
He gets some energy, but that chip damage is nice for Frostfire, because now this Skarmory is going to be taking a lot of damage from Scald, probably going to start being threatened by just fast attacks. Oh, actually, Jangles reaching for the Brave Bird.
Yeah, through a single Steel Wing, and the Mud Shot on the opposing side meant that these 2 charge attacks will be aligned. Whiscash wins the charge attack priority tie, which is actually solid because that means that this Skarmory is not taking damage after being debuffed.
And Frostfire correctly shielding up this Brave Bird. That would do a lot of damage. Probably going to see Jangles switch out here. Yes, he does, right into his own Whiscash, but Frostfire has just a little bit of an energy advantage, but he is down a shield.
This is tough because you just switched in your Shadow Whiscash as Jangles 21. You are switch locked for 60 seconds. So yes, there's a shield coming up here from Frostfire, but if that Scald connects into your Whiscash, you are stuck and debuffed. and he doesn't get the debuff in return.
And this is uncomfortable for both sides, but luckily for Frostfire, doesn't get that debuff here. Jangles actually going to shield up this Scald, and now maybe opening up some plays for Frostfire if he just peel back that last Protect Shield. Also gets the debuff there as well.
Yeah, just like we were talking about, right? Getting switch locked and debuffed is really tough, but Jangles is going to kind of grit his teeth and work his way through it. We see another Scald getting fired off by Frostfire. He knows that all he really needs to fear are Scalds and Brave Birds, and he's going to go ahead and fire up another charge attack with his own Whiskash.
Ooh, he was actually staying in there. Let's Jangles farm up a lot of energy, but remember, because Jangles' Whiskash is debuffed, these Scalds are not going to get hit as hard, and I think actually needs 3 Scalds to take out the Skarmory.
And the pacing's a little bit tough, right? 8 of these Steel Wings to the first charge attack for the Skarmory. Jangles doing the mental math, throws a second Scald. Does he need to make a catch to win this game?
I cannot see the pacing on those Scalds quite yet, but I think I think he does right here. And he goes for it, but doesn't quite get it. Frostfire waiting, farming up just a little bit more. And you need to farm up as much as you can, because remember, you do need to land a Brave Bird to take out that Whiskash.
Exactly right. We're going to see how much energy that Whiskash for Jangles has when it comes back onto the field, because the Sky Attack is going to be enough to knock out his Skarmory. Whiskash needs to try to outpace. It's got the Mud Bomb, throws the Scald instead, and this is definitely going to knock out the Skarmory.
Absolutely, and this is just going to come down to how much energy Frostfire has on his own Shadow Whiskash in the back.
Coming in with the Shadow Whiskash, Frostfire is significantly ahead, has the Scald ready to go. Is this decisive?
I think it is. Remember, these are both Shadow Whiskash. Scald's going to do a lot here. We've seen it land on Skarmory, and Whiskash as the Shadow is going to be just a little bit less tanky than that. And Frostfire able to take that first game.
Able to take the first game, and that is a meaningful win in this winners finals for Group G, because we are trying to decide which of these trainers will make it to Day 2 in Championship Sunday in Orlando. Honestly, Soph, the only thing that I could really point out from that Game 1 was that maybe Jangles could have thrown the Mud Bomb into the Skarmory and then tried to outpace another charge attack against the Whiskash, because he already proved that he wins the charge attack priority.
Right, I think it was a little bit unlucky as well at the end, getting the debuff, unfortunately. Well, Frostfire debuffed Jangles, right? And that was a little unfortunate. I think also in the mid-game, got a little bit of a disadvantage with the Eomero landing the Ice Beam on the Skarmory.
Oh, exactly right. And here as well, the Eomero just barely hanging on to deliver the final Ice Beam, but this Skarmory's chip damage did make a big impact as the game went on. That's the thing, right? You don't exactly know how impactful things will be until you look back in retrospect.
That's absolutely right. And we saw a lot of Skarmory Whiskash gameplay, just like you mentioned, that time was core. And we saw it on both ends. And, you know, it's kind of a neutral matchup in all these different situations. And it really just comes down to debuffs and shields and, you know, who's shielding Brave Birds, for example. So it really could go either way.
One of these trainers is already locked in, is ready to try and lock in their place in Championship Sunday. The other one just followed suit. Game 2, Jangles 21 on the left side of your screen, Frostfire 14 on the right.
And Jangles has a Shadow Sableye led into possibly the worst matchup it could see on Frostfire's team. It does see that Lickitung, but it's actually it's not all bad here. The Sableye can hit back with foul plays.
Exactly. Sableye is the Shadow variant, which we typically see the purified form. So seeing these Shadow foul plays connected to the Lickitung is going to be a true test of how much damage it can dish in a negative matchup.
Looks like it takes the Lickitung to almost half health, but not quite there. Frostfire able to fire off this power-up, and I think if the Sableye wants to, yes, there it is. It can shield through this matchup, because those Shadow Claws really start adding up, and those foul plays will really start chunking away and threatening the Lickitung.
I was thinking, though, if you're Jangles 21, you saw Skarmory in game number 1, do you two-shield through with your Shadow Sableye and then risk just getting Brave Birded back-to-back in the end game?
Yeah, that is pretty risky. So maybe you're right. Maybe Jangles is happy to just get this Lickitung low, maybe get a farm down with something in the back. But here comes that power up from Frostfire. Does Jangles decide to shield? Actually, lets it go here.
Gonna let the...
Oh, barely survives, though. Do you even want to throw this? Oh.
Right? Or do you want to farm down with something else? I think he wants to control switch advantage, but still a little bit tricky of a situation. Shadow Sableye will get the knockout onto the Lickitung. Frostfire happy to let it go and take that Protect Shield advantage.
Right, and we already see Jangles trying to switch out, doesn't even want the switch advantage that he just gained, and now we're in that Whiskash mirror again. You know, that would have been a situation where potentially, instead of throwing the foul play, you just switch out, because we saw both trainers relying on the Skarmory Whiskash core in game 1. It's kind of a safe assumption to assume they'll be doing it again.
This is so clever, because Jangles established that he wins the charge attack priority in game number 1, so he baits and tricks Frostfire into thinking this is a Scald, but throws the Mud Bomb bait instead. Very, very nice kind of evolution as this series goes on, but Frostfire does get the debuff.
Right, unlucky for Jangles here, but like you mentioned earlier, shields are so critical in this matchup when you know that there's a Skarmory lurking in the back. Well, I don't think either of these trainers actually knows about the Skarmory yet, but I think it's a safe assumption, right? You see Whiskash there.
It's a very safe assumption, right? Like seeing Valarash and Talonflame, once you see the Whiskash, you're going to see the Skarmory, right? We're going to see another Skull from the Whiskash on Frostfire's side, bringing Jangles' Whiskash down into the red. It's now double debuffed, but wins a final charge attack priority tie. I think Jangles' strategy is to let this attack connect, come in with the Skarmory, and try to Steel Wing down. It's going to be tough.
I think that's right, but Frostfire is probably going to not allow a full Steel Wing down to happen. Looks like this Mud Bomb is connecting. It looks like Frostfire might be undercharging just a little bit. Maybe he wants to get an extra Steel Wing, but doesn't look like he undercharged quite enough. Here comes a Skarmory. I think maybe you just want to stay and get a Scald, but Jangles might actually try to catch here.
Tries to make the catch, but Frostfire holds strong and doesn't allow him to do it. Scald coming through here from Frostfire, and now Skarmory is Jangles' final remaining Pokemon, and if it gets debuffed, it is stuck for the rest of the match.
It isn't debuffed, but it is still looking quite good for Frostfire because remember, his own Skarmory is going to resist all of this damage. Jangles' only win condition right now is to farm down and hope that his Skarmory can one-hit something in the back.
Yeah, like a Shadow Gligar, right? I think that's what he's hoping for, but the mirror matchup is revealed, and here comes the Skarmory from Frostfire.
Right, and I think Jangles is kind of recognizing the sad conclusion that this game will come to. Does throw that first Brave Bird, but as you can see, doesn't even do half of what Skarmory has throwing the second, but I think Frostfire is going to just be able to Steel Wing down, take this game, and to take the series.
Jangles goes for the double Brave Birds, a little reminiscent of his matchup versus King Alexander earlier this season, but this time, Brave Bird doesn't get it done. Frostfire advances to Championship Sunday.
Congratulations to Frostfire. What a nice series, and what a nice way to play that. I think he did get lucky with a couple of those Scald debuffs, but a lot of mirror matches there and was kind of able to manage the energy and manage the shields as advantageously as possible.
We see a lot of Skarmory Whiskash core. So much Skarmory Whiskash. I think in both of those games, it's what we got, maybe even on both sides, right? It's such a solid duo of Pokemon that protect each other so well. So I encourage everybody, maybe you haven't competed in your first Go Challenge or your first Go Cup or your first regional, maybe you want to go into Go Battle League. When the Great League rolls around, try Skarmory Whiskash, right? If you haven't already, trust me, it's pretty good.
Yeah, there aren't a lot of core breakers out there. One of the few is something like Shadow Poliwrath, which has kind of been on the decline in the Championship Series meta. But of course, we also have just the mirrors being pretty good into each other, right? Whiskash just decently into Whiskash, and Skarmory. Skarmory can also hit back with Brave Birds, of course. So I think that's why we see a lot of mirrors, right? It's not just a good core for yourself, but it's good to kind of, that's how you core break the other one, right?
Exactly. Let's take a look back at that series. That was a 2-0 victory for Frostfire, but it was built one brick at a time. We see Vigoroth in game number 1 here, trying to knock out the Eomero, but the Ice Beam comes through, and then another Ice Beam into Skarmory.
Right, Eomero barely surviving to get off that nice chip damage, which kind of put Frostfire just a little bit ahead in that very first game. And then, of course, we see at the end here some of the Whiskash mirror, Frostfire taking the Scald on the Skarmory here, too.
Jangles, again, had a really close matchup here. Took out the Skarmory, was down to the final Pokemon, but just got barely outpaced. And that stings, especially because you know you win the Charge Attack priority in the Whiskash Mirror.
Absolutely.
Gonna see the Lickitung feint Shadow Sableye. Had kind of an impressive showing for a moment, but wasn't able to save Jangles here in game number 2. Tries to switch it in and catch Charge Attack. Frostfire doesn't fall for it.
Yeah, that was really nice patience from Frostfire. I know we say this so often, but I mean, if something like that happens, right, the opponent catches, that can turn the tide of a game. So even though it's not as flashy as a catch actually happening, but preventing a catch from happening is just as pivotal sometimes.
Exactly, and these trainers have gotten so good, like they recognize when that's happening and what the conditions likely are. And I mean, for example, in the grand finals of EUIC, we saw Emmy Weedle and his opponent Doonebug just pause and just wait for a solid, it felt like, honestly, so it felt like a minute, but it's probably only like 2 seconds, right?
Right.
And then the failed catch ultimately sealed the game.
Yeah, those are some really impressive plays from Weedle, and I think that really stood out to me as I was watching this. Obviously, a ton of high-level plays, but I think sometimes, especially in these really high-stakes moments, it can be really hard to just kind of stop and wait, especially if your opponent is also waiting. You know, maybe you're not sure what's going on, but, you know, he was really able to pull through there.
I feel like in Go Battle League in particular, there's been like this evolution in terms of catches, right? A lot of trainers would throw right when they had the energy. So in the first couple seasons, it was easy, right? You say, okay, they're at the Scald, I'll switch now. And then it would was 2 fast attacks over, and then it was 3 fast attacks over, and now it's like somewhere in the nebula. It could be 5, it could be 1, it could be back-to-back, which we've seen actually multiple times this weekend too.
Right, I think, sometimes it's like, oh, my opponent's almost out of move, like now they're gonna catch because now I have to throw. But now, if you can wait a turn, I think that is the tried and true guaranteed way. But sometimes it is still just a 50-50 call, right?
Yeah, waiting a turn is definitely a risky solution, right? Because you miss out on energy, you miss out on damage, you miss out on all the other benefits of doing your fast attack, but it can open up that slight window you need. And it's really tricky to do it against a 2-turn or even a 1-turn fast attack Pokemon because it's just a second long. You have to think in a half second about what to do.
Exactly, and you have to react very quickly. Well, most of the Pokemon in the meta are 1 turn or 2 turns, but let's take one more look at the day 1 meta here and all the Pokemon that have been used. We see Gligar, Annihilate, Lantern, Whiscash. I mean, everything in the top row is 2 turns except for Lickitung, was just 1 turn.
Yeah, our co-caster over in the EU region, TheTharion, he really appreciates that 5 Pokemon are at 40% usage. He thinks that that kind of gives the meta a solid core and maybe is a bit predictable for new trainers that come in and want to evaluate how to approach a Championship Series event.
Well, we do see a lot of Pokemon hovering around 40%, but remember, there used to be times when things like Metachan were at 80%.
Or more.
Exactly, and now we see Gligar, the highest usage, being just over the majority of teams there.
Exactly right. Meta has changed quite a bit. If you look at this Orlando Regional Championship 1 year ago, the difference is incredible, right? About how much this system has changed. A lot of these Pokemon are very accessible. For example, if you look at this roster here, I think only one of them has to be at level 50 to really maximize its potential, and that's Lickitung. Before, you had to have level 50 Medicham, level 50 Sableye, level 50 Lickitung. So many Pokemon that had to be really, really high level and very strict investments in order to compete, but now the entry is much lower.
Yeah, especially if you come to these regional events, you can get some nice exclusive spawns, and that'll really help kind of start building out your PvP collection too.
Exactly right. Yeah, it's going to be really fun to see how the rest of the tournament plays out. I hope everyone's having a great time in the venue and also watching at home. I saw a couple posts on social as well that we were getting tagged in, people trying to share their Heracross and things like that. We appreciate you. Keep them coming. But speaking of keeping it coming, we have even more battles coming up, and a trainer that I didn't even know was coming to the event is actually going to be on stage soon.
I also had no idea, but yet another regional champion at this event, and he's doing it again. He's getting very far. Maybe going to join the several other regional champions that we have going to day 2 already.
Exactly right. This champion actually beat a runner-up who played, I think, Clefable earlier on this season, and a couple other interesting Pokemon, and we thought he wasn't ready, but he was.
Well, I think the players are ready on the stage. So we do have Mr. JJan11 on the left. That's the Toronto Regional Champion there, defeating SS Thorn back in October. And we're going to have to see what he has in store for us.
And their opponent, SpandDelio. That's going to be a fun one to cast this whole series, so I'm ready. Let's look at these teams as well. We've got J-Gen with Vigoroth, Altaria, Skarmory, so double flying types. We've got Lantern, Shadow Swampert, which Shadow Swampert actually just won the Perth Regional, so maybe he is onto something, and then Shadow Gligar.
Well, the first thing that sticks out to me is just how safe that Vigoroth looks. I think Vigoroth maybe has been on the decline a little bit. We did hear Abhinav, for example, say that it just wasn't working anymore, but look at how safe it is into SpandDelio's team over there.
Exactly right. Carbink, a pick that we see here and there, but you can definitely catch them in the venue when you do come to a regional championship event. We've got Dugong, Lickitung, Mandibuzz, as well as a Charjabug and Whiscash. And like you pointed out, Soph, I see 2 counter weaknesses. The Mandibuzz takes neutral damage from counter. Carbink doesn't really appreciate counter due to its rock typing. I agree. I think that Vigoroth is incredibly safe. Then you can rock slide the Charjabug too.
Yeah, the Vigoroth is safe. And it's not just the Vigoroth. The Skarmory looks pretty good for J-Gen too. So if I had to say, I would say that J-Gen has a slightly more advantageous line of 6 here. But I mean, of course, that doesn't mean everything in these matchups.
Exactly. We've seen a lot of trainers come out of really tough team compositions, and I think that we're going to see J-Jan do his best to kind of outthink his opponent. But that's the thing as well, like when you build a team, you know you have weaknesses. You can't cover everything. And a lot of trainers will build a team with a weakness in mind because it makes their opponents more predictable. They say, okay, I'm going to see Vigoroth. I know I will. So Charjabug is going to come all 3 games. Or I know I'm going to see Skarmory. So again, Charjabug is going to come all 3 games. So we're going to see what these trainers decide to do.
That's a a fantastic point. It's okay to kind of be soft, weak to something across the board, right? As long as it's not going to sweep your entire team. And like you said, if it makes your opponent more predictable, then it kind of can help you decide what exactly you want to bring too.
Jumping right into game number 1, J-Jan on the left versus SpandDelio on the right. We got one of our predictions correct, but I think J-Jan outthought us both.
Yeah, we don't see the Vigoroth here, but great lead for the Swampert. Of course, you do resist that Volt Switch, and that Shadow Hydro Cannon is going to hit very hard. Remember, Swampert is on the decline, but it's not because of Hydro Cannon, it's because of Earthquake. But in this matchup, that doesn't even matter.
Exactly. The Swampert can go straight for those same type attack bonus community day charge attacks. We should see a pivot into the Skarmory versus the Dugong. So if I feel like this is equal parts, keep Skarmory away from Chargebug and try to keep Swampert with all the energy that you just stored.
Right, and this is kind of uncomfortable because potentially J-Jan was thinking the energy from Swampert can hit pretty much everything for a lot of damage. So I would rather keep that and throw Hydro Cannons later than an Earthquake now. But this is kind of uncomfortable because if you lose switch advantage, look at SpandDelio's backline, right? He has 2 answers for Altar. It's not just this Dugong, there's also a Carbink lurking in the back.
Exactly. 1 Ice Shard and the Icy Wind is definitely great timing by SpandDelio. Goes for the charge attack against the Skarmory. No Protect Shields thrown up by J-Jan quite yet, but I do think that the Dugong is a solid pick for matchups like this in particular. This Ice and Water type could go toe-to-toe with Skarmory.
And look at how long this matchup is taking, and the longer that matchups go, the more advantageous it is for Dugong. It's not the Icy Winds themselves that necessarily deal a lot of damage, but oh my goodness, look at that. You've debuffed the Skarmory so much that the Brave Bird doesn't even take out, but J-Jan actually was able to maintain switch alignment. Looks like he's trying to reach for that Swampert switch out, though.
Doesn't want to get farmed down by the Chargebug, but I mean, it's 1 Volt Switch, right? How much damage is it really going to do? But if you look at this backline by SpandDelio, after the Chargebug faints, he really has no other solutions to beating the Shadow Swampert, so he's going to use his Protect Shield.
Right, and Carbink is, oh my goodness, actually switching the Carbink into the Swampert here. Well, this is very interesting. It's going to be taking super effective damage from Hydro Cannon here. It is going to shield it up. Maybe he was hoping for a Rock Throw down, or maybe he was anticipating J-Jan. No, but J-Jan's locked in.
Yeah, J-Jan maybe, oh, I was going to say he might be looking for the Earthquake here, but he takes the safe Hydro Cannon. And this is actually interesting by SpandDelio because after the Swampert goes down, there's an Altaria and a Skarmory back there, and Carbink loves that Altaria matchup.
It does. I mean, J-Jan can get off a couple Steel Wings here, but maybe you just go for the Altaria, shield up a Rock Slide or Moonblast, and then hope that you can land. But actually is going to take the damage from the Steel Wing here, trying to get the Carbink a little bit lower, but you're still not going to be able to fast attack down this Carbink, right? You have to shield. Probably a Sky Attack is going to be sufficient at this range.
Going straight for the hard-hitting Moonblast, maybe hoping for a debuff of sorts. SpandDelio fires it off. Altaria uses that first potential, does get the debuff. Actually, calculated?
And unfortunately for J-Jan, because he brought that Skarmory in, he doesn't have anywhere to clear this debuff with. But here comes the X-Scissor. It is resisted. J-Jan instantly no-shielding it, knowing that the Carbink might get to a charge attack later. And now this is interesting now because, oh, actually, wait, this is a crunch.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe not only knowing that it's resisted, but also knowing that Crunch and X-Scissor is the moveset due to the open team sheet. So really has nothing to fear, even though the Altaria is debuffed.
And I think it was looking sketchy for J-Jan, but potentially all he has to do is get to 2 charge attacks here. Here comes the crunch, right? And, oh, yeah. J-Jan's actually no-shielding it, though, but now you just get fast attack down.
Thought it was the X-Scissor. Bolt Switch can't quite connect. Here comes the Sky Tech. This is going to be a photo finish, so because I think the Carbink has just enough HP to throw 1 rock throw.
Right, and the Dragon Breaths just tickle the Carbink. Does have just, oh my goodness, but they were kind of chunking at the end there.
Kind of chunking, but Carbink still gets it done. SpandDelio is all smiles because how did he pull that off?
You know, I didn't think the Carbink looked amazing into J-Jan's team, right? You got the double super effective Steel Wings, you have 2 water types, you have a ground type that can hit for super effective, but you know what? It found it's pretty much its only target there in that Altaria.
So I don't think it doesn't look good. I think it looks awful into this team from J-Jan.
And it was.
You're being very nice, yeah, and you're right. I think that, again, kind of pushing against the tide, against the current, kind of trying to find those gaps in his opponent's strategy. Maybe he thought J-Jan just never envisioned Carbink would show up because it's so outnumbered and hard countered, right?
Well, J-Jan still brought 2 counters to Carbink, right? The Swampert and the Skarmory. It just it happened to be that the 10% Carbink was able to deal with the Altaria.
And the Moonblast throw, like I said, so calculated because it slowed down the Altaria even more. I think right here, that's the matchmaker because he wasn't able to protect shield the crunch. I think if he protect shields the crunch there, this is a win for JJan, but thought it was X-Scissor.
Right, well, I think without that debuff, if the Altaria had just been able to Dragon Breath down the Charjabug, it would have been okay, but because the attack was dropped, not a possibility there for JJan.
Also solid point. JJan, Toronto Regional Champion, on the back heels here in the winners finals for Group H. Both these trainers want to make it to Championship Sunday, but JJan needs to win 2 games straight to do it, and he's already locked in.
Well, he is confident, and maybe like some of our other regional champions, feeling confident, you know, kind of just playing loosely, willing to trust themselves. But you know, SpandDelio here, if just one more game, needs to think carefully, and then you know, you're cruising into day 2.
I mean, he's just going with the flow. He is in Florida, right? So maybe there's a little credence to that.
Maybe he came back from the beach with some sunglasses.
It's true. Potentially. We'll have to find out. But it won't be sunshine and beaches if he loses. So I think JJan wants to keep himself in the winner's side bracket. We're going to see what SpandDelio decides to do. If you remember, he ran Charjabug as well as the Carbink and the Dugong in game number 1. What does he do in game 2?
Well, we'll have to see if he sticks with that or decides to change it up. Looks like we've got that Shadow Whiscash on the field there for SpandDelio against JJan, again leading that Shadow Swampert.
This is like old meta versus new meta, right? Shadow Swampert, the best closer in the Open Great League, as Tua Butters loves to say, but it's paired up against the Whiscash.
Nice timing there from JJan, throwing on charge attack priority before the Scald comes and before you potentially get debuffed.
Exactly. Gonna go ahead and Protect Shield up that hard-hitting Hydro Cannon, looking for his own. Oh, actually,
it's a Mud Bomb.
Baits the Scald and throws a Mud Bomb instead and gets a Protect Shield.
Well, it does save some energy there, so nice call from SpandDelio, but doesn't get the debuff, so now Swampert, and I think Swampert can still outpace here. Yes, fantastic timing from JJan. Again, knows these Whiscash counts, throwing right when SpandDelio is reaching the Scald.
I'm telling you, another Hydro Cannon gets fired off. Second Protect Shield already spent in this game by SpandDelio. Goes for the Scald. This might actually knock out, so I think that JJan wants to Protect Shield up his Swampert.
Right, well, in general, it is nice to spend your Protect Shields on kind of your glassiest Pokemon on the team. And actually, JJan avoids the debuff again, which is really nice for him. And SpandDelio tries to catch this Hydro Cannon on the Mandibuzz. Successful.
I don't hate the play, right? I think it's solid to catch charge attacks on your Mandibuzz. We saw, I think, in EUIC, Caleb Payne catching Blast Burn on his Mandibuzz. That Pokemon is just a huge soak for damage.
But Masterclass overfarm here from JJan. Look, he landed the Hydro Cannon, but he's like, I still need that energy for later, so I'm going to overfarm, but come into this Lantern before my Swampert has to take a Dark Pulse. And now you're in this extremely advantageous matchup. You're dealing super effective damage with these Sparks, and the Mandibuzz is actually getting pretty low here very quickly.
Mandibuzz going for the second Dark Pulse. I think that JJan recognizes the snarl patterns here. He knows the Mandibuzz needs a lot more energy for that third Dark Pulse, so he's safe taking the second one and overcharging within the window. Maybe just going for a Surf. It's going to be close.
Yeah, it does just go for the Surf here. Of course, it's actually hard to judge whether you need a Surf or Thunderbolt, but I think after those Sparks kind of chipped away, now JJan correctly realizes that Surf is enough, and now he comes out with a lot of energy still. SpandDelio probably wants to soak it somewhere, but it is going to be tough because remember, JJan did save so much energy on that Swampert.
Oh, throwing the Surf right away. I really appreciate the heads-up play by JJan, recognizing that the Whiscash would likely knock out if it threw its charge attack, so he wants as much chip damage as possible. Great utilization of energy.
It looks like JJan is going to be content to just let this, oh my goodness, let the Lantern go, but actually it's able to land a Surf on the Lickitung. But now I think JJan is pretty happy with the situation. He still has a Skarmory, which of course resists all of Lickitung's charge attacks. Just gonna bring it in right here, and I think, assuming he taps the Hydro Cannon at the end of the game, I think he has this game locked up.
Yeah, if we think about win conditions here, I think SpandDelio needs to get this Skarmory just as low as he possibly can. He needs to deliver a charge attack to KO the Skarmory, another charge attack to KO the Lantern, and then a third charge attack, which has to be Scald, to KO that Shadow Swampert. And he has to outpace all of them. So this is definitely a very tall order for SpandDelio to win game 2.
It is a pretty tall order, especially considering that these charge attacks aren't doing all that much to Skarmory. But yes, just like you mentioned, basically has to come out with enough energy to force the Swampert to throw, right? And then be able to use his Whiscash. But you know, JJan in a pretty comfortable position here. just going to throw off this Brave Bird to KO the Lickitung, and I think at this point, he doesn't really need the Skarmory, he doesn't need the Lantern, he already has the energy on Swampert that he banked earlier.
Exactly right. Step 1 is complete for SpandDelio. He's going to do his best to get the other 2 pieces of the puzzle assembled here. Coming in with the Swampert, it has energy, it wins the Charge Attack Priority tie, and like you said, Soph, too much work to do, and Shadow Whiscash can't get it done.
Too much work and not enough time. Really heads-up plays by JJen throughout this battle. You know, saving the energy at the beginning of the battle, even with the catch, was able to build back up before going into the Lantern, and even came out of that matchup still with more of an advantage. So really kind of just building the advantage up little by little throughout the battle.
I feel like from a team composition perspective, SpandDelio has quite a disadvantage overall, just looking at how these 2 teams match up against each other. So I've been really impressed with his ability to play out of tough situations, especially in Game 1. Game 2, we saw definitely some fights, some sparks, but just not enough to win the battle. Game 3, though, what are you thinking, Soph? More Whiscash Swampert matchups or what?
Well, I have to say, he's used all 6 Pokemon in just 2 battles, so a little hard to predict here.
True.
But before we get to Game 3, let's take a look back at Game 2 and see if we can get any hints as to what SpandDelio might be thinking for Game 3.
Well, so has SpandDelio, right? Remember, he brought the Carbink, the Dugong, and the Charge Bug in Game 1. Then he brought the Lickitung, Mandibuzz, and Whiscash.
It's the opposite.
yeah, it's like the inverse, right? We're going to see what happens here in Game number 3. But as we look back at our replay for Game number 2, Whiscash did a good job, but there was a lot more work to do, right?
Doesn't sound like a very good job from that
I know. Didn't really stick the delivery there.
Well, I think the problem for SpandDelio in both of these games has been that the Shadow Swampert from JJen's side is just putting in so much work, right?
Yes.
There's only 1 water resist on SpandDelio's side. That's the Dugong, and he didn't bring it in Game 2, and that Swampert really proved to be a huge issue. So I do expect to see him bring it back from that Game 1 team.
Also, something that we've kind of, I feel like, overlooked since Game 1 is the Vigoroth pick, because that is still a very solid Pokemon up against SpandDelio's team. Yeah, he didn't bring it in Game number 2, so do we see JJen pivot back to the Vigoroth now that he's maybe convinced SpandDelio that it's not coming?
I think he should. I mean, not just because it's very safe, but if we're expecting SpandDelio to bring the Dugong, then the Vigoroth is actually a really great answer there.
Exactly. So the mind games are in play, and I feel like so much of our lock-in screen time is implicit, right? It's all mental. You don't really see it. You don't really see the matchups visualized in real time. But I think that kind of delving more into this and talking about the details is super important, because there's a lot going on. They're not just staring at their screens, I promise.
Well, I think both trainers are locked in now. JJen is confident. He's leading the Shadow Swampert again, and here's that Mandibuzz on the other side from SpandDelio.
We're going to see a Shadow Swampert, Skarmory, and Lantern team from JJen heading into a Mandibuzz, Lickitung, Dugong, incredible Bulk Fest team from SpandDelio.
Well, incredible Bulk Fest up against a relatively, let's say, a glass cannon pick in this Shadow Swampert. And, you know, I actually said that SpandDelio doesn't have a great Swampert answer, but actually the Mandibuzz doesn't do too badly. Oh, actually catches the Dark Pulse, though, with the Skarmory by JJen.
Very nice swap in by JJen. In the midst of the Snarl, Dark Pulse rattles off here from the Mandibuzz, chipping down the Skarmory. Do we get a switch out? Yes, immediately into the Dugong here. This is a bit tricky, though, Soph. I mean, do you think SpandDelio should have tried to save the Dugong for the Shadow Swampert?
Potentially. I mean, he does still have the Mandibuzz, and Mandibuzz, I think, could still take another Hydro Cannon without getting much shot down, so that's pretty nice. Actually, does shield up that first Sky attack here, maybe thinking that the next one will do a little bit less damage once it's debuffed, but I expect JJen to go for Brave Bird as his last charge attack.
Going for an icy win here to try to slow down the Skarmory a bit more. We saw the Skarmory get the better of the Dugong in game number 2, and he might actually get the better of it again. Here we see another Brave Bird. This actually, I don't know, the Dugong looks a lot healthier this time.
Right, I think the Dugong is going to be able to Ice Shard down after this Brave Bird lands and come out with some energy for whatever comes in. And actually, this is kind of nice. He is down his shield, but oh my goodness, actually Icy wins though. I was going to say he can hit whatever comes in, but JJen lets it go, probably just going to go for the full Spark down.
That's what I like to call a blind throw, right? When you don't know the Pokemon that's coming in, you just press the charge attack as quickly as you can. Knew it was a blind throw, didn't protect shield, can't get to the Drill Run either. JJen's Lantern just gobbles up the Dugong there with the Sparks.
And not a great matchup with Lantern, typically into Lickitung, but it looks like they've both pivoted out. We're back in the lead matchup now, and SpandDelio is firing off an Aerial. Does pull a shield from JJen, and I like this play actually by SpandDelio because Aerials is cheaper, and I think you still need 2 charge attacks to take out the Swampert.
Exactly right, trying to maximize the energy utilization there. Another Hydro Cannon getting fired off here by the Shadow Swampert into the Mandibuzz. This won't KO, but that Shadow Swampert from JJen is already at another Hydro Cannon plus.
Yeah, one then throw. He's almost at a third Hydro Cannon just in the span of the last couple of seconds here. And this is going to take out the Mandibuzz. So now SpandDelio has to put it all on the back of this very healthy Lickitung.
Very healthy Lickitung, but still, just like Whiscash in Game 2, has a ton of work to do. Hydro Cannon getting fired off here by the Shadow Swampert. Again, same type of attack bonus, Community Day charge attack, hyper consistent, hyper damage output, and he just goes for cannon after cannon.
Good counting here by SpandDelio is going to force the shield out of JJen if he wants to get off this last Hydro Cannon. Looks like JJen actually doesn't want to get it off and willing to put it on the Lantern here. I think actually just goes for the Surf, but I think just needs to land a Thunderbolt maybe to close out this game and gets the shield.
I was going to say with the spark damage though, maybe there's a path for just straight Surf against the Lickitung matchup. We're going to have to find out because Lickitung, again, on the back foot, needs to either bait Body Slam or land the Power Whip. JJen calls it immediately in this matchup.
I think it's just a little bit too much work for this Lickitung to put in. Even at this range, I think the Lantern still survives the Power Up, and looks like JJen is going for the Thunderbolt here, and he is going to be able to take the Game 3 of this series.
JJen can't help but smirk. He's got a 2-1 victory against SpandDelio, and he makes top cut in Orlando.
And it is so great to see JJen succeed again. He's been around in this community so long. I think his win in Toronto was kind of a win for the whole community, and it's so great to see him making day 2 once again.
Yeah, JJen also does a lot for the community in terms of tracking our Go Battle League leaderboard competitors, trying to get everyone the data they need on those top players, because a lot of them don't create content. They don't, stream, they don't do interviews, they don't come to regional championships. So kind of discovering how well they perform and where they are from season to season is something that he kind of took upon himself, which is really cool.
Yeah, it is really cool. So thank you very much, JJen, for your service, and congratulations on advancing to day 2. We'll see you tomorrow, and you're on the winner's side. As for SpandDelio, does drop to the loser side, but I think we might see him in losers finals down the line.
I'm really impressed with SpandDelio's ability to make it this deep into the bracket with such an unconventional team, right? No counter user, Carbink, Mandibuzz, Lickitung, a lot of counter weaknesses, and he's still able to pilot a Crunch X-Scissor Charge Bug to the winner's finals?
Well, maybe that's a trend.
Maybe.
Pocket was there.
Pocket was there.
Yeah.
He was. We'll see. We're gonna see what will happen with SpandDelio, but we know for sure that another regional champion makes his way into day 2 in Orlando. I'm telling you, so it's going to be so stacked.
Yeah, I mean, on the winner's side, we already have, what, 4 regional champions? Dune, House Stark, JJen. I mean, that's a lot. But yeah. I think we're going to take one last look back at this matchup between JJen and SpandDelio.
Game number 1 highlights here. Shadow Swampert was the key for JJen. He goes through with the Hydro Cannon, pummels the Carbink with so much damage, but the debuff, the Moonblast, the 5-hit big brain play by SpandDelio keeps him in this game.
Right, and that Swampert was so important for him in all 3 games. Unfortunately, just wasn't quite enough in this first game here. Altaria, of course, got taken out by the combination of a 10% Carbink and a Charge Bug.
10% is generous. I'm going to say that the Carbink had very little HP. I know what you mean by the Moonblast, but still, the Carbink was at like 1% battery. It was about to faint. We're going to see another Hydro Cannon from the Shadow Swampert in game number 2.
All right, well, that seems like it was the story of this series, was just Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon. And gotta give JJen a lot of credit. He knows these whiz cash counts in and out, and even though SpandDelio was trying to play around it, maybe go for a couple catches, the neutral Hydro Cannon spam was really just too much.
Surf does knock out the Mandibuzz. We're gonna see the Whiscash get to the Mud Bomb against the opposing Skarmory here in game number 2, but again, too much work and too many Hydro Cannons. It's like every time you turn around, Swampert has a Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, that whole team just getting hosed down by that Hydro Cannon there.
Another Brave Bird coming through here from the Skarmory. Unlike game 2, doesn't quite get the knockout, and Dugong is able to Ice Shard down, but the blind Icy Wind into Lantern really set it up for a full Spark down.
Right, and of course at this point in the game, JJen still has 2 shields, and he knows that the Swampert could just, take the whole game home for him. Of course, he ended up closing out with Lantern, but...
Exactly, but I mean, Shadow Swampert, if you look at percentages in terms of like damage dealt, I'm sure Shadow Swampert was like 80% of the offense here for JJen.
That sounds right, and it should be about 33% if you split it evenly between all your Pokemon, but maybe Swampert can take a break after this, do some load management before heading into day 2.
We'll see. He's going to need Swampert to do a lot of work in Championship Sunday too, because he's got to chew through very bulky Pokemon and very difficult opponents, but we're going to see what's going to happen. I hope that everyone will tune into the Day 2 stream as well. Don't forget, we stream also on Sundays. Call it Championship Sunday for a reason. But we have even more games left here today, Soph.
Now, we do still have a lot more games. We still have just a little bit of that day 2 top 16 bracket to fill out. I think we're going to be getting into some losers finals matches. Remember, we just saw J-Jan. J-Jan's going to go to day 2 on the winner's side.
Yeah.
But there are still a lot of trainers who are going to make it on the loser's side. And, you know, for those trainers, it's a really tough road, but it can be done, as evidenced by Doonebug.
And a lot of other trainers, like you said. I think it really set a precedence when our first world champion, Dancing Rob, came from the losers bracket, reset the bracket, and won the tournament at Worlds 2022 in London. I mean, that really set the tone for the rest of the championship series.
Absolutely. The losers runs are, you know, they're not common, but they're very difficult, but they happen now. But, you know, before we get into the next match, let's take a look at how we're doing.
Sure.
We're going to look at those caster predictions.
All right, let's see what we got right and what we missed on. As you take a look at our caster picks, a lot of agreement on Shadow Magnezone.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. What's up with that, Speedy?
Interesting you say that. Oh my gosh, I can't fault any of your picks. You got them all.
I know. Well, I mean, as Caleb would say, I'm just a meta slave there, so no surprise. But, but the question for me is, are my picks doing better than they did last tournament? Of course, I expect these picks to all show up somewhere.
We've seen some Guzzlord in terms of my picks, right?
Yeah, we did see. We saw a mirror even.
We did. And that was the beginning of the tournament, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not a single Jellicent.
I haven't seen any Bastiodon or Goodra either, so I think I'm going to have to call this one a win for Softove.
All right, Soph. I mean, I won't argue with you.
I mean, we'll see what happens on day 2. Who knows? Maybe there's a Jellicent still on the loser side that we haven't seen, and it's going to sweep the whole tournament. Who knows?
Don't give me hope. Don't give me hope, Soph. I know there's not. But
you know what, though? I'm going to give you some credit because we were talking about the Skarmy Whiscash core and how it's pretty unbreakable, but I think there's some water types out there. Like, usually people have their own Whiscash, but we saw J-Jan there with the Swampert. You know, does pretty well against Whiscash because it wins charge attack priority, does well against Swampert, and I'm assuming that's what you were thinking about.
Well, I thought Jellicent, you thought Shadow Poliwrath. Turns out you were right.
Oh, right, of course.
Well, I think our next set of trainers are ready on stage. Let's take a look at Eomero versus N. Lucio.
All right, well, I think we've seen Eomero already before, but back on the stage versus N. Lucio, who I don't think we've seen on stage quite yet this tournament. He's been making some noise in the loser side of the bracket. Already took out Elom, so a tough road to get here, but looks like he is running. That looks like the Abhinav team to me. What do you think, Speedy?
I think you're right. That's definitely a very familiar team composition, but it is tried and tested. If you're not familiar with N. Lucio, though, he is also a Go Battle League champion, definitely reaching the legend rank every single season, maybe even pushing 3,400, 3,500 ELO. I first encountered N. Lucio when he was running Diggersby. He's got to be the best Diggersby player in the world, and it's not on his team here, but he can play a lot of different Pokemon.
I think we typically see N. Lucio playing in those Canadian regionals, but did make the trip out here to Orlando, and looks like it's paying off. Already out here in losers finals, just one game away from taking day 2. But first, let's take a look at Eomero's team here.
I feel like every time we need to check the Charge Bug moveset. This is a Discharge X Scissor.
And I'm losing trust now.
Yeah, me too. It used to always be so standard. I say, oh yeah. Wait, speaking of standard, look at the
Ice
Annihilate.
Punch, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Ice Punch Annihilate.
I think we saw that earlier against maybe a Gligar, which didn't quite get the job done, but you know, maybe this is his time to shine. Maybe the Ice Punch is going to find some targets, for example, in this Shadow Gligar right here.
And Lucio's first appearance on stream, I believe. He's got his standard set Azumarill, standard set Lickitung, Charge Bug, Discharge, and X Scissor, as well as his standard Vigoroth. Everything checks out here. This is pretty much what we expect, right?
Yeah, and the first thing that stands out to me here is I think the Charge Bug from N. Lucio is pretty safe. Obviously, you do have to watch out for the Whiscash on Eomero's side, but it's actually Shadow Whiscash, so those X Scissors do quite a bit of damage.
In terms of cores, we definitely see the Shadow Whiscash paired with a flying type Pokemon, so something like Mandibuzz.
Good luck, dude.
And Whiscash
Good luck and have fun.
could be a solid duo, but as the trainer said, good luck, have fun. Let's see what we get for game number 1.
All right, they are both locked in there, just waiting for that screen to show up. And here it is. We do see Eomero with the Mandibuzz and actually leading into the Shadow Gligar.
Shadow Gligar on the right side, Mandibuzz on the left. Mandibuzz definitely a bulkier Pokemon, can dish out damage consistently, but Gligar will make this matchup painful if that Mandibuzz stays in. Gonna go for the first Aerial Ace here.
Right, and Mandibuzz is kind of one of those rare neutral answers to Gligar. Of course, we've seen we've seen trainers moving towards ice types as that Gligar counter, but Mandibuzz is still very bulky, especially it was actually available in the wild recently for the first time. So, you know, maybe Eomero was able to pick up a really nice one.
He could possibly do that. We're going to see the Dark Pulse rattle off from the Mandibuzz into the Shadow Gligar, chipping it down to the yellow. Another Aerial Ace coming through here from N. Lucio. Both trainers haven't switched out, and this isn't like a solid win for either Pokemon, and we finally see N. Lucio pivot into the Lickitung.
Right, as you say that, we do see a pivot. This is such an unusual pivot though, because this is typically a terrible matchup for the Lickitung. Of course, the Mandibuzz has been chipped quite a bit, but it's still even outside of body slam range. I think Eomero is very happy to just stay in here.
If you look at the team here from Eomero, the only two Pokemon that really have a solid matchup against the Lickitung from Lucio are probably Annihilate and Mandibuzz. So maybe trying to pull out the Annihilate, doesn't get his wish, gets the Lickitung mirror instead. But now that he's chipped down, this is going to be really tough for him to win.
Absolutely, and of course, looking at that back line as we are in this Lickitung mirror, and it's a great time to think about the back line, we do see that Shadow Whiscash looking in the back for Eomero, and it's incredibly safe into Lucio's entire team, so potentially doesn't even care how this matchup goes. This is what Lickitung is really great for. Neutrally dealing a lot of damage, and then just letting your other safe Pokemon kind of clean up in the back. Exactly,
it looks like the switch timer for Eomero has about 25 seconds left, and Lucio's switch timer is just about up, so he might be able to switch into different Pokemon. But how does he want to pivot out? He's only seen the Mandibuzz and the Lickitung so far. There's not like a clear answer here about how he wants to proceed.
Right, well, he might be thinking that his Charjabug is pretty safe, so maybe similar idea where you just let this Lickitung do its thing, and then once it goes down, you just hope that your Charjabug actually was reaching for the Power Whip there, because I don't think Body Slam quite KOs yet.
Phenomenal timing by Eomero. Just before the Power Whip that would knock out his Lickitung is ready, he throws the Body Slam, and then a Charge Attack priority? Are you kidding me?
And that is so tough, because now this Lickitung on Lucio's side has lost so much energy, almost 50 energy there, and now Eomero still has a bit of this Lickitung, and I think it's even going to be able to reach a charge attack against the Charjabug.
Full team revealed here for Lucio. Charjabug comes out to the field, but the Shadow Whiscash still lurking in the back for Eomero. Body Slam will connect with the Charjabug. Lucio just trying to gather some energy, looking at the team sheet, trying to predict what could be in the back. He's hopeful for a Dugong, but I don't think he's going to get his wish.
Does get the full farm down here, and like we said, the Shadow Whiscash does take more damage, firing off the X-Scissor here, and two X-Scissors actually threatens the Whiscash quite a bit, so this energy advantage will be pretty helpful in this matchup.
Exactly, same type of attack bonus. X-Scissor brings that Whiscash down to about 65% of its HP. Another one fired off back-to-back. My question for you, Soph, is in terms of pacing and timing, do you stay in his Charjabug? Excuse me, no. We see the immediate pivot before I can even get the answer out.
Well, it's a little bit awkward, but I wonder if you can let this go and maybe go for a Volt Switch down. But the thing is, Eomero is too smart. He actually goes for the Aerial Ace, so not even going to be able to take out the Gligar and let the Lucio start farming away. But here comes an Aerial Ace. But okay, here's another good thing. If this Gligar comes out of this matchup, it's going to force the Whiscash to throw energy, right?
I think that Aerial Ace from Eomero was a bait. I think he was expecting the Protect Shield on a Dark Pulse onto the Shadow Gligar, and he was not anticipating that Lucio would actually Protect Shield up. Gonna go ahead and fire off the Aerial Ace here now that he's got back-to-backs. What do you think about Lucio's situation? He could throw one Volt Switch and KO, right?
Yeah, but it's uncomfortable because Eomero still has a shield and the Whiscash is still pretty healthy. Here comes the Aerial Ace. I think you have to shield up or you're going to start being threatened even just by mud shots. So is shielding this up, like you said, got that Volt Switch through. And now I think you just have to make 2 X-Scissors, but Whiscash has some energy. It's going to be really, really close.
2 X-Scissors versus 2 Mud Bombs. He needs one more Volt Switch. Great!
Oh my!
Oh, actually!
The charge attack, oh no.
It comes
sneak,
through.
Right?
Yeah, the Volt Switch came through. We're going to see the Mud Bomb here from Eomero. He's going to try to paste another one, but Lucio has the X-Scissor loaded, ready to go to fires off. It's a Charge Attack Priority tie, but there's a Protect Shield for Eomero.
Right, and winning Charge Attack Priority doesn't do much if you have a shield up, which Eomero doesn't. This actually came down to the wire, right? If Lucio just had one more turn there, would have been able to fire off that last X-Scissor, but looks like Eomero is going to be able to take this first game off the back of that Shadow Whiscash.
Mud Bomb connects, neutral damage is enough, and the timer almost expires as well. That was a long matchup with a lot of switches, a lot of Protect Shields, lots of charge attacks.
Well, when you have Mandibuzz and Lickitung, those games do tend to drag on, but at least luckily for Lucio, maybe he doesn't have his own Mandibuzz to have another mirror.
Right, no complete mirrors like we've seen earlier on in the stream, but going into game number 2, Lucio rocking the Charjabug as well as the Lickitung, I believe, and the Gligar. What do you expect from him in game number 2?
I don't know. I think I still expect the Lickitung, maybe the Vigoroth or the Azumarill. But I think he still needs to bring the Charjabug because it's pretty safe. The problem is that that's his best Pokemon, but it's not very good against Eomero's best Pokemon, right? Which is the Shadow Whiscash.
Incredibly fair. As we take a look back at the replay from game number 1, this Charjabug trying to get as much energy as possible does get the double Volt Switch down of the Lickitung. Gonna be hit by an Aerial Ace though, taking out the Shadow Gligar, and then it's all on the Charjabug.
Right, and that Charjabug almost got it, just needed a bit more farm potentially off of that Mandibuzz, but unfortunately we see here right at the end of the game, Eomero was able to get off that double Mud Bomb just in the nick of time.
just in the nick of time indeed, does win the charge attack party, tie there against the Chargebug and get the knockout with only 3 seconds remaining in the matchup. The more I look at these teams, the more I like the Azumarill from Lucio, right? You have Whiscash on the opposing side, Mandibuzz. It does very well against Annihilate. You can also kind of go back and forth with the Dugong. I don't know, Azumarill might be a good play.
Yeah, I like Eomero, especially because, I mean, it's not an answer to Shadow Whiscash, but it does better than some of his other Pokemon, at least.
Exactly right. We are locked in and ready to go. This is game number 2 of the Losers Finals in Group E. Eomero on the left side of your screen and Lucio on the right. This is a solid lead for Lucio.
Well, solid is an understatement. This is the dream scenario for Gligar, and Eomero knows he gets that right away. And actually, Lucio able to bring that Dugong to counterstop, able to bring the Vigoroth to counterstop against that Dugong.
Yeah, very, very nice picks here by Lucio so far. Solid lead, great switch-in matchup. He's going to want to maintain switch advantage because, like you said, the Shadow Gligar versus Chargebug matchup is so dominant in the Shadow Gligar's favor. Gonna look for the Rock Slide here. And then maybe a counter down? What do you think?
Well, I don't think it quite takes that. It's actually a little bit uncomfortable. Dugong is such a strong Pokemon. Look at this, able to take all these super effective counters and still able to almost get off this Icy one, but Lucio forced to throw energy and is able to maintain switch advantage though.
I like that a lot because now the Vigoroth has enough HP to be very problematic for the next Pokemon that comes in. You can't Volt Switch down. You're probably gonna have to throw a Charge Attack. You definitely can't Mud Shot down. And if you bring out the Whiscash, you reveal your team, right?
Well, the good news is that the Vigoroth is actually debuffed, so potentially Eomero could be okay with taking a double, it's just a super effective Rock Slide, but we'll have to see what he decides to do here. Looks like he is just choosing to let it go for that full Volt Switch down.
I think this early on in the game, unless you're certain, unless you are definitively predicting your opponent's back line, it's really tough to shield early on in the matchup. We're gonna see the instant pivot out to the Shadow Whiscash versus the Shadow Gligar, but the Chargebug came again in game number 2 for Lucio. He's got to get creative here.
Well, this is interesting. So it does pull that first Protect Shield from the Whiscash, which is nice here because it's just an Aerial Ace. But yeah, now it's a little bit uncomfortable because you can't really swap your Chargebug in that comfortably. And here comes the Scald. And because it's a Shadow Whiscash, right, you don't actually live this all that well, if at all. So does have to start putting up these Protect Shields. Avoids the debuff, though.
Avoids the debuff, which is definitely a little bit of a positive note, but he's going to fire up another Aerial Ace. Baiting away the second Protect Shield with back-to-back Aerial Aces. Very nice plays here by Lucio as he looks to whittle down the defenses surrounding this Whiscash.
Save some energy here, but here comes that Scald and does have to use that final Protect Shield here. The good news for Lucio, though, is that his own Chargebug is still full health. Eomero's Chargebug has already been chipped quite a bit by that Rock Slide, so all he's going to need to do once this Gligar goes down, eventually, if it ever does.
Right? Well, no debuff again.
Right. Actually, wait, the stick is going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And actually takes it out. So forget what I said about the Chargebug. It might not even see the light of day.
Chargebug is all alone here against the Shadow Gligar, and that's another wrinkle in strategy as well. I think if you're Lucio, you just stay. You don't show the Chargebug in the back. Eomero doesn't know that that was your third pick, and if you can carry that extra element of surprise into game number 3, it might just be a difference maker.
That's a great point. You know, it doesn't really matter in one-off matches like in the Go Battle League, but for Show 6, it can be really important to maintain your strategies and keep them secret.
Maybe Eomero thinks it was a Azumarill, and all he had to do was get through the Shadow Gligar, and then he would have had a solid matchup, right? Definitely the mind games are very impactful.
Well, tough game 2 there for Eomero, right? Had that terrible lead, difficult counter stop as well, and Lucio just kind of able to maintain an advantage throughout the entire game.
Going into game number 3, because it's such a tough lead, what most trainers do is they pivot towards a much safer lead in game number 3. It's very rare that we see like a hard read followed by another hard read after a game loss. Unless you're Arrow, and then you go ABA and you just trust, right? Trust yourself. Well, going into game number 3, Eomero has shown us a lot of his different Pokemon. I don't think he's played Annihilate quite yet, but it would square up very nicely against the Vigoroth that Lucio brought in game 2.
Exactly. He might think that, well, now here's where the mind games come, right? And Lucio had great success with that Vigoroth, lined it up versus the Dugong. Now if you're Eomero, well, does he still stick with that recipe for success? And if he does, maybe the Annihilate is going to have some play.
We're going to find out, because that Vigoroth matchup is definitely abysmal versus the Annihilate, but the Shadow Gligar has been an MVP impact Pokemon for Lucio, especially in game number 2.
Well, it's the #1 Pokemon of the day for a reason.
Exactly. Heading into game number 3, a lot on the line. This is the Losers Finals, excuse me. So whichever trainer loses this game is actually knocked out of the tournament. and won't make it to Championship Sunday.
Stakes could not be higher, and we do see that Annihilate versus Vigor on the right in the lead there. Great call from Eomero, and Lucio needs to get out.
He needs to hit that eject button and go right into the charge bug, and he's met by the Shadow Whiskash, just like Eomero was cornered in the lead and in the swap in game number 2. He strikes back here in game 3.
Well, you know what? I think Lucio was expecting this, and maybe he's happy that he's actually pulled out the Whiskash here, hoping that that Gligar can roam through. I don't even expect him to put up Protect Shields here, and probably just gonna happy to sacrifice this.
Goes for the Scald. There are a few different ways you can win this matchup. You can go for a double Mud Bomb or maybe the Scald and then try to get the Mud Bomb for the knockout, but no debuff again for the Shadow Whiskash means that these X Scissors are still going to hit hard.
Exactly. He already pulled a Protect Shield, so and Lucio potentially feeling very happy about the situation. You know, of course, if you counter down, the energy doesn't actually go anywhere, but 2 shields Gligar versus Annihilate, and, you know, something you don't know about quite yet in the back, you know, you have some chance for success.
I was going to say, if Eomero is able to maintain switch advantage, which he does, this looks even worse for Lucio because as you can kind of pencil in that back-end matchup, Ice does very well against Shadow Gligar.
That's a nice observation, Speedy. I love learning typing from you, but of course, yeah, even up a shield, it's going to be tough for Shadow Gligar, but I think this was a good try by Lucio to try to pull out the Whiskash, but unfortunately just the wrong backline here. Gligar probably had a lot of play versus almost anything else on Eomero's team.
Yeah, and I think recognizing again, Eomero picked up on the fact that Shadow Gligar was so strong for Lucio in game number 2. He said, oh yeah, that Pokemon did so well for him. There's no way he benches it in game 3, and it just allowed him to predict this lineup perfectly.
Yeah, there's really nothing he can do here. Even with 2 shields up, this Vigoroth, it's going to get debuffed here. It can't really do anything against the Annihilate, and I think kind of recognizing that, just letting this Icy Wind go, you know, hoping for the game to end as quickly as possible.
I mean, not only are you squared up against an impossible counter situation, but you're also double debuffed. I mean, this is like a nightmare where you're running in quicksand and you just can't move.
Yeah, terrible matchup for Lucio here. I mean, again, I do like the strategy that was kind of put into this line, but Eomero just had the perfect hard counter throughout.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. I mean, sometimes your opponent just wins the game on the walk-in screen.
Exactly.
And as soon as they start, you already know what the conclusion will be. Eomero just outpicked his opponent there in game number 3 to get a decisive win, but it wasn't just luck, right? It was step by step over the series, identifying what Lucio favored, what Pokemon he brought often, what were impact players for him, and what he could scare away. And just like we called out, right, Vigoroth in game 1, but then it doesn't appear in game 2, we say, okay, maybe you pivot back to Vigoroth, and then maybe you meet that with the Annihilate.
Exactly, really nice adjustment. Like you said, it's an entire series, right? These are not just one-off games. So, you know, kind of reading how the series would develop, you know, both trainers kind of relying on their safe Pokemon, right? Whiskash for Eomero, Charjabug for Lucio, but, you know, aside from those 2 picks, you know, we kind of saw them making a lot of adjustments.
Exactly, a lot of adjustments, but Eomero just adjusted a little bit better, and he was able to win a decisive game number 3. You know, Eomero's been around the championship series for a long time as well.
How many top cuts does he have? Like
I
a ton,
know.
Right?
I mean, going back to the first NA regional of Indianapolis, he was in the grand finals versus King, and then we saw him as well make top cut with Mantine and a bunch of other, you know, kind of wild, spicier, outlandish Pokemon picks over time.
Very versatile trainer for sure, but let's take a look back at these highlights from Eomero and his, let's say, nth top cut for now.
Exactly, to the nth degree. Body slam connecting into the charge by there from Lucio in game number 1. Replay shows us a lot, but it definitely kind of illustrates how the series would eventually play out. Mandibuzz taking down the Shadow Gligar, and then looking for a bit more damage.
Right, and this game actually came down to the wire, remember, because Charjabug gets that Volt Switch through and then it ends up being Charge Attack priority, but of course the Whiskash still had a shield.
Exactly, the Whiskash does protect itself. Throw the final Mud Bomb to get the knockout, and that's a game 1 victory for Eomero. But in game 2, Lucio strikes back.
Exactly, and here's that rock slide landing on the Charjabug in game number 2, and that kind of puts the Charjabug very, very low, and Eomero just ended up being in a terrible position. Didn't get any Scald debuffs on the Gligar, and the Gligar is pretty much just able to solo this team, kind of 2v3 in Lucio's favor there.
No, he didn't even show the Charjabug, right? That's what you're pointing out, 2v3. Only 2 Pokemon were used in the making of this battle. Going into game number 3, though, and Lucio tough in the lead, tough in the swap, and impossible in the closing situation.
yeah, things just go from bad to worse. You know, you see a bad lead, you think maybe I still have play, I'm going to pull out this Pokemon, my last Pokemon is going to be free, but unfortunately, Dugong was there to meet the Shadow Gligar at the end.
He was. Ice Shards deal too much damage. Dugong, too strong, cooking too hard, gets the Vigoroth here, gets the double Icy Winds, and Lucio doesn't even really bother throwing a charge attack. He's just going to let the Ice Shards do their damage and KO his Pokemon.
Well, that is unfortunately the end of Lucio's tournament run, but it was a great one, and hopefully we'll see him compete again. But as for Eomero, he is moving on to day 2 on the loser side.
I hope Lucio competes again, right? Very fun trainer to watch, very talented, and I think that a lot of these trainers have great potential, but you can't beat yourself up too much when you do get outpicked that hard, right? I mean, we saw this even in the World Championships with Axon versus Rubik's Master. As soon as you saw that Alolan Sandslash meet the Altaria in the lead, it's like, oh, this looks really tough to come back from, and that was the truth.
Right, like you said, some games are pretty much decided at lock-in, but you know, we have seen trainers come back from some impossible situations. I feel like I've seen Dune like 4 or 5 times now. I look at the game, I'm like, oh, it's over. I look away. It was not over.
It was not over, absolutely.
But
well,
that one was over.
in that particular instance, right?
Yes,
but
yeah.
still a few more games to be played today and then a lot more coverage tomorrow. But why don't we take a quick breather and check out the Pokemon Center at the North America International Championships from last year.
Welcome, Pokemon trainers, to the first ever Pokemon Sweep Run here at the Pokemon Center pop-up store at the North American International Championships in Columbus, Ohio. I am joined here by 2 incredible trainers, Trainer Polaris and Trainer Cyrus, as they will be competing for their opportunity to win as many unique items from this Pokemon Center as possible. Trainers, you have 60 seconds each to run through the Pokemon Center and pick out one of whatever item you fancy. It has to fit in the bags that are provided, but feel free to get a little bit creative as what fit actually means. And you have 2 incredible coaches to help you as well. So Coach Necra and Coach Spraggles, please use this time to coach your trainers.
Wait, this is actually a Pokemon Center.
Yeah, this is actually a Pokemon Center. This is it right here. All right, so remember our plan. We're small, but we're mighty, okay? We need to get in there. We need to get aggressive handshake. Let's do this thing. Boom, boom, boom. Nice, we got this.
All right, we've got the height advantage, so we gotta get all this stuff on the top shelf, right? All right, so TCG cards over here, we got our plush over here, got the big Squishmallows in the back. Oh yeah, I think that's a good plan. We've got the good plan.
All right, we have 60 seconds on the clock. Cyrus, Polaris, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, I love the energy. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, sweep.
All right, let's go. Let's do this.
All right, it looks like our trainers are hitting up the Pokeballs first. I see a Cherish Ball from Cyrus, very nice. Polaris going for the Funko Pops, very, very stylish. And now it looks like Cyrus has made a beeline for the plush. Polaris is not that far behind, picking up the Togepi Squishmallow. Oh no, Koraidon just fell on the floor, but Cyrus saved him and gave him a beautiful home. Trainers, the clock is ticking. There is 30 seconds left. We're skipping the keychains, it looks like, going straight for the Charmander, Squirtle, and Gengar hat. Oh, we got the Charmander hat and backpack from Cyrus. Now that is a very bold play.
Oh, how about the exclusive version?
10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Trainers, that is time. Please take your items up to the front. Trainers, congratulations. Polaris, let's start with you. What you get?
I got a
bunch of play mats, deck boxes.
Oh, dump them all out. Let's see them all. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and a Cherish Ball too. That's very special.
Got it. Woo!
All right, Cyrus, let's see your haul.
Incredible stuff. Look at that, 2 backpacks.
Wow.
We've been running this for about 3 months every other day, doing this run. So a lot of great stuff. We kind of knew what we wanted coming in.
Oh, I see that.
Really big. This was a big one for us.
Oh, is that Koraidon? Yeah, let's see it all. Look at all those plush.
I also got the Koraidon and the Miraidon.
You did? Are those your favorites?
Yeah, and this is how we were planning to win today.
Well.
Sorry, I don't know if we can still see you, bud, but it's huge.
Team Cyrus, you drive a very tough competition with that incredible Altaria plush. But Polaris, your love of the trading card game and Pikachu and Bulbasaur really shines through. Well, guess what? Everybody is going to be a winner today. So why don't you all pick out your favorite item, as you can get all of this exciting merchandise and more at the Pokemon Center.
When it comes to team building, I like to build something on my own that I think will beat the meta, and I think it's a couple steps ahead of where the meta is at right now.
With the team ability, I am definitely trying to stick with the meta. There are a couple in my team that aren't meta, just so that way I can have that block ability. But I am definitely trying to stay with the meta and learning from the greats, hopefully.
When I'm building a deck, I would like to make it spicy, but I definitely consider the meta. So when I was making my Mew deck, I was debating on if I should do like a hybrid between Fusion Strike and Double Turbo. Then I just picked to go with Double Turbo. It's still spicy list though.
When I'm building my team, I like to not go by the meta because it makes it harder for people to counter you.
I tend to go somewhere on the fun side of the decks. Cloth Electro just happens to be semi-meta, so it's just super exciting, but I go for the fun decks more so the meta decks.
The way that I prefer to approach it is to look at the more meta options. In the beginning, when regionals and these types of events started, I wanted to aim towards building a spice team, but I ended up not being as successful as I would have liked to have preferred. So as I've gotten more and more experience, I've learned kind of sticking to the core meta mons until I feel like I've improved my abilities enough where I can try to run some unique options. That is my best bet in finding success in these events.
Welcome back, trainers. We're here in Orlando for the Pokemon Go Championship Series, and we're wrapping up soon with a couple losers finals left. 3 more matches until we have all of our competitors for day number 2.
And just like that video said, what's better, meta or spice? And we got some trainers coming up that are definitely bringing the spice in some positions. We got Cash versus Frankie. Frankie has that Shadow Swampert that we've actually seen a good amount so far. Of course, did just win the Perth Regional as well, so has some play and has had some play late in Orlando.
I mean, we are in the swampland, so that is pretty fitting here. Cash, I believe, is in his first ever tournament, and then Frankie, a Florida native, in his 3rd tournament, made his first ever top cut last year in Orlando last year, I believe finishing off in 4th place. So looking to do that again here in Orlando 2024. Cash running the Altaria, Annihilate, Galarian Stumpus, Crunch, Chargebug, Eomero, and Bastion. I feel like we've seen almost as much Crunch Chargebug today as Discharge Chargebug.
Yeah, it has been the special here in Orlando to have coverage against Shadow Gligar, which is 60% in usage oftentimes. So I actually like it a lot. So you have that coverage because your X-Scissoring gets most things, and the Discharge is a little redundant with the Volt Switch, Fast Attack, Electric type energy anyway. And then on the other side, of course, you have that Shadow Swampert, Shadow Gligar, Annihilate, Skarmory, Registeel. I feel like we're seeing as much steel in this game right here as we've seen the entire day. We have 4 steel types. We have Bastion and Galarian Stunfisk on one end, and then Frankie has the Registeel Skarmory.
I mean, last season, I feel like double seal was a really solid, consistent strategy for players, but now this season, there's almost no seal, but we got all the seal here on stage here. We're going to game number 1 of Losers Finals, Group F, Cash versus Frankie T in this first match, and it's going to be Chargebug into the Skarmory. No discharge, but still a fantastic matchup for the Charger Bug.
And you know Cash is going to be bringing that Charger Bug. And then Sainswap's Swampert met by the Altaria, and that is the worst case scenario. You don't have any Sludge Bomb for coverage, or Sludge Wave, excuse me, for coverage. You only have the Hydro Cannon and Earthquake.
This is a fantastic matchup for Cash, but the thing is, Frankie's Gligar in the back is really free now. That Gligar has fantastic matchups against the Charger Bug and the Nidlave, so Cash is probably feeling pretty good later on about having Crunch at least. So you have something at least neutral to hit the Gligar with.
Yeah, because are you really free against a Crunch Charger Bug? You are going to have some tough time dealing with that injury as you land that Sky Attack. And now you have to come in with that Skarmory, which is good because if you could get such an aggressive Steel Wing down, now suddenly the Skarmory energy is really useful as well.
Yeah, this is actually going to be pretty nice here for Skarmory. I mean, outside of the steals, everything's going to take at least neutral damage from the flying attacks, and there is no steal in the back for Cash. Frankie going to let the first Moonblast go through. Do we see a potential debuff? Small chance, but it is not going to come through. Honestly, debuff probably even worse because Frank just gets even more energy off of it. Frankie T going for the full farm down, pretty much at 100 energy now. And this is a lot of energy. You can see Cash exhaling a little bit. It's like, I don't know if I really want to take this energy on the Charger Bug either, but you pretty much have to come in Charger Bug.
And it's the best case scenario for Skarmory, going for the extra Steel Wing damage, not letting the full Volt switch through. Get a pick up a Protect Shield here, but do you instantly swap to try to get off? No, it was actually on a Sky Attack, so now you can throw the Brave Bird. You already got the first Protect Shield. You'll probably get both Protect Shields here from the Charger Bug because Cash wants to protect the Charger Bug. No Protect Shield. Brave Bird lands, does a ton of damage. Stay swap in that Gligar.
Huge Brave Bird, but honestly, if Frankie doesn't expect the Annihilate him back, may even let the Crunch go through. Frankie, no, actually going to shield the first Crunch. Is there going to be a debuff?
Oh,
there is a debuff. That's a huge debuff. Cash definitely needs a debuff because he needs something to do a deal with this Gligar, but Gligar still almost full health.
Oh,
going to spend the final
here.
shields here to throw this next Crunch. This Crunch going to do even more damage. Do we see a double shield from Frankie? And we get both shields.
So much has changed in Orlando. You're getting 2 Protect Shields out of a Gligar from a Charger Bug. Now you have the reach to be able to throw a Charge Attack here. But the thing is, this isn't enough. Can you reach the Shadow Ball, or will you be pressured too much by Wing Attacks? You'll have to throw the Night Slash.
Yeah, so let's see how it goes. Night Slash is going to be thrown. I think it's going to be the right call because you can't really get to the Shadow Ball either way. There's no Ice Punch, though, so Frank can breathe a little sigh of relief. Not enough to knock out, even with the debuff.
Oh,
we get a boost! But boost a little bit too late, unfortunately, and way too much health on the Gligar to Volt Switch down. And you can see Frankie taking out this Charger Bug in this first game.
Stressful afternoon for Shadow Gligar there, having the double Protect Shield on Crunches and then get boosted against the Annihilate, but Frankie holds on with that Shadow Gligar in the back. I really like how he played that matchup as well. You thought that the Skarmory wasn't going to get much play at all because it matched up against Charger Bug in the lead, but was able to get that full farm down, even though it was so brutal to start the game. Skarmory in the Charger Bug and then Swampert into Altaria. He got so much momentum off of that Steel Wing down.
Yeah, really great recognition of Frankie's wing conditions right there. I mean, obviously, if there is a Steel type in the back, Frankie's in a tough position, but then you still have the Gligar for it. So recognizing that the farm down would be really crucial. I mean, Frankie had the Swampert locked into Altaria and still making a lot out of it. Getting the first shield, laying the Brave Bird, and then the Gligar just coming in for the sweep.
Yeah, and shielding that Crunch, which is just crazy to me. Having to use a Protect Shield against Charger Bug is something very new because a lot of Charger Bugs here in Florida are running that Crunch. And then how about the boost? A little bit of wasted here, though, at the end.
I gotta say, Butters, I was looking at the bracket, and fun fact, Frankie T, first opponent of the day, guess who it was?
It probably was someone, if Frankie T doesn't have as much experience, it's probably going to be someone that's a top seed. Who was it, Caleb?
It was actually Cash.
Oh, it was Cash.
It was Cash, and Cash 2-0'd him, and then Frankie T fought through the entire losers bracket to make it to the losers finals. Cash went all the way to losers finals and dropped down, so first time Cash actually lost a match recently. So Cash playing maybe half the battles as Frankie T, and Frankie T wants some redemption here in this loser finals.
Well, he's one game away from full redemption and moving on to top cut. tomorrow in Orlando, leading the Skarmory into the Eomero. Let's peek at the back lines. You have the double ground to try to deal with that Charger Bug, but remember, if you align that Shadow Swampert into the Altaria, it's going to be horrible. So alignment's going to matter, and Altaria in the back is just amazing for Cash here.
It really is, but we're going to see how things can go for sure, because the Charger Bug doesn't really have a lot of places to go for Cash either. So one really great matchup and then one terrible matchup for the back end. This lead matchup is kind of neutral on both ends. Frankie T not throwing the Brave Bird right away is just going to go straight Sky Tag.
Wow, going for back-to-back Sky Tag and actually getting the Protect Shield here. That is huge. You were able to bait, and now you might not even be in range of the Ice Beam, but you pretty much are. Can you hold on to get to another Sky Tag? He probably actually gives up the Protect Shield as well, looking like he just wants to try to take the alignment.
I mean, you really want to take out this Eomero because Eomero has fantastic matchups against the Gligar and decent into the Swampert as well. Brady going to fight for that alignment, and I think Cash might just let this go. Wouldn't be a bad idea because you could Volt Switch out. No, choosing to fight for alignment as well.
Wow, and now you're already at the Ice Beam here. Do you then give the Protect Shield back? Do you care about your Shadow Swampert avoiding the Altaria? And it looks like Frankie doesn't care as much. Gonna try to roll with the double grounds in the back, and here comes the Swampert going for the aggressive farm down, but can you get that farm down before the Ice Beam is available? And then your energy is not going anywhere, so you had to throw the Hydro Cannon into the Eomero before the Ice Beam.
Yeah, I think Cash feels pretty comfortable about this. Now you get the Altaria on top with the Swampert, but the problem is the Gligar still has a great matchup against the Charge Bug, so where do you go in that situation?
Yeah, you kind of have to stay in. It's tough. You're going to at least soak this energy here, and then there's probably going to be a pivot into Shadow Gligar, but at least for the meantime, you probably want to stay in against that Shadow Gligar. There actually is no pivot. Frankie is just expecting the Charger Bug in the back, knowing he lost the Cash earlier against Charger Bug. He's not even pivoting. He's just staying Shadow Swampert into Altaria.
I like this play a lot because if you look at the side of Cash, there's nothing that really beats Gligar besides Altaria and that Eomero, and he's seen both already, so he knows that he's going to have a positive matchup. But you see the aggressive farm down from Cash. I like this play a lot too, because if you can get both Sky Attacks off, it's going to make your matchup with the Charge Bug much easier for Altaria. But here we see the instant pivot from Frankie trying to say, you know what, I don't want to give away this much energy. We do get the first shield from Frankie.
But I don't think he has time to get the double Sky Attack. This was the Protect Shield, but he'll get Wing Attack down, and now you're going to be matched up against the Charger Bug, and the Gligar has extra energy. I don't care if you have Crunch. This is terrible for Cash and his Charger Bug.
Yeah, Cashman kind of lucky on some of these first debuffs on the Crunch. Let's see if he can get it again. But first, Dig is going to come through and it's going to connect onto the Charge Bug. A lot of damage right then and there. First Crunch is going to come through. We need a debuff for Cash to have a chance here.
Yeah, he needs to get the debuff and then knock out with an X-Scissor or something. Can he get one more? No, he is denied. And Frankie T52 is at the aerial ace, and he's going to make it the top cut here in Orlando.
A Charge Bug completely getting knocked here. Altaria still has a little bit energy, a little bit health, but not enough. And Frankie T52 gets his redemption against Cash all the way from round number 2 to the losers finals. Frankie T fighting through the losers side to get that redemption and earn himself a spot in Top Cut.
And seems like a crowd favorite here in Orlando as well, as you heard the crowd go off when Frankie did secure that victory. Well done to Frankie T, getting that full revenge from that early drop down of the bracket against Cash, who put on a fantastic show with his Charger Bug and running that Crunch. So well done to both trainers, but in the end, Frankie is the one moving on to Championship Sunday.
Yeah, if this is actually Cash's first ever tournament, what a fantastic run all the way to the winners finals and losers finals on a huge over 130 something player tournament in Orlando. So we'd love to see Cash at a future tournament, but big congrats to Frankie T, the Florida native, looking to make Top Cut his place to play tomorrow.
Yeah, coming on that losers side, of course, it's going to be a tough journey, but we've seen trainers make that tough journey. We've seen Doonebug do it, go drop down, make it all the way to the finals and win the whole thing on the loser side. So it's never over for these trainers on the loser side, especially when you got the crowd behind you like he has in Orlando.
Yeah, let's take a look at these highlights, see how Frankie T was able to get redemption here in that losers finals against Cash.
And Charger Bug has just been in every game for Cash here in you mentioned it, but I mean, Frankie was able to call that backline of Chargebug, just knowing Chargebug is going to be on every single team composition, knowing Shadow Gligar is going to be his key to victory. He was able to absorb 2 crunches, had to use 2 protect shields, absorb a boost, and it doesn't matter. He was able to secure that knockout with the Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, Crunch is not able to do enough for Chargebug, unfortunately. And then game number 2, we see Cash spending both shields in the end to win this alignment. And yes, Altari was fantastic in the back end, but just Chargebug didn't have a lot of places to go. And Shadow Swampert, you know, hasn't really been meta relevant lately until Florida, really. And it actually didn't look too bad even into the Altaria.
Yeah, really, because if you pair it with the Skarmory, which you often see that Skarmory plus Shadow Swampert, that's such a good core. They protect each other perfectly. If you safe swap the Shadow Swampert and bait out something like the Altaria, at least the Skarmory then can full Steel Wing down and put a lot of pressure on your backline. We saw Frankie do that. I feel like it's a pretty good strategy, and the pacing of that Shadow Swampert is just so quick, even compared to the Whiscash, because Whiscash needs that extra mud shot to get to the Scald. So I have liked Shadow Swampert. It feels like it does have some flexibility and great synergy with Skarmory.
And you can see the sigh relief from Frankie as well, too. Great to get that redemption matchup and rematch against Cash. And he could rest up a little bit and start preparing for day number 2 here in Orlando.
Yeah, the resilience, right? Because you dropped down in your first matchup of the day and then had to wait all day for your rematch. So well done once again. And we are still going to be on these losers finals. I believe we're going to have 2 more trainers that are going to make it into Championship Sunday. 1 matchup now, then 1 matchup after that.
Yeah, that's right. And we have another Florida native, Jangles, coming up next against Baby TF. Jangles was in that winners finals, did drop down to losers finals, but looking for a top cut run here in Orlando.
He has a really cool team. He's one of the few trainers that have brought Shadow Sableye, of course, that just did win the last regional in North America in Vancouver, and then Stone Collection did really well with it at the European International Championships as well. Stone Collection is famous for that. He's been using that Pokemon in particular probably since Samurott at Last Chance qualifiers in London in 2022. So it's awesome to see that Spice make it to Lyle Jeff's team, and then now Jangles' team. I think it's really good just specifically against Shadow Gligar. It's much better against Shadow Gligar, so I feel like that is the sole purpose for it right now. And we've seen how dominant Shadow Gligar has been the entire tournament, so it's always nice to have little advantages where you can get them.
Well, let's see if Jangles can make the Shadow Sableye work. Let's take it to the stage and take a look at these teams. They're going to be the Vigoroth, Cresselia, Skarmory, Shadow Sableye, Shadow Gligar, and Shadow Whiscash. All the Shadow on the bottom side.
Yeah, on the other side,
another Shadow Sableye, actually.
Yeah, we have back-to-back, or we have matching Shadow Sableyes here, because we have the Chargebug, the Eomero, Shadow Whiscash, Skarmory, Shadow Sableye, and Vigoroth. So usually also when you have Vigoroth mirrors, that means that you're going to see a lot of Vigoroth, because if there's no Annihilate, no Poliwrath on the other side, that means Vigoroth is so safe, because it's pretty safe usually even against the flying types. It's safe against Cresselia, it's okay against Eomero. I feel like we might see a lot of Vigoroth in this matchup. Maybe even we'll see a ton of Shadow Sableye.
I think we're going to see a lot of Vigoroth and a lot of Cresselia on the side of Jangles and a lot of Eomero on the side of Baby TF. Obviously, Cresselia's going to have that head-to-head matchup win against Eomero, but Eomero looks pretty good into Jangles' team as well. Good into Vigoroth, Sableye, Gligar, has Wing Condition against Whiscash, although Shadow Whiscash is much better into Eomero, and then pretty neutral into that Skarmory. So I think Eomero's going to come out to play. Here we go, Vigoroth into Eomero to kick things off.
And we both have Skarmory in the back, but one has Chargebug, the other one has the Whiscash here, and this is a negative lead against the Eomero, but it's not the worst thing in the world. You're going to be able to get to these body slams, you're going to be able to endure play roughs, because it's not going to be super effective like the other fighting types that usually have in that Vigoroth role. So now you could suddenly take this soft win and gain momentum. Actually, no, early Protect Shield from Jangles.
Jangles wants to protect this, but that Skarmory in the back is lurking for Baby TF, and it looks pretty strong into the back line of Jangles. Jangles going to try to muscle through this matchup. I mean, Vigoroth counter is resistant, but it's still one of the best fast attacks in the game, and then these neutral, same type attack bonus body slams really start to add up.
Yeah, and by the time you take this Play Rough or Ice Beam here, and this next body slam is going to be coming through, this is isn't enough. So Baby TF can decide to actually does give a Protect Shield once it maintained that alignment, because if you are able to match up your Charger Bug against Jangles' Skarmory, that's going to be quite strong as well. Actually going for the Ice Beam, could this be a pretty big swing for Jangles, because this isn't enough to try to force a knockout?
Yeah, I wonder if Baby TF not confident enough that it's going to be enough. Oh, actually swaps in on the Charger Bug and catches the Body Slam. That's actually a great catch for Baby TF, expending some of this energy. Neutral Body Slam, but you really want to avoid that Rock Slide. And here comes the Shadow Whiscash. Now here's the thing, Shadow Whiscash typically pretty strong into electric types, but this X-Scissor really starts to hurt against even the Shadow Whiscash.
Yeah, and the fact that you took that Body Slam, now you're in range of Scald here, so you're going to take that X-Scissor, but you already have all this energy, and you can bank some more energy, even get close to Mud Bomb range. Here comes the Scald. There's one Protect Shield remaining for Baby TF. Is he going to use his last Protect Shield? No, it's going to get a knockout, and it's suddenly, now it's going to be kind of tough to finish off this Whiscash.
Yeah, I think the tough part is if that was a Mud Bomb, then Baby TF would probably be spending the shield in the wrong spot. If it was a Scald, it would be much better. But like I said, Shadow Whiscash is much better to Eomero than non-Shadow is. So it actually has a lot of play even into Eomero here. If this, okay, I was going to say, if Baby TF doesn't shield this, this could put Baby TF in a really tough position. Is going to spend the final shield on the Whiscash. Does have the Ice Beam loaded. But this is the thing, I mean, Jangles going to shield as well, yeah.
Because
you match, you take out the Eomero, you permanently could debuff the final Pokemon.
And it's showing that Baby TF doesn't have an answer, trying to swap on a Mud Bomb maybe, but catches a Scald instead, knowing that if you want to Protect Shield a low health Eomero just to try to take out this Whiscash, you're probably weak to it in the back. The Scald does land, it does drop the attack, and you're going to outpace the next Scald before the Sky Attack.
Oh, this is really bad for Baby TF, unfortunately. Not even able to get to that first Sky Attack before Whiscash reaches another Scald. Shadow Whiscash doing so much work, almost taking out the Pokemon.
Oh, and it swaps!
And catching the Sky Attack on the Skarmory as well, saving the Whiscash for later. And I mean, I don't even think you need it later, because at this point you could 3-ball flex on the team of Baby TF.
A clinic from Jangles here to secure that 3-ball flex knockout with the Steel Wing. No, decides to go for that Sky Attack to secure it. And suddenly, you thought it was a bad lead. Vigoroth into Eomero, and he dominated that game.
Yeah, Jangles not playing around here. He is trying to lock in for day number 2. A fantastic set right there to start things off for Jangles. As you predicted, you know, Vigoroth has a lot of play, and it really did for Jangles. I would love to see Baby TF potentially lean into the Vigoroth more too, because it has a lot of play into Jangles' team as well.
Yeah, it's super safe against everything. Really only has to worry about the Cresselia, because even in the one Protect Shield situation against Shadow Gligar, it is okay. And then how about that one Protect Shield situation before this of the Vigoroth into the Eomero as well, and then trying to catch that Mud Bomb, caught the Scalds instead, and his pretty overwhelming performance from Jangles in that game number 1.
And I feel like Eomero is definitely one of the staples of Pokemon Go PvP, but it just feels like these days it just gets his moves a little too slow. And, you know, I think that's what Jangles really able to take advantage of, not only in the Vigoroth matchup, a matchup that isn't really that favorable for Vigoroth, but able to still muscle through with all the body slam and counter damage, and the Whiscash too. Whiscash just gets to move so fast that Eomero struggles to keep pace.
Well, it's crazy because you're faced against Vigoroth, you think it's a good matchup, but then that early statement shield from Jangles to Protect Shield the play rough, and then later throwing the Ice Beam, suddenly you're the one that has to pivot. Both Vigoroth and Eomero gave up a Protect Shield, and the Eomero is the one that has to pivot out. I have to agree with you. It's just a little too slow in these situations, and that kind of cost him the game a little bit, because if he was able to win Eomero versus Vigoroth, he would be in great position in that back line.
Yeah, I think instead of the Ice Beam, if Baby TF threw the play rough instead, things could have looked a little bit different, right? Typically speaking, players aren't going to spend both shields on their first Pokemon right off the bat, especially in a matchup that's not that positive for them. I think after that first shield, you could probably generally expect Jangles not to shield that second one. I think landing that play rough instead of an Ice Beam could change things, but let's see how Baby TF makes adjustment for game number 2. It is going to be a Shadow Whiscash lead for Jangles into the Vigoroth of Baby TF. And this is not a terrible matchup for Baby TF. In fact, it's not bad at all, especially if you're shielding the Scald.
Yeah, I mean, Vigoroth is just so strong. And like we mentioned before, in a Vigoroth versus Vigoroth situation, Vigoroth becomes safe. That's why you see these limited cups. And another statement shield from the Shadow Whiscash of Jangles. He is using these shields really early on, and now he's going to try to throw the Scald. And does it get Protect Shielded? Yes. So double Protect Shields just to start us off here, and you've got the debuff as well.
Yeah, that shield made a lot of sense for Jangles because he wants to shield up and potentially debuff the Vigoroth so that the next Body Slam is debuffed and he could let that one go instead of the full hard-hitting damage of the first Body Slam. But you can see the counter damage and even the debuff Body Slam is really starting to add up against Jangles' Whiscash.
And you can soak this Scald as well, so you should be able to win the one Protect Shield situation. You take the Scald, and here comes the pivot into the Shadow Septile, trying to get some kind of Shadow Claw down, but you're going to take a Scald instead, and you're going to have to shield this. A Shadow Sableye doesn't want any part of a Scald. If you no-shield this, you're pretty much sacking your Sableye, so there is the Sableye. Do you also get an attack drop there? No attack drop.
Okay. Yeah, that's a true 50% right there. 50% chance of Scald, 50% time it always works, and this time it did not debuff the Sableye, and now you're coming into Sableye with a lot of energy with Skarmory. I mean, even the Shadow Claw is really starting to add up. I think they get to the move at the same time. Sableye is going to win that charge attack priority. Jangles is aware. I think he's going to shield up and potentially overfarm a little bit before throwing this move.
Did he register?
Oh,
no, he actually does let it go. He lets the Skarmory go, going to try to win the entire battle with the Vigoroth. Can he get a full sweep here? But this is an uphill battle because there is going to be that Charger Bug in the back. At least you do have that super effective Rock Slide. You have to Protect Shield this, but there's no way you counter down. At least Jangles does have that Pokemon to try to swap in and catch some energy, but Baby TF now has the 3 Pokemon that are strong, and Swap tries to catch a move, but instead is he going to get fully countered down, and now Jangles is loaded with more energy.
Oh, just one turn away from that Body Slam would have been nice, but now Jangles has a ton of energy. Charger Bug can tank one Rock Slide, but Jangles has more than one Rock Slide worth of energy. He always has 2 Rock Slides.
And does he throw the Body Slam? He throws the double resisted Body Slam into the Sableye. He needs to secure a knockout. He can't let Sableye get to an attack, and he does endure. Does he get to attack? No, and tries to swap to prevent that with a Mud Shot, and now the Charger Bug does get a full Volt Switch out of that, and Jangles doesn't love it, so now he's getting a little bit low. He needs at least a Rock Slide and a Body Slam before energy is available for Baby TF.
This is going to be close, too, because this Charger Bug is pretty healthy at this point in time. Body Slam might not be enough, but the counter damage might be afterward. Oh, actually opting to throw the Discharge instead. The X-Scissor, shaking his head a little bit. I think X-Scissor would have been the better move to throw in this situation. Not enough to knock out, and this will allow Jangles to get to that second Rock Slide to KO the Charger Bug and earn himself a top cut spot in his home state.
And he keeps his top cut streak alive. He was number 7 in Knoxville. Now he's making it the championship Sunday in Orlando as well. In a pretty dominant performance there. Baby TF, I feel like, was in a decent position with those 3 Pokemon remaining down the stretch. Maybe that swap in on that Vigoroth to try to catch a Body Slam just gave a little bit more ammunition to the opposing Vigoroth. Didn't quite work out, but a great tournament run from Baby TF, and Jangles a pretty convincing 2-0 to move on to Championship Sunday.
Yeah, Jangles making top cut yet again here in Orlando, and he's definitely got to love to see that too, because it is home state. He's trying to defend his turf here from people coming in from other regions and areas. But yeah, what a fantastic match from both trainers. We did see the Sableye in the second game. Unfortunately, it didn't really pan out for Baby TF, but it was looking pretty good. I mean, it took out both Skarmory. Skarmory didn't even get a single charge attack off.
Yeah, it looks solid. Let's actually look back at those highlights to see it in action there. The Shadow Sableye was able to get to those double foul plays to fully take out the Skarmory, but it all started here, and this was the end of a dominant performance from Jangles in game number 1. I was still shocked at how well Vigoroth was doing in the 1 Protect Shield against the Azumarill. That's why it's so much more flexible than the other counter users, because against the counters like Azumarill, Cresselia, or flying types, it just has so much more flexibility.
I feel like in our intro, we talked about how Shadow Whiscash is not that good, but Jangles said, no, the Shadow Whiscash is here to stay, and it's still looking just as good as before. Shadow Whiscash was doing so much work for Jangles in both games.
Yeah, I mean, you can't count out the Shadow Whiscash or any Mud Boy here in Orlando, that is for sure. But now the Vigoroth is so safe, and this is where I feel like Baby TF was trying to at least get to a Body Slam, get some chip damage, or soak some energy, but literally played as perfect as possible for Jangles because he was able to get a full counter down.
Yeah, Jangles with the patience there, not allowing Baby TF to really catch any attacks. And then here we see the final discharge come out from this Charger Bug. Unfortunately, Jangles one counter away from the back-to-back Rock Slide. is going to seal the deal for him.
Yeah, wasn't able to do enough damage. Maybe you want to go for the X-Scissor there, but either way, it probably wasn't going to be enough that Vigoroth was going to get to that next rock slide and secure that knockout. But a really impressive tournament run from Baby TF. And then, of course, Jangles Championship Sunday. That means there's only one trainer remaining that is going to be making it to Championship Sunday here, day one in Orlando.
Yeah, we are heading into our losers finals for Group H here, and it's going to be SpandDelio versus ManInThePlanets to round off. We saw SpandDelio earlier against JJ, our Sacramento, or no, was he Sacramento? No, he was a champion of, well, Toronto, right? Yeah, he was the champion of Toronto this year.
I will double check that, but I believe so. He was a champion.
He was a champion. It was Toronto, I believe.
He was a champion, but yes, SpandDelio was bringing out the spice for sure, bringing the Carbink into this matchup. We haven't seen Carbink in a while as well. Even face it and gets a Shadow Swampert. And then on the other side, we have a pretty meta team from ManInThePlanet. Of course, he's made his run all the way to the losers finals, trying to make that top 16, excuse me, but I'm most curious about how is his team versus that Carbink. He is another trainer running that Vigoroth. I feel like Carbink, and then also double ground, I feel like Carbink is just going to be in a tough position here for SpandDelio.
Yeah, this is probably not the team you want to bring Carbink into. It has a great matchup against the Chargebug. And kind of the Vigoroth to a degree, but that's about it. But SpandDelio running the Carbink, Dugong, Lickitung, Mandibuzz, Chargebug, and Shadow Wishcash. No fighters, no counter users, but a lot of bulk.
Yeah, definitely a lot of bulk. Does have that Dugong as well that has just been a really strong anti-Shadow Gligar answer. So I respect the trainers that actually bring the Ice type, because a lot of trainers I feel like has fallen off that wagon of bringing the Ice type. So I like having that hard counter for the Shadow Gligar just in your back pocket. Of course, on the other side, ManInThePlanet has that Shadow Gligar, has the Skarmory as well. I feel like that has been a huge story, not only in Orlando, but in London at the European International Championships. It's really a Pokemon that you have to consider when you're team building here, because it's past the point of fringe meta. It's 40% here in Orlando.
Speaking of London, ManInThePlanet was actually at Europe International Championships in London competing less than a week ago. In fact, I actually faced them in the bracket. Yeah, we're in the same group. So
what was the team there? Is it different from what it is now?
Honestly, it was kind of a blur, but this team does look familiar, but it does look like a lot of other teams too. So we'll see if ManInThePlanet made any adjustments now. We can look at that later, but coming straight probably from London, like a lot of our other competitors like Doonebug, Arrow, and some others, Rambleman as well. So looking for a top cut here in Orlando. SpandDelio did hit top cut at his peak in Milwaukee last season in top 6. I remember he was running some spice. So he ran a double and a Koff Rodriguez. And let me tell you about it, those two were never meta in any meta we've had. So also going for a little spice here today, and runs the Mandibuzz into a Shadow Wishcash, which generally speaking is a favorable matchup for the Mandibuzz.
Yeah, and you like this matchup. You can throw that Dark Pulse. Actually, neither trainer is throwing because they're not trying to throw on the alignment there. But sometimes I feel like as the Mandibuzz, you might want to sneak that in before you get debuff from the Scald. Let's see if he gets punished from that debuff. He does get debuff now.
Yeah, so is going to get the debuff, but honestly, this is still not a terrible situation for Mandibuzz. The resistant mud shots really aren't doing much damage, whereas the Dark Pulse and Snow adds up much quicker against the Wishcash. And so pretty much, yeah, you can see SpandDelio trying to throw on good timing, trying to not allow ManInThePlanet to get any free turns when he's throwing attacks. Second Scald is going to connect. We see another debuff, and looks like no 50% chance right then and there. And here comes SpandDelio's Charge Bug into the Vigoroth Say Swap. Vigoroth Say Swap looks really good for ManInThePlanet because there's no counter user, there's no Annihilate. The only fairy is Carbink, which is still taking neutral damage from the counter damage, and there's no Carbink in this game.
Yeah, once again, Vigoroth looking so safe. I have to point out, SpandDelio banked so much energy on that Mandibuzz as well, so that's going to be a factor in the end game. It at least has double Dark Pulse, and as the Rock Slide does land super effective into the Charger Bug here, we didn't mention this before, but this is another crunch Charger Bug here.
Yeah, this I don't know if all these players just came together and just held a conference that we're all going to run crunch today or not, but either way, not nearly as many hard wall matchups against Gligar as we're going to see, usually speaking, and SpandDelio building up to almost 2 X-Scissors before throwing this next X-Scissor at the Vigoroth. Going to take it out. Whiscash comes back in. It doesn't have energy yet, though, so this X-Scissor actually is going to potentially threaten a shield. And yeah, ManInThePlanet is forced to shield here.
Yeah, you can't mud shot down. You have to use the protect shield, but now you can definitely mud shot down. Do you combo play? There is the combo play, but he threw a full snarl first, so that was a little bit risky because I believe ManInThePlanet is almost at the Scald now. Gets the protect shield. Can you back-to-back Dark Pulse before the Scald is available? No. Swapping, catching an aerial ace into the Charger Bug, and getting a full Volt Switch through.
SpandDelio tried to throw in between the mud shot, but instead threw when ManInThePlanet swapped, so allowed ManInThePlanet to get an entire 4-turn Volt Switch. Definitely going to benefit ManInThePlanet quite a bit. But here comes the Whiscash, though. ManInThePlanet's Charge Bug is closing in on Scald range. It's pretty much about in Scald range. At this point, SpandDelio has to decide how to use that final shield. I leave this call, just let the X-Scissor go, because you know that the Whiscash in the back has a move. But here comes another X-Scissor. Do you let this one go as well?
It gets so dicey if you let this go. So deciding to protect shield on the X-Scissor, but this does leave you vulnerable to Scald damage in the back. Now you can overfarm a ton. You want to bank up as much energy as you can.
Oh, wait.
This is so risky from SpandDelio. Actually throwing the Mud Bomb. I don't think this is enough to knock out. Suddenly, ManInThePlanet, it might be at an X-Scissor here. Does he throw the X-Scissor swap, but catches the X-Scissor on his own Charger Bug? And it looks like ManInThePlanet is going to undercharge it, but I think it's still going to be enough to knock out.
The thing is, I mean, this is a great catch, but the problem is there's already a Scald on the Whiscash, and ManInThePlanet go for the combo play.
Wait, but this is a Mud Bomb. It's a Mud Bomb. It might not be enough. If the Mud Bomb does not do enough, you can throw the Scald. SpandDelio hangs on and throws his own Scald, and now he's going to be throwing the damage into ManInThePlanet. It is going to be enough. It is going to knock out.
But there's still the Charge Bug in the back, right?
There is still the Charger Bug. No.
Yeah, there is.
There is.
Yeah,
and
now
it's
we get the mud shot down. The Vultures comes through.
Wow, what a epic in-game there. It got super confusing between those Whiscashes and Charger Bugs. Anything could have happened, it felt like, in the end. But ManInThePlanet able to hold on to that health with the Charger Bug because SpandDelio threw the Mud Bomb instead of the Scald.
And this is the thing, right? I know you said Gligar, super prevalent, so that's why a lot of people are pivoting to Lantern. But Charger Bug is just so strong in these matchups where it looks like it's supposed to lose. It's against a ground type, but you still have to throw the hard-hitting Skull to get rid of it. Against a Lantern, obviously, you're just going to throw the cheaper energy move of Mud Bomb. But I feel like SpandDelio got a little greedy there, trying to come away with the extra energy, but you have to throw the Skull there to take out the Charger Bug to have a chance.
What a confusing in-game here. As you throw that Mud Bomb, it doesn't knock out. The X-Scissor does knock out. And, you know, here is this Mud Bomb once again because it didn't do enough damage. That meant SpandDelio could throw the Scald, but the key thing is that Charger Bug is still available in the back because you didn't throw a Scald against that Charger Bug. And I believe SpandDelio would have had enough energy to throw the double Scald instead of throwing the Mud plus the Scald, the Mud Bomb plus the Scald.
Yeah, it was a funky matchup too. I mean, both trainers opting for Mud Bomb when Scald was probably the better move, but ManInThePlanet was able to come out on top. Let's go to game number 2 here. SpandDelio definitely needs to go on a 2-0 win here to force it. And here we see, oh, okay, this is going to be an interesting one for sure. Now, Manabuzz can win this matchup if you end up shielding both Rock Slide. However, Rock Slide is going to come out pretty quick. Let's see if SpandDelio decides shield now. Is going to let the first Rock Slide go. So this puts the Vigoroth in a more advantageous position.
And puts the Carbink in a terrible position if you lose the alignment. Because if you match up Carbink into Shadow Whiscash, this game is over. But if you are able to match up that Carbink into that Charge Bug, you have a really good shot here. So can you then get to this Dark Pulse before the Rock Slide and win this? If you let the... No, actually just banking all this extra energy. You have to protect shield. You're running Carbink. You have to go for the alignment.
Yeah, this is
no shield.
Not going for alignment. It's going to be interesting here. Is able to get the Dark Pulse.
Oh, the alignment. He got it.
Gives it away. So now Carbink can go to town here. Let's see what happens. I think we're going to see the instant swap to the Carbink. Oh, actually, Vulture takes it out. This is actually not a terrible spot for SpandDelio because now he's not switch locked.
Yeah, and at least now you can full Smackdown down and or Rock Throw down, and then you get to that Moonblast that you can at least throw into the Whiscash. So look at how little that damage does going for that discharge, of course, because the X-Scissor would be resisted by the Fairy type. So you have to keep going through these X-Scissors, and you're just getting the full Rock Throw down, and you're banking up all that energy. Suddenly, SpandDelio and his Carbink has a shot here.
It definitely does, giving a little second life to SpandDelio. Moonblast is going to be hitting neutral for everything here, is going to be thrown at the Whiscash. Do you shield or not? The thing is, if you go down a shield, now SpandDelio's Whiscash are going to have an advantage going into his mirror matchup. Is behind the energy though. I think we're going to see a swap to the Whiscash eventually.
No, it doesn't
Maybe
swap
not.
out here. Maybe he's trying to soak this damage, but this is actually just giving ManInThePlanet room to get so much energy. You just gave such a big advantage to that Whiscash before the Carbon gets knocked out. There is the knockout, but now it's Whiscash against the world. And if you get debuffed here, it's going to be so tough to come back. You need to dodge this 50-50.
Yeah, he's got to dodge a lot of 50-50s because there's a lot of 50-50s coming. First skull is going to come through and no debuff. So pretty good so far for SpandDelio. SpandDelio actually going for the mud bomb. Wait, ManInThePlanet is going for mud bomb as well too.
If he knows, he knows. What a call! What a call from SpandDelio to let the mud bomb through, knowing it's not as scald energy, but it's still such an uphill battle. You need to get this protection because if ManInThePlanet also calls it, he's in so much trouble. No, he actually gets the protection here. Suddenly, SpandDelio's not out of it.
SpandDelio in the driver's seat all of a sudden, now getting to the skull, just going to throw right away. Does not want to mess around and take another mud bomb. You still have a shield on SpandDelio's side. This is really setting him for a success here.
Does he knock out?
No. He gets a debuff, but now the Vigoroth comes in instead. Vigoroth is closing in on, and you get the mud bomb.
But this is enough. If this mud bomb knocks out, you have a protect shield, and ManInThePlanet is going to be able to just one mud shot. Can you just get the one mud shot through? And he does, and SpandDelio ties up the series.
I don't know what's going on, Butters. I thought there was no way SpandDelio wins with that back line, but somehow finding a way, even letting the Whiscash from ManInThePlanet get so much energy against the Carbon before getting it taken out. But SpandDelio staying true to the Whiscash, double shielding it, and yeah, I mean, just finding a way there. The no debuff on the first skull was a huge factor for that, too.
Yeah, honestly, this is some of the most chaotic gameplay I've seen in these in-games. But it is pure chaos, but it's working. SpandDelio, I feel like, threw ManInThePlanet off a little bit in the in-game and allowed that no protect shield on the mud bomb, and also made him pivot into this Charger Bug, and then just had the Carbon. If I was playing SpandDelio, I would have no idea what he was doing next.
I don't know. I mean, I don't even blame ManInThePlanet for the safe swap because honestly, the safe swap Charger Bug is really strong to SpandDelio's team outside of the Carbon. Unfortunately, Carbon actually came despite how strong ManInThePlanet's team is into Carbon. So ManInThePlanet definitely going to be thinking things through a little bit and try to say, is it worth, safe swapping the Charger Bug or even bring it into game number 3? I think it still has a lot of play, but it just really depends on if SpandDelio is going to play that gambit and actually bring Carbon again, despite the fact that it just doesn't have a lot of good matchups into ManInThePlanet's team.
Yeah, it really doesn't. So then maybe you sit the Charger Bug and bring the Vigoroth as your safe swap because Vigoroth is so safe against everything on SpandDelio's side. You can easily pivot to that Vigoroth whenever you want. So it gives you so much flexibility throughout the game because you know whatever situation you're in, you can always have that card of swapping Vigoroth to change the dimensions of the matchup. So I feel like you want to bring that Vigoroth in the back to have that flexibility to be able to try to maneuver around the chaos that is SpandDelio right now.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Carbon has decent play for SpandDelio because Vigoroth and the Charger Bug is a huge pain, but unfortunately you get the worst lead possible here. Here comes the safe swap Dugong. Unfortunately, two strong answers in the back. However, this does free up the Mandibuzz to have a lot of play into both the Cresselia and the Whiscash.
Is there any way you can flip this though, throwing the double Icy Wind? I don't think you can do enough damage because Annihilate can get knocked out by double Icy Wind, but Vigoroth can't.
So here's the thing though, Vigoroth is going to have to shield, I believe, because Rock Slide is not enough. Oh, SpandDelio actually chooses shield. I was going to say, Dugong has a chance to win that zero shield scenario, but SpandDelio is going to spend the shield instead. This is actually not too bad because you could potentially force a shield from the Vigoroth or just win switch. We do get the shield coming in from the Vigoroth. If you strip shields though, a Moonblast from Carbon still does a decent amount of damage, and also Mandibuzz is going to love no shields on the Cresselia and the Whiscash as well.
I really like that strategy to try to get those shields down so you have more play, because shields up, you're going to have no shot against Shadow Whiscash, and you actually protect shield once again, but you're getting really close to Body Slam range. The Body Slam is available. You have to be able to endure and do one more Ice Shard to try to get the second Protect Shield from ManInThePlanet or the alignment. Can you hold on to get to one more? And you do! 2. So now you can get the alignment here, or you get both the protect shields out of the game.
Let's see if ManInThePlanets decides shield or not. I think no shielding is the right call, and he chooses not to shield. Really great call in my opinion, because both of them are going to have a lot of play in the back and recognizing, you know what? There's nothing really that strong into the Whiscash when Whiscash has the shield advantage, and here comes the Mana Buzz. ManInThePlanet feeling pretty good about this because you'd rather see the Mana Buzz against the Whiscash than the Cresselia.
And it's so hard to bring carving in this meta, I mean, compared to something like Bastion on 2 because of this Cresselia matchup. And you get the attack drop here, but you're carving in the back. You're going to take super effective damage from the Grass Knot, from the Cresselia. Now you're going to take this next Scald. It really is going to be in the hands of Mana Buzz to try to be able to do something here, but you're down a Protect Shield and you're now double debuffed.
Yeah, you can see SpandDelio not loving this at all. Shields down, this is going to be tough. I mean, honestly, I think the Whiscash alone might be able to take out this Mana Buzz, and then Carbing's just going to have a terrible time actually swapping out to the Carbing. I mean, clearing the debuff is nice, but unfortunately, it looks like that Mana Buzz is probably going to lose charge attack priority against Whiscash down the road. Super effective Grass Knot is going to start coming through, and this is where Carbing's going to struggle in these more neutral matchups.
Yeah, and it does do not enough to get knocked out by double Grass Knot. You're going to need the triple Grass Knot, but remember, you have a Protect Shield advantage if you are ManInThePlanet, but do you want to save that for the Mana Buzz in the back? Let the Moonblast go. You're going to need the Prayer for an attack drop here, and SpandDelio shakes his head because he does not get it. Now the next Grass Knot's going to be coming through. You need to get to at least a Rock Slide here to try to maybe force a Protect Shield before this double Grass Knot is available. I don't even think you're going to be able to do that because you're just so slow getting to those charge attacks.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to get to it. I mean, that's one of the downsides of Carbing. And a lot of these, you know, bulkier rock types too, the pacing just way too slow in these matchups, especially these neutral matchups. You can definitely overfarm quite a bit of energy here. Let's see if SpandDelio does it perfectly or not. Is going to throw the aerial ace instead. Does ManInThePlanet decide to shield? I mean, ManInThePlanet still has a shield left. I think you just bank everything on the Whiscash.
Yeah, and the aerial ace doesn't even knock out, so you're going to almost get to the Moonblast. You just get to the Moonblast, and it looks like ManInThePlanet is also going to get to Championship Sunday as he moves on to day number 2.
Congratulations, ManInThePlanet too. A lot of interesting matchups against SpandDelio. Definitely a funky team to face, one that players may not be trained for. But ManInThePlanet, coming straight off of EUIC, is going to make top cut in Orlando here, and is our last player to join top 16.
And look at that huge exhale after the battle, because SpandDelio, I just want to give him a lot of credit. What an entertaining performance from him, from the team composition to his play style as well. It was just pure chaos at times, and it was doing really well. So well done. Congratulations on your tournament run, SpandDelio, but one more congratulations to ManInThePlanet, who made it to top cut tomorrow.
Yeah, I feel like Carbing's just tough to run in today's meta, but SpandDelio making it look good at times too, especially locking into that charge bug. I mean, he took a win off of JJN earlier today as well. So maybe we see maybe comeback of Carbing, I don't know. But either way, really great run from SpandDelio as well in a huge stack tournament, and then ManInThePlanet making that top cut. I believe this might be his first ever top cut appearance as well.
Yeah, I believe so. Let's look at the highlights, and specifically I want to talk a moment about Vigoroth as well. Vigoroth is just so safe in all of these matchups that don't contain another fighting type out there. I mean, some trainers I feel like thought Vigoroth was gone. I believe Abhinav said that Vigoroth isn't as strong anymore, but Vigoroth is just looking as safe as ever in this current meta.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is super strong unless you get to locked into Annihilate, right? That's pretty much the only downside. Otherwise, I think it's fantastic. Even into Cresselia, you have some play, but here we see the Scald connecting against ManInThePlanet's Whiscash, but the charge bug was actually enough to finish off the Whiscash on the side of SpandDelio. Game number 2, all over the place. We see the charge bug catch the Dark Pulse, but then here comes the Carbing for the aggressive farm down, and then this game closes out with SpandDelio's Whiscash.
Yeah, and able to finally get the alignment that you need with that Carbing. That was a huge swing there, because we thought also ManInThePlanet was going to keep that alignment with the Vigoroth into that Mana Buzz in the lead, but able to bring that game number 2, secure that victory at the very end by holding on with some health, and then of course you're able to get to that Mud Bomb before the Body Slam is available.
Yeah, what a interesting back and forth here, especially in that game number 2. I don't think either of us saw where it was going. And then here we see SpandDelio, 2 shield and Dugong for that alignment. Definitely could be good. I think, maybe SpandDelio's expecting the charge buck in the back. It looked pretty good for ManInThePlanet in the first 2 games, but unfortunately it was the Cresselia, and honestly, shield advantage Witch Cash looked too good for ManInThePlanet.
Yeah, and it didn't have a target for that Carbink in the back either, because if you did get that hard alignment and then maybe you had Carbink get something like a Charger Bug or something that can hard beat, the problem is there's not a lot of things that Carbink can hard beat on ManInThePlanet side, so he didn't really worry about that alignment. All he worried about was trying to keep that Protect Shield and get some energy in the back, and it was fruitful for him because he won the battle.
That's right, and ManInThePlanet will be joining our other 15 players in our top 16 for day number 2 here in Orlando. We're gonna wrap it up here soon, but we got a special interview with Speediest Chief and another native from Florida.
I'm here with JT Valor at the Orlando Regional Championships. JT, I've got a few quick questions for you.
Go ahead.
First of all, what's going on? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. This has been a fantastic event. A lot of really cool people everywhere. I've been running into some old friends that I haven't seen in a while. Been really enjoying it.
Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I'm a YouTuber. I've been doing Pokemon Go for quite a while now. I've been really enjoying playing the game and catching some pretty rare stuff at this event space. It's been really cool.
JT, I know you as someone who has been all around the world. You've traveled to various countries, various different events for Pokemon Go. Tell us about a few of the places that you've been.
So recently I went to Bali, Indonesia for their Air Adventures event, or Pikachu's Indonesian Journey is what they're doing. Also, we did a run event there. This was an official run event, which was really fun. And yeah, it's been great. I've really been enjoying going to those events, and they give us exclusive Pikachus, like this batik-styled Pikachu. So that's been really fun.
Awesome. Well, JT, what brings you to the Orlando Regional Championship? Is this like a destination for Pokemon Go players in general, or what?
Well, for me, I'm a local, so I came here because obviously if it's in your hometown, you got to come to it, right? But other than that, I mean, there are rare spawns here that you can't normally find, which is really neat. And then there's also, again, running into the old friends. That's really fun to see, yeah. Yeah.
And also some awesome tournament battles, right?
Oh yeah, no, the tournaments have been great. I've been watching a few of them and been like, I don't even know how they're pulling these things off. I PvP a decent amount, but the amount of times they catch each other and stuff, it's crazy. There's a reason why I've not there's a reason why I haven't reached Legend yet.
Well, if you were to talk to your viewers who regularly watch your content, what would you tell them about getting involved in PvP? Should they come to a regional championship like this?
Oh, absolutely. For one, it's just a fun atmosphere. You're surrounded by Pokemon lovers, so that's great. There's a lot of great merch and such, but also you learn a lot of really cool things when it comes down to like the battles and stuff like that. You'll learn why they are the top players and stuff like that. And again, there's rare spawns here that you normally won't be able to get, and they might be able to help you out. Like Carbink is showing up here, which is really cool.
Yeah, Carbink spawns. You can also trade with your friends as well.
Exactly.
Do practice battles, cups and challenges and everything like that.
And also exclusive timed research, which is also neat. Like they have really good rewards in there.
Nice, JT. Well, can we look forward to seeing you at more PvP events, more Play Pokemon events?
Oh, you'll definitely see me at Worlds. I'm very excited for that.
All right, JT. See you there. Thank you, everybody.
I said it should be fun so many times.
It's okay. Hello and welcome, trainers, to our Day 1 wrap-up. I just finished my interview with JT Valor, and I'm already in the booth with my co-casters. I've got Septile, Caleb Pang, and 2-0 Butters. I just want to ask, starting with you, Butters, what did you think of Day 1? Did you enjoy it? Are you having fun?
Yeah, it was awesome, especially because we saw some trainers that have been really prominent in the championship series like Abhinav and Doonebug just absolutely bring the spice. So it was fantastic to see. Plus, we saw so many new names make their appearance in Orlando and make a name for themselves. So I love day number 1 in Florida. Plus, I love the Florida special on Charger Bug too with the crunch.
Plus, Caleb, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of new names in the tournament, but a lot of returning champions as well. I mean, this top 16 looks stacked, especially on the winner's side. So I can't wait to take a look at that bracket to see who's made it. But every single time I was in the winner's finals, I'm like, well, that guy's won a championship before, and this person has too. So it's looking like day number 2 is going to look pretty wild.
So, Toph, any first impressions before we jump to that bracket?
Well, Caleb took the words right out of my mouth. I was about to say we have like 5 at least regional champions on the winner's side, so I think we should just go ahead and take a look at that.
Yeah, this almost feels like the former regional champion parade in Orlando. Let's take a look at some of these trainers and their magical journeys into the winner's side bracket. We've got Doonebug 97 versus Frostfire to open things up. House Star 93 versus Abhinav, Bulk 88 versus J-Jan, and J Mills versus Shadow Brady. So which of these matchups are you most hyped for?
I think I have to give it to House Stark versus Abhinav, 2 regional champions right there. And House Stark, you know, really consistent battler in all of these tournaments, and Abhinav as well, you know, bringing some new Pokemon and getting to see, show off his versatility here.
Exactly right. We also have our loser's side bracket. Let's take a look here. Caleb, I want to hear from you. We've got ManInThePlanet versus TheTharion, Frankie Beach, Jangles 21 versus Valorage, Eomero, and Cedric. If you can only pick one of those pairs, which one would it be?
Oh, that's a tough question. I gotta go with Valorage and Jangles, right? Both players have been around the scene for quite a while, and Valorage with that Talonflame, you gotta see that put in some work.
A lot of these trainers in the lower side bracket are working towards that Worlds qualification. They want those valuable championship points, and some of them are even challenging for the travel award like Jangles 21. But I'll tell you what, if you want to catch all the action, make sure to tune in on Sunday, 6:45 a.m. Pacific time. That's an early start time for our California friends. Actually, all 3 of us here. But 9:45 a.m. Eastern time. So definitely tune in to check out all the action on Championship Sunday. Butters, how would you describe Championship Sunday, especially in a bracket like this?
For me, going back to my earlier point, I can't wait to see the best trainers with the spicy picks versus the new faces with the hard meta, because it's always the opposite. It is always those top trainers in North America bringing the hard meta, and then there's that one-off new face that's bringing the spice, but it's completely flipped in Orlando, so I can't wait to see how that dynamic plays out in day number 2.
Speaking of North America, let's take a look at the rest of our roadmap for the season, because there are only a few stops left to go. We are here in Orlando this weekend, but if you're in the central US, you can keep an eye on Indianapolis, followed by Los Angeles, as well as NAIC in New Orleans. I think even a couple of our co-casters might be competing at one of these events. We'll have to see, right, Caleb?
I mean, you know, I know one of them is a big Ampharos enthusiast, so let's see this person put their money where their mouth is.
Well, I'm not going to bring that, but I will be competing in Los Angeles, so I can't wait for that. I'm going to be one of those new faces, hopefully, that make a name for themselves. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, Butters. Best of luck to you as well. But I'll tell you what, everybody, if you want to follow the action, there's so many ways to do it. Make sure to use that hashtag PlayPokemon no matter what, but also follow us on @PlayPokemon as well as /Pokemon on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. I just want to get a real quick speed run. Any final thoughts, anything you're looking forward to, Soph, for day 2?
Well, I always look forward to the battles, and with so many top trainers, and like we said, a really developed meta at this point, I think we can expect some really clean plays.
Caleb?
I got 5 words. Bring your Shadow Pidgeot counters.
I think it adds up, right, Butters?
That was exactly 5 words, and since
Don't worry, I counted ahead of time in my head for a while.
Since I went earlier, it's the same. I can't wait for the spice from the top trainers. Can't wait for that winner side, so make sure and get here early tomorrow and see those winners.
Get here early. The sun is setting in Orlando, but the sun rises tomorrow on Championship Sunday, and you don't want to miss it. See you then.